Chapter 451 Artificial Soul Bone. Xiao Chen, if our people need soul rings in the future, it's up to you. Bibi Dong looked at Ye Chen with a smile. There are a large number of high-level soul masters in the Wuhan Hall. When obtaining soul beasts over the years, there have been certain casualties. Now that Ye Chen can make a god-given soul ring, everyone doesn't have to take risks. No problem. The Angel Temple has a lot of faith power. I can use that energy at any time to mass-produce god-given soul rings. In fact, I also have the idea of artificial soul bones. I can give it a try. Ye Chen has become a god now and has mastered the power of many laws. Then he will try to make some contributions to reduce the hunting of soul beasts by human soul masters. After all, Guyuina doesn't want humans to hunt too many high-level 10,000-year soul beasts. Human artificial soul bones. Bibi Dong, Shui Binger and others were stunned when they heard Ye Chen's bold idea. If soul bones can be made, it will take off. You should know that soul bones are just energy crystals. Under the influence of the plane rules, after the soul beasts die, their soul cores will condense into soul bones, and the soul beast's own abilities will be imprinted in them, forming soul bone skills. However, to create soul bones, a lot of energy is needed, especially divine power is best. Then I will use divine power to compress the energy into energy crystals, and then mobilize the power of laws. According to different needs, the power of laws will be imprinted in the soul bones, and soul bone skills can be formed. I have now mastered the power of 11 laws, namely wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, time, space, light, darkness, life, and destruction. I can give it a try. Ye Chen had seen Guyuina forge 2 million-year soul bones into one with divine power in Dragon Valley before. Now that he has become a god, he should be able to try it. After all, soul bones are just energy crystals. In the original plot, humans 10,000 years later hunted a large number of low-level soul beasts, collected soul rings, and then made artificial soul bones, which is actually compressing energy into crystals. However, Ye Chen dared not tell that method now, otherwise people would definitely hunt soul beasts in large numbers, and then the soul beasts would be extinct. Ah! This! Everyone was petrified at this moment. Ye Chen's wild idea made everyone's brains unable to react for a while. Master, you now have mastered 11 kinds of law power, which is amazing. Ying Mei said, counting on his fingers, and almost jumped up with excitement. 11 kinds of law power? Sure enough, after becoming a god, it's different. Don't you only have 3 god positions? Where did you get so many law powers? Everyone heard Ying Mei's words, and then came back to their senses, feeling that Ye Chen seemed to be omnipotent. You forgot that the origin power of the 9 Dragon Kings became my soul ring, so I am naturally familiar with the 9 elemental powers. After I become a god, I can sense the 9 elemental powers in this world. Shua. Hu. Zizi. Ye Chen said while showing the power of the law to everyone. For a moment, life, destruction, wind, fire, thunder, earth, and other elemental powers appeared in his hands, blinding everyone's eyes. It's really 11 kinds of law power. Too powerful. Everyone looked at the various light balls in Ye Chen's hand, which contained mysterious law power, making everyone dazzled. According to what you said, if you control the power of the law, can't you create the world? Shui Binger asked curiously. When you become stronger, it is indeed possible. The god realm was created by the dragon god in ancient times. A strong man at the level of god king can open up a plane. Buzz. Ye Chen waved his hand and sent out a force of the law of life. In an instant, many flowers, plants and trees appeared in the hall of the Pope's palace, just like the real ones. Wow! It's amazing. Everyone touched the flowers, plants, and trees in the hall, just like the real ones. This is a plant that is embodied by the law of life, just like the real ones. Shua. Ye Chen retracted the force of the law of life, and in an instant, the flowers, plants and trees in the hall disappeared again. Can we understand these law powers of yours now? Qian Daoliu came over and wanted to learn from Ye Chen. Even if he could only understand one of the law powers, it would be enough. Senior, please try it. This is the power of the law of light. Shua. Ye Chen sent out a ball of sacred golden light, allowing Qian Daoliu to understand it himself. Buzz Qian Daoliu immediately used his soul power to wrap the golden light, as if he had obtained a rare treasure. Too mysterious, I can't touch the door at all. Road. Qian Daoliu comprehended it for a moment, and it was like 6 or 7 orifices were opened, and there was still one orifice that was not understood. Grandpa, stop tossing. Xiao Chen said that you have shackles from the previous generation of angels, and you can't absorb divine power. After I become a god, I will break your shackles, and then you can absorb divine power and break through the 100th level. After becoming a god, you can comprehend the power of the law. Now you haven't become a god yet, How can you comprehend the power of the law? Qianrongxiu saw the grandfather scratching his head, shook his head helplessly, and then told the old man about the busy situation, so that the old man would not be too anxious. Yes. Xiao Chen also said that Senior Poseidon was in the same situation. Even though her soul power reached the 100th level, she could not transform her own soul power into divine power, nor could she condense a divine ring. Shui Binger and others thought that Jian Daoliu, as the great worshipper of the angel god, was just like Poseidon. Without Ye Liangchen's help, these two strong men would not be able to become gods. Okay. Let's try again later. Jian Daoliu smiled helplessly, then took out a container, put the ball of light law power into the soul guide, and slowly comprehended it later. Xiao Chen, let's start making soul bones and see how it goes. Qianrongxiu, Shui Binger, Ye Lingling, and others can't wait. If they can really make artificial soul bones, it will be a blessing for soul masters, and the girls also want to learn this technology. In this way, everyone can get cultivation resources for their families. What's the hurry? Xiao Chen just came back, so he has to rest first. Bibi Dong took Ye Liangchen and called all the girls to her manor to welcome the little guy. Back in the manor, all the girls were busy preparing food. Seeing this, Tang Yuehua and Xiao Zaihuzu also helped immediately. The scene was very cheerful. After a while, a table of rich and delicious food was ready. Ye Liangchen was not polite and started to eat. To be honest, Ye Liangchen's mouth was dry during the time he was outside Douluo Star. After becoming a god, although he could not eat, for Ye Liangchen, not eating, then there was no meaning in living. After enjoying a delicious meal, Ye Liangchen lay on the lawn and began to practice and restore his own divine power. Xiao Chen, why don't you take us to start the divine test now? Pavilion Master, and me, the inheritance place of the God of Charm is also in a small plain outside Douluo Star, I have to trouble you to take me there. The inheritance place of the water god is deep in the middle of the sea. Although I can go alone, it will be faster if you take me. Seeing that Ye Liangchen has become a god, Ye Lingling, Yu Hero, Hu Lina, and Shui Binger also had to prepare for action. What's the hurry? Let him have a good rest first. Bibi Dong told the girls not to worry, and to take things slowly. I used a powerful divine skill outside Douluo Star before, which directly drained 60% to 70% of my divine power. I will take you there after I recover to the peak. Ye Liangchen wanted to take Ye Lingling to their Douluo Star to find the inheritance place of the god's throne, so he had to make himself strong enough to ensure everyone's safety. What skill? Is it the 5 seals in one? Now that you have become a god, how powerful is the 5 seals in one? Shui Binger and the others asked curiously. They had seen Ye Liangchen perform the 5 seals in one of the emperor's seals. The power was simply earth-shattering. It's the 5 seals in one. Now that move is very powerful. I tried it before and it directly blew up a meteorite with a diameter of tens of kilometers. Ye Liangchen nodded. The power of the emperor's seal will increase with his strength. You blew up a meteorite with a diameter of tens of kilometers. Hiss. So you can't use your magic skill on the mainland now, otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. That's right. When this magic skill is performed, it is estimated that it can sink a city. After hearing Ye Liangchen's true strength, the girls took a deep breath and felt that this guy couldn't use his ultimate moves casually in the future battles between gods. That's true. I don't dare to use super moves like 9 Heavens Purple Thunder, Destruction Thunder, and 5 Seals in one on the mainland now. The destructive power is too great. With the current strength of the Douluo plane, I don't think it can withstand the powerful attack of the peak first level god. As for the God King level, it goes without saying that the plane is not strong enough to accommodate the true body of the God King. After reaching the God King level, you can directly blow up the planet. This is also the reason why the God realm does not allow God-level strong men to go down to the world easily. Ye Liangchen explained to everyone that after becoming a god, you can't do whatever you want. So, Sister Na can't take action now? Shui Binger and the others had learned from Ye Liangchen that Gu Yuina's current strength was that of a peak first-level god. How terrifying that strength must be. Yes, with Sister Na's current strength of a peak first-level god, coupled with the silver dragon spear artifact in her hand, she is capable of destroying Douluo Star. Ye Liangchen nodded. Gu Yuina now holds the heart of the dragon god, but has not dared to merge it, also because she was afraid of destroying Douluo Star. The god-level strongman is really so terrifying. The girls did not expect that Gu Yuina was so powerful. Then you can't easily attack in the god war in the future. Shui Yuer looked at Ye Liangchen. This little guy's strength increased too fast, and everyone couldn't catch up. That's true. Once my level-up skills are used, it will cause the earth to break apart. I dare not use even the million-year attacking soul skills indiscriminately, for fear of destroying the continent we live in. That would be more trouble than it's worth. In the future war of gods, you all will be the main force. Ye Liangchen smiled helplessly. If he was just 100-level strongman, there would be no problem, but because the two big men of life and destruction gave too much, he pushed his strength to the peak of the 3rd-level god at once, so he naturally couldn't use his big skills casually. Don't worry, leave the matter of the war of gods to us, you can just take charge of the overall situation. Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu and others told Ye Yangchen not to worry about the war of gods. Anyway, everyone had enough strength to deal with the future war of gods. After resting for a few days, Ye Yangchen's divine power returned to its peak, so he rushed to the angel temple to prepare to make the god-given soul ring and soul bone to see how it worked. Arriving at the angel temple, Ye Yangchen saw that the temple was full of golden energy again. He had absorbed all the energy in the entire temple before, but now it seemed that there was no effect at all. Shua. Ye Yangchen began to absorb the golden energy in the temple. In an instant, a steady stream of golden energy gathered towards Ye Yangchen's hand, forming a golden ball of light. Bibi Dong and others watched Ye Yangchen quietly to see how this guy made soul bones. Shua. Seeing that it was almost done, Ye Yangchen injected a little more divine power and began to compress the energy with divine power. I think the soul power of the titled Douluo is also okay, why don't you inject some soul power into it? Ye Yangchen felt that since the soul bone was an energy crystal, the soul power of the titled Douluo was also energy, so it was not a big problem. Then let's try it. Seeing this, everyone began to inject soul power into the light ball. Xiao Chen, according to what you said, as long as we titled Douluo can compress soul power into energy crystals, we can also make soul bones. Shui Binger felt that if this method worked, it would be great. Let's try it first. Everyone stop inputting soul power first. I think if this ball of energy is compressed into a soul bone, the age of the soul bone is estimated to be at least 50,000 years. Shua. Ye Yangchen felt that the energy ball in his hand was enough to make a powerful 10,000-year soul bone. He then urged his divine power to compress the energy ball with all his strength, and also used his divine consciousness to conceive the shape of the soul bone. An hour later, the energy ball was compressed into a hard crystal, flashing with light, and looked exactly like a real arm soul bone. Did it work? Everyone looked at the glittering crystal in Ye Yangchen's hand and was immediately surprised. Master, judging from the energy intensity emitted by this energy crystal, it is already a soul bone of nearly 60,000 years. Ying Mei touched the energy crystal in Ye Yangchen's hand and immediately determined its intensity. Think about it, it makes sense. With so many of us inputting powerful soul power, the intensity must not be low. Bibi Dong and others nodded excitedly. As long as Ye Yangchen used the power of the law to bless it, the energy of the titled Douluo could also create soul bones. Yes, now I plan to use the power of the wind law to engrave a wind attribute skill in it. Hoo. Ye Yangchen urged the power of the wind element law and injected it into the energy crystal, and then used his own powerful consciousness to engrave a skill inside with the power of the wind element law. Half an hour later, the skill was engraved, and the energy crystal finally became a real soul bone. It's okay, who wants to try it? This is a left arm soul bone. Ye Yangchen wanted someone to fuse it to see if he could perform soul bone skills. Mr. Yat, I'll do it. Qianjun Douluo's left arm just lacked a soul bone, so he took the initiative to ask to try the soul bone made by Ye Yangchen. Okay then. Senior, absorb it first and see if you can use the soul bone skills. Ye Yangchen handed the soul bone to Qianjun Douluo. After all, it was the first time he made such a thing, and he was not sure. Buzz. Qianjun Douluo took the soul bone and pressed it directly on his left arm, urging the soul power, and then began to fuse. It really can be fused. Everyone looked at the energy crystal, which soon merged into Qianjun Douluo's arm, and was immediately surprised. Shua. Half an hour later, a powerful breath burst out from Qianjun Douluo's body, and his soul power directly rose from the peak of level 96 to level 97. Breakthrough this time. Qian Daoliu and others stared at Qianjun Douluo with wide eyes. Happiness came too quickly. Senior, how do you feel? Ye Yangchen asked curiously. Master Yat, I'm in great shape now. After fusing the soul bone, I got a soul bone skill called Wind Blade. I'll go outside and show you. Qianjun Douluo excitedly introduced the soul bone skill, and then asked everyone to walk outside the angel temple. Soul bone skill, Wind Blade. Swish kicka. Qianjun Douluo used his mental power to activate the soul bone, and then waved his left hand. A powerful wind blade emerged from his left arm and directly cut the tree 2 meters away in half. Wow! It really worked. Xiao Chen, you are so amazing. Qian Rongxiu, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer and other girls immediately kissed Ye Yangchen on the face excitedly to congratulate him. It's amazing. Qian Daoliu, Golden Crocodile Douluo and others didn't expect that soul bones could really be made directly. Chapter 452 Crazy Vixen. Let's continue. Try to study this technology thoroughly, and then everyone will not lack soul bones. Everyone was so happy to see that Yangchen made a top-grade soul bone with a lifespan of 60,000 years for the first time, so they planned to try again. Anyway, everyone was a titled Douluo and had enough soul power to experiment. After the experiment, Yangchen was able to create a 100,000-year soul bone, but it needed to be compressed with divine power. The soul power of the titled Douluo level could be compressed into a soul bone of more than 30,000 years. The soul power of the soul Douluo strongman could not exceed 20,000 years, and it took the full soul power of 3 soul Douluos to compress a soul bone of 20,000 years. As for the soul saint level strongman, due to the concentration of soul power, the soul bone produced was no more than 10,000 years. Sure enough, it is not so easy to create soul bones. It's okay. With 80% of our own soul power, it is a miracle to make a set of 10,000-year soul bones. Bibi Dong, Dija Douluo, Qian Rongxiu, Qian Daoliu and several titled Douluos in the worship hall almost drained their own soul power, and finally only made 6 soul bones with a lifespan of 50,000 years. Yangchen made these 6 soul bones according to 6 parts this time, and got a complete set of soul bone suits. The head soul bone is spiritual attribute, and the trunk bone and limb soul bones are all attack attributes. In this way, any soul master can absorb it. Really good. Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu, Qian Daoliu and others looked at the dazzling soul bones in their hands and felt a special sense of accomplishment. When everyone's strength is restored in the future, they plan to ask Yangchen to help make soul bones again. This matter cannot be known to too many people. Yes. If everyone knows, they will definitely go crazy. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu looked at each other and did not intend to publicize the creation of soul bones, lest the soul Douluo masters of the spirit hall know about it and come to Yangchen for help one by one. In that case, he will be exhausted. After all, mobilizing the power of the law to engrave skills in the soul bones is too energy-consuming. Bibi Dong then gave 2 soul bones to Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo, and the remaining 4 to several old men in the worship hall, letting them distribute them themselves. After all, soul bones are also made with everyone's soul power. Yangchen also used the power of faith in the angel temple to make some god-given soul rings, which consumed 2/3 of the power of faith in the temple at once. Sister Shuet, please keep these soul rings. Making soul rings requires a lot of energy, and you can't consume too much energy, otherwise the entire temple will dim again. Yangchen gave the 10 god-given soul rings he made to Qian Rongxiu, letting her arrange them herself. Xiao Chen, thank you, when I become a god, I can make soul rings myself. Qian Rongxiu happily put away the god-given soul rings. The angel legion under her are all high-level soul masters, and there are many people who need soul rings. After resting for 2 days, Shui Bing'er, Ye Lingling, Yu Hero, Hu Lina and others felt that they had started to act. Xiao Chen, take us to start the god test. Before, Zuking's parents asked me to help manage the affairs of the Xingluo Empire. We wanted to wait for Zuking to come back before starting the god test, but now that you have become a god, we are itching, so we have to act in advance. We have arranged it some time ago. Now the affairs of the Xingluo Palace are managed by Queen Zhu, Teacher Mu Qingxiu and Elder Omos of the Spirit Hall, so you can take us to start the god test. Shui Bing'er and others found Yangchen who was fishing by the lake and asked to start the god test. Sister, I will accompany you. Shui Yu'er felt that her sister was a little lonely staying on the island deep in the sea, so she planned to accompany her so that she could take care of her. Here are your daily necessities. At this time, Bibi Dong, Hu Lina and Qian Rongxiu walked in from outside and handed a bunch of daily necessities to Shui Bing'er and others. After knowing that Shui Bing'er and the others were going to start the divine exam, Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu went to Wuhan City to purchase a large number of daily necessities for the girls. Auntie Dong, Sister Shuet, thank you. Shui Bing'er and the others put the daily necessities into the soul guide, and then hugged the 2 girls. We are all family, you are welcome. Come on. We will wait for you to come back on the mainland. We will, Xiao Chen, let's go. Bibi Dong and her daughter exchanged a few words with Shui Bing'er and the others, and then signaled Yangchen to work. Let me first determine the location of the inheritance place of the water god. Buzz. Found it. Yangchen closed his eyes and covered the entire sea with his divine sense. The next moment, he saw a beautiful island in the middle of the sea. There was a barrier on the island, which was the secret realm created by the water god. Oh right. You should keep these soul pills first. When your soul power reaches level 99, take the pills to upgrade your soul to soul. Sister Ling can take them directly now. Yangchen took out a few soul pills from his game backpack and gave them to Shui Bing'er and the others. We almost forgot that you still have this treasure. Shui Bing'er and the others excitedly put away the soul pills. With this treasure, everyone will be more relaxed in the future in the god exam. Ye Lingling immediately took the soul pills. After a while, a strong mental force emanated from her body. It's really so mysterious. After the soul was promoted to the divine soul, Ye Lingling felt as if the whole person was sublimated. Xiao Chen, do you think I can take it now? Qianrongxiu's Ye Lingling's soul has been promoted to the divine soul, and she also wants to take the divine soul pill. Zioxiu, wait until your soul power is promoted to level 99. If you take the divine soul pill now, what if it can't make your soul promoted to the divine soul? Wouldn't it be a waste of Ziokin's precious pill? Bibi Dong reminded Qianrongxiu not to be too anxious. We'll go first. Next. Ye Liangchen directly used the space power to open the space channel, took Shui Binger and her sister, Ying Mei, Ye Lingling, Yu Hero, Hu Lina and other women into it, and disappeared in an instant. The means of God are really powerful. Of course, we have to hurry up. Okay. Qianrongxiu and Bibi Dong looked at the disappearing Ye Liangchen and his party, and also wanted to become gods as soon as possible. This time. After a while, a space channel appeared above the island deep in the middle of the sea, and Ye Liangchen and his party walked out of it. This island is quite beautiful. Everyone slowly landed on the island and saw that this island with a radius of 10 kilometers was full of flowers, plants, and trees, like a paradise. Xiao Chen, the secret realm is in the center of the island. Shui Binger used her mental power to communicate with the soul mark planted by the water god and got the information of the inheritance place. Let's go. Go and have a look. Shua Shua. Everyone flew directly to the center of the island and found a barrier and a teleportation portal, exuding the breath of divine power. Buzz. At this time, a light lit up on the teleportation array, and a woman in blue appeared in front of everyone. Water God? Have you been waiting for us for a long time? Ye Liangchen looked at the incarnation of the water god's mind and felt that the other party seemed to be very anxious. Mr. Yat, to be exact, my incarnation of the mind has been waiting for you for 2 months. Your strength is rising too fast. You have just inherited the godhood and have reached the peak strength of the 3rd level god. The incarnation of the water god's mind was almost shocked when he saw Ye Liangchen's strength, thinking, what kind of monster is this? Water god, my strength is not worth mentioning in the eyes of you, a 1st level god. Let Sister Binger start the god test first. Ye Liangchen smiled modestly. His current strength is directly infused with life and destruction, but he is embarrassed to say it. Okay. Hey. Binger girl, you are now level 98, very good, come in and start your god test. The water god saw that Shui Binger's strength improved so quickly, nodded with satisfaction, and asked her to act quickly. Thank you, Lord Water God. Shui Binger walked forward and entered the portal directly. Lord Water God, I want to accompany my sister on this island, you have no objection, right? Shui Yuer asked the water god, if she wanted to stay, she had to get the consent of this god. Of course there is no problem, the scenery on this island is nice, and it is also a good place to practice. The water god nodded, and then entered the secret realm to set the assessment content for Shui Binger. Swish. Sister Yuer, I will leave a spiritual mark on you. If something happens, you can activate the mark with your soul power, and I will receive the information. Ye Liangchen left Shui Yuer a backup plan, so that he could sense them at any time. Let me see, there is really a mark. Shui Yuer felt the heat on her shoulder, and then she found a golden mark. Yuer, what are you looking at? Yu Hero looked at Shui Yu's movements and couldn't help teasing. Pucci. Ye Lingling, Hu Lina, Ying Mei were amused. Yu Hero still liked to make fun of her. Yu Hero. Haha. Yuer. Shui Yuer smiled playfully and then played with Yu Hero. Okay, 2 sisters, pay attention to your image. This is the place where the water god is passed down. Ye Liangchen reminded the 2 not to play too much. Shua Shua Shua. Then Ye Liangchen left a spiritual mark on Ye Lingling, Yu Hero, and Hu Lina to locate their positions. Oh. The 2 women stopped immediately and felt that they had played too much. Fortunately, the water god was also a woman and didn't seem to pay attention to the situation outside. Yuer, it's time for us to go. Goodbye. Well. Goodbye. Ye Lingling, Yu Hero, and Hu Lina walked forward and hugged Shui Yuer. Xiao Chen, take us directly up, we want to see what Douluo star looks like first. Ye Lingling signaled Ye Liangchen to act quickly. No problem. Swoosh. Ye Liangchen first put Ying Mei into the game pet space, and then took Ye Lingling and the 3 girls to fly to 10,000 meters above the sky. Wow! So high! The continent over there should be the Sun and Moon continent. The 3 girls looked down from 10,000 meters above the sky, and the scenery of the entire Douluo star came into view, and they were immediately shocked. However, it was the first time for the 3 girls to come to 10,000 meters above the sky, and they were a little afraid of heights. At this moment, they were like 3 octopuses, hugging Ye Liangchen tightly. I'm going to speed up and rush out of Douluo star. Ye Liangchen reminded the three women to prepare themselves mentally. Xiao Chen, come on. We're ready. Shua. The three women nodded excitedly. To be on the safe side, Hulina directly activated the external soul bone. The next moment, a furry fox tail appeared behind her, and then tightly wrapped the three women around Ye Liangchen. Hulina, your tail is good, soft, and feels so comfortable to touch. Seeing this, Yu Hero immediately grabbed Hulina's fox tail and rubbed it, feeling extremely smooth. Puff. Hero, stop touching, I can't stand it. When the two women grabbed the fox tail, Hulina felt a strange stimulation and her face flushed instantly. Hulina, are you feeling it? Yu Hero looked at Hulina's charming eyes and felt particularly fun. Hiro, don't do this. Hulina grabbed Yu Hiro's hand and said coquettishly in her heart, good sister, stop playing, I can't stand it anymore. Pucci. Hiro, stop making trouble, we are now 10,000 meters high. Xiao Chen, take off. Ye Lingling stopped Yu Hiro's antics and signaled Ye Liangchen to take off. Buzz Shua Ye Liangchen covered the three women with his divine power, and then flew up quickly. After a while, they arrived outside Douluo Star. Wow! The outside of Douluo Star is like this. We feel so small. When they arrived outside the starry sky, the three women were stunned by the scene in the starry sky. Buzz Ye Liangchen's divine consciousness spread out and began to look for the small plane where the three women's thrones were inherited. After a while, Ye Liangchen located that there was a teleportation array in each of the three small planes, and there was a fluctuation of divine power at the array. Shua. Ye Liangchen flew directly to one of the small planes to see which god position was inherited. Mr. Yet, you are finally here. When they arrived in front of the small plane teleportation array, they saw two women appearing from the array, and the two were the healing goddess and the flower goddess. You have a good relationship. Seeing Hulina tightly wrapping Ye Liangchen and his party with the external soul bone tail, the two goddesses showed ant-like smiles on their faces. Two goddesses, this is the first time we come to the outside of Douluo Star, and we are scared to death. This is also for safety reasons. Hulina found a reason to cover up, fearing that the two goddesses would see through her little thoughts. Hello, two goddesses. We are not too late, right? Ye Liangchen and his party greeted the two goddesses, but the two goddesses were a little bit unserious. It's not too late. We are just the incarnation of divine thoughts. We were revived when you came to this small plane. Ye Lingling, you are already level 99, great. This way, we don't have to improve your soul power. As long as you reach 100% affinity with divine power, you can inherit our throne. The goddess of healing and the goddess of flowers reached out their hands and brought Ye Lingling to them. Mr. Yet, we are busy first. We are subordinates of the goddess of life. We and the adults will always wait for you in the god realm. When you arrive in the god realm, we will have a good drink and talk. The two goddesses waved goodbye to Ye Liangchen and then took Ye Lingling into the small plane. The two goddesses passed the throne to Ye Lingling, but they would not leave the god realm, because the goddess of life said that Ye Liangchen could become the god of creation in the future, so they had to hold on tightly. Okay. Then we'll see each other in the god realm. Ye Liangchen understood what the two goddesses meant. They just valued his potential, but it was pretty good. Then Ye Liangchen found the Shinayan Valley small plane for Yu Hero. Welcome to Shinayan Valley. The incarnation of the god of music also appeared, and then took Yu Hero into the small plane. Mr. Ye, I'll wait for you in the god realm. I'll ask Mr. Ye about my musical attainments when the time comes. Before leaving, the god of music made an appointment with Ye Liangchen. Okay, no problem. Ye Liangchen said goodbye to the god of music, then flew into the depths of the starry sky and took Hulina to start the god test. These goddesses seem to have taken a fancy to you. Hulina looked at the expressions of the three goddesses, as if she wanted to date Ye Liangchen. How could that be? They saw my potential and want to explore the heavens and the worlds with us in the future. Ye Liangchen nodded. He knew the thoughts of the women in the god realm very well. I hope so. Shua Shua. Now only Hulina was left. Then she let herself go. She hugged Ye Liangchen's neck tightly, wrapped her legs around his waist, and tightly wrapped the two of them with her external soul bone fox tail. I say, Hulina, are you testing my determination? Ye Liangchen looked at the passionate Hulina and felt that something would go wrong if he was not careful. My pavilion master, there is no need to test. I like to be direct. Hulina smiled coquettishly, and then asked Ye Liangchen for a kiss crazily, directly expressing her attitude with actions. Alas! We are in the starry sky. Ye Liangchen was completely confused by Hulina's actions. She was ready to make trouble directly. With you here, I don't have to worry about anything. I've said hello to the teacher, Shui Binger, and Sister Shuet. I want to join your world. Anyway, one more person is not too much. How about it? Do you want to practice with your sister in the starry sky? This is the enjoyment of flying. After kissing for a while, Hulina looked at Yeliang Chen with seductive eyes and tenderness, and went all out. Practice, you are in the starry sky, you are going to die. Your top priority now is to improve your strength, and we can talk about that later. Yeliang Chen was almost shocked by Hulina's words. This woman actually wanted to race with him in the starry sky. This is simply playing with her life. Okay. Sister will listen to you. Hulina was so happy to see Yeliang Chen didn't object, and then she hugged him and kissed him madly. Hulina often hung out with Shui Binger, Qian Rongxiu, and others. Seeing their bright and radiant appearance, she was very envious and vowed to have what they had. Chapter 453 Snow Queen was attacked. Hulina also summoned the Sky Fox spirit and displayed her true spirit. Her charming aura became even stronger, like a fox spirit. Looking at Hulina's self-indulgent appearance, Yeliang Chen was helpless and complained in his heart, "Are you using this to test cotters? Which cotter can withstand this test? Hulina, stop playing, this is the starry sky, it's very dangerous." If it were on the mainland, Yeliang Chen would definitely have a match with Hulina directly, but this was in the starry sky, and the conditions did not allow it, so he quickly asked Hulina to calm down. If your heart is as clear as ice, you won't be startled by the collapse of the sky. Hearing Yeliang Chen's reminder, Hulina immediately came back to her senses, and then quickly recited Ice Heart Sutra in her heart to suppress her anger. "I'm sorry, I can't help it." After a while, Hulina regained her composure, feeling that she almost got angry, but it was extremely exciting. "I don't believe you, you clearly did it on purpose." Yeliang Chen smiled helplessly, this woman is really a love-brained person. "Brother Xiao Chen, don't care about these, sister wants to play with you." Hulina felt that this evildoer also had feelings for her, and she felt so happy in her heart, laughing wildly in her heart. This lady has been practicing the art of seduction since she was a child, and it would be easy and pleasant to deal with you, a little guy. Serious, let me tell you, there is a divine thought left by the goddess of seduction in your eyebrows, maybe she is watching you in the divine world at this moment. Yeliang Chen reminded Hulina not to seduce him all the time. Ah! The goddess wouldn't have that kind of hobby. Hearing that the goddess of seduction could see her at any time through her divine thought, Hulina was shocked. Not only that, the divine thought of the goddess of life is still on me, maybe she is watching too. Yeliang Chen remembered that the goddess of life, that little shrimp, had seen what happened between him and Shui Binger. Although the goddess of life did not admit it, he knew that woman was lying. Puff! This is too interesting. When Hulina heard this, she burst into laughter. Just imagine, if she was playing games with this guy and was secretly watched by a goddess, it would be so exciting. Okay, we are going to find your secret realm of inheritance. Swoosh! Soon, the two flew to the secret realm where the goddess of charm set up the inheritance, and then saw a teleportation array covered with pink lines. Buzz! Master Yat, you finally brought the inheritor of this god. At this time, the portal lit up with pink light, and a woman with a stronger charm than Hulina appeared, exuding a strong seductive aura. Compared with her, Hulina was simply a small witch meeting a big witch. I say, goddess of charm, you are not really a vixen, are you? Yeliang Chen looked at the goddess of charm at this moment and felt that she was doing it on purpose. He. Mr. Yat, you are right. I come from the fairy continent. I am a combination of humans and nine-tailed foxes. I can be considered a fox spirit, right? When the goddess of charm heard the word fox spirit, she immediately laughed like a silver bell, exuding a stronger charm, and rushed towards Yeliang Chen. Charming all living beings. At this moment, the goddess of charm wanted to test Yeliang Chen's determination to see if the inheritors chosen by the two adults could withstand her temptation. Fuck. When Yeliang Chen heard the word fairy continent, he couldn't help but say fuck in his heart. Isn't that the plane where a certain god king was reborn? I didn't expect that this goddess of charm actually came from that continent. Ah! Hulina, who was nestled in Yeliang Chen's arms, couldn't stand the breath of the goddess of charm at all. At this moment, she was already weak all over, with little stars constantly appearing in her eyes, and she was already lost in the magic skills of the goddess of charm. I say, sister goddess, put away your magic power. Look, your inheritors are all fascinated by you. Yeliang Chen smiled calmly. The seductive power of the goddess of seduction was indeed very strong, but he was a cheater, and such a little seductive power could not make him fall for it. Mr. Yat, you are so amazing. You are worthy of being the one chosen by those two adults. The goddess of seduction was surprised to see that Yeliang Chen was not caught, so she quickly put away her seductive skills. Goddess, I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Hulina also woke up at this moment and felt extremely embarrassed. She thought, I was actually bewitched by a woman. This is too shameful. It's okay. You are my chosen successor. Sooner or later, you will be able to reach my level. The goddess of charm stretched out her hand and pulled Hulina to her side with her divine power. Well. Not bad. Your martial soul is not strong enough. If it is a nine-tailed fox, it will be good. The goddess of charm stretched out her hand and touched Hulina, then summoned the girl's fox martial soul to feel Hulina's talent. I got some natural treasures on the Douluo continent before, but I have used them up long ago. Now I can't find any natural treasures and can't help her evolve her martial soul. Goddess of charm, how about you get some natural treasures from the god realm to help her martial soul evolve? Liang Chen told the goddess of charm that when he got the treasures, he had not met Hulina yet, so she had no share. You can just use divine power, the effect is better than the treasures. The goddess of charm explained that it was just to evolve the martial soul, and the treasures of the divine world were not needed at all. The key was that she couldn't get them. Yes, how could I forget about this? Shua. Liang Chen came to Hulina, injected divine power into her body, and then mobilized divine power with a powerful divine consciousness to nourish her martial soul. You care about her a lot, and it's worth it that this girl is so infatuated with you. I'll help her too. The goddess of charm nodded with satisfaction, and then injected some divine power into Hulina's body. Ying ying. At this moment, Hulina felt that her whole body was full of powerful strength, and her soul sense was sublimated, as if she was about to fly. The Sky Fox martial soul made a happy cry and felt very excited. Shua shua. At this time, Hulina's Sky Fox martial soul began to grow a second tail, followed by the third, fourth, nine. With the help of Liang Chen and the goddess of charm, Hulina's martial soul finally evolved into a nine-tailed Sky Fox and was promoted to a god-level martial soul. Not bad, it's finally done. The goddess of charm nodded with satisfaction. Hulina, how do you feel? Liang Chen looked at the nine tails behind Hulina, who was simply a real vixen. Very good, my soul power has reached level 89, and I have also awakened a domain called the Sky Fox domain. When casting a domain, your own attributes are enhanced by 100%, and you can suppress the enemy's attributes by 30%. Hulina nodded excitedly, and her martial soul was promoted to the nine-tailed Sky Fox, which was several times stronger than before. Sky Fox domain. Awoowoe. Then Hulina opened the Sky Fox domain and showed it to Liang Chen and the charming goddess. Ahihihi. In an instant, a silver bell-like female laughter sounded, and pink mist instantly enveloped the surroundings. Several beautiful women, swinging their nine tails, danced around Liang Chen and the charming goddess, and their charming eyes made people unable to help but get lost in it. Ika. Not bad. The charming goddess nodded in approval, waved her hand gently, and removed Hulina's Sky Fox domain. Hulina, take this god-given soul ring. It won't be long before you step into the titled Douluo. When you absorb it with all your strength, you must at least push the soul ring age to about 150,000. And the 100,000 soul ring you collected in the sea before, you don't need it now. Charming goddess, take her into the secret realm to start the god test. Liang Chen saw that Hulina's martial soul had also evolved and her soul power had reached level 89. It was time to get down to business. Then he took out another god-given soul ring and asked her to keep it. So you have already prepared a soul ring for her. That's good. Seeing this, the charming goddess no longer needed to prepare soul rings for Hulina. Xiao Chen, thank you. I will definitely not let you down. Hulina put away the god-given soul ring. She was reluctant to let Liang Chen leave, but she had to become stronger so that she could stand beside him. Otherwise, as the teacher said, she was just a vase and unworthy of this monster. Mr. Yat, don't worry, I will arrange it. Shua. The charming goddess nodded with a smile, and then took Hulina into the secret realm. After dealing with Lingling, Yu Hero, and Hulina, Liang Chen summoned Ying Mei from the game pet space and prepared to return to the mainland. Master, is this what the outside of Douluo Star looks like? Ying Mei looked at the scene in the depths of the starry sky and felt that she had reached the peak of her life. Let's go back to Douluo Star, you can enjoy it. Shua. Liang Chen pulled Ying Mei back to Douluo Star, and then flew along the entire planet when he was 10,000 meters above the sky. Master, Douluo Star is actually rectangular. When the two flew around Douluo Star, Ying Mei finally saw the true face of the entire Douluo Star. Don't be surprised, Douluo Star is just a continent floating in the starry sky. When Liang Chen flew to the backside corresponding to the far north, he did not sense the space channel. It made sense when he thought about it. In the original plot, the Abyss Plane was brought in after Tang San became a god, and it was still tens of thousands of years away from this era. That space channel was opened only after the Abyss Emperor knew about the Douluo Plane. In this era, that guy didn't know about the Douluo Plane yet, so he didn't take any action. Moreover, there is the God realm watching over it now, and the strong men in the Abyss Plane dare not make trouble at all. Yeliangchen also found that there were no creatures or water on the backside of the continent, and it was covered with all kinds of strange patterns, filled with the power of laws, and there was a barrier sealed in the center, which seemed to lead to the depths of the earth. At this moment, Yeliangchen remembered that in the original plot, after Tang San became a god, he sent his father to the depths of the earth's center and merged with the consciousness of the Douluo plane. He should have entered from this barrier. But now that he came to this world, he had already killed Tang Hao. Even if Tang San became a god, he could not make any waves. The current Tang San inherited the Rakshasa god and the Yin Sha god, and his strength was far worse than that in the original plot. After flying around Douluo Star, Yeliangchen did not find anything unusual, and then flew towards Tenglong City. Hey! There are strong men fighting in the far north. It seems to be the old man Jian from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. When flying over 1,000 meters above the far north, Ying Mei saw strong men fighting in the depths of the glacier. Jian Douluo is actually planning to attack the Snow Emperor. What a surprise! Yeliangchen had guessed before that Jian Douluo might come to the far north to explore one day, but he didn't expect it to happen. Master, should we take action? Ying Mei couldn't wait to join the battle at this moment. Let them fight first. Yeliangchen hovered 2,000 meters above the sky, quietly watching the battle between the Snow Emperor and Jian Douluo. Now Jian Douluo seems to have 4 soul bones, and his combat power is stronger than before. Bang bang! At this moment, in the depths of the far north, the Snow Emperor and Jian Douluo were fighting fiercely. The Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Emperor stood behind the Snow Emperor, ready to attack Jian Douluo at any time. As for the 100,000-year-old Ice Bear, it was hiding far away, trembling. If he hadn't come to ask Snow Emperor for help in time, he would have been killed by the human warrior. 9th Soul Skill, Slashing Gods and Demons. Shua. At this moment, Jian Douluo used his 100,000-year soul skill, and transformed into a giant sword that slashed at Snow Emperor. Snow Emperor, be careful. Ice Storm Fist. Ice Emperor's Fury. Ice Emperor and Titan Snow Demon King looked at the giant sword that slashed at the sky, and their hearts almost rose to their throats, so they immediately launched their own big moves to help Snow Emperor. Emperor Sword, Ice Extreme Unparalleled. At this time, Snow Emperor also launched a special move, transformed into a huge ice and snow giant sword, and slashed at the opponent's giant sword. Bang! Boom crash! The attack waves of the 4 warriors collided, and a violent explosion broke out, and the icebergs within a radius of hundreds of meters collapsed directly. Ah! Puff! Ice Emperor and Titan Snow Demon King were directly repelled by the shock wave of the explosion, spitting blood. You are indeed very strong, but I am now a demigod, and you will eventually fail. Jian Douluo looked at the 4 soul beasts proudly, and was a little excited when he thought of getting 400,000-year soul bones. Damn! Compared with 10,000 years later, the current strength of the Snow Emperor is still a little worse, and it is a bit stretched to fight against Jian Douluo. Snow Emperor, what should we do? If we had known earlier, we would have gone to Yeliangchen. Ice Emperor was very anxious at the moment. If there was no miracle, everyone would fall into the hands of this human strongman today. What did you say? Do you know Yeliangchen? When Jian Douluo heard the word Yeliangchen, his heart suddenly sank. Some time ago, Jian Douluo went to the Lake of Life and prepared to kill the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python. The 200,000-year soul beasts said they knew Yeliangchen. Just when he was about to kill them, a man in black suddenly appeared and repelled him. Now he came to the far north and finally encountered 400,000-year soul beasts. Unexpectedly, these soul beasts knew Yeliangchen. Human, you'd better think clearly. If you dare to touch us, Yeliangchen will definitely cause trouble for you. His strength is stronger than you. When Xue Di saw that Bing Di could scare Jian Douluo when he said Yeliangchen's name, he immediately used the tiger skin to pull the big flag to scare the old man. So what? The far north is so far from Tenglong City. Even if you know him, he can't come to save you now. Today, the 4 soul bones in your body are determined by me. Facing the 4 soul bones that are within easy reach, especially the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor Scorpion, whose soul bones are more than 100,000 years old, Jian Douluo doesn't want to give up just like that. Human, even if we die, we won't let you get our soul bones. Snow dance shining in the sun. Emperor Palm, great cold and no snow. A powerful aura burst out from the Snow Emperor again, and she launched a special move, ready to fight Jian Douluo to the death. At worst, I'll fight him. Roar. Seeing that they couldn't scare this human warrior, the Ice Emperor and the Titan Snow Demon King could only fight to the death. Even the weakest Icefield Bear burst out with a powerful aura, spitting out attack waves, shooting at Jian Douluo. Anyway, everyone can't escape, at worst, they will just explode directly, and even die rather than let this human warrior get their soul bones. 7 Killer True Body. 8th soul skill, move mountains and calm the sea. Douluo saw these soul beasts fighting desperately, so he immediately used his martial arts skills. Soul true body, launch powerful soul skills, and kill directly. Chapter 454. The two ice and snow emperors dropped their jaws. Shua. Just when Snow Emperor and the others were fighting with Douluo again, a beautiful flute sound suddenly rang out on the battlefield. Bang bang! In an instant, a sound wave fell from the sky, directly shattering the attack waves launched by both sides. What's going on? The sudden change made Douluo and Snow Emperor confused. Buzz buzz! Accompanied by the beautiful flute sound, Douluo and Snow Emperor entered a poetic and picturesque world respectively. What a beautiful world! Shua shua! Ha ha ha! Douluo was fascinated by the beautiful scenery in the illusion at this moment, and couldn't help dancing the 7 killing swords to release the heroic spirit in his heart. Hum, hum, hum. Snow Emperor, come and play. Ice Emperor, this world is so beautiful. The Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor in another fantasy world were completely lost in the wonderful fantasy at this moment. Following the tune of the flute, they began to hum. The two women held hands and danced happily in the fantasy. Roar! Ice Bear, come and play with me. Okay. In the other fantasy, the Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Bear did the same. At this moment, the two big guys danced like two big monkeys. The person who took action was naturally Liang Chen. Since he saw the Snow Emperor being attacked, he had to use the sound wave to save her and let everyone dance at the same time. Haha. So funny. The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Shadow Charm returned to its original form, carrying Liang Chen and slowly descending from the air, hovering 100 meters above the battlefield, quietly watching the guys dancing below, especially the two big guys, the Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Bear, which was really funny. Tick. After the flute music was played, Liang Chen put away the sound wave power and dispelled the illusion. Liang Chen, I really knew it was you. After Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor came back to their senses, they saw a big black tiger hovering in the sky, and Liang Chen stood quietly on the tiger's back. The two women were immediately surprised. Little friend Ye is really good at tricks. Douluo's scalp was a little numb at this moment. He could pull himself into the illusion without anyone noticing. The strength of this evildoer was too terrible. Old Jian, you want to kill them, have you got my consent? Ying Mei questioned Douluo with a domineering look, her big black eyes revealed a humanized teasing expression. Since her master was here, she was bold enough to show off. Is it so fierce? Shuedi and Bing De looked at the arrogant look of the dark demon evil god tiger and were speechless. Those who didn't know would think that it was this tigress who saved them. Ying Mei, stop pretending. Liang Chen patted Ying Mei's huge tiger head to stop pretending. Yes. Master. Ying Mei nodded awkwardly, and then a burst of black light burst out from her body, turning into a human form, and stood quietly beside Liang Chen. Senior Douluo, these soul beasts are my friends, so don't think about them. Since Liang Chen had seen them, he naturally couldn't let Douluo kill Shuedi and the others. Since they are your friends, I will leave now. Swoosh. Douluo did not want to have a conflict with Liang Chen. The key was that he could not beat them, so he immediately flew away and quickly left the far north. Although Douluo felt uncomfortable at the moment, he had no choice. This was a world where the strong were respected. Whoever was strong was right. Liang Chen, it's a good thing you came. Otherwise we would have been in trouble today. Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor immediately ran over and thanked Liang Chen. Human, thank you for saving us. If you need anything in the future, you can always tell us. Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Bear also briefly transformed into two tall men and thanked Liang Chen. Liang Chen, can you help us kill that old man? Ice Emperor and I can recognize you as our master. Snow Emperor was very angry when he thought that Douluo wanted to kill himself and Ice Emperor to obtain the soul bone. This time Liang Chen came to the rescue, so who would save everyone next time? So he wanted Liang Chen to take action and solve this problem forever. There is a god behind Douluo, so I can't take action now. Let me tell you, Douluo was only a 96 level titled Douluo before, and his soul ring combination was only 2 yellow, 2 purple and 5 black. It was because he got the inheritance of the god position that his soul power was able to rise to level 99, and his soul ring combination became 8 black and 1 red. Liang Chen explained to everyone. After all, Douluo has not inherited the god position yet, and the sword god has not run away yet, so it is not easy for him to take action. I didn't expect that there was a god behind that old man. Shuedi nodded, feeling a little troubled. Don't worry, I will take care of you. Shua 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 shua. Liang Chen stretched out his hand and left a spiritual mark on Shuedi, Bing Di, Titan Snow Demon King and Ice Bear to prevent accidents. What is this? Shuedi looked at the golden mark on her arm, touched it with her hand, and suddenly it lit up, feeling very strange. This is the mark of divine consciousness. When you encounter danger in the future, just use your soul power to activate the mark, and I will come to save you. Liang Chen explained that it is not easy for these soul beasts to practice, and they also know him, so naturally he has to pay attention to them. The master has become a god now. The heavenly tribulation and golden light some time ago it was caused by the master breaking through the 100th level. I tell you, at that time. Ying Mei was beside him, describing the scene of Liang Chen's heavenly tribulation with great enthusiasm, and a proud look on his face. Ah! Liang Chen, such a terrifying heavenly tribulation was actually caused by you. Aren't you a human? How can becoming a god cause a heavenly tribulation? Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor stared at Liang Chen with their beautiful eyes, looking at him in disbelief. As for the Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Bear, they were shocked. Affected by the rules of the plane, humans need to rely on the power of faith to condense the position of God if they want to become gods, but I don't use the power of faith to condense the position of God, but use energy to force a breakthrough, which triggered the heavenly tribulation. Liang Chen explained that he dared to do so because he had a plug-in, otherwise he could only rely on the inheritance of the position of God to succeed. So that's how it is. Shui Di was confused. As for Liang Chen breaking the rules of the plane and becoming a god, this matter was too far away from her, and she dared not even think about it. Atai, Ice Bear, go back to your respective territories. Liang Chen, thank you for saving us, come to my place and sit down. Shui Di asked the two big guys to leave, and then called Liang Chen to rush to her residence. I didn't expect you to be a 100,000-year-old dark demon evil tiger. You are quite beautiful after transforming. Bing Di circled around Ying Mei, looking at the other's curvy figure, which was more explosive than Shui Di, making her a little envious. Flat-chested girl, what are you looking at? For Bing Di's human form, Ying Mei felt like a little girl, with no material, not in the master's aesthetic view. What did you say? When the tigress called her a flat-chested girl, Bing Di could not bear it any longer, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to fight. Come on. Who's afraid of who? As a 100,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger, Ying Mei's combat power was already super strong. Now that she had practiced Xian Gong, her strength was even stronger than before. She did not take the 300,000-year-old scorpion seriously at all. Stop making trouble. Liang Chen turned around and glared at the two women, asking them to behave themselves. Master, she wanted to do it. Ying Mei ran to Liang Chen and said weakly. If you don't call her a flat-chested girl, how could she get angry? Liang Chen asked back. This tigress had been in the human world for so long that she even learned these words. Liang Chen, what did you say? Bing Di was furious when he heard the word flat-chested girl again. Okay, okay. Don't be angry, flat-chested girl is flat-chested girl. There is no loss anyway. The Snow Queen quickly reached out and rubbed Bing Di trademark's head, comforting her and asking her not to be angry. Xud, even you make me angry, you don't trademark T love me anymore. Bing Di, who was called a flat-chested girl by 3 people in succession, felt as if she had been hit by thousands of critical strikes. Ahahaha. Liang Chen and Ying Mei looked at Bing Di trademark's angry look and couldn't trademark T help laughing. When they came to the Ice Palace, the Snow Queen took out some fruits to entertain Liang Chen, and then asked about Shui Bing trademark and Shui Yu trademark While chatting with the Snow Queen, Liang Chen used his spiritual sense to check Douluo and found that the other party had left the far north and flew towards the sea. It seemed that the other party wanted to explode the soul bone in the deep sea. Hey! Tian is here? At this time, Liang Chen felt that Tian had also come to the far north. What is he doing here? When the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor heard that Tian was coming, they were stunned. Swoosh! After a while, Tian came to 100 meters away from the Ice Palace. Tian, I thought you didn't care about it. Liang Chen also knew that Tian and the Snow Emperor didn't have a good relationship, but this guy came a little late. How can I not care about it? Some time ago, Douluo went to the Lake of Life and prepared to kill the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python. I repelled him at that time, but I didn't expect him to run to the far north. Tian flew in front of Liang Chen and his group, with a little embarrassment on his face. He had been drinking and eating meat with Xiang Jun and others before. If it weren't for the Lord's reminder that Liang Chen saved the Snow Emperor, he wouldn't have known that something big happened in the far north. However, this matter can only be hidden in the heart, and Tian is embarrassed to say it. Besides, the Snow Emperor is not that weak in the far north, and even a demigod can't kill him for a while. You smell of alcohol, you just drank. Liang Chen smelled the alcohol on Tian and immediately exposed the guy's little thoughts. Sure enough, this guy would make trouble if he drank. Hee hee. I roasted a few sheep with Xiang Jun today, so I drank a little. Seeing that Liang Chen had exposed him, Tian could only smile awkwardly and was too embarrassed to hide it. Tian, there is no need for you to come to rescue us, we are fine now. Shui said coldly. She was not very welcome to Tian's arrival. The main reason was that the two had fought before and she lost, and she was a little unconvinced. And now with Liang Chen's protection, she didn't have to worry about anything. Shui, don't say that. The master will not let us beasts get into danger. She knew that Liang Chen had taken action, so she didn't take action. Tian didn't take Shui's attitude to heart. After all, as a 10 the leader of the great beasts must not be too stingy. Really? The master has been paying attention to us. Emperor Tian, you didn't lie to us, did you? When Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor heard this, they felt better, but they were also a little suspicious. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, you too can go to the Lake of Life with us to see the master. This time I'm here to find Liang Chen. He has become a god, and the master wants to see him. Emperor Tian explained that when Liang Chen broke through the 100th level before, he attracted a heavenly tribulation. The scene was extremely shocking, and he didn't go to the scene to watch it in person, and he still regretted it. Then let's go together. Space Shuttle. Liang Chen activated the space power and took everyone directly into the space channel. That's it. The next moment, everyone appeared on the island deep in the Lake of Life. Liang Chen, you actually mastered the power of space. Emperor Tian saw that Liang Chen's mastery of the power of space was the same as the master's, which was incredible. I have already mastered the power of the elemental laws of the 9 Dragon Kings. In addition, I have also mastered the power of thunder, life, and destruction. Liang Chen nodded. As a cheater, he must know everything. Awesome. You have also mastered the power of the thunder element. This is why you can withstand the heavenly tribulation. Tian admired Liang Chen very much at this moment. This guy is really a demon who constantly creates miracles, as the master said. Xiao Chen, congratulations on becoming a god. Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, welcome to the Lake of Life. At this time, Baiji, Ziji, Xiang Jun, Qi Wang, Wang Yao Wang and several other guys came over and warmly welcomed Liang Chen and the 2 emperors of Ice and Snow. Hello everyone. Sister Na, you are living a good life. Liang Chen greeted everyone, then walked to Guyuina and poured himself a cup of tea. Meet the master. Swaiti and Bingdi came over and saluted Guyuina respectfully. Get up. Come often when you are free. Guyuina smiled and nodded, waving her hand to help the 2 women up. Tian. Go prepare dinner, make it rich. Guyuina immediately ordered Tian and Xiang Jun to prepare dinner to entertain Liang Chen. Yes, my lord. Tian and his men took the order and immediately went to the kitchen to prepare food. The 10,000th Demon King flew directly out of the Lake of Life and went to the depths of the Star Forest to pick fresh wild vegetables. My lord, why have they changed so much? Looking at the aura of the beasts on Tian and his men, it seemed as if it had disappeared, especially Xiang Jun. That guy used to be a violent maniac, but now he is different from what he remembered, it's so strange. We soul beasts are aggressive by nature and don't know how to cultivate our minds. But Xiao Chen said that if the soul beasts want to go further, they should work hard to learn the wisdom, knowledge, and living habits of humans. Over the years, Tian and the others have been working hard to learn, which is why there have been such great changes. All of this is brought by Xiao Chen. Guyuina smiled and explained to the 2 emperors of Ice and Snow that now Liang Chen has become a god, and sooner or later he will control the divine world, and the fate of the soul beasts will completely usher in a turnaround. Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, I tell you, since I met the master, I have never eaten raw food, and now my living habits are the same as humans. Thinking back to the life of drinking raw meat and eating blood, it's so disgusting. Ying Mei was next to him, showing off his wonderful life to the 2 emperors of Ice and Snow. Liang Chen, you are really amazing. Shui Emperor never thought that Liang Chen could actually train Tian and his gang of fierce beasts to be obedient, which was really interesting. Master, what is your relationship with Liang Chen? Bingdi always felt that the relationship between Liang Chen and the Silver Dragon King was beyond imagination. Xiao Chen is my dragon knight. Guyuina smiled charmingly. Anyway, there was nothing to hide. Ah. This. When Swaiti and Bingdi heard this, they were shocked. At this moment, Swaiti and Bingdi dropped their jaws. They couldn't figure out how Liang Chen, this evildoer, conquered the Silver Dragon King. This is too bold. Haha. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? In other words, the master can also be regarded as your master. You should respect the master in the future, especially you, Bingdi, and you can't yell at the master. Ying Mei looked at the surprised look of the 2 emperors of Ice and Snow, and immediately showed a smug smile, proud of the master. Ying Mei is right. From now on, when you see Xiao Chen, you will see him just like you see me. Whatever he says is what it is. Gu Yuina smiled and nodded, and immediately established Ye Liangchen's status in front of the two emperors of ice and snow. Master, we understand. Greetings, sir. Seeing this, Xuedi and Bingdi immediately bowed to Ye Liangchen. He was the man of the Silver Dragon King, and they dared not be disrespectful. Xuedi, Bingdi, we are also friends, there is no need to be so polite. Seeing the two emperors of ice and snow bowing to him respectfully, Ye Liangchen was still a little uncomfortable. Chapter 455 Funny Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Master, can you tell me about your past? Xuedi also learned many secrets of the ancient times from Gu Yuina. You ask me? You might as well ask Xiao Chen. He may know more than me. Gu Yuina smiled and thought, I only inherited part of the dragon god's memory. Xiao Chen told me the truth about some things. Lord, I have experienced the later dragon god war. How can I know more than you? If the Snow Queen wants to hear it, just tell her. Ye Liangchen threw the question to Gu Yuina again, and then quietly drank tea beside him. He only knew some messy things from the novels of his previous life, which was not as exciting as Gu Yuina's personal experience. Okay, then I will tell you about my past experiences. Seeing this, Gu Yuina had to tell the two emperors of ice and snow about her experiences in the god realm. Lord, you have suffered. That Shura god is so hateful. Hearing that Gu Yuina dragged her seriously injured body and fled to the bottom of the lake of life, enduring the pain of hundreds of thousands of years, the two emperors of ice and snow showed an indignant expression on their faces, and also hated the Shura god very much. I'm fine now. Gu Yuina told the two girls not to worry, but she could not forget the pain caused by the sword of Shura god. Sooner or later, she would get revenge. Sister Na, don't be impulsive now. Let's wait until you are stronger. Ye Liangchen saw that Gu Yuina hated Shura god, but the time was not ripe, so he used soul transmission to tell her not to mess around. Ye Liangchen would definitely ask Shura god about Tang Hao's killing of his parents and see how he explained it. Shura god in the original plot was a shameless guy. Ye Liangchen didn't like him very much. Even if he passed the throne to Bibi Dong now, he cut off all Tang San's opportunities and evolved Bibi Dong's martial spirit. Shura god couldn't find a more suitable candidate and could only make such a choice. Xiao Chen, I understand. Gu Yuina saw that Ye Liangchen had seen through her thoughts, and quickly responded with her mental power. Now Ye Liangchen is the heir of life and destruction, destined to control the world of gods, and she can't cause trouble for him. Another reason is that Bibi Dong has inherited the throne of the Shura god. Gu Yuina doesn't dare to threaten revenge now, for fear of affecting Bibi Dong's inheritance. She will use the dragon pillar in the heart of the dragon god to improve her strength after Ye Liangchen controls the world of gods. By then, she will definitely reach the level of God King, and then go to other planes to find the previous generation of Shura god to resolve the grievances. After Gu Yuina finished her experience, she drank tea and chatted quietly with Ye Liangchen and the other two, waiting for the meal to start. Ye Liangchen was free feeling bored. Ye Liangchen used his spiritual sense to scan the entire island to see what the situation of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was like. Soon, Ye Liangchen's spiritual sense found that in the basement of a house, there was an ice silkworm covered with golden lines imprisoned. At this moment, this guy was lying on the ground with no hope of life. There were several layers of soul power protection shields around him, probably arranged by Ditien. The purpose was also to prevent it from escaping. Ditien, you guy, you captured me and want to absorb my cultivation. I curse you to be killed directly when the next heavenly tribulation comes. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm cursed Ditien in a low voice. When he thought that he, a million-year-old soul beast, was actually captured and used as a power bank, he felt so bitter in his heart. Hey! Big Bug, what are you talking about? Ye Liangchen felt a little funny listening to Tianmen's curse and calling himself brother. Are you human? Haha. Brother has hope. Ditien, you want to absorb my cultivation? No way, haha. Bang bang. Just when Ye Liangchen used his divine sense to check the ice silkworm, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm also felt the breath of humans, so it burst out a powerful breath and began to hit the restrictions set by Ditien, intending to escape and directly sacrifice to this human as a soul ring. Human, can you save me? I am a million-year-old beast. If you save me, I will directly sacrifice to you as a soul ring. However, Tianmen's strength was not good enough to break the restrictions set by Ditien, so he asked Ye Liangchen for help. Instead of being imprisoned and waiting to die slowly, it would be better to sacrifice to this human as a soul ring directly, so that he could preserve his soul, and in this way, Ditien would not be able to absorb his cultivation. But I have become a god now, what do I need your soul ring for? Ye Liangchen heard that Tianmeng actually wanted to sacrifice to himself. It seems that it can't stand this kind of dark sin. Ah! You have become a god. Brother, help me. Tianmeng was shocked to hear that this human had become a god. Then he used his spirit to feel the other person carefully and found that this human spirit power was more terrifying than his own. So he immediately used his spirit power to transmit to Yangchen and shouted for help. Who are you? Why are you locked up here? Seeing that Tianmeng was asking for help, Yangchen pretended to be curious and asked. My name is Tianmeng. I am an ice silkworm soul beast with a cultivation base of 1 million years. I am also the embodiment of justice and chivalry, light and greatness. Of course, I am nothing in front of you, brother. A few years ago, I came to the Xingde forest from the far north and wanted to see the lake of life. As a result, I was caught by the big black dragon of Ditian. They trapped me and wanted to absorb my cultivation base. My life is so miserable. Brother, help me. I will be your younger brother in the future. Tianmeng Binkan told Yangchen about his sufferings with tears and snot. Why are you asking me for help? The leader of your soul beasts, the Silver Dragon King, is right beside me. You should ask her for help. Yangchen looked at Tianmeng's expression when he spoke, and it was just as described in the original plot. As described, this guy is just a joke. Brother, how dare I? Emperor Tian captured me and absorbed my cultivation, I'm afraid she allowed it. When Tianmeng Ice Silkworm thought of the terrifying female dragon, he trembled all over. Buzz. Guyuina, who was chatting with Xue Di, felt the strong mental fluctuations coming from the basement in the distance, and then directly used the power of space to catch Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, you use mental power to communicate with Xiao Chen, what do you want to do? Guyuina knew that although Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's strength was weak, its mental power was very strong, and she was afraid that this worm would harm Yangchen. Master, I have no ill intentions. It was this brother who used mental power to detect me first. I just chatted with him for a few words. Master, please let it go. When Tianmeng Ice Silkworm saw the Silver Dragon King take action, he was almost scared to death, so he immediately threw the pot to Yangchen. This guy told me before that it is a million-year soul beast, and also said it is the embodiment of chivalry and justice, light and greatness. It turns out to be a bragging silkworm. Yangchen looked at the cowardly look of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm and felt very funny. Is this a million-year soul beast? The two emperors of ice and snow looked at the ice silkworm covered with golden lines in front of them. It was too weak, which really embarrassed the million-year soul beast. Bing bing, Sweetie, help me. When Tianmeng saw the two emperors of ice and snow, he immediately asked for help frantically, especially Bingdi, who was his dream lover. Don't call me Bing Bing, it's disgusting. Ice Emperor quickly put on a disgusted look and leaned towards Sweetie. Deng deng. Master, did this ice silkworm offend you? We will kill it immediately. Ditian and Xiangjun heard the noise and immediately ran out of the kitchen with kitchen knives in their hands, ready to chop Tianmeng Ice Silkworm directly. Don't kill me, I'm also a soul beast, how can you bear to kill such a lovely soul beast like me? I have gone through hardships, and finally cultivated myself into a million-year soul beast, and you want to kill me, don't you feel guilty? Seeing this, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm immediately begged for mercy with tears. But your million-year cultivation is useless. I feel that as long as I use less than half of my strength, I can kill you. Ying Mei came over, looked around Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, and found that this big bug was too weak. You are the dark demon evil god tiger? Don't come over. Tianmen's mental power is very strong. When he felt that Ying Mei's body was a 100,000-year dark demon evil god tiger, he was immediately shocked. Haha. This guy is a coward. Ditian and Xiangjun saw that Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was so cowardly, and they couldn't help laughing. Tianmeng, are you very embarrassed? Yangchen teased. The ice silkworm in front of him was several meters long, with 10 golden lines on his body, and the 10th one was a little dim, probably because Ditian and the others had absorbed his cultivation. Can you blame me for this? Who told me to be just an ice silkworm? Back then, I became a million-year soul beast like this. The ice silkworm Tianmeng described the process of becoming a million-year soul beast to everyone. You really lost the face of a million-year soul beast. I guess even the heavenly tribulation doesn't look down on you, so it didn't send down the thunder tribulation to strike you. After listening to the process of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm growing into a million-year soul beast, Guyuina immediately felt that this guy was quite lucky. Master, can you not kill me? Tianmeng asked Guyuina weakly. Master, this guy is too weak. It's better for us to absorb his cultivation. Ditian stepped forward and prepared to take Tianmeng into the basement again. Big brother, help me. I recognize you as my big brother. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm didn't want to go back to the dark basement, so it immediately asked Yangchen for help. Its intuition told it that this human boy must have a special relationship with the Silver Dragon King. As long as it holds on to this human, it will be saved. Shua. Tian, you have 820,000 years of cultivation now, don't absorb Tianmeng's cultivation. If you absorb too much, your cultivation will be raised to 900,000 years, which will bring about a heavenly calamity. Yeliang Chen used the power of space to release Gu Yuina's space confinement and save Tianmeng. Well, Xiao Chen makes sense, Tian, don't absorb Tianmeng's cultivation in the future. Gu Yuina nodded. Before Yeliang Chen took control of the God realm, the cultivation of her subordinates really couldn't be raised too fast. Yes, Master. As the number 1 henchman of the Silver Dragon King, Tian did not dare to disobey, and then pulled Xiang Jun to the kitchen to continue working. Big brother, thank you, I will be your little brother from now on. After Tianmeng was rescued, he immediately crawled over and rubbed his head against Yeliang Chen's leg. Stay away from the master. Ying Mei stretched out his hand and took Tianmeng aside. Turn into a human form first. You are too ugly now. The Tianmeng ice silkworm is now a large silkworm baby, and it also has a face similar to that of a human. Yeliang Chen felt a little strange, so he asked it to switch to human form. Buzz. Brother, although I am weak, my mental power is strong. It can be said that, except for the master, no one in this world has a mental power as strong as mine. Let me hang out with you. My mental power has 4 abilities: mental sharing, mental detection, mental interference, and mental impact. A white light flashed across the body of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, and it turned into a young man, and then introduced itself to Yeliang Chen. I have become a god now. As long as my consciousness spreads, nothing in the entire Douluo star can escape my eyes. Your spiritual power is nothing in front of me. Yeliang Chen felt that it was useless for Tianmeng Ice Silkworm to follow him, so he did not intend to accept him as a younger brother. If you follow the master, in case you are in danger, the master will have to protect you. What's the use of you? Ying Mei also felt that Tianmeng, a fool, would be a burden if he became the younger brother of the master. If Gu Yuina and Yeliang Chen did not allow it, he would want to swallow up this guy's cultivation. That makes sense. Gu Yuina and the 2 emperors of ice and snow nodded. Don't. Big brother, take me away from here. Seeing that everyone disliked him, Tianmeng immediately pleaded with Yeliang Chen pitifully. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely be imprisoned again by Tian and others. Don't bother Xiao Chen anymore. I'll send you away. Gu Yuina used her spatial power to send Tianmeng Ice Silkworm to the far north. This time. The next moment, a spatial crack appeared in the glacier deep in the far north, and Tianmeng Ice Silkworm rolled down from it. Haha. I'm finally free. Looking at the endless glacier in front of him, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm couldn't help rolling on the snow, laughing like a fool. Hey! That human boy actually despised me, it's so embarrassing. I will definitely find you and be your little brother. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was a little unwilling to not be able to report Yeliang Chen's thigh, so he planned to rush to the human world directly, slowly look for Yeliang Chen, and then stay by his side and be his little brother. Master, Xiao Chen, dinner is ready. Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, come and taste our cooking skills. After a while, the banquet was ready. Baiji walked to the pavilion with a smile and invited Yeliang Chen and his party to eat. Baiji, thank you. The 2 Ice and Snow Emperors hurriedly thanked Baiji. Xiang Jun, you are dressed like a chef, and you look quite professional. Coming to a hall, Yeliang Chen saw Xiang Jun wearing an apron, holding a kitchen knife, and cutting barbecue, looking quite professional. Hehe. I have learned for so long, if I can't cook, I will be laughed at by everyone. Xiang Jun smiled foolishly, and with his tall figure, he looked like a fool. Ha ha ha. Emperor Tian, Red King, and the King of 10,000 Demons looked at Xiang Jun's silly look and couldn't help laughing. Just laugh. Don't even think about eating my barbecue later. The Bear King glared at Tian and the others, then placed the cut barbecue on the table. Okay. Let's eat. Gu Yuina took out 2 jars of blue spirit fruit wine from another room and invited everyone to enjoy the food. This wine is good. Yeliang Chen took a sip of the wine and immediately felt that it was more delicious than the wine brewed on Sea God Island. This is what I brewed with blue spirit fruit, the same fruit I gave you before. The blue spirit fruit tree grows on this island and is nourished by the life force emitted by the tree of life. The fruits produced contain soul power. The wine brewed is considered the top wine on Douluo star. This wine also contains soul power, and its effect is second only to the soul power pill you refined. Baiji poured wine for everyone while introducing the beauty of this blue spirit wine to Yeliang Chen. So good. Buzz. Yeliang Chen quickly used his spiritual sense to scan the forest deep in the island, and indeed found several towering trees with some blue spiritual fruits on the branches. Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, how does it taste? Yeliang Chen looked at the 2 Ice and Snow Emperors eating with oil dripping from their mouths, feeling a little amused. It's so delicious. We can't eat these delicacies in the far north. Tian, Baiji, you are so amazing. You can actually make such delicious food. While eating, the two ice and snow emperors praised Tian and their cooking skills. These skills were all taught to us by Xiao Chen. He is the most professional in eating. Tian said with a smile. Fortunately, everyone learned from Liang Chen so that they could live such a wonderful life now. Some time ago in the far north, we also ate Liang Chen's barbecue. I didn't expect that you also learned it from him. When Xuede saw this, she suddenly realized it. At the same time, she was thinking in her mind that she had to follow Liang Chen to the human world to learn about human living habits. Chapter 456 The Terrifying Consciousness of the Laws of the Universe. After enjoying the delicious food, everyone asked Liang Chen to show his abilities after becoming a god. Liang Chen urged his divine power, and in an instant, 4 divine rings of gold, green gold, and purple gold appeared behind him. 4 divine rings? How is this possible? Lord, are we dreaming? Seeing the 4 golden divine rings behind Liang Chen, Tian, Baiji and others were shocked. If divided according to the level of the god realm, this is already the strength of a peak 3rd level god. You are not dreaming. Xiao Chen, tell us, how did your strength improve so quickly? Gu Yuna nodded with a smile. To be honest, she didn't understand it now. Generally speaking, after inheriting the godhood, one would have the strength of a 100-level priest at most. But the strength of this little guy had already exceeded her expectations. When I was accepting the godhood inheritance in the small plain outside Douluo Star, the goddess of life directly sent me the fairy spirit of the god world. After I absorbed it, my strength increased. The god of destruction also let me merge the godhood of the thunder god. Now I am also 3 gods in one. Liang Chen had to tell these things. He could only say that the 2 big guys, life and destruction, gave too much, otherwise how could his strength rise so quickly? 3 gods in one again. I thought Linger's 3-element god inheritance was scary enough, but I didn't expect Xiaoqin's to be even more shocking. Tian, Baiji and others were shocked. 2 god kings plus a peak 1st level godhood, this is more powerful than Jin Linger's 3-element god inheritance. Girl Linger told us some time ago that she had only inherited the light god and the fire god, but Xiao Chen directly told the 2 elemental gods of light and darkness that the ultimate light is darkness, and vice versa. Only when light and darkness are integrated can they achieve balance. The 2 elemental gods of darkness and light are husband and wife, so they passed the throne to Girl Linger together. It's hard to imagine that the gods in the god realm were convinced by Xiao Chen. Now that Girl Linger has comprehended the power of darkness and mastered the power of the 3 elements, her future achievements will be very high. It seems that she chose to transform and rebuild at the beginning, which was really wise. At this moment, Tian and the others were discussing Jin Linger's opportunity, and their faces showed envy, and they even had the urge to transform and rebuild. Don't be surprised, everyone. The god realm is like a cage. The gods are now in a hurry to escape, so they will pass down the throne. Liang Chen felt that the throne was nothing, at best it was just a position in the god realm. You are really good. Gu Yuna received a message from the goddess of life through the ancient tree of life some time ago, saying that Liang Chen's prophecy of disaster in the god realm directly scared the gods in the god realm. Now more than half of the gods are ready to run away. It can be said that the pattern of the god realm has been changed. Xiao Chen, you said before that you have mastered the power of many laws. Show us. Tian couldn't wait to know Liang Chen's strength. No problem. Buzz. Hu. Zizi. Shua Shua. Liang Chen mobilized the power of the law and materialized various objects such as earth, fire, wind, thunder, and water. For a time, the scene was extremely gorgeous. Is this so powerful? My lord, his use of the power of the elemental law has caught up with you. Tian, Baiji and others looked at Liang Chen's magical means and were amazed. The power of God is really too enviable. He has just become a god, and he is so skilled in using the power of law. It's incredible. Gu Yuna nodded in approval. No wonder the couple of life and destruction valued Liang Chen so much. Hey! Why is she still here? When Gu Yuna used her mental power to check whether Liang Chen's foundation was stable, she suddenly scanned that the goddess of life had not left. This made her puzzled. Could it be that the woman was reluctant to leave and wanted to attack this little guy? This time Gu Yuna thought about it, and then directly opened the barrier channel and took Liang Chen into the Dragon Palace to find out what the goddess of life wanted to do. Why did the master take him away? Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor looked at the 2 people who suddenly disappeared and felt very strange. The master should have found something strange about Xiao Chen, and it is not convenient to investigate here. Tian and Baiji clearly saw the solemnity on Gu Yuna's face, but when it comes to the matter of God, everyone can't help. I don't think it's that serious. Zig smiled like an ant. She felt that the master must want to do something bad by bringing Yeliyangchen into the Dragon Palace. To be honest, she wanted to try it, but the little guy was the master's dragon knight, and she didn't have the courage. Baiji, Zig, you two should accompany Shuedi and Bingdi. Tian simply explained, and then invited Xiang Jun, Wang Yao Wang, and Qi Wang, 3 single dogs, to go back to the house to drink and brag, including himself, of course. Sister Na, what's wrong? Yeliyangchen on the other side was suddenly brought into the Dragon Palace by Guyuina in a hurry. He was also confused and didn't know what this woman wanted to do. SHH. Don't talk yet. I'm going to use my soul to enter your soul sea and talk to the goddess of life. This is a private topic between us women. You are not allowed to eavesdrop. You should close your consciousness first. Shua. Guyuina stretched out her jade hand and gently held Yeliyangchen's face, then put her forehead on the other's forehead and used her soul to enter the little guy's soul sea. Okay then. Yeliyangchen had to do as she was told and closed his consciousness. After all, Guyuina said that this was a private topic between the two goddesses, and it was not easy for him to eavesdrop. Zioken's soul sea is too big. It feels bigger than mine. After entering Yeliyangchen's soul sea, Guyuina was also stunned by the little guy's vast soul sea, which felt like a world. Swoosh. After flying for a long distance, Guyuina finally found a corner deep in the soul sea. The goddess of life, at this moment, was like a statue, and had not revived. Goddess of life, come out and talk. Then Guyuina shot out a divine power, shot into the incarnation of the goddess of life's divine consciousness, and activated the other party. OM. The divine consciousness was stimulated, and a green light lit up on the goddess of life, and she immediately revived. What's the matter with you coming to see me? The goddess of life lazily opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Guyuina quietly, as if she had just woken up. I still want to ask you. Logically, you passed the throne to Xiao Chen, and the divine consciousness should have left him, but you continued to stay in his soul sea. What is your purpose? Guyuina stared at the goddess of life with her beautiful eyes and asked curiously. Of course I want to protect him. What other purpose do you think I have? You know that when he broke the rules of the plane and became a god, he caused a great shock to the gods in the god realm. Some gods with bad intentions may target him. The goddess of life nodded and found a reason to perfunctorily deal with Guyuina. I want to hear the truth. With our current relationship, is there anything you can't tell me? Or do you have feelings for him? Guyuina felt that this was not the real reason why the goddess of life continued to stay with Yeliyangchen. After all, now that her strength has recovered, even if those gods with bad intentions in the god realm want to harm Yeliyangchen, they can't do it at all. And the goddess of life must have something else to stay. Okay. The little guy told us that he can cure Xiaozi's infertility when he arrives in the god realm. For us, this is the most important thing, so I have to protect him until he grows up to be strong enough. You said that I have feelings for him, which is undeniable, but not the kind you think. This little guy is my inheritor, just like my child. The goddess of life did not hide it and directly stated her true purpose. Puff. I didn't expect it to be like this. I thought you wanted to cheat on the god of destruction. I'm so sorry, I misunderstood you. After hearing this, Guyuina suddenly felt that Yeliyangchen's method was too clever. The goddess of life's greatest wish is to have a child with the god of destruction, but the god of destruction cannot give birth to life because of the power of the law of destruction. The little guy's move can be regarded as completely controlling the future of the couple. Do you think this god is the same as you? An old monster who has lived for countless thousands of years, came to seduce the descendant of this god, and attacked him directly when he was weak. You are an old cow eating young grass, no. It's an old dragon eating young grass. You said that you are an ancient god, how can you do such a shameless thing? The goddess of life was almost shocked by Guyuina's words, and then began to tease her. I can't help it, I just like it. If you really like it, you can also come together. This god doesn't mind. I tell you, it's very exciting. Guyuina smiled coquettishly, not taking the words of the goddess of life to heart at all, and even deliberately provoked the other party. Go away, be serious. Don't come to me if you don't have anything to do in the future. I have an agreement with the little guy that he can't wake up casually, lest he say that I will peek into his privacy. The goddess of life rolled her eyes at Guyuina. This woman no longer had the aloofness of the Silver Dragon King back then. It seemed that she had been changed by the little guy. By the way, your divine consciousness has been on him for nearly 10 years. Do you have that kind of thought about him? Don't worry, Xiao Chen has closed his divine consciousness now. He won't eavesdrop on our conversation. Guyuina asked the goddess of life curiously, and then used the power of space to create a barrier to cover the two women. What are you talking about? Xiao Zi and I are one. It is impossible for me to betray him, and it is impossible for me to have the kind of thought you said. The goddess of life rolled her eyes at Guyuina. She was an ancient god. How could she do such a ridiculous thing? By the way, there is another important thing. When Xiao Chen broke the rules of the plane some time ago, I had an illusion that the consciousness of the laws of the universe seemed to be attached to the heavenly tribulation and tested him. As for whether it was true, I couldn't figure it out. After all, the consciousness of the laws of the universe was too mysterious to be detected. I'm a little worried that after Xiao Chen enters the Supreme God, the laws of the universe will target him, just like they did to the Dragon God back then. At this time, the goddess of life told Guyuina about the laws of the universe. You said that the Dragon God was targeted by the laws of the universe, so he went crazy. Guyuina was stunned after hearing this. Yes. Although the Dragon God's strength reached the Supreme God back then and obtained the power of destruction and creation, the power of destruction was too overbearing and he should not be able to control it. Coupled with the interference of the consciousness of the laws of the universe, he then became possessed by the devil and fell into a state of crazy rampage. In fact, Xiao Chen said something very right. We practitioners should control power, not let power control ourselves. The state of the Dragon God's madness back then was controlled by power. The goddess of life described the scene of the Dragon God's madness in detail. So, if Xiao Chen wants to reach the creation god in the future, he will have to be the enemy of the consciousness of the laws of the universe? After Guyuina heard the main reason why the Dragon God went crazy, it turned out to be from the consciousness of the laws of the universe. This was a headache. Yes. Xiao Ziyai and I are also worried about this matter. I hope that the white-bearded old man that Xiao Chen met in his dream before will give him enough trump cards. We want to follow him to explore the outside world of the heavens in the future. The goddess of life felt that Yeliang Chen had a mysterious power that she could not see through. It might be the trump card given to him by the white-bearded old man in his dream, including the mysterious space treasure. Her divine thoughts have been staying on the little guy for many years, but she has never found any abnormality. It is incredible. No matter what, this king will face the difficulties in the future with him, even if it means death. And this king thinks that the consciousness of the laws of the universe will definitely be suppressed by him in the end. Guyuina waved her fist, firmly believing that Yeliang Chen can cope with all difficulties. I hope so. I will fall asleep first. Don't wake me up if there is nothing important in the future. The goddess of life nodded, then turned into a statue, sitting quietly in Yeliang Chen's soul sea. Shua. Well, this little guy is really obedient. He really didn't eavesdrop on our conversation. After leaving Yeliang Chen's soul sea, Guyuina saw that the little guy still had his consciousness closed, and her hands were still holding the other's handsome face. She immediately felt very amused. Let's talk about the future in the future. Guyuina looked at Yeliang Chen's tall figure and handsome face, with an evil smile on her face, and then she domineeringly carried this guy into the depths of the palace and started playing games. Sister Na, have you finished talking to the goddess of life? After being tossed around by Guyuina, Yeliang Chen woke up immediately, and saw that the other party took him to the jade platform deep in the palace and played games. He was immediately shocked. Hush! Don't talk yet. You have become a god now. Let me test your fighting ability. You must be ready. I don't need to suppress my strength today. Guyuina smiled charmingly, and finally removed the equipment of the two and started the game. Sister Na, can your barrier withstand your breath? Yeliang Chen saw that the breath emanating from Guyuina was very strong, and he was afraid that the barrier where the dragon palace was located would be broken. Don't worry. I used space power to reinforce it some time ago. Now the space barrier where my dragon palace is located is very solid and can withstand the power of both of us. Guyuina told Yeliang Chen not to worry, and then practiced with the little guy to her heart's content. That's good. Seeing this, Yeliang Chen also used all his strength to compete with Guyuina. For a while, every place in the dragon palace turned into a battlefield for two people. In addition, both of them were god-level strongmen, and the scene was extremely fierce. 2 days later, Guyuina and Yeliang Chen finished their training and felt refreshed and happy. Xiao Chen, you are very powerful now. I am very satisfied with you. Guyuina looked at Yeliang Chen with a smile. The fighting power of this little guy exceeded her expectations. It was really wonderful. Sister Na, how dare I be your dragon knight without some strength? Yeliang Chen's own powerful strength can be said to be created by this woman, especially the million-year soul bone suits of several dragon kings, which have now become artifacts, making his power even stronger. Chapter 457 Repairing the Godhead of the Ice God. The goddess of life mentioned to me 2 days ago that when you broke through the 100th level and became a god, the consciousness of the laws of the universe seemed to be paying attention to you. But this is just an illusion of the goddess of life. After all, the consciousness of the laws of the universe is too mysterious, and she didn't really notice it. Xiao Chen, did you feel anything when you were going through the heavenly tribulation? Gu Yuina told what she learned from the goddess of life. To be honest, she didn't know what the consciousness of the laws of the universe was. The memory inherited from the dragon god didn't have anything about the consciousness of the laws of the universe. I was using the thunder tribulation to temper my body and didn't feel anything. Besides, I have just become a god and haven't threatened the status of the consciousness of the universe's laws. How could such an illusory thing pay attention to me in advance? Yelyangchen naturally knew about the consciousness of the universe's laws in this world. In fact, it was the will of the god of creation, which can also be called the so-called will of heaven in the Douluo universe. Lan Xuanyu in the original plot, who inherited the position of the dragon god, was also targeted by the consciousness of the universe's laws. In the end, he could only surrender to the consciousness of the universe's laws and said I am the law enforcer, so he was not wiped out by the laws of the universe. To put it bluntly, this universe is too small to accommodate two powerful strong men. Many people on the internet in the previous life joked that it was just the incarnation of a guy's will, and he would not allow anyone in this universe to surpass Tang San. But these are just topics that netizens in the previous life joked about. If, as the goddess of life said, the consciousness of the universe's laws is paying attention to herself now, it must be that she broke the rules of the Douluo plane, triggered the heavenly tribulation, and made the consciousness of the universe's laws curious. Now she haven't created the god star yet, so I won't be targeted at all. The goddess of life told me that the dragon god was targeted by the consciousness of the universe's laws, so, you will probably be targeted in the future. Gu Yuina showed a solemn look on her face, and then slowly told Yelyangchen about the dragon god being targeted by the consciousness of the universe's laws, so that Yelyangchen could understand the horror of this thing. Sister Na, don't worry. When the time comes, I will have a way to solve these problems. Yelyangchen smiled calmly. He has a plug-in, so he doesn't worry about the consciousness of the universe's laws. Moreover, when he came to this fantasy world, he always felt like a novice village in the game. I hope so. No matter what, I will face it with you. Gu Yuina looked at Yelyangchen's calm appearance, as if he had already made up his mind. It seems that this little guy must have got some trump cards from the white-bearded grandfather he met in his dream. However, this is also Yelyangchen's secret. Gu Yuina is not in a good position to ask the truth. Moreover, her mental power did not see any abnormality in the little guy's body, which means that the existence of that level must be beyond her imagination. Sister Na. It's not that serious. When I become stronger, I will take you away from this weak universe to experience the charm of the heavens and the worlds. The sudden sensationalism made Yelyangchen a little uncomfortable. Now Gu Yuina, the cold goddess, has also changed her personality drastically because of her arrival. I know you are powerful, but you can't be careless. Let's go to the hall to eat something first. Gu Yuina smiled sweetly, and then pulled Yelyangchen to the Dragon Palace Hall to enjoy spiritual fruits and fine wine. Unconsciously, Gu Yuina has changed from the domineering queen to a gentle little woman, and has been conquered by this evil boy in a real sense. By the way, Linger confessed to me what happened between her and you. Why didn't you resist at that time? Just let her do whatever she wanted. Gu Yuina took a sip of spiritual fruit wine, and then talked about the matter between Jin Linger and Yelyangchen, with a hint of jealousy on her face. You also know Linger's personality, which is exactly the same as yours, and she is more domineering than you. Sister Na, how can I resist? Yelyangchen thought of the scene when Jin Linger attacked him in the middle of the night. The scene was simply heroic. He also wanted to resist at that time, but his body did not allow it. Forget it. You're lucky, kid. Besides, that girl transformed for you. Gu Yuina didn't take the matter between Jin Linger and Yelyangchen to heart. After all, she was a friend. Besides, this little guy's powerful fighting power was also created by her. Even with that abnormal fighting power, it was a bit difficult for her to deal with it. It would be a good thing to have more girls to help share the pressure. Did you get the Ice God's Godhead when you went to the far north? At this time, Gu Yuina asked about the Ice God's ruins. Buzz. I got it, but the Godhead is a bit damaged. Take a look and see if it can be repaired. Yelyangchen moved his mind and took out the damaged Godhead of the Ice God from the game backpack space, intending to let Gu Yuina help repair it. The power of the original law of the ice element has been lost seriously, causing this Godhead to be half damaged. Gu Yuina took the white light ball emitting coldness from Yelyangchen and felt the extreme power of the ice element in it. Let me try it. The Ice God and the Water God are essentially using the same elemental law power, but they are slightly different. Gu Yuina began to use the power of the water element law and slowly injected it into the extremely cold white light. Shui Yelyangchen also mobilized the power of the ice element law and injected it into the Godhead of the Ice God. Sister Na, we should have a better effect if we go to the far north to repair this Godhead. Yes. The ancient Ice God was born in the far north. We can use the ice power of the far north and compress it into this group of ice original power through the power of the law. Gu Yuina heard Ye Liangchen's proposal and immediately thought that this method was good. Buzz. Then let's act. Ye Liangchen immediately put the godhood into the game backpack space. Okay. Gu Yuina took out a magic weapon called the Phantom God Mask and put it on to cover her breath. That's it. Then Gu Yuina opened the barrier passage and pulled Ye Liangchen in. The next moment, the two appeared on the island. Master, you are finally out. Baiji, Yingmei, and Ziji, who were drinking tea and chatting in the pavilion, saw this scene and smiled like ants on their faces. Shueti's expression did not change. After all, she was calm and quiet. Ye Liangchen, what did you do in the Master's Dragon Palace? Bing Di came to Ye Liangchen and pretended to be surprised. She couldn't understand why the high and mighty Silver Dragon King liked Ye Liangchen, a human. Little kid, why are you asking so many questions? Ye Liangchen reached out and rubbed Bingdi's little head, thinking, I am practicing dual cultivation with Sister Na in the Dragon Palace, do I have to tell you about this little scorpion? I'm not a child, I'm a 300,000-year-old beast. Bingdi pulled Ye Liangchen's hand away and glared at him angrily. Puff. Baiji, Yingmei, Ziji, and Suidi couldn't help laughing when they saw Bingdi's cute look. Xiao Chen, you must be hungry. Let's go cook for you. Suddenly, Baiji and Ziji thought that Ye Liangchen had been taken to the Dragon Palace by the master for 2 days of dual cultivation, and he must be exhausted, so they prepared to make him a delicious meal to replenish his energy. At this moment, the two women imagined the scene. With the master's domineering personality, he must have the upper hand, and Ye Liangchen's strength was too different from the master's, so he must have suffered a lot. Thinking of this, Baiji and Ziji showed a look of heartache on their faces. What are those looks in your eyes? Seeing that Baiji and Ziji felt sorry for Ye Liangchen, Gu Yuina was speechless, as if she was bullying Xiao Chen. Master, we have no other intentions. We just want to make a delicious meal for Xiao Chen. After all, he hasn't eaten for 2 days. Yes. That's it. The two women were embarrassed to expose Gu Yuina's actions, so they had to find an excuse to perfunctorily deal with it. Two sisters, don't bother. Sister Na and I are going to the far north. Ye Liangchen waved his hand and told the two women not to worry. It must be said that the two women were quite concerned about him. They thought that they were ravaged by Gu Yuina in the Dragon Palace. This imagination is too rich. Okay then. The two women nodded and looked at Ye Liangchen's vigorous demeanor. It seemed that nothing happened. It seemed that they thought too much. This little guy had already become a god, and the master must not be able to take advantage of it. Then take us with you. Seeing this, Shuedi and Bingdi immediately wanted to return to the far north together. The two women decided that after returning to the far north, they would temporarily hand over the far north to Titan Snow Demon King for management, and then they would follow Ye Liangchen to visit the human world. Okay. Swoosh. Gu Yuina and Ye Liangchen took the hands of Bingdi, Suidi, and Yingmei respectively, and soared into the sky and flew towards the far north. At this moment, Ye Liangchen and Gu Yuina did not use the power of space, but flew directly at a height of several thousand meters to enjoy the beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers. Master, it's so high. It was the first time for Bingdi to fly so high, and she felt a little nervous. At this moment, she hugged Gu Yuina's arm tightly with both hands, like a pendant. What's this? In the future, you will have the opportunity to go to the world outside Douluo Star. Master, Ye Liangchen said that he has the ability to solve the heavenly tribulation of our fierce beasts. Is this true? Yes, anyway, you will listen to him in the future. Bingdi chatted with Gu Yuina, feeling very excited. Shuedi was fine, after all, this height was nothing to her, but when Ye Liangchen held her hand, Shuedi's heart was beating fast, and a shy look appeared on her face, which made her look very beautiful. At this moment, Shuedi secretly glanced at Gu Yuina and found that she was chatting with Bingdi as usual, and did not care about Ye Liangchen holding her hand, which made Shuedi very curious. The master was not jealous. What did this mean? Why is this woman shy? Yingmei was on the left side of Ye Liangchen, and saw that Shuedi on the right side of Ye Liangchen showed a shy look on her face, which was quite interesting. Shua. A quarter of an hour later, Ye Liangchen and his companions had arrived in the depths of the far north. Along the way, Shuedi was held by Ye Liangchen's hand, which made her feel shy and excited. Now that she came to the extreme north, Ye Liangchen let go of Shuedi's hand, which made her feel empty in her heart. What's wrong with me? Shuedi was born and raised as a snowy girl, and she didn't understand human emotions. She didn't know what kind of state she was in, and her mind was full of question marks. Hey! Tianmeng Ice Silkworm is not here. The Silver Dragon King used his mental power to scan the entire far north, but did not find any trace of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, which was a bit strange. Let me see. Buzz. Hey! That guy has already run to the Ice and Snow City, and now he seems to be asking passers-by for some news. Liang Chen used his spiritual sense to scan the entire Douluo star, and soon found the trace of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Master, that ice silkworm is probably going to the human world to find you. You have become a god now, and I can see that guy really wants to be your little brother. That must be the case. When Yingmei, Bingdi, and Xuedi thought that Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was rescued by Liang Chen, they put on a dog-licking look, with the purpose of hugging Liang Chen's thigh. It's possible. Liang Chen nodded. With Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's personality, it's possible that he went to the human world to inquire about himself. Don't worry about him for now, Xiao Chen, take out the ice god's godhead and we'll repair it first. Gu Yuan reminded Liang Chen to get down to business quickly. Okay. Buzz. Liang Chen's mind moved, and he summoned the broken godhead of the ice god directly from the game backpack, mobilizing the power of ice from all directions to gather here. Shua. Seeing this, Gu Yuan also urged the elemental power to slowly repair the power of the original law of this godhead. You want to repair the godhead left behind by the ice god? Lord, what can we do? Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor stared with beautiful eyes, curious looking at the scene in front of him. Inject the ultimate ice power in your body into this. Liang Chen thought that the two emperors of ice and snow both possessed the ultimate ice power, which might have a certain effect. Okay. Seeing this, the two women mobilized their own ultimate ice power and injected it into the broken godhead of the ice god. Hey! It really works. After the two women injected the ultimate ice power, Gu Yuan suddenly felt that the speed of repairing the godhead was a little faster. Yingmei couldn't help much, so he had to quietly guard the few people and be responsible for guarding the surroundings to prevent other soul beasts from breaking into this area. Shua. A few days later, dazzling white light emanated from the godhead of the ice god. Whoosh. At this moment, the ice power of the entire far north seemed to be attracted, and gathered here, forming waves of cold currents. It's amazing. The Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor looked at such a magical scene with a trace of envy in their eyes. How great it would be if they could fuse the ice god's divine nature. It's finally repaired. Gu Yuan nodded excitedly. A broken divine nature of the ice god was finally repaired. She felt a special sense of accomplishment. Xiao Chen, put it away. After Bing'er inherits the water god position, let her fuse this divine nature. With the blessing of the two divine natures, her strength may break through to a higher level. Snow Emperor, in fact, the ice god's divine nature is very suitable for you, but the soul beast clan cannot become a god. There is no way to solve it now. Everything will wait until Xiao Chen is strong enough to change the rules. Gu Yuan handed the divine nature to Liang Chen, and then looked at the eager expression of the Snow Emperor, and shook her head helplessly. My lord, there is no need to say that. Shui Bing'er's ice phoenix martial soul also has the ultimate ice attribute power, and this divine nature is also suitable for her. Shui longed to become a god, but she also understood that reality did not allow it. Shui, don't be envious, the master will let us practice to become gods in the future. Yingmei also comforted Shui and told her not to worry. I know, Liang Chen told us some time ago. Shui nodded. Sister Na, I'm going back to Tenglong City first, do you want to go and see? Liang Chen has been wandering outside since he became a god, and he hasn't had time to report the good news to the high-level officials of Tenglong Pavilion and Tianshui sect, but Bibi Dong may have already informed everyone. It's not convenient for me to walk around in the human world, you go back first. Remember to come and see me when you have time. Swoosh. Although Gu Yuan has a good relationship with the goddess of life, she doesn't dare to swagger around under the eyes of the god realm, so she directly opens the space channel and returns to the lake of life, quietly becoming a homegirl. Liang Chen, we want to go to your city and learn about human knowledge and living habits. Is it okay? Seeing Gu Yuan leave, the two ice and snow emperors plan to follow Liang Chen to the human world. Compared to Gu Yuan, the two girls prefer to be with Liang Chen. After all, in front of this human boy, they don't have to bear the strong blood pressure of the Silver Dragon King. Of course, no problem. Liang Chen nodded, and then called the three women to rush towards the ice and snow city. Chapter 458 The Power of Faith is Coming. When Liang Chen and his companions passed by a glacier valley, they found that the Titan Snow Demon King and the 100,000-year-old Ice Bear were gathered together, discussing something. Now that the two big guys have been warned by Liang Chen, they dare not fight again, and the relationship between them is pretty good. Buzz. When the two 100,000-year-old soul beasts saw Liang Chen and his companions, they immediately transformed into two tall men and ran over quickly. A few days ago, the two guys knew that Liang Chen came to the extreme north, but the blood aura of the other white-haired woman was too strong, so they dared not approach. Today, the white-haired woman left, and the two big guys dared to come to Liang Chen. Ice Bear, Bingdi, and I are going to the human world. During this time, you have to manage the extreme water land well. When Xuedi saw the Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Bear coming, she simply handed over the far north to the two big guys for management temporarily. Xuedi, Ice-D, don't worry. The Ice Bear patted his chest and assured Xuedi that he would take good care of the far north. Xuedi, Ice-D, how long will you be gone? The Titan Snow Demon King asked curiously, and when he looked at Xuedi, his eyes were full of admiration. Of course it will take a long time. During the time we are away, you must guard the far north and don't let those Soul Master mercenary groups break into our territory. The Ice Emperor found that the Titan Snow Demon King looked at Xuedi affectionately, which was unbearable, so he hurried over, hugged Xuedi's arm tightly, and declared sovereignty. Xuedi, this big guy is secretly in love with you. Ying Mei found that when the Titan Snow Demon King looked at Xuedi, his eyes were full of affection and passion. He was really a strange flower. Ying Mei, you are right. A Tai is indeed secretly in love with Xuedi. 2,000 years ago, he confessed to Xuedi, which made Xuedi so angry that he broke all his bones. It took him nearly 1,000 years to recover from the injury. He was so miserable. Bing Di directly exposed the dark history of the Titan Snow Demon King. Ha ha ha. The Ice Bear couldn't help laughing when he thought of the miserable appearance of the Titan Snow Demon King. Wow. Xuedi, I didn't expect that such a gentle beauty like you could be so violent. Titan Snow Demon King, you are so miserable. There is a saying, licking a dog, licking in the end, nothing, that's what you are talking about. After hearing this, Ying Mei and Liang Chen were very surprised, and then looked at the Titan Snow Demon King next to them, showing sympathy. It deserves it. What are you still looking at? The Snow Emperor glared at the Titan Snow Demon King, asking that guy to put away his affectionate eyes, otherwise he would not mind breaking all his bones. Ice Emperor, why did you say it all? Seeing this, the Titan Snow Demon King felt too embarrassed, so he ran directly to the depths of the glacier to hide. Haha. Looking at the Titan Snow Demon King's embarrassed escape, everyone couldn't help laughing, even the usually serious Snow Emperor smiled. The reason why the Snow Emperor gave the far north to the Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Bear was that she planned to live in the human world for a long time, and also wanted to learn some skills from the god Liang Chen. Big stupid bear, if you encounter any danger, immediately use your soul power to activate the spiritual mark the first left on you, and I will come to save you immediately. Liang Chen instructed the Ice Bear, and then flew directly to the south with the three women. Liang Chen, thank you. The Ice Bear jumped onto an iceberg and waved to Liang Chen and his party. Now that the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor had left, the Titan Snow Demon King did not dare to bully him. This made him feel like there was no tiger in the mountain, so the monkey was king. Soon, Liang Chen and his party arrived at the Ice and Snow City, and then found a luxury hotel to have a good meal. This taste is not as good as what Bridget and the others made. Ice Emperor said his comments while eating. Eat your meal. It's good to be able to eat something like this in this cold Ice and Snow City. The Snow Emperor directly put a piece of meat into Ice Emperor's mouth and told her not to talk. Besides, now they were all invited by Liang Chen, so how could she be picky? That's right, even if there is food, it can't stop your mouth. Seeing this, Ying Mei also put a piece of meat into Ice Emperor's mouth. Don't put it in, my mouth can't hold it anymore. The two women stuffed 2 pieces of meat into Bingdi's mouth, and his cheeks bulged like a pufferfish, which looked particularly funny. Bingdi, wait until you get to my territory, and I promise to let you eat better. Liang Chen looked at Bingdi's small mouth, which was stuffed with meat, and felt particularly cute. Liang Chen, this is what you said. Bingdi replied incoherently while eating meat. After dinner, Liang Chen took the 3 women away from the Ice and Snow City and flew towards Tianshui City. Where did Tianmeng Ice Silkworm go now? Along the way, Ying Mei and Bingxiu Emperor admired the mountains and rivers below while looking for Tianmen's traces. No need to look for it, that guy has now entered Shenfeng City. Liang Chen used his divine sense to scan the continent and found that Tianmeng had actually run to Shenfeng City at this moment. He didn't expect that he was so quick. Master, since he has entered Shenfeng City, it is now 100% certain that he is looking for you. Liang Chen, do you want to accept him as your younger brother in the future? Ying Mei and Bingxiu Erdi had to admire Tianmeng Binken's dog-licking attribute. Liang Chen didn't accept him at that time, but that guy actually came directly to the door. We'll see the situation when the time comes. Liang Chen nodded, then accelerated and flew towards Tianshui City. After a while, he had arrived thousands of meters above Tenglong City. Wow! Is this Tenglong City? It's so beautiful. Xuedi and Bing Di looked at the beautiful city below and felt that it was very beautiful. It was much better than the cold northern land. How is it? Do you like it? Liang Chen asked the 2 women curiously. Of course I like it. The 2 women nodded, and even had the urge to live in this city for a long time. Hey! There are actually 200,000-year soul beasts, a blue scale dragon, and a blue silver emperor in the forest below. The Snow Queen used her mental power to scan downwards, and soon found the breath of the 100,000-year soul beasts. Shui Queen, you are right. I subdued the 100,000-year blue scale dragon in the sea, and as for the 100,000-year blue silver emperor, he took the initiative to surrender to me. Let's go down. Liang Chen introduced the situation of the 200,000-year soul beasts to Shui Queen, and then slowly landed with the three women. We are back. Ying Mei opened his voice and excitedly shouted to the bottom, notifying everyone to come out to greet him. The pavilion master is back? Sure enough, Ying Mei's loud voice immediately caused countless people in Tenglong Pavilion to stop their work, run to the square, and look up at the sky. Even countless residents of Tenglong City ran to the road to welcome Liang Chen. Wow! It's amazing! Pavilion Master! Watching Liang Chen slowly descend with three women and finally hovering a few hundred meters above the sky, everyone cheered like a tide. After waiting for so many days, he finally came back. Who are those two beauties? Ling Yuan, Yesuling, Blue Silver Old Man, Blue Scale Dragon, Yang Wudi and others also gathered in the square, but when they saw two strange women appear next to Liang Chen, they all showed curious eyes. Swoosh! This stinky boy, he made such a big noise when he came back. At this time, the three sisters Shui Langzhen and Shui Lingfeng flew from the direction of Tianshui sect. Come here and land on the Tenglong Pavilion Square. Holy Light Healing Technique. Buzz. Seeing so many people coming out to greet him, Liang Chen summoned his martial soul and activated the Holy Light Healing Technique. In an instant, the light enveloped the entire Tenglong city, allowing everyone to enjoy it. Wow! So comfortable! Bathed in the Holy Light Healing Technique, the people in the whole city felt like they were flying, and they all made comfortable sounds. Even some people with physical problems were directly cured. Pavilion Master! At this moment, everyone in the city cheered wildly, worshipping Liang Chen from the bottom of their hearts and worshipping him as a god. Buzz! As people cheered, golden rays of light began to appear over Tenglong City, forming pure golden energy, just like what was seen in the Angel Temple. Because it was noon at this moment, these golden energies were mixed in the sunlight, and other people could not detect them at all. However, for Liang Chen, who had already become a god, it was easy to capture the existence of this energy. Shua! Liang Chen urged his divine power and directly sucked the power of faith. In an instant, golden energy continued to gather towards Liang Chen. What is this? It's so magical. The two emperors of ice and snow looked at the golden energy around them curiously and tried to absorb it, but found that they could not absorb it. Master, is this the power of faith? Ying Mei asked in surprise. Not bad. Liang Chen nodded and complained in his heart, I have become a god, and you just came to this thing. Everyone disperse. Do what you need to do. Liang Chen shouted to the people below, and then flew down to Tenglong Pavilion. Do you miss us? Ying Mei asked everyone with a smile. Yes. Pavilion Master. The people in the square immediately surrounded Liang Chen and asked him questions, but everyone was very curious about the two strange beauties, Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor. Okay, everyone, go away. Shui Langzhen, Ling Yuan Douluo and other high-level officials asked others not to watch anymore, and then took Liang Chen into the hall. You finally came back. Some time ago, Binger and the others sent a message saying that you triggered a heavenly tribulation when you broke through the 100th level, and then went outside Douluo Star. What happened? Tell us in detail. After entering the hall, Shui Langzhen and others spoke incessantly, constantly asking Liang Chen. The situation is like this. Liang Chen had to tell everyone in detail about his deification. So that's how it is. When Shui Langzhen and others thought of the scene of Liang Chen breaking through the 100th level and becoming a god, it must be earth-shattering. It's a pity that they couldn't watch it in person. Xiao Chen, won't you introduce these two beauties to us? After chatting for a while, everyone turned their eyes to Bingdi and Suidi. The aura exuded by the two beauties, one big and one small, was obviously not human. Hello everyone, my name is Shuidi, I come from the far north, I am a born and raised ice and snow girl, with a cultivation of 600,000 years. My name is Bingdi, and my body is an ice jade emperor scorpion with a cultivation of 300,000 years. This time we came to the human world with Liang Chen to play, and we also want to learn about human life and knowledge. Snow Di and Bing Di immediately stepped forward and introduced their identities to everyone. You are the legendary beasts? I heard that the deep north is a forbidden area for humans. I didn't expect that there are strong people like you. Welcome to our Tenglong city. Everyone immediately welcomed the two beasts. Anyway, the two beasts are similar to humans, and they are friends of Liang Chen, so everyone thinks it's interesting. Thank you everyone. The two ice and snow emperors smiled sweetly. In front of Ye Liangchen's relatives, the two women did not dare to put on airs. Then Shui Langzhen and others asked some questions about becoming a god, and Ye Liangchen answered them one by one. Senior Bei He, go to Jialing Pass immediately to inform Elder Niu Gao and ask him to bring some of the tribesmen back. We also have a big project to do. Suddenly, Ye Liangchen thought of the power of faith above Tenglong City, so he had a big idea and planned to build a building similar to the Sea God Temple to collect the power of faith. Yes, Pavilion Master. Chirp. Elder Baihao immediately left the hall, summoned his martial soul, turned into a birdman, and flew into the sky. Xiao Chen, what are your plans? Shui Langzhen asked curiously. I discovered the power of faith above Tenglong City before. This energy is more advanced than soul power. I plan to collect these powers of faith and transform them into divine power to build a holy place for cultivation to improve everyone's strength. Shua. Ye Liangchen introduced the power of faith to everyone, and then urged the divine power to absorb the power of faith above Tenglong City. Buzz. Accompanied by Ye Liangchen's operation, countless golden energies continued to converge towards the direction of Tenglong Pavilion. For a time, the entire hall was shrouded in golden light. Wow! So magical! Everyone looked at the golden energy in the hall and was stunned. The one behind Tenglong Pavilion in the forest, since the establishment of the spirit gathering array, there seems to be this kind of golden energy. At the beginning, there was very little, but as time went on, the golden energy gradually increased. Obviously, after Xiao Chen established Tenglong Pavilion, he had already generated the power of faith without knowing it. At this time, everyone remembered that the golden energy in the super mimic training environment was the power of faith, but everyone didn't know it before. Oh! I didn't pay attention to this. Seeing this, Ye Liangchen immediately walked out of the hall and rushed to the forest behind Tenglong Pavilion. Suddenly it became thicker. Obviously, it should be caused by Xiao Chen using that healing skill to treat the entire city just now. When they arrived in the forest, Shui Langzhen and others found that the forest was filled with countless golden energies, which were extremely gorgeous. Compared with a period of time, there have been earth-shaking changes. Xiao Chen, how to plan? Shui Langzhen, Ling Yuan and others were very excited at the moment, and couldn't wait to know how Ye Liangchen would build a holy place for cultivation. I plan to build hundreds of steps with granite in the center of this lake, build a high platform, build a palace on the top, and arrange a large 9-star spirit gathering array around it, so that the power of faith of the entire city can be collected in the palace. I tell you, the sacred mountain in the center of Poseidon Island has 1001 steps, covered with the light of the Poseidon. We practiced under the pressure of the light of the Poseidon, and in a year, we could improve our soul power by more than 10 levels. Ye Liangchen plans to build a step similar to the light of the Poseidon, and then use the Hunyuan Ju to refine the power of faith into divine power, cover the steps, and form a divine power shield. It will be arranged according to the 3 pressure levels of primary, intermediate and advanced to create a cultivation field, and by the way, see if you can use these energies to make a magic weapon. So this is how you improve your strength so quickly. Then let's act quickly. After hearing about the magical effect of the sea god's light, everyone felt incredible. If a training ground like that was built here, it would be perfect. Chapter 459, Building a Training Holy Land. Ye Liangchen then drew a construction map of the training Holy Land according to his own plan for everyone to refer to. If this is built, it must be very magnificent. Not bad, then start preparing. Everyone took the map and looked at it. It felt bigger than building a Tenglong Pavilion. However, when everyone thought of the magical training effect described by Ye Liangchen, they felt that it was worth spending any money. You kid seems to have received a huge sum of money some time ago. Take it out quickly. The construction cost of this training Holy Land is very high. In addition, we plan to give the 5 million you robbed Yu Yuanzhen to Lu Erlong. Now she is helping us build the Soul Master Academy, so we can't treat her badly. At this time, Shui Langzhen and Shui Lanyu remembered what Ye Liangchen had done in Tiandu City some time ago, so they reached out to ask the little guy for money. You also know about this. Ye Liangchen quickly took out 25 million gold soul coins from his soul guide and handed them to Shui Langzhen and her sister. Anyway, he was too lazy to manage these financial trivia. We have spies in Tiandu City. How could we not know about such a big thing? You robbed 10 million from the royal family, and took another 10 million from Ning Fengzi, and of course there was Yu Yuanzhen's 5 million. We also learned that the 3 upper sects and the Tiandu royal family were distributing benefits at the time. Each family received 5 million gold soul coins, and before they could even warm up, you took them away. Everyone laughed and told the details of Ye Liangchen's robbery in Tiandu City, so that the little guy could understand that the intelligence capabilities of Tenglong Pavilion and Tianshui sect were very strong. Okay. Then you should do the preparatory work first. Ying Mei, you accompany Suidi and Bingdi to play in the city. I will go to Poseidon Island first to understand the pressure problem of Poseidon Light. Liang Chen took out hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins and gave them to Bingxiu Emperor and Ying Mei, letting them have fun. Shua. Then Liang Chen soared into the sky and flew towards Poseidon Island. This speed is too fast. The flying speed of Elder Beihe is famously fast, but in front of Xiao Chen, it is not worth mentioning at all. Watching Liang Chen disappear from their sight in an instant, Shui Langzhen and the others didn't know how to describe it. After the master became a god, he could travel thousands of miles in an instant. If he used the power of space and directly opened the space channel, the speed would be even faster. Perhaps he has already reached the Sea God Island at this moment. Ying Mei asked everyone not to be surprised, because the speed of a god was not something that mortals could compare to. So powerful. When everyone heard the term travel thousands of miles in an instant, they were all stunned. Sure enough, the power of a god had exceeded everyone's imagination. At the same time, Liang Chen on the other side had already arrived at the center of the Sea God Island, 10,000 meters above the sky. Seeing that the golden generation of the Sea God Island was still practicing on the steps of the Sea God Mountain, Liang Chen recalled the scene of everyone climbing the ladder back then. As for the three girls, Xyli, the purple extreme assessment had already been completed, and now they seemed to be shopping in the Sea Dragon Holy City. Shua. Then Liang Chen landed slowly in the Sea God Temple like a fallen leaf. Xiao Chen, why are you here? Bo Sixi and Yelai, who were practicing, were very surprised to see Liang Chen suddenly coming, and then hurriedly welcomed him into the hall. You have become a god now? Did you cause the golden light and the heavenly tribulation some time ago? Poseidon looked at Liang Chen now, as if he was a 10,000 meter high mountain, and felt very small in front of him. Yes, I have become a god now, and the heavenly tribulation some time ago was also caused by my breakthrough. Liang Chen nodded. How did you survive that terrifying heavenly tribulation? The two women asked curiously. At that time, the thunder was rolling, and everyone on the Sea God Island could hear it, which felt very terrifying. Because I had mastered the power of the thunder element at that time, and the goddess of life was watching in the god realm, she would not let me get into trouble, and the heavenly tribulation was just a test of me in the god realm, and there was no danger. Liang Chen practiced the immortal method of the true secret of controlling thunder, and being struck by lightning was a common occurrence, so he was able to withstand the heavenly tribulation. So that's how it is. How is Yuer now? Why didn't you bring her here? Poseidon really hopes that Shui Yuer can cultivate to level 99 as soon as possible. After inheriting the throne, he can remove the shackles imposed on him by the sea god and officially break through the 100th level to become a god. Sister Binger is now training in the mysterious realm of the sea god deep in the center of the sea. Sister Yuer is afraid that she is too lonely, so she stays with her on that small island. Now her soul power has reached level 98.7, not far from level 99. Poseidon wants to break the shackles of the sea god as soon as possible, and Liang Chen also knows it, so he reminds her not to worry. Level 98.7? That's not bad. Poseidon knows that when Shui Yuer returned to the mainland, her soul power was level 98.5. It has only been a few months, and it has increased by 0.2 levels. This upgrade speed is almost flying. Xiao Chen, is there any way to speed up my cultivation? Ye Lai saw that it was as easy for these young people to improve their soul power as drinking water. If she wanted to upgrade from level 95 to level 96, it would probably take several years. This was only possible after she practiced Xian Gong. Ye Lai, this is the advantage of young people. Think about how old Yuer is now. She is only 23 years old, which is the golden age for soul masters to practice. You are in your 60s, how can you compare with her? Poseidon comforted Ye Lai and told her not to be envious. Sister Li, if you think the upgrade is too slow, I will immediately mobilize the divine power in this temple and directly upgrade your strength to level 99. With Liang Chen's current means, it is as easy as drinking water to improve others' strength. Ah! This works. Ye Lai was shocked when she heard this. Of course it works. Liang Chen nodded. Don't mess around. It takes too much energy to upgrade from level 95 to level 99 all at once. The energy in the Sea God Temple can't stand your tossing. Poseidon immediately stopped Liang Chen's idea, mainly because he was afraid that the little guy would use too much strength and directly absorb all the divine power in the entire temple. Yes. I should cultivate this soul power slowly by myself, so that the foundation will be more solid. Ye Lai didn't dare to let Liang Chen mess around, after all, this little guy sucked the divine power in the Sea God Temple last time. Okay then. I came here this time to understand the pressure structure of the Sea God Light. I also plan to build a holy place for cultivation, which is similar to the field of the Sea God Light. Liang Chen explained his purpose to the two women, and then began to observe the structure of the Sea God Temple. He soon found that the pressure of the Sea God Light was not caused by some magical array. Xiao Chen, don't look at it. The pressure of the sea god light is like this. Poseidon saw this and immediately explained to Yeliang Chen. The light of the sea god is a divine shield, which is used to protect the temple. Only when the sea god gives the divine test and starts the test of crossing the light of the sea god, Poseidon mobilizes divine power, combined with the divine soul mark planted by the sea god, can the people who accept the test feel the pressure. Usually, the light of the sea god is just a simulated training environment. So that's it. Originally, Yeliang Chen thought that the light of the sea god had some magical array to control the pressure, but he didn't expect that Poseidon mobilized divine power to control it. Think about it, if the pressure is always there, the soul masters on the island who have passed the purple extreme test want to enter the temple to worship the sea god, but they can't enter at all. It seems that if I want to build a training field in Tenglong City, I have to use the array to solve the pressure problem of divine power. Xiao Chen, you have become a god now, can you show us your ability? The two women looked at Yeliang Chen with curious eyes, and they really wanted to see what means the other party had after becoming a god. Okay. Click. Yeliang Chen waved his hand towards the center of the sea god hall, and in an instant, the inheritance channel appeared in front of the three people. Ah! This! Poseidon was extremely surprised when he saw this. This inheritance channel was sealed by the sea god, and it was opened so easily. Ye Lai was petrified on the spot. Sure enough, the means of God exceeded her imagination. Shua! Yeliang Chen waved his hand again and directly used the power of space to seal the inheritance channel. This is the power of the space law that I have comprehended. Apart from that, opening this inheritance channel is not a big deal. Yeliang Chen thought of the inheritance channel that needed Poseidon's sacrifice to open in the original plot, and it was opened so easily. You are really amazing. Poseidon smiled and nodded. With this little guy, he didn't need to do anything when Shuiyu inherited the throne in the future. Let me show you how to rub the soul ring by hand. Shui Yeliang Chen directly absorbed a group of faith power from the hall, and then compressed the energy with divine power. After a few minutes, a golden and shining God-given soul ring was formed. It's really a hand-rubbed soul ring. The two women watched Yeliang Chen make the soul ring and felt it was too easy. What's the matter? Sister Li, I see that you don't have a soul bone on your body. Now I will use this energy to make a soul bone for you directly. Shua. Yeliang Chen handed the soul ring to Poseidon, and then used the space power to make a space ball, compressing many golden energies in the hall. Immediately afterwards, Yeliang Chen urged the power to directly compress the golden energy, and then used the consciousness to carve a mental shock skill in it. 2 hours later, a spiritual head soul bone with a lifespan of more than 100,000 years was completed. At this moment, Poseidon and Ye Lai were stunned beside them. The two women never thought that soul bones could be made in this way. Sister Li, this is a 100,000-year-old head soul bone, given to you. But I only carved a skill in it, called mental shock. Yeliang Chen gave this 100,000-year soul bone directly to Ye Lai for her to absorb. 10100,000-year soul bone. Ye Lai looked at the golden soul bone in her hand, as if she was dreaming. How did you do it? Poseidon felt that his brain was not enough at the moment. Soul bones are actually just energy crystals. For soul masters, they are the most precious treasures, but in the eyes of God-level strong men, they are nothing. I use my divine power to compress this energy into crystals, and then use my divine consciousness to engrave skills in them. If you want skills of other attributes, just use the law divine power to engrave skills in them, that's it, such as wind, fire, thunder, etc., but it consumes too much energy and cannot be produced in large quantities. Yeliang Chen explained that the sea god trident is just an energy body condensed by divine power, but it is more advanced than soul bones. You are very powerful. Poseidon laughed, feeling that Yeliang Chen, this little guy, seemed to be omnipotent. Xiao Chen, then I won't be polite. Let's go back to the villa. Sister will make you a delicious meal and thank you well. Ye Lai excitedly put away the soul bone, and then took Yeliang Chen and Poseidon to fly towards the villa. After a delicious meal in the villa, it was almost evening, and Yeliang Chen said goodbye to the two women and returned to the mainland. He came and went without a trace, this speed is too fast. Watching Yeliang Chen disappear in a flash, Ye Lai's eyes flashed with a look of reluctance, and at the same time she was very envious. He has become a god, so his flying speed is naturally fast. You absorb the 100,000-year soul bone first, I will go back to the sea god temple to watch over those little guys. Poseidon smiled helplessly, and then flew towards the direction of the sea god mountain. A few days after Yeliang Chen returned to Tenglong City, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm came here and insisted on joining Tenglong Pavilion. Seeing this, Yeliang Chen had to put that guy into the game pet space to ensure his absolute loyalty. Then Yeliang Chen was arranged to go to the Soul Master Academy to be a spiritual teacher. 10 days later, Niu Gao and dozens of Yu clan members rushed back to Tenglong Pavilion in a hurry. Pavilion Master, I heard from the old white bird that you have something big to do. Niu Gao came to Liangchen's residence and asked about the details. Elder Niu Gao, I plan to build a holy place for cultivation in the lake where the blue-scaled dragon lives, for all disciples to practice. Here are the drawings, take a look. Liangchen brought Niu Gao to the lake behind Tenglong Pavilion, and then handed the blueprint to the other party, asking the professional to arrange it. If this is built, it will be more magnificent than Tenglong Pavilion. Pavilion Master, rest assured, I'll leave everything to old Niu. Niu Gao took the blueprint, patted his chest excitedly, and promised Liangchen to complete the task. Under the work of Niu Gao and his group of professionals, more than half a year later, a magnificent building rose from the center of the lake. This building is more than 300 meters high, and 333 layers of granite stairs extend from the lake to the 100-meter-high platform. Above it is a magnificent palace, and a granite stone bridge extends from the shore to the center of the lake. It looks like an attic in the water. Niu Gao and his team also doubled the size of the lake and introduced a small river to make the water in this circular lake flow. Liangchen also had people plant many lotus flowers on the lake, making this water loft look more beautiful. On this day, Liangchen personally cut the ribbon and prepared to turn this building into a real holy place for cultivation. The top leaders of Tenglong Pavilion and Tianshui sect gathered here to watch Liangchen's operation. In addition, Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu also came to watch. Even the old otaku Qian Douluo came to join in the fun out of curiosity. It is worthy of being the masterpiece of Elder Niu Gao. It is so magnificent. Looking at the magnificent building in front of them, everyone raised their thumbs and gave Niu Gao a thumbs up. Haha. In terms of architecture alone, we if the Yu clan is second, no one dares to claim first place. Pavilion Master, give this building a name. Niu Gao laughed proudly, and the praise from everyone was an affirmation of himself. Then let's call it Union Pavilion. Liangchen thought about it, and then immediately gave this building a nice name. Union Pavilion? This name is quite nice. Everyone nodded with satisfaction, and liked this name very much. Liangchen first dismantled the 9-star spirit gathering array outside the forest of the old man Lan Yunhuang, and then directly arranged a 9-star spirit gathering array on the high platform around Union Pavilion. Shua. After arranging the formation, Liangchen directly used his divine power to activate the formation eye. In an instant, the power of faith from all directions rushed here, forming golden energy. It's really the power of faith. Qian Douluo and Qian Rongxiu were very familiar with this golden energy. They didn't expect that the millions of citizens in Tianshui City and Tenglong City could gather so much faith power. Half a month later, a large amount of golden energy gathered in the hall of Union Pavilion. Shua. Liangchen operated the Hunyuan Ju to transform this faith power into pure divine power, and then created a huge divine power shield to cover the entire building of Union Pavilion, including the 333 steps. Then Liangchen set up 3 5-element 8 diagram formations of different sizes, arranged at the upper, middle, and lower parts of the steps, so that the divine power pressure passed through the formation and covered the 333 steps with different pressures. It took half a month for Liangchen to finish all this work. Success. Daodu, Mok, Lia, Lingyun, you go and try it first. Shui Langzhen immediately asked these high-level soul kings to experience it. Okay. Bang plop. Several people rushed towards the shield excitedly, but when they touched the divine shield, they were directly bounced away and fell into the lake, becoming soaked. What's going on? Except for Liangchen and Ying Mei, everyone else was confused. Haha. The master wants you to refresh yourself in the water. Ying Mei had been to the forbidden area of Poseidon Island and had some understanding of the rebound function of the light of Poseidon. Don't use brute force. When you touch the divine shield, you must walk in carefully, otherwise you will be bounced away by the divine shield. Liangchen waved his hand, picked up Yayun and the others from the lake, and patiently explained to everyone. Pavilion Master, I think you are sincere in making us look bad. The few people looked at themselves wet, and suddenly felt angry and amused. Then they used their soul power to evaporate the moisture on their bodies, and followed Liangchen's instructions to enter the divine shield again. Shua. Finally in. Wow, the pressure is so strong. After stepping into the divine shield again, the few people suddenly felt like a heavy burden was pressing on them, and they could not move. Let's all try it too. Okay. Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu, Qian Douluo, Shui Langzhen, Yang Wudi and others saw this and walked into the divine shield. Finally, Bibi Dong and others came to the conclusion that only by reaching the soul Douluo level can one barely reach the peak. There is no other way. And after the pressure tempering, the body can be greatly tempered, and the soul power training speed is also faster. Chapter 460 Qian Rongxiu becomes a god. Everyone practiced in the main hall of Union Pavilion for 2 days, and felt that the soul power training speed was much faster than the outside world. Now this place must be protected. That's for sure. Everyone felt that having such a holy place for cultivation could ensure that the sect could last for a long time. With me here, no bad guy dares to sabotage it. Whoever dares to sabotage it, just kill him. Ying Mei and Lan Lin Jiaolong patted their chests and promised that they would definitely guard this holy place for cultivation. Yeliang Chen, can we also go to Union Pavilion to practice? Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor have been in Tenglong City for more than half a year. They are used to human life and now they are a little reluctant to leave. Of course. Yeliang Chen nodded. With 4 super Douluo level masters guarding here, I'm afraid no one has the courage to come here to cause trouble. Bibi Dong, Shui Langzhen and others sighed that such a guard lineup was too luxurious. Zioxiu, our Wuhan Hall must also build such a holy place for cultivation. Bibi Dong also plans to use this method to build a holy place for cultivation to train the young people of Wuhan Hall. Of course. Qian Rongxiu thought that the other members of the angel family were too weak. Except for herself and her grandfather, there was no titled Douluo. As the young master of the angel family, she must train the other members of the family. Grandpa, what do you think? Qian Rongxiu looked at Qian Daoliu who was chatting with Yeliang Chen, asking for his opinion. Shuer, do you still need to ask me this? We must do it. Qian Daoliu nodded with a smile. If there is such a holy place for cultivation, the strength of other members of the angel family will definitely be improved. If such a holy place for cultivation is established in Wuhan City, it must not be laid out according to my layout, otherwise it will absorb the power of faith of the angel temple. Yeliang Chen reminded Bibi Dong and the others not to think too simply. Xiao Chen, what should we do? After Yeliang Chen's reminder, Qian Rongxiu and Qian Daoliu also felt that it was very troublesome. Let's do this. Build the holy land of cultivation first. When the time comes, I will use the power of space to build a space channel from the angel temple and introduce some power of faith. Yeliang Chen thought about it and felt that this method was feasible. Okay. Let's do it. Elder Niu Gao, I have to trouble you for this project. This is the deposit. The rest will be paid later. Bibi Dong directly paid the 2 million deposit to Niu Gao and handed the project over to this professional architect. Your Holiness, everything is up to old Niu. Niu Gao excitedly took over 2 million gold soul coins. As long as there is money to be made, he can afford as many projects as there are. Then Niu Gao immediately summoned his clansmen and prepared to rush to Wuhan City. Next time. Seeing this, Yeliang Chen directly used the power of space to open the space channel and sent Bibi Dong, Qian Daoliu, Qian Rongxiu, Niu Gao and dozens of architects from the Yu clan to the Wuhan Hall Square. After investigation, Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu built the holy land of cultivation in a lake 1,000 meters away from the foot of the Angel Mountain. Xiao Chen, please help us come up with a name. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu thought that the names Yeliang Chen came up with were very poetic. Let's call it Piao Miao Pavilion. What do you think? Yeliang Chen thought about it and immediately thought of a nice name. Piao Miao Pavilion? It sounds really nice. When everyone heard this name, their eyes lit up. Qian Daoliu originally wanted to name the Holy Land of Cultivation Angel Pavilion, but when he heard Yeliang Chen say the word Piao Miao Pavilion, he immediately felt full of mystery and thought this name was very good. Your Holiness, leave everything to us. We will make sure that Piao Miao Pavilion is built beautifully. Then Niu Gao led the tribesmen to start the orderly preparation for the construction work. It takes a long time to build such a holy place for cultivation. Yeliang Chen was free and planned to go to the Angel Temple to open the Angel Inheritance Channel to see what it looked like inside. When he came to the Angel Temple, Yeliang Chen found that the Angel God Inheritance Channel was in front of the Angel statue. Shua. Yeliang Chen waved his hand in front of the Angel statue, and in an instant, a dark channel appeared, and golden light spots floated out from time to time, which seemed extremely mysterious. It's open now. Qian Rongxiu, Qian Daoliu, Golden Crocodile Douluo and others watched Yeliang Chen open the inheritance channel lightly, and they all sighed that the power of God was really strong. Shua. Yeliang Chen directly transformed into a divine consciousness incarnation, flew into the channel, and checked the situation inside. After entering the passage, what came into view was a starry sky, flashing with countless golden lights, like stars. Yeliang Chen quickly flew towards the depths of the starry sky, and soon found a golden angel temple. Shua. Then Yeliang Chen flew directly to the temple and landed in the hall. The angel temple in front of him was exactly the same as the one outside, but the angel statue was more lifelike than the one outside, and it also had divine power. Yeliang Chen knew that this was the real angel temple. Shua. At this moment, the angel statue suddenly lit up with golden light, and then the golden light condensed into a golden-haired woman's phantom, but due to insufficient energy, the phantom seemed to disappear at any time. Young man, who are you? The blonde woman thought it was an enemy and was ready to fight desperately at any time. Hello, the previous generation angel god. I have no ill intentions. My name is Yeliang Chen. I am the inheritor of the goddess of life and a friend of Jian Rongxiu, the inheritor of your throne. She is outside now and her strength has almost reached level 99, so I came in to help her first. Yeliang Chen looked at the divine consciousness incarnation of the previous generation angel god Jian Yuhan and felt that her appearance was slightly inferior to Jian Rongxiu, but she was also a great beauty. So you are the inheritor of the goddess of life. Jian Yuhan was immediately surprised. She didn't expect that the oldest goddess of life in the divine world would actually pass on the throne. Buzz. Your divine consciousness incarnation is a little weak. I'll replenish your energy. Yeliang Chen sent a divine power to Jian Yuhan to replenish her energy, otherwise the divine consciousness incarnation of this woman would dissipate at any time. Now Yeliang Chen finally understood why the golden liquid live broadcast appeared when Jian Rongxiu was taking the last test in the original plot. At that time, Jian Yuhan's divine consciousness might have disappeared long ago, so the sea god deliberately interfered with Jian Rongxiu's divine test, with the purpose of disgusting the angel god. Thank you. My original body fell many years ago, and my divine consciousness was mobilized by other gods. I don't have much energy, and the condensed incarnation may not last long. Now with your divine power supplement, I don't have to worry about disappearing. Jian Yuhan looked at his current divine consciousness incarnation, which had solidified, and felt much more comfortable. By the way, how did you die that year? Can you tell me? Yeliang Chen asked curiously. Although the goddess of life did not tell him the cause of Jian Yuhan's death, Yeliang Chen guessed that it must be related to Shura, sea god and Rakshasa god. Rakshasa god is naturally opposed to him. And Yeliang Chen discovered that there is a sacred attribute in the power of Sea God on Sea God Island. Obviously, that sacred attribute must be from the angel god, but thinking of Kyung Sunji's stupid move to attack the Sea God Island, the Sea God will definitely fight back. Because my angel position has the power of judgment, which conflicts with the judgment power of the Shura god, he does not allow anyone to threaten his position, so when I was ordered to go down to the world to investigate a demon plane, they secretly attacked me. In addition, the Spirit Hall also did a stupid thing that year, directly attacking the Sea God Island, which made the Sea God dissatisfied with me. I stayed because the Sea God had extracted a lot of energy from my mind, which made my mind so weak. Jian Yuhan blabbered about his experience, with anger in his eyes. So that's how it is. In fact, I think there is another reason, that is, you are too arrogant and don't know how to form cliques in the God realm, which leads to many gods isolating you. As the saying goes, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and where there are rivers and lakes, there must be fighting. Many gods in the God realm are more insidious than us humans. Coupled with the stupid operation of your descendant Jian Sunji, your fall is not surprising. After listening to Jian Yuhan's description, Yeliang Chen felt that it would be unfair for this woman not to die in that treacherous God realm. Maybe you are right. Jian Yuhan smiled helplessly. A few years ago, I asked the goddess of life to help your descendant start the Angel 9 tests. Now she has completed the first 8 tests. Now I will bring her in to complete the last Angel 9 tests. The past is like smoke, and the old dreams will dissipate. You don't have to mind it. Now the times have changed. We will deal with some things later. Looking at this miserable previous generation of angel gods, Yeliang Chen decided to let Jian Rongxiu complete the Angel 9 tests in advance. Okay. Then bring her here. When Jian Yuhan heard the words of the past like smoke and the past dreams, the regret in his heart disappeared. Swoosh. Sister Shuet, I have seen the angel god of the previous generation. Now I will take you directly to receive the inheritance. Yeliang Chen's spiritual incarnation returned to the original body and pulled Jian Rongxiu into the inheritance channel. Buzz. After entering the inheritance channel, Yeliang Chen waved his hand and closed the entrance with the power of space. Brother, they won't have any problems, right? Seeing that the passage in front of the angel statue was immediately closed, Jin Crocodile Douluo and others showed worried expressions, fearing that the two young people would get into trouble inside. Don't worry. Qian Daoliu asked everyone to wait patiently. With Yeliang Chen, the monster, there was no problem. I didn't expect it to be like this inside, Xiao Chen, it's so big inside. Entering the secret realm, Jian Rongxiu quietly admired the beautiful starry sky, feeling pretty beautiful. This is the secret realm opened up by the angel god. You can think of it as a small plane. Yeliang Chen explained that now that the gods have fled, many gods have set up secret realms in various places on Douluo star. Small plane? Then isn't this secret realm on Douluo star? Jian Rongxiu asked curiously. It's still on Douluo star. In fact, it's to use divine power to create a space barrier. When you become a god and your strength reaches a certain level, you can also create such a secret realm. Yeliang Chen explained. So that's how it is. Then can you create such a secret realm now? Jian Rongxiu asked again. Of course, I can create such a secret realm directly with spatial divine power. Yeliang Chen is now a peak 3rd level god. It is not difficult to create such a secret realm. You are finally here at this time. Qian Yuhan in the Angel Temple felt the friendly angelic breath on Qian Rongxiu and was immediately very excited. Stop shouting, we're here. Yeliang Chen felt that the previous generation of angel gods seemed to be very anxious, and then pulled Qian Rongxiu to fly towards the golden temple deep in the starry sky. Xiao Chen, but my soul power is only level 98.5. What should I do? Suddenly, Qian Rongxiu remembered that her soul power had not reached level 99, how could she inherit the throne? With me here, are you still afraid that your soul power cannot be improved? Yeliang Chen told Qian Rongxiu not to worry. With his current strength, helping others improve their soul power is just like drinking water. Oh. Then it depends on you. Qian Rongxiu smiled sweetly. It was good to have this monster to rely on. Shua Shua. Soon, the two flew to the angel temple. Should I call you my ancestor? Or my past life? Qian Rongxiu looked at the stunning woman in front of her, who looked different from herself, and was a little surprised. How did you know? Qian Yuhan was stunned. When he fell, he was only a peak level god, and his soul did not retain the memory of his previous life after reincarnation. He told me. Qian Rongxiu pointed at Yeliang Chen next to him. Okay. You are independent now, so don't think of yourself as my reincarnation. You are you, I am me, and you and I are both independent individuals. Qian Yuhan nodded. Since it was Yeliang Chen who revealed it, it was not surprising, so he told Qian Rongxiu not to worry about these issues. I understand. I will inherit your glory and make the angel god more powerful. Look, my martial soul is now an 8-winged angel, which is more powerful than the 6-winged angel martial soul inherited from our Qian family. Qian Rongxiu showed her 8-winged angel spirit and told the previous generation of angel gods that she would go further than her. 8-winged angel? Great. Looking at the 4 pairs of golden angel wings behind Qian Rongxiu, Qian Yuhan smiled with satisfaction. What he couldn't trademark to do, future generations would eventually be able to do. Okay, stop talking nonsense, it trademark's time to get down to business. Oshua. Yeliang Chen stretched out his hand and put it on Qian Rongxiu trademark's back, injecting a powerful divine power into her body. Is this divine power? So powerful. Feeling the powerful energy pouring into her body, Qian Rongxiu felt full of strength. Calm your mind and calm your spirit. Yeliang Chen used the Hunyuan Ju to directly help Qian Rongxiu refine and absorb this divine power. Shua. A quarter of an hour later, a strong breath burst out from Qian Rongxiu, and her soul power directly reached level 99.99. Is this the power of a demigod? After reaching the level of a demigod, Qian Rongxiu finally felt what power was. Take the pill I gave you before. Yeliang Chen reminded Qian Rongxiu that as long as the soul was promoted to a divine soul, it would be easy to inherit the divine position. Oh. Seeing this, Qian Rongxiu immediately took out the divine soul pill from the soul guide and swallowed it in one gulp. Shua. After a while, a strong mental power emanated from Qian Rongxiu, and her soul was promoted to a divine soul. How did you do it? Qian Yuhan looked at all this and was immediately shocked. He had wanted to let this girl go through the 7 emotions and 6 desires test to transform her soul into a divine soul, but he didn't expect that it would be unnecessary at all. Brother Xiao Chen said that what I do is called cheating. Qian Rongxiu smiled sweetly. It was great to have an omnipotent boyfriend. Cheating. Qian Yuhan was confused and didn't understand what cheating meant. Sister Shui has already met the conditions for inheriting the divine position. You don't need those messy 7 emotions and 6 desires tests. Help her complete the last step quickly. Yeliang Chen urged Qian Yuhan to work quickly and stop wasting time. Okay. Hold on. Crack. Seeing this, Qian Yuhan stretched out his hand and peeled off Qian Rongxiu's 6 soul bones to form a divine outfit. At the moment when the soul bones were peeled off, Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but scream. Shua. After a while, the 6 soul bones were peeled off, and after Qian Yuhan's operation, they formed a set of divine outfits, attached to Qian Rongxiu, emitting golden light, illuminating the entire hall. Qian Rongxiu, you will inherit my will and protect justice. Can you do it? After Qian Yuhan got Qian Rongxiu's divine outfit, he asked the other party seriously. Shua. I can do it. I, Qian Rongxiu, will inherit your will, eradicate evil, protect justice in the world, and die for justice. Qian Rongxiu held the angel's holy sword in both hands and swore her oath in a loud and passionate voice. Okay. May the angel's righteous light illuminate every corner of the world. The angel inheritance begins. At this time, Qian Yuhan also shouted excitedly, and then began to integrate his divine power into Qian Rongxiu's body, helping her to break through the 100th level and become a god. At this moment, Qian Rongxiu was in a passive state, being controlled by Qian Yuhan throughout the process, and couldn't shout even if she wanted to. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? In fact, I can keep your divine incarnation, and then I will have the opportunity to reshape your soul and body for you. Looking at Jian Yuhan's figure becoming more and more illusory, Liang Chen felt a little pity. Thank you. No need. Let everything disappear, she will inherit everything from me in the future, and let the glory of angels illuminate every corner of the world. Jian Yuhan looked back at Liang Chen, showing a relieved smile, and then turned into golden light and merged into Jian Rongxiu's body. Shua. In an instant, a powerful aura burst out from Jian Rongxiu's body, and a large golden circle slowly condensed and appeared, and then stood behind her. Chapter 461 Rakshasa God sets a trap for Shura God. Just when Jian Rongxiu became a god, the statue of the angel temple outside burst out with a powerful golden light, rushing straight into the sky, illuminating the entire Wuhan city. Shuer succeeded. We finally have a god in the Wuhan temple. Jian Daoliu and others who were guarding the angel temple were surprised to see the angel statue emitting dazzling golden light. Angel God bless. Countless citizens in Wuhan city were also attracted by the golden light of the angel mountain, and then they knelt down in the direction of the angel mountain and worshipped. Xiaoxiu became a god? Her soul power is only level 98, how can she inherit the throne? Did Xiao Chen upgrade her directly? In a manner in the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong was drinking tea, and suddenly saw the golden light illuminating the sky, and was immediately very surprised. Swoosh! Then Bibi Dong stood up and flew towards the angel mountain. At the same time, in a dark hall in the god realm, the Rakshasa god was passing the divine thoughts of the Rakshasa island in the lower world, and felt the sacred breath. This is the breath of the angel god. How did that girl become a god so quickly? Since the angel god has appeared, the inheritor of this god, Tang San, should also become a god. The Rakshasa god muttered to himself, and then used his divine thoughts to communicate with Tang San in the Rakshasa secret realm, and found that the guy's soul power had reached level 99, so he immediately notified Blood-Eye Douluo and directly sacrifice, help Tang San reach level 100, and inherit the Rakshasa god position. Shua. As a purple-black light rises from the sky above Rakshasa Island, Tang San also officially becomes a level 100 strongman. As for the Yin Sha god position, it has not been inherited yet. He. This is called power. After breaking through level 100, Tang San knew what it meant to be powerful. Xiao San, you finally became a god. Yu Xiaogang looked at his beloved disciple becoming a level 100 strongman, and his heart was so happy. At this moment, he wanted to shout in front of the world, this master has taught a god. Now, with the help of Rakshasa god, Yu Xiaogang has also become a level 92 titled Douluo. He finally feels that he is not a waste, and he also gave himself a title, called, Three Canon Douluo. Yes. Teacher, now I am a god. Tang San nodded excitedly. Only with powerful power can he take back everything that belongs to him. After passing the throne to Tang San, Luosha god was finally freed, so he prepared to leave the god realm directly. It's bad, I don't know if Jian Rongxiu knows about Jian Yuhan's death. If that girl finds out the truth and comes to me in the future, it will be troublesome. Suddenly, Luosha god thought that Jian Rongxiu might know some secrets when she inherited the throne of the angel. For Jian Rongxiu inheriting the throne of the angel, Luosha god is naturally not worried about anything, but the girl has found a demon boyfriend, who is the heir of life and destruction. If that guy helps Jian Rongxiu to take revenge in the future, with his own strength, he can't stop it at all. Hey! Azura god is the mastermind of this matter. Let him take over. Anyway, this old bachelor is not a good person. He. This god is really too smart. Thinking of this, Raksha god decided to plot against Azura god and make some trouble for Liang Chen. He might even use the two great gods behind Liang Chen to get rid of Azura god. Tang San, don't rush to inherit the Yin Sha god position for the time being. If possible, I can help you get a stronger position inheritance. Go to the slaughter city now and see if you can get a killing god domain. Thinking of this, Raksha god immediately notified Tang San through the divine thoughts in the Raksha demon scythe that it would be interesting if the two great god positions of Azura and Raksha could be combined on Tang San. Raksha god, is this possible? Tang San was stunned after hearing Raksha god's plan. You go and try it first. Rakshasa god didn't know if he could succeed. Even if he didn't succeed, he could disgust Shura god. Anyway, before he left the god realm, he must trick Shura god and cause some trouble for that old bachelor. Okay then. Teacher, you go back to the mainland first and learn about the current situation of the mainland. I'm going to the slaughter city. I have important things to do. After hearing the order from Rakshasa god, Tang San immediately asked Yu Xiaogang to return to the Tiandu Empire alone. Swoosh. Then Tang San flew directly towards the slaughter city, found the entrance, jumped down immediately, dressed up as an ordinary spirit master, and began to challenge the slaughter field. After arranging the task for Tang San, Rakshasa God went directly to the Shura temple, ready to fool this old bachelor. Rakshasa God, what's the wind today? It actually blew you to my temple. Shura God looked at the solemn Rakshasa God coming to find him, and suddenly felt a little curious. God Shura, the little girl from the angel family has successfully inherited the angel god position. This god suspects that she may know about the fall of the previous generation of angel god. God Rakshasa expressed his guess. Anyway, God Shura was the mastermind of that incident. No matter what, he had to drag this old guy into the water. Hee. God Rakshasa, do you think this king is afraid of a little angel god? This king was able to destroy the previous generation of angel god, and now he can also destroy this generation of angel god. God Shura showed a disdainful smile, not taking the angel god seriously at all. I know you are powerful, but don't forget that Jian Rongxiu's boyfriend is Liang Chen, the monster. Do you think that monster won't cause you trouble in the future? Or do you have enough ability to deal with future troubles? God Rakshasa brought up Liang Chen in a weird way to threaten God Shura to see if this old bachelor would fall for it. Boom. When he heard about Liang Chen's evildoer, God Shura's head suddenly buzzed. That was an evildoer who could directly resist the world-destroying calamity. Once he grew up, he would definitely be able to sweep across the god realm, and even more terrifying than the dragon god back then. God Rakshasa, what do you mean? God Shura looked at God Rakshasa coldly, suspecting that this woman was deliberately trying to sow discord. God Shura, I think you should create some trouble for Liang Chen. If you can kill that evildoer on Douluo Star, it will be the best strategy for us. Anyway, life and destruction are not good for intervening in the affairs of the lower world. Of course, I just said that. Whether you listen or not is your business. God Rakshasa said a few words seriously, and then flew away and left the god realm. He. God Shura, the pit has been dug for you. It depends on whether you jump in or not. I'm going to play in other planes. After opening the god realm, Rakshasa laughed wildly and felt particularly good. After watching Rakshasa leave, Shura fell into deep thought. Although that woman liked to stir up trouble, what she said this time made sense. It must be said that after being fooled by Rakshasa, Shura's mind was a little confused. Let's ask Poseidon first and see what he thinks. Shura flew towards the Poseidon temple immediately. After all, Poseidon was also involved in Qian Yuhan's affairs. Brother Shura, what's the matter? Poseidon looked at Shura with a solemn expression and asked curiously. Poseidon, the little girl from the angel family has become a god. She is likely to know about Qian Yuhan's fall. I'm worried that Liang Chen, that monster, will come to trouble us in the future. The Azura god directly expressed his concerns. Although he was not afraid of the angel god, Liang Chen was a big variable, especially with the two oldest god kings of life and destruction standing behind him, so he had to be on guard. Brother, you are too worried. From what I know about Liang Chen, that little guy has a bigger vision than us, and he won't care about those things. Besides, you have passed the throne to Bibi Dong, and that kid has such a good relationship with Bibi Dong, what are you worried about? The sea god knew that the Azura god was going to drag him down, so he started to talk nonsense and fooled the Azura god. He had a good relationship with Liang Chen now, so how could he be fooled by the Azura god? I would rather die than die. Poseidon got involved in Qian Yuhan's affairs because the spirit hall attacked the sea god island, and he took action. His purpose was to vent the anger of the people on the sea god island. Even if Jian Rongxiu came to him in the future, he would have a fair reason to refute the other party, and he was not worried at all. The Azura god targeted Qian Yuhan because he was afraid that Qian Yuhan's judgment authority would affect his authority. As one of the three great law enforcers in the god realm, this was unacceptable to the Azura god. It happened that Qian Yuhan was too arrogant, had no friends, and had no backers. The committee members also turned a blind eye to this matter. The sea god knew all about this. What he said about fair law enforcement was all bullshit. You are right, it seems that I am overthinking. After listening to the words of the sea god, Shura god suddenly felt that his worries were a bit unnecessary. Right, you are Shura god, one of the 5 great gods in the god realm, what's so scary about that? Come, let's have a few drinks first. The sea god immediately flattered Shura god, then immediately took out the fine wine and started drinking with Shura god, and also prepared a few side dishes. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 kinds of dishes, Shura god was drunk and began to return to his temple. No, I have to ask the goddess of life. She has been responsible for monitoring the angel god's divine examination. I believe she should know something. When Shura god thought of what Lasha god said before, he was still worried, so he immediately flew to the temple where the goddess of life was, wanting to ask for clarification. Since Liang Chen broke through level 100, Shura god felt very uncomfortable, but he couldn't tell why. Anyway, he just felt uncomfortable. When he came to the territory of the goddess of life, Shura saw that the woman was sitting cross-legged on the ancient tree of life with her eyes closed. Shura God, what's the matter with you coming here? Feeling that someone had broken into her territory, the goddess of life opened her beautiful eyes and stared at Shura God calmly. Goddess of life, I want to ask if Jian Rongxiu knows about Jian Yuhan's fall? Shura God said the matter directly. Now the law enforcement power of the God realm is controlled by life and destruction, and he can't check the things in the lower world at all. No, nothing was said. Besides, you have passed the throne to Bibi Dong, and Bibi Dong and that little girl are mother and daughter, what are you worried about? The goddess of life lied directly to deceive the god of Shura. The goddess of life knew exactly what the god of Shura was afraid of, especially since this old bachelor had killed Ye Liangchen's parents through Tang Hao. Once that little guy knew about it, he would definitely kill the god of Shura. Therefore, the goddess of life had been guarding against the god of Shura, and she kept her divine consciousness in Ye Liangchen's soul sea, fearing that this old bachelor would one day be desperate. Thank you for telling me. Sorry for bothering me. After receiving the affirmation from the goddess of life, God Shura left doubtfully. Now God Shura didn't know whether the goddess of life was lying or not. After all, this woman was always very calm and didn't show any expression on her face. He couldn't tell anything at all. Haha, you are afraid now. You weren't afraid when you killed the angel god. You will be punished sooner or later if you do too many bad things. After watching God Shura leave, the corners of goddess of life's mouth slightly raised, and she couldn't help but mock in her heart. When Jian Rongxiu inherited the position of angel god, goddess of life knew the truth of Jian Yuhan's death through the divine thoughts left in Ye Liangchen's soul sea. It has to be said that what Shura, the old bachelor, did back then was really disgusting. Xiao Ziai, God Shura is here to find me, you keep an eye on him to prevent that old bachelor from jumping off the wall. The goddess of life notified the god of destruction through her divine thoughts. Xiao Lu, don't worry. With me here, no one dares to touch Xiao Chen. The god of destruction received his wife's message and immediately promised that he would keep an eye on Ye Liangchen and prevent those people with ulterior motives from causing trouble. The god of destruction knew that sooner or later Ye Liangchen would Tianhui will confront Shura god. Shura, Shura. It's not that I won't take revenge, it's just that the time has not come yet. When the time comes, I will take care of everything. You can only wish yourself the best. The king of destruction complained about Shura god in his heart. He was also very unhappy with the old bachelor who liked to do some sneaky things in secret. Chapter 462 Shura God jumps into the trap. In the secret realm of the angel god inheritance, although Jian Rongxiu became a god, she was not happy at all. Instead, she wanted to cry a little. Seeing the last generation of angel gods pass on the last power to herself, Jian Rongxiu felt very uncomfortable. Why did she leave like this? At this moment, Jian Rongxiu sat in the temple, unable to let go for a long time. Through the inheritance of the god position, Jian Rongxiu also learned about the experience of the last generation of angel gods in the god world, and was both sad and angry. Sister Shuet, the last generation of angel god left a divine thought here, the purpose is to wait for you, now you have inherited the angel god position, she has completed the mission. In a sense, you are her, she is you, so you don't have to give yourself psychological pressure. Ye Liangchen comforted Jian Rongxiu and told her not to take this matter to heart. I understand. Brother Xiao Chen, thank you for your company all the way. Jian Rongxiu nodded, and then quietly lay in Ye Liangchen's arms. Xiao Chen, Shura God is a little abnormal now, he may control Bibi Dong to attack you. At this time, the voice of the goddess of life sounded in Ye Liangchen's mind. Goddess sister, did the old bachelor Shura God notice anything? Ye Liangchen asked. It's like this, Shura God came to ask me before, so you must be careful. The goddess of life told Ye Liangchen about Shura God's previous abnormality. Goddess sister, don't worry. As long as that old bachelor doesn't go down to the mortal world, there will be no problem. Ye Liangchen already had a plan in mind. If Shura God really controlled Bibi Dong to attack him, he would immediately put the Shura demon sword into the game backpack to cut off Shura God's eyes, and then wipe out the Shura God's thoughts on Bibi Dong. In the past, asking Shura God to pass the throne to Bibi Dong was just a delaying tactic, the purpose was to buy time for himself. That's good. We will keep an eye on him, you be careful. Seeing this, the goddess of life no longer worried about anything, and then used her thoughts to communicate with the ancient tree of life deep in the Star Do forest, and passed the news to Guyuina, asking the woman to pay close attention to the situation in the Douluo plain, and if a second-level god came down to the mortal world to target Ye Liangchen, let her get rid of him as soon as possible. Sister Shuet, leave your divine consciousness in this temple. We should go out. After disconnecting from the goddess of life, Ye Liangchen hurriedly reminded Jian Rongxiu that now that the angel god has appeared, it is presumably time for the Rakshasa god Tang San to become a god. Okay. Jian Rongxiu immediately transformed a divine consciousness and sank into the angel god statue. Xiao Chen, I have become a god now. After we go out, let's have a good fight and let you experience my sister's god-level combat power. After doing all this, Qian Rongxiu looked at Yeliang Chen with an evil smile on her face. Sister Shuet, what kind of fight? Yeliang Chen looked at Qian Rongxiu's smile and knew what she was thinking. Hee. Of course it's a fight in the secret room. Qian Rongxiu smiled mischievously, then hugged Yeliang Chen in her arms, wrapped the little guy tightly with her divine wings, and then kissed him domineeringly. Sister Shuet, this is the secret realm of the angel god, stop playing. Yeliang Chen reminded Qian Rongxiu not to be so impatient. After all, this is the secret realm of the angel god. If the images of the two were projected into the air by the angel temple outside, it would be a bit embarrassing. In the original plot, the golden liquid live broadcast that appeared in Qian Rongxiu's last test was the angel temple projected into the air. Yeliang Chen didn't want the world to see what happened between him and Qian Rongxiu. Oh. Okay. Brother Xiao Chen, do you know something? Seeing Yeliang Chen's serious look, Qian Rongxiu stopped moving immediately. I know a little, but it doesn't have much impact. Let's go out first. Okay. Swoosh. The two quickly flew towards the exit of the secret realm, opened the inheritance gate, and returned to the angel temple outside. Finally out. Qian Daoliu and his group saw the two young men coming out of the inheritance gate safely, and their hearts finally fell. Zioxiu, have you become a god? Bibi Dong came over and reached out to touch Qian Rongxiu, feeling the girl's strength. Yes, I have become a god. Shua. Qian Rongxiu showed 9 soul rings, and the last golden soul ring slowly appeared, standing behind her, emitting dazzling golden light. Great, Shueter has finally become a god. Looking at Qian Rongxiu's golden soul ring, Qian Daoliu, Golden Crocodile Douluo and others were so excited that they almost jumped up. Really good. Bibi Dong also showed a gratified smile on her face at this moment. She was naturally very happy that her daughter had become a god. Shua. Suddenly, Bibi Dong's eyes turned red, her whole body glowed red, and she casually summoned the Shura demon sword to stab Yeliang Chen. Bibi Dong, what are you doing? Qian Rongxiu, Qian Daoliu and others were immediately shocked, but it was too late to stop them. Space confinement. Buzz. After Yeliang Chen came out of the secret realm, his mental power had been paying attention to Bibi Dong. When the opponent's Shura demon sword stabbed over, he immediately activated the spatial divine power to imprison Bibi Dong, then grabbed the handle of the Shura sword and directly put the magic sword into the game backpack. Shua. Shura god, you have no martial ethics and are sneaking up on me. At this moment, Yeliang Chen's spiritual consciousness turned into an invisible sword and entered Bibi Dong's soul sea, strangling Shura god's spiritual consciousness madly. Ah! Rakshasa god, you stinky bitch misled me. After the Shura god's consciousness was shredded by Yeliang Chen's spiritual consciousness, he immediately realized that he had been tricked by Rakshasa god. After erasing the Shura god's consciousness in Bibi Dong's soul sea, Yeliang Chen lifted the spatial confinement, and Bibi Dong then regained her freedom. Bibi Dong, why did you sneak attack Xiao Chen? Qian Rongxiu, Qian Daoliu and others questioned Bibi Dong angrily. I don't know. Bibi Dong had come back to her senses at this moment, and her head was dizzy. Don't ask, Godmother is controlled by Shura God, I have erased Shura God's divine thoughts, and now everything is fine. But now we have another big enemy, Shura God, and he may pass the throne to others, and then find a way to get rid of me. Shua Yeliang Chen explained to everyone, and then directly operated the Hunyuan Ju to refine the Shura God power in Bibi Dong into Hunyuan power, and preserve Bibi Dong's semi-god strength. Although Shura God gave up Bibi Dong, he might use Shura God power to erode Bibi Dong's mind. In order to prevent accidents, Yeliang Chen had to refine the Shura God power in Bibi Dong's body into Hunyuan power. Xiao Chen, the reason why the previous generation of Angel God was killed was because the Angel God's judgment authority might threaten the judgment authority of Shura God. As the law enforcer of the God realm, this is not allowed by him. Qian Rongxiu told everyone the truth about the fall of the previous generation of Angel God. Now that he is facing Shura God, he can't be careless. I know that my divine consciousness incarnation entered the secret realm of the Angel Temple before and talked to the previous generation of Angel God, and she also told me. Shura God may be worried that I will cause trouble to him in the future because of my relationship with Sister Shuet, so he used his divine consciousness to control his godmother today and wanted to get rid of me. But what he didn't know was that the goddess of life had already told me about Shura God's abnormality, so I have been on guard against all this. Yeliang Chen knew the reason for Shura God's abnormality very well. Even if the old bachelor didn't take action now, he would never let him go in the future. So that's it. After listening to it, everyone suddenly felt that the gods in the god realm were really bad. Xiao Chen, I'm sorry, woohoo. After hearing this, Bibi Dong burst into tears. She almost killed her godson today. How should she explain this to Shui Langzhen in the future? Godmother. It's okay. It's not your fault. Now you have lost the Shura god position, but don't worry, even without the god position, I can still make you a god. Seeing Bibi Dong crying so sadly, Liang Chen had to comfort her. Fuck the Shura god position. I swear, one day, I will skin that old bachelor and destroy his soul. At this moment, Bibi Dong hated the Shura god so much. He was so mean and almost killed the person she cared about the most. She couldn't swallow this breath. How is this possible? Now that I have fallen out with him, life and destruction will definitely cause trouble for me. At the same time, in a blood-colored palace in the god realm, Shura god roared in impotence and rage. He originally thought that Liang Chen only had the strength of a priest, and when his divine consciousness was attached to Bibi Dong, he could exert the strength of a third-level god and easily wipe out the other party. He didn't expect that the monster was more perverted than himself. Raksha god, you stinky bitch, you dare to trick me, when I find you, I will definitely grind you to ashes. Now that the Shura demon sword was taken by Liang Chen, Shura god knew that he had jumped into the big pit dug by Raksha god. He had been smart all his life, but he didn't expect to be calculated by Raksha god. Shua shua shua. At this time, life, destruction, evil, and kindness came to the Shura temple. The four people couldn't stand Shura god's illegal operation. God Shura, what the hell do you want to do? As a god king, you actually use your divine thoughts to control others to attack my heir, God Shura, do you have any shame? Destruction and life questioned God Shura, this old bachelor actually dared to attack Liang Chen, this touched the reverse scale of the two. I think Bibi Dong is not suitable to be my heir, I want to choose a new heir. But I just wanted to take back the Shura demon sword, and it was taken back by Liang Chen, and he also destroyed the divine thoughts I left in the lower world. Destruction, life, I am the victim, who can I go to for justice? God Shura was embarrassed to say that he was tricked by God Rakshasa, so he had to talk nonsense seriously. Hey! Shura, can't it be true? Evil and kindness were almost amused by what God Shura said. They didn't expect that this guy, God Shura, would suffer a loss at the hands of Liang Chen, the monster. What do you two mean? Are you here to mock me? Shura stared coldly at kindness and evil. No, we are just passing by and came to see what happened here. Shura, you know we are not interested in these disputes. Evil and goodness turned a blind eye and left directly. Sura, since you don't want Bibi Dong to inherit your throne, then do as you please. Sura, I'm putting this here. We won't care if the successor you choose competes with Liang Chen openly, but if you dare to attack by yourself, we will take action against you. The god of destruction forced himself to hold back his laughter, pretended to warn God Shura seriously, and then left with the goddess of life. After returning to the center of the god realm, the god of destruction directly turned on the monitoring and locked the Douluo plane in all aspects to prevent God Shura from making trouble. Damn! Watching the four god kings leave, God Shura was extremely angry. Judging from the current situation, evil and good may have already stood in the camp of destruction, which is not something he can stop alone. Shua! What's wrong with you? At this time, Poseidon also came to the Shura temple and questioned his good friend why he did such a stupid thing. Poseidon, I was deceived by that bitch, Rakshasa god. Now my Shura demon sword has been taken by Liang Chen, and my divine consciousness has been destroyed by him. I have completely fallen out with him. The Shura god smiled bitterly and jumped into the pit dug by the Rakshasa god himself. What the hell is this? You believe the words of the bitch Rakshasa god? You are really crazy. After listening to this, the sea god was surprised. Sea god, you have to help me, find a way to lead Liang Chen to your sea god temple when Shui Yu inherits the throne, I have to get rid of him. Since he has fallen out with Liang Chen, the Shura god can't just sit there and wait for death, and he has to get rid of that monster anyway. Shura, are you kidding? Life and destruction will never give you a chance to take action. I advise you to quickly pass on the throne and leave the god realm. This god realm is a cage for us. I learned from the god realm committee that Tang San seems to have gone to the slaughter city to challenge the slaughter field. It seems that he wants to obtain the killing god domain. You might as well pass the throne to Tang San and let him deal with Liang Chen. Anyway, this throne is also a shackle for us. The opportunity for the sea god to break through the god king is still on Liang Chen. It is impossible for him to collude with the Shura god, so he began to fool the Shura god and let this guy run away quickly. Now the two great god kings of goodness and evil are on the side of destruction, and the goddess of life has contacted me before, asking everyone to fool the Shura god together. Tang San is the heir chosen by the bitch Luosha god. How could I choose that kind of villain to inherit the Shura god? When Azura heard Tang San, he immediately showed a disdainful look. Anyway, you are just choosing someone to inherit your throne, why do you care about those things? Besides, don't you plan to cause trouble for Rakshasa? That bitch has left the god realm now. The reason she did this is obviously to trick you. Poseidon brought up Rakshasa again and continued to fool Asura, letting the old guy know that Rakshasa was the mastermind of this matter. Let's take a look first. It is impossible for Asura god to let Rakshasa god go. The most urgent thing is to pass on the throne first and let his descendants deal with Yeliang Chen. Chapter 463 The Ambition of Rakshasa God. After chatting with Asura god for a while, Poseidon left the Asura palace. Seeing his good friend going further and further on the road of death, Poseidon was also helpless. Forget it. It's none of my business, so just ignore it. The sea god also felt very disgusted with Asura god controlling Bibi Dong to attack Yeliang Chen. This was simply shameless. However, when he learned that Asura god's divine consciousness was destroyed by Yeliang Chen and even the Asura demon sword was taken away, the sea god felt a sense of gloating in his heart. Poseidon, it seems that the friendship between us has begun to fade. The Asura god clearly felt that Poseidon was deliberately distancing himself from him, but he also understood that Shui Yuer was the girlfriend of Yeliang Chen, the evildoer, and the successor of Poseidon. It was impossible for that old guy to offend Yeliang Chen in order to help him. If he offended Yeliang Chen, it would be to offend life and destruction, and Poseidon did not have the courage to do so. I am just killing potential enemies who may pose a threat to me in the future. What's wrong with me? Since destruction has said that they can let their successors compete freely, then I will not be polite. The Shura god complained a few words, and then began to look for Tang San's traces through the divine consciousness left deep in the slaughter city, and soon found out about the boy's situation. After several days of challenges, Tang San finally won 100 games, so he directly opened the Hell Road and prepared to obtain the Slaughter God domain. Because Tang San's current strength is too strong, after winning dozens of games in a row, no one dared to challenge him, so he could only change several vests to get 100 consecutive wins. The Shura King is finally gone. All the people in the Slaughter City after seeing Tang San leave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and they gave that guy the name of Shura King. The new King of Slaughter Mou didn't dare to show up, because Tang San was too strong, and he was afraid that he would be upset and killed. Tang San passed the Hell Road lightly and easily obtained the Killing God domain. When he obtained the Killing God domain, he was in a wonderful space set up by Shura God, and his whole body was carefully observed by Shura God. Damn it, this guy is actually a eunuch, and his heart is so dark, and he still wants Toto this god's position, it's really a daydream. When learning about Tang San's true situation, Shura God decisively gave up Tang San, especially since this guy was the heir chosen by Luosha God, it was even more impossible to give him the position of God. Hey! This guy is not bad. Suddenly, Shura God found that Douluo flew over the forest not far from the Slaughter City, and immediately thought he was good. Shua. So Shura God immediately locked Douluo with his divine thoughts, and found that the other party was actually the heir chosen by God, and that God was one of his second-level gods. It's you. Swoosh. Shura God directly shot a divine thought into Douluo's soul sea, and slapped the divine thought left by God to pieces. Chen Xin, I am Shura God, one of the 5 great gods in the god realm. Seeing that you are quite powerful and your martial soul is the 7-killing sword, you are very suitable for the position of Shura God. I plan to choose you as the successor. After erasing the divine thoughts of the sword god, the god of Shura directly expressed his intentions to Douluo. God of Shura. Douluo was also confused at this moment. He had been traveling in the sea for more than half a year and finally found 200,000 or 300,000 year soul bones. He did not expect to be chosen by the god of Shura when he returned to the mainland. At this moment, Douluo found that the divine thoughts left by the sword god had dissipated. He knew that this must be the work of the god of Shura. Yes, I am the god of Shura. The sword god who chose you before was just a second-level god subordinate of mine. I am the god king. You are lucky. Your current strength has reached level 99. You should go to the city of Slaughter immediately to obtain the domain of the god of Slaughter, and then control the murderous aura. Remember, you must be clear in your killing heart to inherit the position of the god of Shura. When he met a strong man who was in a good mood and whose martial soul was the 7-killing sword, the god of Shura naturally did not want to miss it. Well, Lord Shura. Seeing this, Douluo immediately followed the instructions of Shura God and flew towards the direction of the killing city, entered the killing city, and started the arena challenge. At the same time, God, who was far away in the god realm, was also helpless. The inheritor he had worked so hard to find was almost able to inherit his position, but was intercepted by Shura God, which made him feel extremely frustrated. Forget it. I'm just a small second-level god. Facing a big boss like Shura God, God didn't dare to have any opinions even if he was dissatisfied. After Tang San obtained the Killing God domain, the divine thoughts left by Rakshasa God in Rakshasa Demon Scythe were also observing Tang San's changes. After discovering that Shura God only paid a little attention to Tang San, he immediately gave up and directly chose Douluo, which surprised her. Tang San, hurry up and accept the inheritance of the Yinsha God position. I thought that after you got the killing god domain, Shura God would choose you, but I didn't expect him to choose Jian Douluo. When Luosha saw that Shura chose Jian Douluo, he immediately reminded Tang San to complete the Yinsha God test. Jian Douluo was actually chosen by Shura? Didn't trademark he inherit the sword god? When Tang San heard that Jian Douluo had obtained such a powerful god position, he was very jealous. Jian God is just a second-level god subordinate of Shura, how can he compare with Shura trademark S God King? Luosha said with disdain. Those second-level and third-level gods were just garbage in his eyes. Luosha, why did you let me do this killing god domain? I am now full of murderous aura and can trademark control it. After listening to Luosha trademark S introduction, Tang San was immediately extremely angry, and the cold murderous intent spread throughout the area of 20 meters. He was tricked by Luosha. Tang San, Don trademark think that you have become a god, so you dare to yell at me. Without my help, you are nothing. Believe it or not, I will destroy your godhood right now and leave you with nothing. Seeing that Tang San had a problem with him, Luosha Shennian was immediately upset. Although he was only a divine thought left by Luosha Shen, he could still exert 40% of his original strength at this moment, which was not comparable to Tang San who had just become a god. The reason why Luosha Shen continued to keep his divine thought in Luosha Demon Scythe was to watch the future drama of the Gods' War. Another reason was to wait for Tang San to perish in the future and take back the artifact. Respected Lord Luosha Shen, I was wrong. Just treat me as a fart. I will immediately accept the inheritance of Yinsha Shen. Seeing that Luosha Shen was angry, Tang San was scared on the spot. Although he hated Luosha Shen in his heart, he was too weak now and had no qualifications to overturn the table. It's good that you understand. With your current strength, you are not qualified to challenge Yeliang Chen. To tell you the truth, he is the heir chosen by the two great gods of life and destruction. The couple are the oldest gods in the god realm, and they are also the two great law enforcers in the god realm, in charge of all authority in the god realm. Yeliang Chen inherited the godhood of the couple. Once he grows up, he can sweep across the entire god realm. You are a million miles away from him. Luosha God stopped pretending at this moment and directly told Tang San the godhood inherited by Yeliang Chen, to knock him down and put some pressure on him, so that this guy would not disobey his orders. He is actually the heir of the two god kings. When Tang heard the godhood inherited by Yeliang Chen, Tang San's jaw dropped immediately. Didn't you say that his position was not as strong as Luosha's? How come it has become a double god king now? Dare to lie to me like this, Luosha, you are already seeking death. Tang San cursed Luosha's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. Now he finally understood that he had been deceived by Luosha from the beginning. Yes, Yeliang Chen is the inheritor of the two god kings. Do you know his female martial soul? That is one of the 5 god kings in the god realm. Although that woman is not good at fighting, the law of life she masters is the most important law power in the universe, and her husband, the god king of destruction, masters the power of the law of destruction and is the most terrifying god king in the god realm. Some time ago, Yeliang Chen relied on himself to break the plain rules and became a 100-level strongman. At that time, he triggered the world-destroying catastrophe, but he was safe and sound under the world-destroying catastrophe. Later, he inherited the 2 major positions of life and destruction. His future achievements will reach unimaginable heights. Qian Rongxiu of the Wuhan Hall has achieved the Angel God. She is also your enemy. Tang San, do you understand how powerful your enemy is now? Rakshasa God popularized the detailed knowledge of the God realm to Tang San. To be honest, for Yeliang Chen, the monster, Rakshasa God is still very optimistic. Don't you say that if you want to become a god, you must inherit the godhood? How can he forcefully break through the rules of the plane? Hearing that Yeliang Chen could actually break through the 100th level by himself, Tang San was jealous beyond recognition. He was a person who possessed the supreme skills of the Tang sect, but he was not as good as a native. Tang San, it's useless to be jealous. This is fate. If you want to defeat Yeliang Chen, you have to do it before he grows up, otherwise you will have no chance in the future. This god suggests that after you inherit the Yinsha godhood, you should go to the abyss plane first. There, your strength can be improved. In addition, you can cooperate with the strong men of the abyss plane to attack the Douluo plane together. Only then can you defeat Yeliang Chen. Looking at Tang San's exasperated look, Luosha God felt very funny, so he continued to persuade this guy to go to the abyss plane to find help. Lord Luosha God, what is the abyss plane? When Tang San heard about the abyss plane, he was immediately confused. The abyss plane is a powerful plane located below Douluo star. There are countless strong men inside, even god-level strong men. After that, you will open a passage from the endless mountains in the deepest part of the far north. This god will teach you how to do it then. This god's original body will help you lead the abyss plane over. Once the strong men in that plane find the coordinates of Douluo star, they will also build a plane passage. It won't take long to reach Douluo star. Rakshasa god was ready to play a big game, so he popularized the situation of the abyss plane to Tang San. Anyway, he was the evil god in charge of negative emotions. The more chaotic the Douluo continent was, the more negative power he could absorb. Due to the suppression of the god realm in this era and the lack of strong men to guide, the strong men in the abyss plane had not yet opened the passage to the Douluo plane. If they wanted to go to that plane, they naturally had to build a passage from this side. Okay. Lord Rakshasa. Hearing that he could go to the abyss plane to improve his strength, Tang San went all out. After all, he had become a Rakshasa god, and the negative power he needed to absorb was to cause a war on Douluo continent. The inheritance secret realm of Yunsha god was also located on Rakshasa Island, so Tang San had no choice but to fly towards Rakshasa Island. However, before returning to Rakshasa Island, Tang San planned to go to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect first to help his teacher control the sect. After all, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect was also a big sect, and he had to let those people work for him. Well, is this the breath of Rakshasa god? It was Tang San. Qianrongxiu, who was far away in the angel temple, also felt the evil breath at this moment, so she scanned with her spiritual sense and soon found Tang San. Shweer, you said Tang San became a Rakshasa god. Qian Daolio was stunned when he heard that Tang San became a god. Rakshasa god and angel god were opposites, and if the other party appeared, it was the nemesis. Now that Qian Daolio's restraints have been lifted by Qianrongxiu, he can absorb the power of faith of the angel god and transform the soul power in his body into divine power. Yes, Grandpa, I have to go meet him. Qianrongxiu walked out of the angel temple and flew towards the horizon. Where is she going? Yeliang Chen, who was teaching Bibi Dong to practice the true art of controlling thunder, was a little curious when he found that Qianrongxiu had suddenly left Wuhan city. Hey! Tang San has inherited the position of Rakshasa god. Yeliang Chen scanned the continent with his divine sense and soon found Tang San's figure. Xiao Chen, Tang San has become Rakshasa god, Xiaoxiu must want to fight him, let's go and see. Bibi Dong was afraid that Qianrongxiu would suffer, so she also wanted to go and see. Okay. Swoosh. Yeliang Chen pulled Bibi Dong and flew directly to the horizon, and in a few strokes he arrived at the eastern part of the Tiandu Empire 10,000 meters above the sky. Shua. You guys are here too. At this time, Qianrongxiu also came here from the horizon. When she saw Yeliang Chen and Bibi Dong, she was stunned. Sister Shuet, Tang San has just inherited the Rakshasa god position. He has not yet initiated a war. Don't worry. Yu Xiaogang has become a Fart Douluo. He is on his way back to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. Tang San should be helping his teacher control the section. Let's watch the show first. Yeliang Chen found that Tang San and Yu Xiaogang met up with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect dozens of miles away, so he stopped Qianrongxiu and temporarily stopped the troops did not move. Yu Xiaogang has become a Fart Douluo. Now the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan will be in chaos. Haha. When Qianrongxiu and Bibi Dong heard that Yu Xiaogang became a titled Douluo, they could not help laughing. At this moment, the two women could imagine that if the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan did not listen to Yu Xiaogang, they would definitely be killed by farts. Sister Shuet, don't pay attention to the fart master for now. When you meet Tang San in the future, you must be careful of his guanyin tears. Once you find that his hands have turned into white jade, you must take the initiative and hit him with the Kaishan seal. In short, you must not tell him the rules of fair fighting. That guy is a sinister and cunning villain. It is his instinct to play sneak attacks and assassinations. Yeliang Chen reminded Qianrongxiu that she must be careful. After all, in the original plot, Qianrongxiu, this naive and innocent girl, became a god, but was still seriously injured by Tang San with the strength of a titled Douluo. Brother Xiao Chen, don't worry. I am not a naive person. Qianrongxiu smiled and said that she would be careful. You are a naive person, and you still don't admit it. Bibi Dong looked at Qianrongxiu's confident look and smiled helplessly. Mother, don't say that to me. Even if I am a naive person, I inherited your naive gene. Let's go. Let's go and see how that farting Douluo conquers the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. Qianrongxiu rolled her eyes in a charming manner, then took Bibi Dong and Yeliang Chen's hands and quietly flew towards the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, ready to watch the show. Chapter 464 Yu Xiaogang is proud of himself. I think you are itching for sex. Pa pa pa. Hearing Qianrongxiu actually say that she is also a naive girl, Bibi Dong directly reached out and slapped her hips a few times, thinking, why are you talking about things that are not related to the topic? Do I have no face left? Ouch. Why do you always like to spank my butt? Don't you feel sorry for my biological daughter? Feeling the burning and itchy feeling coming from her buttocks, Jian Rongxiu quickly grabbed Bibi Dong's hand. You're right. You can slap me just because you're my biological child. Didn't Xiao Chen say something before? Beating is love, scolding is love, and kicking is the ultimate love? This is a manifestation of my love for you, do you understand? After you became a god, your body became much harder. My hand hurts a little when I slap you. After slapping Jian Rongxiu a few times, Bibi Dong showed a satisfied smile. It must be said that this girl has a better figure after becoming a god. Papa. Then I'll slap you back, too. After all, I love you so much, haha. Seeing this, Jian Rongxiu quickly slapped Bibi Dong a few times from behind. Oh. You're even going against the Tian gang. Pa. Haha, I hit you again. Haha. You've become a god, so you come to bully me, right? Then practice with me. Xiao Chen is too strong, I can't practice with him. Okay. Today, I'll practice with you, a god-level strongman, with my demigod strength. The two women flew directly into the depths of a mountain and started fighting. Bang bang. Although Bibi Dong has not reached the level of a god, she is also a demigod, with god-level spiritual power, and has also practiced the magic skills of the mountain opening seal, the sea flipping seal, and the sound wave skill. In addition, her actual combat experience makes her far superior to Jian Rongxiu. For a while, the two women fought back and forth, with all kinds of cool soul skills flying around, and the scene was very spectacular. Swoosh! Seeing this, Ye Yangchen also landed on the top of a high mountain to enjoy the wonderful fighting scene of the two women. The Shura god now chooses Jian Douluo as the successor. At this moment, the voice of the goddess of life sounded in Ye Yangchen's mind. Oh! He actually chose Jian Douluo. Hearing the reminder from the goddess of life, Ye Yangchen was very surprised. According to our investigation, it was Luoxia god who deliberately mentioned the fall of the previous generation of angel god to Shura god. The old bachelor Shura was worried that you would avenge Jian Rongxiu in the future, so he wanted to get rid of you in advance, but he didn't know that you were already a peak 3rd level god. Not only did you take his artifact, but you also destroyed his divine mind, which directly confused him. In desperation, he had to choose Jian Douluo to inherit the position of Shura god. The goddess of life told the story of Luoxia god bewitching Shura god. Sister goddess, this Luoxia god is really a talent. Her purpose is to use us to get rid of Shura god. I have to say that her trick is very clever. At this moment, Ye Yangchen really wanted to say to Luoxia god, hey, you are really talented. You are right. Luoxia god dug a big pit, but he didn't expect that old bachelor Shura really jumped into it. Now many gods in the god realm are laughing at him for being brainless. When the goddess of life thought of the incompetent and furious look of Shura god, she felt very funny. Jian Douluo is now used as a tool by Shura god. After he inherits Shura god's throne, Shura god will definitely ask him to kill me. I don't know how he will react. Now that Shura demon sword has been taken away by Ye Yangchen, Jian Douluo will not pose any threat to himself even if he becomes Shura god. Well. Although Shura demon sword was robbed by you, you can't be careless. In addition, we have also detected that Luoxia god's divine consciousness is still in the Luoxia scythe artifact. We don't know what she wants to do. You have to be careful. The goddess of life was also very curious about the abnormality of the Rakshasa god. What else could it be? Of course she was waiting for a war to happen in Douluo continent so that she could absorb negative energy. She also wanted to continue to control Tang San so that she could take back the artifact after Tang San was destroyed. Although Tang San got the inheritance of Rakshasa god, he hated Rakshasa god very much because Rakshasa god set those strange divine tests for him at that time. Rakshasa god must know that Tang San hated him, so he left a backup plan. Ye Yangchen had guessed Rakshasa god's intention. Knowing that Tang San would be defeated by her, the woman would definitely not really hand over the artifact to Tang San. Puff. That Tang San is really pathetic. He has become a puppet of Rakshasa god. Let's do this first. I'll tell you if there is any important information. The goddess of life cut off the conversation with Ye Yangchen, and then turned into a statue, sitting in the Sea of Souls. After finishing the conversation with the goddess of life, Ye Yangchen analyzed the current situation. After Jian Douluo became a god, he might fight with Tang San first. After all, Shura god and Rakshasa god have grievances. If that is the case, things will be lively, but Ning Fengzi and Master Fangpi will definitely dissuade both parties from joining forces to deal with him in the spirit hall. Bang bang! Haha! It's so refreshing. At this time, Bibi Dong and Jian Rongxiu's cheerful laughter came from the valley, and the two women also ended the battle. Shua! The inheritor of Shura god appeared. Ye Yangchen flew to the two women and told them the latest news. Who? Bibi Dong and Jian Rongxiu were stunned when they heard that Shura god had chosen the inheritor again. Jian Douluo. Liang Chen nodded. What? It's Douluo. Douluo has already obtained the position of Sword God. If he also obtains the position of Shura, his strength will be very strong. The nine-colored goddess and the god of food are husband and wife. I wonder if Oscar will go to the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect to lick Ning Rong Rong after he becomes a god. With Oscar's dog-licking attribute, he will definitely go to lick Ning Rong Rong, but will Ning Rong Rong agree to Oscar who practices with Wolf Bandit and Gale Wolf? Does the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect have no face? That's right. No matter how strong they are, they can't be better than us. Let's go and see how farting Douluo Yu Xiaogang torments the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect first. Qian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong analyzed the situation. Even if Douluo inherited the throne of Shura God, he couldn't beat Liang Chen, so they didn't care. Swoosh, swoosh. Liang Chen and the other two flew to a high mountain outside the mountain gate of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, then hid their breath and watched the show quietly. At this moment, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect was very lively. Countless people gathered in the square of the sect, looking at Yu Xiaogang and Tang San curiously. These two are ruthless people who fought with the wolf bandits. What are they doing back? Isn't this polluting our noble Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect? Many people complained about Yu Xiaogang and Tang San in their hearts. After all, the strange assessment scene of the master and apprentice on Rakshasa Island was projected into the air, and countless people on the mainland saw it. Xiaogang, it's good to be back. You have suffered outside these years. Yu Yuanzhen looked at his useless son, who was now just a eunuch. For a moment, he felt very uncomfortable. Father, only those who have endured hardships can become superior people. Now I have become a titled Douluo. My soul power has reached level 92, and the title is 3 Pao Douluo. Shua. Yu Xiaogang showed off 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings, and proudly showed them to everyone in the sect, saying that he was not a waste. Hey! He actually called himself 3 Pao Douluo. I think it's better to call him Farting Douluo. After returning to the Spirit Hall, we will directly announce to the entire continent that Farting Douluo Yu Xiaogang has become a titled Douluo. Needless to say, we must vigorously promote it and let the name of the stinky Douluo resound throughout the continent. Liang Chen and Bibi Dong, mother and daughter, who were hiding in the mountains, almost couldn't help laughing when they heard that Yu Xiaogang called himself 3 Pao Douluo. Ah! 9 soul rings? He is really a titled Douluo. Everyone in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan looked at Yu Xiaogang's 9 soul rings and felt a little unreal. Xiaogang, you have become a titled Douluo, why hasn't your martial soul evolved yet? Still Luo Sanbao. Looking at Yu Xiaogang's Luo Sanbao martial soul, which has not changed at all, Yu Yuanzhen couldn't figure it out. If that was the case, how did his son become a titled Douluo? This was too strange. I got the God test. As long as I complete the God test, I can upgrade my level. Yu Xiaogang explained that although the content of the test was very strange, it was worth it as long as he could gain strength. What are your next few soul skills? Yu Yuanzhen asked curiously. He knew that his son's first 2 soul skills were bullshit. Faced with his father's question, Yu Xiaogang immediately hesitated and was embarrassed to answer. Xiaogang, all your subsequent soul skills are not all bullshit, right? Yu Yuanzhen looked at Yu Xiaogang's hesitation and had the answer in his mind. Yes. Father. Yu Xiaogang nodded, his dead face turned the color of liver, his heart he felt extremely aggrieved. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, the other people in the sect burst into laughter. Now Yu Xiaogang turned from a fart master into a fart Douluo. Stop laughing. Even if all of the teacher's spirit skills are farts, he is at least a titled Douluo. You are just a bunch of trash who can never reach the titled Douluo level. What qualifications do you have to laugh at my teacher? Tang San glared at everyone coldly, wanting to teach these ignorant guys a lesson on behalf of his teacher. Tang San, you fought with the wolf bandits on Luosha Island back then, you still have the nerve to talk about us, it's ridiculous. At this time, an elder mocked Tang San in a sarcastic way. Shua bang. Ah. Tang San raised his hand and slapped the elder away with a slap. Watch your words. Whoever dares to mention this matter again will be killed without mercy. Tang San stared at the elder coldly. If he hadn't helped his teacher control the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, the old man would have been killed long ago. Tang San, what are you doing? The people of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect were furious on the spot. Tang San beat up the elder of the sect in front of everyone. How could they bear this? Tang San, this is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. It's not your turn to be presumptuous. Yu Yuanzhen was also very angry at this moment. This Tang San was Yu Xiaogang's apprentice, and he was also his apprentice. He was so rebellious. So what if I was presumptuous? Am I afraid of you? If you hadn't expelled the teacher from the sect, how could he have suffered so much? Tang San refuted Yu Yuanzhen coldly, his whole body was full of murderous aura, making the whole square become extremely cold. Xiao San, don't get excited yet, let me handle it. From today on, I will be the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Who agrees? Who opposes? Yu Xiaogang walked forward and looked at everyone in the sect proudly. Since these people dared to laugh at him, he would take the position of the sect and see what they could do. I oppose. How could the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect let a eunuch be the leader? If this gets out, the reputation of the sect will be completely stinky. Stubborn. Sixth soul skill, stinky farts. Bang bang bang. Yu Xiaogang directly summoned Luo Sanbao's martial soul and farted 6 times at the people in the square. In an instant, shit green smoke filled the entire square, and everyone was suffocated. Buzz. Tang San immediately used his soul power to protect himself to prevent being suffocated by the stinky fart, and at the same time complained in his heart, what Sanbao Douluo? It would be better to call him Stinky Douluo. After becoming a titled Douluo, the farts of the teacher are even more smelly than before. Ugh. At this moment, everyone in the square was vomiting crazily, and even jaundice water was almost vomited out. The scene was very tragic. Ugh. Xiaogang, what are you doing? Yu Yuanzhen vomited for a while and questioned Yu Xiaogang. Father, I want to avenge Yeliangchen and Bibi Dong and wash away the shame of the past. You must help me. Yu Xiaogang didn't pretend at this moment and directly said that he wanted to control the entire sect. Xiaogang, your father also wants revenge, but I'm afraid we can't do it with our strength. Yu Yuanzhen smiled helplessly. It was not easy to defeat Yeliangchen and Bibi Dong. Father, Xiao San has now become a 100-level warrior. Daimyo Bai has also obtained the inheritance of the god of war. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Tai Long, Ning Rongrong, and Jian Douluo have all obtained the divine position, and there are 2 people on Luosha Island who have obtained the inheritance of the dog god and the god of fraud. The Tiandu Empire has 1 million troops. Davis controls 200,000 White Tiger Legion on the south coast of Xingluo country, plus the overall strength of our 3 major sects. It is enough for revenge. Yu Xiaogang confidently analyzed his own strength and felt that the advantage was in me. Only if we unite and defeat Yeliangchen and the Spirit Hall can we take back everything we have. Shua. Seeing this, Tang San directly showed his 18 soul rings and a grey gold soul to show his divine power. Ah! This! Yu Yuanzhen and others looked at Tang San's exaggerated soul rings at this moment, and their heads were a little confused. Father, Tenglong Pavilion and Tianshui sect have squeezed us out of the top 3 sects. Can you swallow this breath? Yu Xiaogang heard on the way back that Tenglong Pavilion and Tianshui sect occupied the top 2 sects, which made him unbearable. Xiaogang, Yeliangchen must have gods on his side. Can you guarantee that we can win? Yu Yuanzhen has seen the strength of Yeliangchen and Shui Bing sisters, each of whom is more powerful than Tang San. You have no choice now, you can only submit to my teacher, otherwise you will bear the consequences. As long as Yeliangchen and the Spirit Hall are defeated, I guarantee that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect will still be one of the top 3 sections. Seeing that Yu Yuanzhen was still hesitating, Tang San threatened him directly, and the cold murderous aura pressed towards everyone. Father, Xiao San has 2 god positions. Even if Yeliangchen becomes a god, he only has 1 god position, and he is definitely not Xiao San's opponent. Yu Xiaogang boasted about the strength of his beloved disciple complacently. Listening to Yu Xiaogang bragging about himself, Tang San felt a little embarrassed, but he didn't dare to say it out loud, for fear that the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect would know Yeliangchen's strength and would not obey Yu Xiaogang's orders. Ah! Sect Master! The other members of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect were shrouded in murderous aura at this moment, as if they had seen a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. I felt extremely scared and broke out in cold sweat. Okay. I agree. Xiaogang, you are the sect master now. Seeing this, Yu Yuanzhen had to give in, otherwise Tang San would really kill him. In addition, Yu Yuanzhen also hoped that Tang San and his team could really defeat Yeliangchen and the Spirit Hall, which would be a good thing for the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Father, believe me, no matter what, I can't harm the section. After successfully obtaining the position of the sect master, Yu Xiaogang was extremely excited. So high, I feel that my life has reached a climax, I feel that my life has reached a peak. At this time, Yu Xiaogang wanted to sing a few lines happily. He had never been so happy in his life. Now he could finally hold his head high. Hey! Why are the people from my second uncle's lineage not in the sect? Looking around at the people in the sect square, Yu Xiaogang did not find Yu Luomian's trace, which was very strange. Lu Erlong defected to Yeliangchen some time ago and closed the huge Blue Tyrant Academy. Your second uncle had to organize people and open Blue Tyrant Academy again, which can be regarded as accumulating talents for the section. Yu Yuanzhen explained that Lu Erlong's defection to Yeliyangchen was also a great shame for the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. What? Erlong actually defected to the enemy? Yu Xiaogang stood up with a swoosh. Lu Erlong defected to Yeliyangchen, which was a slap in his face. Chapter 465 Yu Xiaogang is notorious again. Xiao San, let's go to Tenglong City. Yu Xiaogang immediately called Tang San and prepared to go to Tenglong City to capture Lu Erlong. Teacher, don't worry about this matter, I have more important things to do. Tang San immediately stopped Yu Xiaogang's impulse, thinking, why is this old guy still thinking about Lu Erlong? You have become a eunuch, do people still like you? Xiao San, has Yeliyangchen also become a god? Yu Xiaogang didn't understand why Tang San became more cowardly after becoming a god. Yes. He has become a god, too. At present, Mu Bai, Fatty and the others have not become gods yet. Once we fight with Yeliyangchen, we lack high-end combat power and will suffer a great loss. I will go back to Luosha Island to inherit the Yinsha god position first. I will discuss revenge after I come back. Tang San was embarrassed to say that he couldn't beat Yeliyangchen now, so he had to use the immature conditions to stabilize Yu Xiaogang. Okay. Then I will listen to you. I will first integrate the forces of the Tiandu Empire and wait for you to come back. Yu Xiaogang thought about it and it was right. Tenglong Pavilion and Tianshui sect had a bunch of titled Douluo, plus Yeliyangchen had already become a god, so they really couldn't have a conflict with that monster in advance. However, Yu Xiaogang was going to meet Lu Erlong later, and show the strength of the titled Douluo in front of that woman, so that she would know that she was not a waste. Swoosh. Then Tang San left the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect directly, and flew quickly towards the direction of Rakshasa Island, inheriting the Yinsha god position as soon as possible, and then go to see what kind of world the abyss plane mentioned by Rakshasa god is. Xiao Chen, Tang San should have known from Rakshasa god that you inherited the position of the double god king, so he didn't dare to act rashly. How should we arrange it now? Listening to the conversation between Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu felt that the guy was even more cowardly than before he became a god. Let's wait and see. Besides, Luosha god still has his divine consciousness in Luosha demon scythe. Yeliyangchen felt that Luosha god seemed to be planning something bigger at this moment, and it must be more than just using Tang San as a tool. I didn't expect Luosha god to be so insidious. He actually wanted to use Xiao Chen to get rid of Shura god. Both Shura god and Luosha god are not good people. We must destroy them in the future. After listening to Yeliyangchen's description, Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu felt numb on their backs. This Luosha god is really an out-and-out demon. Buzz. Sister Shuet, go back to Wuhan City first. I'll leave a divine consciousness mark on your forehead. If there is anything, you can communicate directly with your mental power, and I will know immediately. Godmother, follow me to practice the power of the law of the thunder element. Yeliyangchen was ready to return to Tenglong City. Since Tang San didn't dare to cause trouble now, he would wait slowly. Zioxiu, I need to rest for a while. You will take charge of the work of the Pope. Let the elders strengthen their vigilance. Your grandfather and others must also be dispatched. Don't stay in the angel temple every day. Bibi Dong reminded Qian Rongxiu that Tang San became the Rakshasa god, and Jian Douluo was about to become the Shura god. This was a great threat to the spirit hall. Don't worry. I will arrange it. Swoosh. Qian Rongxiu kissed Yeliyangchen and Bibi Dong on the face respectively, and then flew towards the spirit city. It's time for this girl to take up the burden. After watching Qian Rongxiu leave, Bibi Dong smiled with relief. After handing over the Pope's work to Qian Rongxiu, she instantly felt like she had unloaded a heavy burden. Xiao Chen, are you teaching me to cultivate the power of the lightning element to prevent me from encountering a heavenly tribulation when I break through level 100 in the future? Bibi Dong recalled that when she cultivated the power of the lightning element, she felt numb all over her body every day. That feeling was so sour and refreshing. Yes. Yeliyangchen nodded and said that the reason why he taught Bibi Dong was because practicing the true art of controlling thunder is also to be prepared for any eventuality. In order to let Bibi Dong comprehend the power of the element of thunder as soon as possible, Yeliyangchen used the true art of controlling thunder to create thunder tribulations every day, so that she could feel the power of thunder tribulations. Will the heavenly tribulation be attracted when Qian Daoliu breaks through the 100th level? Bibi Dong asked curiously. No, he is a believer of the angel god, and his martial soul is a six-winged angel. After Sister Shui removed his divine servant shackles, he can directly absorb the power of the angel god's faith. As long as he converts the soul power in his body into divine power, he can easily become a god at the 100th level, but he does not have a divine position. But you are not a believer of the angel god, and you cannot absorb the power of the angel god's faith. If you want to become a god, you can only forcefully break through the 100th level. Yeliyangchen explained that Bibi Dong now has no divine position to inherit, so it is still a bit difficult for her to become a god. So that's the case. Then I'll rely on you in the future. Bibi Dong reached out and rubbed Ye Liangchen's head. Fortunately, this little guy helped, otherwise she would not be able to become a god at all. Shua shua. Then the two of them soared into the air and flew towards Tenglong City. After returning to Tenglong City, Bibi Dong worked hard to practice the thunder controlling technique every day, and was struck by lightning every day. The scene made Ling Yuan, Shui Langzhen and others feel numb. However, Bibi Dong did not feel very painful. After being struck by lightning for a long time, she felt very comfortable. It's time for me to act too. Now that Shura God gave up Bibi Dong and passed the throne to Jian Douluo, Shui Langzhen felt nervous, so she also rushed to the frozen forest to complete her own god test. A few days later, Feng Xiaotian, Hua Wushuan siblings, Xiaoyu, Yan, Jin Yaoer, Qing Ming, Qiang Gu brothers, Bai Chen Xiang, Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zulan came to Tenglong City one after another. Pavilion Master, you became a god without a word, we didn't know. Pavilion Master, who else became a god? When everyone learned that Ye Liangchen had become a god, they all showed surprise. At present, only I, Sister Shuet, and Tang San have become gods. The rest are probably Aunt Lan, Jian Douluo and Sister Lan. In addition, Shura God has turned against me and chose Jian Douluo as the successor. Ye Liangchen told everyone the current situation. I didn't expect that we have been in the secret realm for almost a year, and such a big thing happened outside. We have been practicing in the secret realm for so long, but it feels like only a few days have passed. Feng Xiaotian and others saw that the current situation had changed again, and they all felt that time was a bit urgent, especially Jian Douluo had obtained the inheritance of Shura God, which was the inheritance of the God King. What do you choose now? Do you plan to absorb the 100,000 year soul rings you collected before? Or absorb the God-given soul rings? Now I can use my divine power to make God-given soul rings. Ye Liangchen looked at the group of people whose soul power had broken through to the next level, and it was time to absorb soul rings. Pavilion Master, so many of us need 100,000 year soul ring, which will consume too much of your divine power. I will use the 120,000 year deep sea dragon wolf soul ring as the 9th soul ring. Yes. Ours is the same, anyway, they are all 100,000 year soul rings, not bad. Feng Xiaotian and others did not want to consume Ye Liangchen's divine power, and planned to absorb the 100,000 year soul rings that everyone had obtained in the sea before. We are only level 80, and it is enough to absorb a 70 or 80,000 year soul ring. Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zulan told their soul ring requirements. At this moment, the two women felt a little embarrassed. Among this group of people, they were the weakest. Absorbing the soul ring of 100,000 year soul beast is a bit painful, you must hold on. Bibi Dong had absorbed the soul ring of 100,000 year soul beast before, so she told Feng Xiaotian and others about her experience. Your Highness, don't worry. We can do it. Everyone nodded. If they couldn't bear the 100,000 year soul ring, how could they accept the divine test? Let's get started. Ye Liangchen took out the soul ring from the game backpack space and asked everyone to absorb it. A few hours later, Feng Xiaotian and others successfully promoted to title Douluo. The Zhu sisters absorbed the 80,000 year soul rings and were also promoted to Soul Douluo. Let's go. We should go back and continue to complete the remaining assessments. After absorbing the soul rings, Feng Xiaotian and others felt their own powerful strength, but they were not proud, but prepared to return to their respective secret realms to continue to improve their strength. Leaving so soon? Don't you plan to take a break? Ye Liangchen, Bibi Dong and others looked at these guys who were so anxious, they were simply crazy cultivators. Tang San has already become a god, we must speed up, at least to reach Super Douluo before coming out. Yes. Feng Xiaotian and others dare not waste time, they must improve their strength to help in the future god wars. After Yu Xiaogang became the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, he immediately rushed to the Tiandu imperial family, showed off his 9 soul rings in front of Xuebeng and Xuexing, and then showed off his talents. Finally, he brought up the story of Tang San's godhood, saying that he had cultivated a god. Master, please help our empire. Seeing this, Xuebeng immediately appointed Yu Xiaogang as the national master. Although this fart master has a bad reputation, he is a real titled Douluo. The most important thing is that Tang San has now become a god, and the Tiandu Empire must win him over in order to compete with Ye Liangchen's Tenglong Pavilion. Your Majesty Xuebeng, we are all in the same camp and should help each other. Yu Xiaogang didn't expect Xuebeng to appoint him as the national master, it was so cool, so he pretended to be polite. After becoming the national master of the Tiandu Empire, it won't be long before he has the final say in the entire Tiandu Empire. Just after Yu Xiaogang became the national master of the Tiandu Empire, a piece of news spread from the Spirit Hall. Master Fart Yu Xiaogang has become a titled Douluo. Since all his soul skills are farts, his title is Fart Douluo. After word of mouth, the name of Fart Douluo spread all over the continent. What? That master who can only fart can actually become a titled Douluo? It's really a sow climbing a tree. Master Fart with the title of Fart Douluo, it's amazing. Ha ha ha. For a while, countless people on the continent were shocked, and then began to laugh at Yu Xiaogang crazily. Damn it! Bibi Dong, you are so cruel. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was drinking and bragging with Flanders and Zhao Wuji. After hearing people laughing at him, he was extremely angry. Xiaogang, have a drink and calm down. Flanders poured a glass of wine for Yu Xiaogang and told him not to care about those jokes. Anyway, this old friend has been laughed at by the world for his whole life, and it won't hurt to laugh at him again. Master. Flanders and I are just soul Douluo, far inferior to you. Yes. Titled Douluo is the realm that our soul masters dream of. Zhao Wuji, Li Yuzong and others also pretended to be sour to persuade Yu Xiaogang, but everyone was laughing in their hearts. Forget it, anyway, I am now a titled Douluo, a height they can never reach in their lifetime, let them laugh. Yu Xiaogang thought about it, he had been living under the ridicule of the world all his life, his face was thicker than the city wall, he didn't care about anything. Besides, he was now the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, he had status and position, how could those mediocre people compare to him? Xuebeng, you named Yu Xiaogang as the national teacher before, but now people call him bullshit Douluo. Now the reputation of our Tiandu Empire will be affected. Uncle, don't worry about that. Yu Xiaogang has a bad reputation, but he is also a titled Douluo, and now he is the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. The most important thing is that his disciple Tang San is a god-level strongman, and this matter was deliberately promoted by the Spirit Hall, with the purpose of disgusting Yu Xiaogang. But his spirit skills are all bullshit. I'm worried that he will ruin the reputation of our royal family. Uncle, in order to compete with Liang Chen and the Spirit Hall, we can only win him over. When Xuebeng and Xuexing heard the name of bullshit Douluo, their faces were also very ugly, but Yu Xiaogang had been named the national teacher before, and it was impossible to revoke his national teacher status now. This would be more harm than good. Yu Xiaogang's reputation is even worse than before. Uncle Gu, Yu Xiaogang's soul skills are all bullshit, this is too weird. Isn't it? Ha ha ha. In the Kaibao Liulai sect, Gu Douluo and Ning Fengzi felt very funny when they heard the news. But even though he laughed, Ning Fengzi was a little envious. Yu Xiaogang, who could only fart, could become a titled Douluo, while he would always stop at level 79. Our sect's reputation is as bad as Yu Xiaogang's. The Spirit Hall is too abominable. In the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, everyone's faces were very ugly. As the saying goes, family disgrace should not be spread outside, and the Spirit Hall directly announced Yu Xiaogang's scandal, which was simply exposing the family disgrace of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Chapter 466 Lu Erlong beats Yu Xiaogang violently. The Spirit Hall named Yu Xiaogang the farting Douluo, which made him very angry, so he asked the Tiandu royal family to declare him the Three-Pao Douluo, but people did not agree with his title of Three-Pao Douluo at all, and still called him farting Douluo. People think that only the title of farting Douluo can match the identity of the farting master. How ridiculous! Yu Xiaogang was so angry that his face almost turned green when he saw that his title of Three-Pao Douluo could not be spread. Xiaogang, don't care about these. Flanders comforted Yu Xiaogang and told him not to be angry, after all, farting Douluo was also a titled Douluo. Flander, as early as when I got the third soul ring, Liang Chen that kid concluded that all my soul skills were bullshit, and gave me the title of farting Douluo. Later, my situation was just as he said. All my soul skills were bullshit. This is too unbelievable. Yu Xiaogang calmed down and recalled his experiences over the years. It felt like someone had deliberately arranged it. Xiaogang, don't think too much. You have become a titled Douluo. What else is there to be dissatisfied about? Seeing Yu Xiaogang mentioning Liang Chen again, Flender knew that this old friend might want to make trouble again, so he advised him not to think too much. Flender, come with me to Tenglong City. I want to bring Lu Erlong back. Yu Xiaogang couldn't accept the fact that Lu Erlong defected to Liang Chen, so he wanted to reorganize the Golden Iron Triangle. Xiaogang, I won't go. Seeing this, Flender shook his head and refused, thinking, only a fool would go toss with a guy like you. Flanders, you are still so timid, no wonder Erlong looked down on you back then. Looking at Flanders's cowardly look, Yu Xiaogang there is a feeling of being disappointed with someone. Whatever you say, I won't go anyway. I'll go back to train students first. Seeing Yu Xiaogang mocking him, Flanders was too lazy to pay attention, so he went back to Tiandu Royal Academy directly. Humph. If you don't go, this master will go in person. Yu Xiaogang snorted coldly, and then rushed to Lanba Academy, intending to take Yu Luomian with him to persuade Lu Erlong to come back. Xiaogang, Erlong has her own life, you'd better not disturb her. Yu Xiaogang is notorious now, and Yu Luomian doesn't want this guy to ruin his daughter's reputation. Erlong is also a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, but she defected to the enemy. This is a betrayal of the sect and she deserves death. Second uncle, as Erlong's father, you just watched her go astray. Seeing that Yu Luomian didn't care about Lu Erlong's defection to the enemy, Yu Xiaogang was very angry and directly accused Lu Erlong of betraying the sect. Xiaogang, your father and other elders thought that Erlong's mother was just a commoner and couldn't be buried in the sect after death. That's why Erlong hated the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect and didn't want to return to the sect with me. Erlong didn't belong to our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, so how can we talk about betrayal? Now she is an 88-level soul Douluo and has the right to decide her own life. Seeing that Yu Xiaogang accuses Lu Erlong of betraying the sect, Yu Luomian couldn't stand it, so he directly brought up the things that Yu Xiaogang's father did when he opposed Erlong's mother returning to the sect. Uncle, no matter what, I am now the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. I must bring Erlong back to the section. Yu Xiaogang was very surprised to hear that Lu Erlong's soul power had reached level 88. It seemed that the woman had obtained a good opportunity in Tenglong City, but she was from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect after all, and she had to work for the sect. Then go and bring her back. Yu Luomian pushed the matter to Yu Xiaogang. Now that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect was controlled by Yu Xiaogang, it was inevitable that it would decline. As long as his own direct lineage and Erlong could be saved, it would be fine. As for Yu Yuanzhen and other people in the sect, they were willing to die with Yu Xiaogang, which was not something he could control. Uncle, then you just wait for my good news. Yu Xiaogang snorted coldly, then left the Blue Tyrannosaurus Academy and headed towards Tenglong City. A few days later, Yu Xiaogang arrived in Tenglong City. Such a big change. Looking at the prosperous Tenglong City, Yu Xiaogang was so envious and jealous. Liang Chen could create such a big force, which was much stronger than Tang San. One day, this master must destroy all of this, including Bibi Dong and the Spirit Hall. Comparing people is annoying. Seeing that Liang Chen was better than his apprentice Tang San, Yu Xiaogang felt very uncomfortable and his ugly face became extremely distorted. Just when Yu Xiaogang stepped into Tenglong City, Liang Chen, who was drinking tea on the balcony of Tenglong Pavilion, also noticed it. Fart Douluo actually ran to Tenglong City, interesting. Liang Chen guessed that Yu Xiaogang came here to persuade Lu Erlong to return to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Shoo! Pavilion Master, Yu Xiaogang has entered our Tenglong City. At this moment, a bird called in the sky, and then the old man Bei He flew to Liang Chen and brought news about Yu Xiaogang. Elder Bai, I already know. Liang Chen nodded. Then I will inform Elder Ling Yuan and the others to take action. Elder Bei He asked. No, I will pay attention to Yu Xiaogang's movements. Liang Chen smiled calmly and told Bei He not to make a big fuss. Yu Xiaogang was just a mere person and could not make any waves at all. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang asked passers-by about Lu Erlong's location, so he rushed towards the Tenglong Soul Master Academy. When he arrived at the outskirts of the city, Yu Xiaogang saw a huge plaque with 4 golden characters Tenglong Academy engraved on it. At this moment, Lu Erlong was arranging staff to build the academy in an orderly manner. Erlong has become more beautiful. Lu Erlong has now been promoted to Soul Douluo, and her temperament has improved. At this moment, the mature and charming strong woman makes Yu Xiaogang look a little stupid. Even though he has become a eunuch now, his heart is still as uncomfortable as a cat scratching. Who are you? This is a restricted area of the academy, no outsiders allowed. At this moment, several Soul Emperor level teachers saw Yu Xiaogang and hurried over to stop him. I am Yu Xiaogang, and I am here to see Lu Erlong. Swish! Yu Xiaogang directly revealed his name and showed his 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Oh! It turns out to be Master Yu, the farting Douluo. Master, I heard that all your soul skills are farts, is that true? Master Yu, we are just curious. After all, we have never seen a titled Douluo whose soul skills are all farts, ha ha ha. When several Soul Emperor level teachers heard that the person coming was Yu Xiaogang, they couldn't help laughing. You are just Soul Emperors, but you dare to mock titled Douluo. You are so brave. Yu Xiaogang angrily scolded several Soul Emperor teachers. If he didn't want to alarm Liang Chen, he would definitely teach them a lesson. Master Fart, this is Tenglong City, do you think you dare to act wild here? Several teachers did not take Yu Xiaogang seriously at all. At this moment, there were 2 powerful people, Shui Lingfeng and Lu Erlong, in the academy. Don't worry about anything. Yu Xiaogang, I heard that you became a titled Douluo, and you also got the title of farting Douluo, not bad. At this moment, Lu Erlong stepped on the Suanji step and walked from a distance with enchanting steps. Seeing that the person coming was Yu Xiaogang, she was stunned. Lu Erlong was accompanied by Shui Lingfeng. The construction of the Soul Master Academy in Tenglong City was also supervised by the two women. When they felt that other titled Douluo broke into the academy, the two women immediately rushed over to check the situation. Oh my god, farting Douluo actually came to our Tenglong Academy. But what is farting Douluo doing in our academy? He doesn't want to join our academy, but this stinky guy will pollute the environment, so he can't be allowed to join. At this time, other teachers in the academy also gathered around and pointed at Yu Xiaogang. Erlong, you are from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, why do you want to leave the Blue Tyrannosaurus Academy? Do you know that this is a betrayal of the sect? Yu Xiaogang ignored the ridicule of the crowd and directly scolded Lu Erlong. Pa. Yu Xiaogang, you dare to speak harshly in front of me after becoming a titled Douluo. I am not from your Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, how can you say anything? Who do you think you are? Lu Erlong rushed to Yu Xiaogang and slapped him in the face. Wow! Dean Erlong is mighty, Dean Erlong is domineering. Other teachers watched Lu Erlong slap Yu Xiaogang's face red, and they couldn't help but cheer. Lu Erlong, you dare to hit me. Seeing Lu Erlong treat him like this, Yu Xiaogang felt a little unreal, but the burning pain on his face made him believe that it was real. What's wrong with hitting you? Yu Xiaogang, get out of here, or I'll hit you every time I see you next time. Lu Erlong slapped Yu Xiaogang a few times, and felt extremely relieved. Lu Erlong, as the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, I order you to return to the sect, otherwise my disciple Tang San will come back and make you look bad. Xiao San has become a god now, even if Liang Chen wants to protect you, he can't. Yu Xiaogang lost his mind after being beaten by Lu Erlong, and directly threatened Lu Erlong with the identity of the leader and Tang San. Yu Xiaogang, Yu Yuanzhen actually let you be the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. That old man may have Alzheimer's disease. Lu Erlong and Shui Lingfeng did not take Yu Xiaogang's threat seriously, but were curious about this guy's current identity. With such a person who likes to commit suicide as the leader, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect is doomed to perish. Bullshit Douluo, relying on your disciple, you come to my territory to show off your power and threaten Dean Erlong. You are so bold. At this time, Liang Chen appeared above the academy. Seeing that Yu Xiaogang dared to use Tang San to threaten Lu Erlong, he felt it was too ridiculous. Liang Chen, Lu Erlong is from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. This sect master wants her to return to the sect. This is our sect's business. You have no right to interfere. When Liang Chen came, Yu Xiaogang thought of the harm this monster had caused to him, but he couldn't be timid at this moment. Yu Xiaogang, I will give you a chance today. If you can beat me, I will go back to Lanba Academy immediately. If you lose, I want you to crawl back. Remember, crawl back from Tenglong City to Tiandu Empire. At this time, Lu Erlong directly challenged Yu Xiaogang. With his 88-level soul power and a powerful torso soul bone, it was not a problem to defeat Yu Xiaogang, a waste. Lu Erlong, you said that. Seeing the bet proposed by Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaogang felt that he had won. We can't fight here. Yu Xiaogang's fart is too smelly and will pollute the academy. Shua. Liang Chen used the power of space to bring everyone directly to the Tiandu Empire. On the way, Liang Chen also secretly gave Lu Erlong a super auxiliary skill, allowing her to completely defeat Yu Xiaogang. Where are we? Lu Erlong and other teachers looked at this unfamiliar environment and felt that it was a bit far from Tenglong City. This is in the Tiandu Empire. At this time, Liang Chen reminded everyone. Ah! Tiandu Empire, this is thousands of miles away from Tenglong City. When Lu Erlong and others learned that this place was in the Tiandu Empire, they immediately felt that Liang Chen's method was too powerful. Stinky boy, there is still a lot of work waiting for us in the academy. Shui Lingfeng rolled her eyes at Liang Chen. This little guy actually brought the teachers in the academy to watch the show. He was really good at making trouble. Dean Erlong, aren't you going to compete with Yu Xiaogang? Let's start. Liang Chen reminded Lu Erlong to start the fight quickly. Oh. Okay. Yu Xiaogang, if you are a man, come on. No, you are just a eunuch now, not a man. No matter what, you are bound to be beaten today. After Lu Erlong came back to her senses, she suddenly felt full of strength. She knew that this must be Liang Chen's trick, so she quickly threatened Yu Xiaogang, who was confused. Erlong, you have to make sure that Liang Chen will not interfere, otherwise I will not fight with you. Seeing Liang Chen and Shui Lingfeng standing in the distance watching the show, Yu Xiaogang felt a little numb. Yu Xiaogang, with your ability to fart, is it necessary for Xiao Chen to take action? Red Dragon's true body. Lu Erlong smiled disdainfully, and then directly activated his martial soul true body to attack Yu Xiaogang. 3 Cannons True Body 8th Soul Skill, a thunderous fart in the plain. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang immediately activated his martial soul true body and turned into a pig and dog. His stomach began to swell, and then he aimed his butt at Lu Erlong, ready to fart. Yu Xiaogang's soul summoning skill needs to be charged, and it takes 3 seconds to perform, so his stomach began to swell and become extremely ugly. Shuadin Erlong, if you don't want to be smoked by the stinky fart, just poke it with a wooden stick immediately. In a flash, Liang Chen grabbed a stick as thick as his arm and threw it to Lu Erlong, and also used soul transmission to send a message to him. Puff. After receiving Liang Chen's hint, Lu Erlong rushed over and stabbed Yu Xiaogang's vitals with the stick. Ha ha ha! Seeing this scene, all the teachers in the academy laughed so hard that they were out of breath. Ah! Feeling the severe pain coming from behind, Yu Xiaogang jumped up and screamed heartbreakingly. Yu Xiaogang, you are so ridiculous for farting in front of me. How about it? Do you feel good now? Ha ha ha! Bang bang! After breaking the opponent's 8th soul skill in an instant, Lu Erlong used his fists and feet to bombard Yu Xiaogang. The scene was very tragic. Ah! Yu Xiaogang's pig-killing scream rang out again, spreading throughout the valley. Wow! Dean Erlong is too fierce. The teachers of the academy were extremely excited when they saw Yu Xiaogang being beaten the whole time. I'm afraid Yu Xiaogang is useless. Shui Lingfeng didn't expect that Liang Chen would let Lu Erlong directly poke Yu Xiaogang with a wooden stick. It was so funny. Bang banga ah! After a while, Yu Xiaogang's hand and 2 legs were broken, at least several ribs were broken, and his head was beaten into a pig's head. Go! Bang! Seeing that it was almost done, Lu Erlong kicked the other party dozens of meters away. The reason why Lu Erlong left Yu Xiaogang's hand was to allow that guy to treat his injuries. After brutalizing Yu Xiaogang this time, Lu Erlong felt extremely comfortable in his heart. It was really so relieved. Ah! At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was lying on the ground with no hope of living, screaming weakly, and constantly cursing in his heart, Lu Erlong, you vicious woman. Yu Xiaogang didn't understand why Lu Erlong, whose soul power was only level 88, had such a strong combat power. Could it be that his level 92 titled Douluo was fake? Chapter 467 Bibi Dong becomes a god. Seeing Yu Xiaogang being beaten so badly by Lu Erlong, Liang Chen felt that this woman's cruelty was comparable to Bibi Dong, and they both liked to beat Yu Xiaogang violently. Yu Xiaogang, next time you feel itchy, you can come again. I promise to let you feel what it means to be sour and refreshing. The reason why Lu Erlong didn't beat Yu Xiaogang to death was to keep it for the next time they met, so that he could continue to beat him violently. Master Yu, your strength as a titled Douluo is too weak, just like your soul skills, it's just shit. Liang Chen looked at Yu Xiaogang lying on the ground like a dead dog and felt very funny. Ha ha ha. The other teachers in the academy burst into laughter, especially Tianmeng Binkan, who rolled on the ground with laughter. Stinky boy, stop playing. There is still a lot of work to be arranged for the construction of the academy. Shui Lingfeng smiled unhappily, and then asked Liang Chen to take everyone away quickly. Okay. Dean Grandma. Shua. Then Liang Chen directly used the space power to take Shui Lingfeng, Lu Erlong, and others back to Tenglong City. Lu Erlong, you are so cruel. Ouch. After seeing Liang Chen and his group disappear, Yu Xiaogang immediately started to curse, but the next moment, he accidentally touched the wooden stick on the wound behind him, and immediately grimaced in pain. Damn. Shua. Yu Xiaogang had no choice but to use the hand that was not broken to pull out the thick wooden stick from the wound behind him, and then mobilized the soul power in his body to warm the wound. 2 hours later, the pain was reduced a little, and Yu Xiaogang struggled to climb to the official road, limped to find a few farmers, and then he spent some gold soul coins and asked a few civilians to hire a horse in a nearby town to take him back to Tiandu City. He found a clinic and healed his injuries first. After more than half a month, Yu Xiaogang recovered from his injuries and then returned to the sect in disgrace. Yu Xiaogang did not go to see Flanders and Yu Luomian immediately because he was afraid that the two would laugh at him. But after Yu Xiaogang returned to the sect, only 3 days later, Yu Luomian learned about Yu Xiaogang from the people from the sect. It's really interesting. Seeing this, Yu Luomian immediately returned to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect to see how Yu Xiaogang was doing. Xiaogang, didn't you say you would bring Erlong back? Why did you come back alone? When he saw Yu Xiaogang's face as black as charcoal, Yu Luomian couldn't help laughing in his heart, thinking, this guy must have suffered a great loss in Tenglong City. Erlong didn't want to return, and she hit me. Yu Xiaogang was filled with resentment when he saw Yu Luomian coming. This second uncle was here to laugh at me on purpose. You were beaten by Erlong? Are you kidding? You are a level 92 title Douluo, and Erlong is only a level 88 soul Douluo. How could she possibly beat you? Yu Luomian almost laughed out loud when she heard that Yu Xiaogang was beaten by Lu Erlong. Okay. Don't laugh at him. Xiaogong's soul skills are all bullshit. Apart from being a little smelly, they have no lethality. How can they have any combat power? Second brother, you really gave birth to a good daughter. At this time, Yu Yuanzhen walked in from outside and looked at Yu Luomian in a weird way. As a super Douluo, he could of course see that Yu Xiaogang had been seriously injured when he returned to the sect. It was a blessing for his son to come back alive this time. Everyone knows that Erlong is excellent. With her qualifications and strength, she will definitely become a titled Douluo in the future. Unfortunately, fate makes Erlong unwilling to return to our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. I feel bitter. Listening to Yu Yuanzhen's weird tone, Yu Luomian immediately became a drama queen and lamented with great pain. Xiaogang, don't make trouble in the future. Looking at Yu Xiaogang who was full of resentment, Yu Yuanzhen advised him not to commit suicide. Liang Chen didn't kill him this time, but it might not be the case next time. Father, I was impulsive this time. Yu Xiaogang nodded. Although he was beaten this time, he also saw Liang Chen's abnormal teleportation method. I hope Xiaosan can have a way to deal with it in the future. Yu Xiaogang still believed in Tang San. He felt that the god-level strongmen might have the same method as Liang Chen. After resting for a while, he rushed to the Tiandu royal family and trained young soul master students in the Royal Academy as a national teacher. Yu Xiaogang still used the same trick he used to train Tang San and his friends, asking them to run with stones on their backs, which made the noble students complain. However, due to Yu Xiaogang's status as a titled Douluo and Tiandu national master, they dared not speak out and could only curse this pervert in their hearts. Time flies, and another half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Bibi Dong practiced in the god-level mimicry environment of Union Pavilion for half a year, and her soul power reached level 99.99. Shui Lingfeng, Shui Langzhen and Yesuling all broke through level 95. In addition, Bei He, Yang Wudi, Yang Wuxuan and other soul Douluos also had their strength greatly improved. Among them, Lu Erlong had broken through to level 89, only one level away from being a titled Douluo. It must be said that the Union Pavilion built by Liangchen is really a veritable holy place for practice. Snow Emperor, your cultivation has increased to 660,000 years. You don't need to cultivate now. Ice Emperor, you have also reached 370,000 years. If you continue like this, you will soon face the fourth heavenly tribulation. That day, Liangchen felt that the cultivation of Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor was increasing too fast, so he hurriedly took the two women out of Union Pavilion and couldn't let them continue to cultivate. Liangchen, it's just that your cultivation holy land is too good, we can't help it. Yes, yes. It's the first time in our lives that we can cultivate in an environment full of divine power. After being forcibly taken away from Union Pavilion by Liangchen, the two Ice and Snow Emperors were still a little reluctant. I told you a long time ago that if you follow the master, your future will be bright. Yingmei looked at the two Ice and Snow Emperors who had been staying in Tenglong City for more than a year. It seemed that the two women had no intention of returning to the far north. We know. Tenglong Academy has been built. Bingdi and I will go to the academy to be teachers. Liangchen, what do you think? Swaiti and Bingdi smiled at each other. Following Liangchen, there are delicious food, fun things, and they can enter Union Pavilion to improve their cultivation. It's so cool. Of course, no problem. Liangchen couldn't ask for more than two fierce beasts to be teachers in the academy. With Swaiti's current strength, she is an extreme Douluo. It's a bit of a waste of talent to be a teacher in the academy. Xiao Chen, what should I do to break through to level 100? On this day, Bibi Dong felt that her soul power could no longer improve, but she couldn't find a way to break through to level 100 and become a god, so she had to ask Liangchen for help. Don't worry, I have a way. Liangchen understood that Bibi Dong had only practiced the first two chapters of Hunyuanju. She could easily practice to the level of a demigod in the Douluo star plane, but without the most important third chapter, she could not break the rules of the plane. Shua. Then Liangchen took Bibi Dong to the depths of the mountains hundreds of kilometers away. Even if the breakthrough triggered a heavenly tribulation, it would not cause any losses. Xiao Chen, what should I do? Bibi Dong asked curiously, thinking that she would soon be able to become a god at level 100, and she was extremely excited. Sit cross-legged, and leave the rest to me. Liangchen nodded. Oh. Okay. After receiving Liangchen's reminder, Bibi Dong immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. Shua. Liangchen put his hands on Bibi Dong's back, and then operated the Hunyuanju to transform the soul power in the other party's body into divine power. How wonderful! As the energy in her body gradually changed, Bibi Dong could feel her own strength growing stronger. Shua. After a few hours, the soul power in Bibi Dong's body all transformed into divine power, a powerful aura burst out from her body. I'm going to peel off your soul bones and form a divine suit. You have to hold back. Yeliang Chen reminded Bibi Dong to let her be mentally prepared. Xiao Chen, just do it. I can handle it. Bibi Dong calmed down and concentrated her mind, telling Yeliang Chen not to worry. Crack crack. Yeliang Chen used divine power to protect Bibi Dong's heart, and then directly peeled off the other 6 soul bones. Ah! Bibi Dong cried out and gritted her teeth to hold on tightly. Shua! After a while, Bibi Dong's 6 soul bones, under the operation of Yeliang Chen's divine power, formed a set of armor artifacts, which were put on Bibi Dong and flashed with golden light. This feeling is so cool. At the moment when the divine suit was formed, the powerful force was fed back to Bibi Dong, making her feel extremely comfortable. Start to condense the divine ring, Yeliang Chen reminded Bibi Dong again. Okay. Ha! Bibi Dong shouted and began to mobilize the divine power in her body to condense her own divine ring. Shua, half an hour later, a large golden circle began to take shape. In an instant, golden light shot up into the sky, emitting dazzling light. Then the large golden circle stood behind Bibi Dong, officially promoting her to a god-level powerhouse. Boom! At this moment, a thunderclap sounded, and in an instant, dark clouds covered the sky, lightning and thunder roared. The heavenly tribulation is coming, and you can use the thunder tribulation to temper your body. Yeliang Chen reminded Bibi Dong that although the opponent's heavenly tribulation was not as powerful as his own, he should not take it lightly. Xiao Chen, don't worry, I can do it. Come on, let me enjoy the power of the heavenly tribulation. Bibi Dong felt that the thunder tribulation had locked onto her, and she was not panicked at all, so she began to operate the true art of controlling thunder to deal with the coming of the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Zzz. Ah! As the heavenly tribulation descended, lightning struck Bibi Dong, and she felt as if she was bitten by ants, and her whole body was numb. This taste is so good. At this moment, Bibi Dong's pretty face turned into charcoal, her hair was frizzy, and her long dress was torn by lightning. She was extremely embarrassed, but fortunately, the true art of controlling thunder could transform the destructive power in the thunder tribulation into her own power. No matter how the heavenly tribulation struck, Bibi Dong could always hold on. This time. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky 1,000 meters away, and then Gu Yuina walked out of it. Shua! At the same time, Qian Rongxiu's figure also came to the sky, just in time to meet Gu Yuina. Are you Sister Na? Qian Rongxiu spoke first, looking at the white-haired beauty in front of her who was not worldly, her eyes suddenly lit up. You are the angel god of this generation. You should be the sister Qian Rongxiu mentioned by Ling right? Gu Yuina looked at the familiar Qian Rongxiu with a smile on her face. Yes, Sister Na. Sister Ling told Xiao Chen about you. I have always wanted to meet you. Today I finally met you. Sister Na, you are so beautiful. Qian Rongxiu hurriedly pulled Gu Yuina's hand. This woman is a strong man at the peak of the first level god. She must have a good relationship with her. You are also very beautiful. I didn't expect Xiao Chen to help her become a god so quickly. It's really incredible. Yes. He always brings us all kinds of surprises. Then the two women stood quietly in the air, watching Bibi Dong transcend the tribulation in the distance. Shua! Why are you here? At this time, Yeliang Chen flew in front of the two women, and then pulled them to the distant mountains to prevent them from being injured by the tribulation. Xiao Chen, you didn't inform me of such an important matter. Qian Rongxi rolled her eyes at Yeliang Chen. Fortunately, she became a god, so she came so quickly, otherwise she would have missed the scene of Bibi Dong becoming a god. The continent is so small, do I need to inform you? You can feel it as soon as the thunder sounds. Yeliang Chen asked back. That's right. I'll go to my mother's place first. Swoosh. Qian Rongxiu nodded, and then saw that Bibi Dong's clothes were all torn and exposed, so she immediately flew to Bibi Dong not far away, took out a set of her own clothes from the soul guide, and was ready to put them on her at any time. Hasn't the Shura god given up Bibi Dong? How can she break through the 100th level? Gu Yuina looked at Bibi Dong who was going through the heavenly tribulation, and her face showed a curious look. It's very simple, I just helped her transform the soul power in her body into divine power. Breaking through the 100th level is not a problem. Yeliang Chen nodded. He had a cheat and helped others become gods. It was just like drinking water. I knew you were capable. Gu Yuina reached out and rubbed Yeliang Chen's head. She felt that this little guy could create gods in batches. Sister Na, the gods in the god realm may be watching here now. Wouldn't it be too dangerous for you to come out? Suddenly, Yeliang Chen felt that it was too risky for Gu Yuina to come out at this time. Don't worry, I'm wearing 1,000 illusions mask, which can cover my own breath. Don't worry about anything. Gu Yuina felt very sweet when she saw Liang Chen was so worried about her. At the same time, members of the God Realm Committee gathered in the central hall of the God Realm, observing Bibi Dong's heavenly tribulation through instruments. How is this possible? They gods watched Bibi Dong break through the 100th level, just like Liang Chen did back then. It was too amazing. Not relying on inheriting the throne, nor relying on the power of faith, but being able to forcefully break through the plain rules and become a god-level strongman, simply broke their cognition. At this moment, the old face of Shura God turned into charcoal, and he was very unbalanced. What was this? I thought that I had given up Bibi Dong, and that woman would never become a god in her life, but I didn't expect that she would become a god so quickly. Shura, you gave up Bibi Dong, do you regret it now? The King of Destruction saw that Shura God looked very ugly, so he couldn't help but tease him. What's there to regret? Even if Bibi Dong can break through the 100th level, she doesn't have a throne, and at best she is just a priest. Shura God said disdainfully, and then left the hall directly and returned to his own Shura temple, intending to give Douluo a break in the god test. Ashura's nose is almost crooked with anger. She can't eat grapes, so she says the grapes are sour. The kind god king couldn't help but smile, and he clearly felt that Ashura's mentality was unbalanced. Is it so easy to become a god in the lower world now? The gods thought that Bibi Dong could become a god, and it might be Liang Chen's doing, but everyone only started to check the lower world when Bibi Dong caused the heavenly tribulation, and didn't know how Liang Chen helped Bibi Dong break through the 100th level. Liang Chen once told me that faith in becoming a god will not go far. It took me 1,000 years to become a god. Compared with him, I am really ashamed. Poseidon became a god by relying on the power of faith, but he couldn't help others become gods. From this point alone, he felt that Liang Chen was more powerful than any other god. Just relying on Bibi Dong to break through the 100th level, there is still no clue. Everyone, disperse first. The goddess of life and the king of destruction turned off the monitors, so that everyone could no longer stare at the lower world, lest some gods have any crooked thoughts. Now the couple of life and destruction have determined that Liang Chen can create gods in batches. This will be a new path of cultivation, and too many gods cannot know about it. Boom. After a while, the dark clouds dissipated, the thunder tribulation also dissipated, and Bibi Dong successfully survived the heavenly tribulation. Swoosh. Mother, congratulations. Qian Rongxu rushed over, put the long skirt on Bibi Dong, and finally hugged her tightly. Zioxu, wasn't I very majestic just now? Feeling Qian Rongxu's soft embrace, Bibi Dong felt extremely sweet. Needless to say, you have always been very strong. Qian Rongxu smiled sweetly, and then kissed Bibi Dong on the dark face, not disliking the dark face. Shua. Holy Light Healing Technique. Life Resurrection. At this moment, Liang Chen flew to a height of 100 meters and directly used two skills to restore Bibi Dong's physical strength. OM. Under the nourishment of the divine power of life, the land scorched by the thunder tribulation began to rejuvenate again, flowers, plants and trees broke out of the ground, and then grew rapidly. For a time, flowers, plants, and trees grew within a few miles, surrounding Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxu in the middle. Bibi Dong, not bad. Wash first. Swish swish. At this time, Gu Yuina flew over and activated the power of the water element to wash away the black ash on Bibi Dong's body. Gu Yuina, thank you. After a while, Bibi Dong looked at herself like a lotus flower emerging from the water, feeling very comfortable. Chapter 468 Plane Upgrade Plan. Bibi Dong felt her own strength, and compared with the demigod level, it had undergone earth-shaking changes. ZZ. Bibi Dong activated the power of the lightning element, and a lightning surrounded by purple lightning appeared in her palm. Shuabang. Bibi Dong slapped the light ball to the distance, and in an instant, a violent explosion sounded, and a big pit was blown out of the ground. Wow! So powerful! Qian Rongxu looked at the huge pit and was immediately shocked. The power is quite good, almost the same as the Kaishan seal. Bibi Dong looked at the effect of her attack and was very satisfied. Let me compare it. Kaishan seal. Shua. Qian Rongxu then flew into the air, made a hand gesture, and cast a golden seal, slapping it towards the cliff 100 meters away. Bang crash! As the golden seal hit the cliff, in an instant, a thunderous explosion sounded, and rubble flew, and a huge groove appeared on the cliff. The power is quite good. You should be careful when using this big move in the future, so as not to cause too much damage. Gu Yuina felt that Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxu's magic skills were more lethal than ordinary magic skills. Zioxu, how about we fight now? Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow at Qian Rongxu. Anyway, the two of them were at the same level now, so they could have a good fight. Okay. Qian Rongxu was also eager to fight, and wanted to have a real fight with Bibi Dong. Why fight? What's there to fight about? After becoming a god, the destructive power is very large. Even if no one is hurt, it's not good to hurt these flowers and plants. Yet, Liang Chen stopped Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu. The mother and daughter were equally strong and had strong personalities. Once they started fighting, it would be endless. Xiao Chen is right. You are all god-level warriors now. Don't attack casually. Gu Yuina shouted beside him. Okay, we won't fight. Listening to the lectures of Liang Chen and Gu Yuina, Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu felt like children who had made mistakes. Xiao Chen, why do I feel like you can mass-produce god-level warriors? For example, I was piled up by your divine power. Bibi Dong thought about how she became a god. It was all created by Liang Chen. If this little guy could really mass-produce god-level warriors, it would be too terrifying. Xiao Chen, is it true? Gu Yuina and Qian Rongxiu also turned their heads and looked at Liang Chen. Theoretically, it is possible, but it is very difficult to implement. When I upgrade this plane to a god star or a demigod star, it will be easy to become a god. The means that Liang Chen has mastered now can indeed allow demigod-level strongmen to step into the god level, but he will not mass-produce god-level strongmen. After all, the Douluo plane is only so big and cannot support so many god-level strongmen. Plane upgrade? How can it be done? The three women heard Liang Chen's bold idea and showed incredible expressions, especially Gu Yuina. If the Douluo plane can be upgraded, the changes it brings will be earth-shaking. Let's talk about it when we have the strength in the future. It's too early now. Liang Chen nodded and said that he would have to talk to the goddess of life about the upgrade of the Douluo plane in the future. As long as the king of destruction can take action, it would be too easy to upgrade the Douluo plane. Okay, let's wait and see. The three women knew that since Liang Chen had already expressed this idea, it would definitely be realized. I'll go back to the Lake of Life first. Come find me if you have any problems. Shua. After chatting for a while, Gu Yuina returned to the Star Forest and calmed down to pay attention to Douluo Star to prevent Shura God from secretly making trouble. After all, the old bachelor had a falling out with Liang Chen, so he had to be on guard. I wanted to invite Sister Na to visit our Wuhan Hall. Why did she leave so soon? Qian Rongxiu looked at Gu Yuina, who came and went without a trace, and shook her head helplessly. Sister Na is the Silver Dragon King and a victim of the Dragon God War in ancient times for countless thousands of years. She has been eroded by Shura God's power and was very painful. It was not until I healed her injuries a few years ago that the pain ended. It can be said that the gods in the God realm caused her too much harm back then. They were afraid that the God realm would target her again, so they were unwilling to show up. Liang Chen explained the pain that Gu Yuina had suffered over the years. If it weren't for Bibi Dong's breakthrough to the 100th level and causing the heavenly tribulation, the other party would not have come out. She has suffered so much. As women, Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu felt sorry for Gu Yuina's experience. It was terrible to think about the suffering of hundreds of thousands of years. Sister Shuet, how is the construction of Piao Miao Pavilion going now? Liang Chen hadn't been to Wuhan City for more than half a year, and he didn't know what happened to Niu Gao and the others when they built Piao Miao Pavilion. How can it be so fast? Piao Miao Pavilion is bigger than your Union Pavilion, and only 2/3 of it has been built so far. I estimate that it will take about 3 months to complete. Qian Rongxiu explained. Since Piao Miao Pavilion has not been built yet, Zioxiu, then you should go back to Wuhan City and help Elder Niu Jiao speed up the construction. Notify us when it is completed. Seeing this, Bibi Dong immediately urged Qian Rongxiu to go back to Wuhan City. Aren't you going back to Wuhan City? How long are you going to play? Seeing Bibi Dong preparing to run away again, Qian Rongxiu stomped her feet angrily, and couldn't help complaining in her heart, do you not want a daughter if you have a godson? Am I still your biological child? Zioxiu, you are the real master of the Spirit Hall. I helped you bring the Spirit Hall to the top. Now it's time for you to take over. Besides, don't you have Gija and the other two to help you? If you don't understand something, just ask them. When Nana comes back, she will also help you share some of the work. I have to stay in Union Pavilion for a while and use the pure divine power transformed by Xiao Chen to improve my strength. Looking at Qian Rongxiu's jealous look, Bibi Dong felt very amused, so she quickly hugged the girl in her arms and kissed her on the face a few times. Okay then. I'll go back to the Spirit Hall first. Feeling her mother's love for herself, Qian Rongxiu's jealousy disappeared, and then she kissed Liang Chen and Bibi Dong on the face respectively, and flew towards the Spirit Hall. This girl is already over 30 years old, but she still clings to people like a little girl. Seeing Qian Rongxiu's dependence on her, Bibi Dong felt very sweet in her heart. She was indeed the sweet little cotton-padded jacket of her mother. Please understand. After all, she has always hurt you before. Liang Chen felt that when Qian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong were fighting each other before, she had always longed for maternal love in her heart, but she couldn't get it. That's why she used the fighting method to get along with Bibi Dong and let the other party feel her existence. Now that she has this maternal love, she will definitely hold on to it. That's right. If I hadn't met you, the two of us would probably have been hurting each other all the time. In addition, the angel god and the Rakshasa god are mortal enemies. The final outcome of our mother and daughter must be death. Recalling the scene when Jian Rongxiu came to please him when she was a child, but he didn't want to see her, and even strangled her to death, Bibi Dong suddenly felt like she was not a human being. That's my own daughter, how could I treat her like this? Tick. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong felt very painful, and tears as big as beans flowed down her fair and flawless face, dripping on the ground, like the yellow river flooding, out of control. That's all in the past, why are you still crying? Seeing Bibi Dong's tears suddenly flooding, she must be sad in her heart, and Ye Chen hurriedly comforted her. Xiao Chen, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Let's go back. Bibi Dong wiped her tears, then pulled Ye Chen to fly towards Tenglong City. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed, and the Piao Miao Pavilion of the Spirit Hall had been built. Jian Rongxiu came to Tenglong City and asked Ye Chen to help arrange the formation and set up the space channel. Seeing this, Ye Chen had no choice but to use the power of space to build a passage from the Angel Temple, leading part of the power of faith to the Piao Miao Pavilion, and then using the method of Union Pavilion to build Piao Miao Pavilion into a true God-level mimicry training environment. Shua. With the activation of the Divine Power Shield, the entire Piao Miao Pavilion was shrouded in golden light, extremely dazzling. Let's call this Divine Power Shield the Angel's Light. Looking at the Divine Power Shield covering the entire Piao Miao Pavilion, Jian Rongxiu was extremely excited, and then she gave it a name. Young Master Yi's methods are really magical. Golden Crocodile Douluo and others felt the pressure brought by the Angel's Light, and they all showed amazed expressions. Young Master, can I try it? At this time, a blonde woman named Jian Xinglan asked Jian Rongxiu to enter the Angel's Light to practice. Go. This Angel Light is a God-level mimic training environment created for everyone. Jian Rongxiu nodded and quickly asked her subordinates to try it. Okay. Young Master. Shua. Jian Xinglan spread a pair of golden wings and flew towards the Angel Light shield. Bang plop. Just when Jian Xinglan hit the shield, the rebound force of the Angel Light directly shook her away, causing her to fall into the lake and become a drowned chicken. What's going on? Except for Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong and her daughter, everyone else was confused. I forgot to tell you that you can't use brute force. Seeing this, Ye Chen had to explain to everyone the correct way to enter the Angel Light. So that's how it is. Master Yat, I feel like you are deliberately embarrassing me. Qian Xinglan rolled her eyes at Ye Chen, then immediately changed her method and easily entered the Angel's Light. Wow! It's so heavy. Since Qian Xinglan only had a soul power of more than 60 levels, once she entered the Angel's Light, the strong pressure was like a heavy burden, which made her breathless. Angel God has a lot of faith power. Ye Chen has now attracted a lot of energy here. The field pressure of Angel's Light is very high. Without the strength of a titled Douluo, there is no way to step into the top Piao Miao Pavilion Hall. This is very stressful. Xiao Chen, how is this pressure level divided? Bibi Dong entered the Angel's Light and felt the pressure brought by the field. She immediately felt that the pressure was greater than that in Union Pavilion. Level 50 is the entry threshold. Only those with the strength of titled Douluo can enter the top hall of Piao Miao Pavilion. Only those who have passed the purple level assessment given by Poseidon are qualified to practice in the light of Poseidon on Poseidon Island. That is more strict than this. Ye Chen considered that there were so many people in the Spirit Hall. If all of them could go in to repair electricity, then this small staircase would be too crowded, so he could only design the pressure of Angel Light in this way. Level 50 soul power is the entry threshold. This standard is very good. Qian Daoliu agreed with Ye Chen's method. The cultivation Holy Land must take the elite route. It is not realistic to take into account the tens of thousands of low-level soul masters in the Spirit Hall. Indeed. Bibi Dong, Jian Rongxiu, Golden Crocodile Douluo and others nodded and agreed with Ye Chen's method. After finishing the matter of the Piao Miao Pavilion cultivation Holy Land, Ye Chen wanted to return to Tenglong City, but was dragged by Jian Rongxiu to travel around the mountains and rivers in the Spirit City. On this day, Jian Rongxiu brought Ye Chen into the secret room, and then called her Dark Jian Rongxiu, intending to practice for 2 days. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Jian Rongxiu's dark body appeared, she laughed like a silver bell, exuding a charming aura, just like a demon queen. Sister Shuet, is this your dark body? Feeling the charm of Dark Jian Rongxiu, which was comparable to Hulina, Ye Chen exclaimed in his heart, good guy. Yet, how is it? Is it different from the light body? Jian Rongxiu smiled evilly, feeling particularly fun. The experience brought by this practice was really wonderful. Sister Shuet, you are so good at playing. Yeliang Chen gave Jian Rongxiu a thumbs up. Needless to say, today, sister will let you see the fighting power of a god-level strongman. Jian Rongxiu raised her lips, and then she kept switching back and forth between the body of light and the body of darkness, allowing Yeliang Chen to experience different things. 2 days later, Jian Rongxiu and Yeliang Chen finished their third practice and sat in the highest hall of the Angel Temple to drink tea and chat. Hey! This breath! At this moment, Jian Rongxiu felt the breath of darkness and evil appear, and immediately began to investigate with her mental power. Tang San has completed the inheritance of the Yin Sha God position, and now he is deep in the far north. Yeliang Chen closed his eyes and scanned the entire Douluo star with his spiritual sense, and found that Tang San was in the endless mountains deep in the far north, and seemed to be using his divine power to create a barrier, and then entered the barrier. Yeliang Chen's spiritual sense scanned the bottom of the barrier, which seemed to be a passage. Tang San seemed to be digging a hole there. I'm going to kill him. Jian Rongxiu immediately drew out the angel sword and planned to meet Tang San. Sister Shuet, Tang San is digging a hole in the far north at the moment, let's wait and see what happens. Yeliang Chen asked Jian Rongxiu not to be too anxious. Tang San now inherited the dual god positions, but did not find him to duel immediately, but went to dig a hole in the depths of the far north, which was too abnormal. Fuck. That guy is not trying to open a passage to the abyss plane, right? It must be Luosha God who told Tang San about the abyss plane. That guy wants to go to the abyss plane to improve his strength, or wants to cooperate with the strong men of the abyss plane, and then attack the Douluo plane together? The purpose is to defeat me. Hey! You are really a talent. Thinking of this, Yeliang Chen suddenly felt so happy. Whatever he thought came true. If Tang San really came with the abyss saint, then he would just wait and kill them together, and then use the energy of the abyss plane to upgrade Douluo star. It was perfect. Why is he digging a hole in the far north? Jian Rongxiu was stunned, not understanding what Tang San was going to do. Sister Shuet, there is an abyss plane under our Douluo star. Luosha God must have told Tang San about the abyss plane. Now he may go there to improve his strength, and then come to duel with me. Yeliang Chen expressed his guess. In the original plot, the passage to the abyss plane was also in the endless mountains deep in the far north. Now it's okay for Tang San to dig a hole there. What is the abyss plane? Jian Rongxiu showed a curious look. The abyss plane is a demon plane located below our Douluo plane. The creatures in that plane are not human. They only know how to kill and devour. Wherever they pass, no grass will grow. If that plane invades the Douluo plane, all life on Douluo star will be devoured and turned into a dead star. The abyss plane is similar to the god realm. It is also an energy plane. The place where that plane is located is called the Crimson Realm. The Crimson Mother in it is a consciousness. The abyss plane was created by the Crimson Mother. The Dragon God realm established by the Dragon God in the past was superior to many planes. This was not allowed by the consciousness of the laws of the universe, so the consciousness of the universe created the Crimson Mother to fight against the God realm. Yeliang Chen popularized the knowledge of the abyss plane to Jian Rongxiu to broaden her horizons. Ah! So scary. Then we have to kill Tang San, or let him get through the abyss plane, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Shua! Jian Rongxiu heard that the abyss plane was so scary, she directly drew out the angel sword and flew towards the far north. Why are you so impatient? Seeing this, Yeliang Chen had no choice but to chase after her. Shua! Where is Zioxu going? At this time, Bibi Dong also chased after her. Godmother, it's like this. Yeliang Chen had to tell Bibi Dong about Tang San's appearance in the far north and the abyss plane. Abyss plane? Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Let's go and take a look. It was the first time that Bibi Dong heard that there was an abyss plane under Douluo star, so she quickly chased after Jian Rongxiu. Sister Shuet, don't be too impulsive. Yeliang Chen caught up with Jian Rongxiu and asked her not to fight Tang San first. Xiao Chen, those monsters in the abyss plane are too terrifying, we must stop Tang San. As an angel god, Jian Rongxiu didn't want Tang San to destroy Douluo star. Sister Shuet, listen to me. Since Tang San wants to go to the abyss plane, let him go. It would be best if he could lead the abyss plane here, and then I would destroy it in one wave, and then use the energy of the abyss plane to upgrade Douluo star. Maybe it can directly upgrade Douluo star to a god star or a demigod star. Yeliang Chen originally wanted to open up the abyss plane channel and lure the abyss saint lord over. Now that Tang San has done it, it just saves the trouble and he can just wait to reap the benefits. Xiao Chen, is that the plane upgrade plan you mentioned some time ago? Jian Rongxiu felt that this little guy had been eyeing the abyss plane for a long time after listening to Yeliang Chen's plan. Although it's a bit risky, I believe Xiao Chen will definitely succeed. Bibi Dong felt that with Yeliang Chen, this monster, there would be no problem. Besides, there was Gu Yuina. Even if the strong man in the abyss plane was powerful, he could not be as strong as Guyuina. Chapter 469 Sleeping Plane Consciousness. Yeliyangchen and the other two came to the deepest mountains in the far north and found a barrier set up by divine power, which was about 100 meters in size, and below the barrier was the abyss. This Tang San is quite careful. Bibi Dong couldn't help but complain. Shua. Qianrongxu waved the angel's holy sword, ready to break the barrier. Don't. Yeliyangchen stretched out his hand to stop Qianrongxu's destruction. Buzz. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look. Yeliyangchen used his spatial power to open a hole, and then jumped into the deep pit with the two women. Why is it so deep? After jumping into the deep pit, Yeliyangchen and the other two found that the passage was bottomless, and there was no trace of Tang San. We are now at least 2,000 meters below the ground. I feel that only the upper 2,000 meters of this passage were dug by Tang San, and the passage below seems to have existed for a long time. Look, there are still patterns on the cliff of this passage, which is very old. Bibi Dong and Qianrongxu looked at the dark passage below and felt very curious. Buzz. Tang San has left Douluo Star. Yeliyangchen used his spiritual sense to explore the abyss passage below, and soon found that there was a barrier at the end of the passage, which seemed to be the other side of Douluo Star. Tang San had already disappeared. Tang San left Douluo Star? When did he start to act? How come we didn't notice it at all? In fact, it was only when he used his divine power to create that barrier that Sister Shui felt the fluctuation of Rakshas's divine power. As for the passage he dug, I'm afraid he had already dug it before. You know, those rocks are like cutting tofu in front of the artifact, and it's also very fast to dig. Yes. Let's go down and take a look. The three of them analyzed it and then jumped into the abyss together. This is too dark. Buzz. After jumping into the abyss, it was a dark world, very dark. Qianrongxu didn't like this feeling, so she directly activated the divine power of light. This passage doesn't seem to be dug by a strong man. How was it formed? Bibi Dong and Qianrongxu looked at the smooth passage, which felt like a pipe, and were very curious. Shua Shua. Yeliyangchen sped up, and within a few breaths, the three of them appeared at the end of the passage, then opened the barrier and flew to the starry sky below Douluo Star. Yeliyangchen checked and found that the exit of this passage was just at the edge of Douluo Star. So the other side of our Douluo Star is like this. It was the first time for Qianrongxu and Bibi Dong to fly out of Douluo Star, and they felt very magical. Where is Tang San? Bibi Dong used her mental power to scan the starry sky in all directions, but did not find any trace of Tang San. My spiritual sense can't detect it either. He may have entered the depths of the starry sky. After arriving at the depths of the starry sky, Yeliyangchen's spiritual sense could not detect too far. Hey! What is that? At this time, Qianrongxu saw the barrier at the center below Douluo Star and was very curious. Let's go and have a look. Yeliyangchen remembered the Douluo plane consciousness. Since he became a god, he seemed to have not sensed the Douluo plane consciousness, so he decided to check it in the center of the earth of Douluo Star. When he arrived at the bottom of Douluo Star, Yeliyangchen looked at the barrier and found it was very old. It was estimated to be countless tens of thousands of years, but it was still intact. Shua then Yeliyangchen used the power of space to open a hole in the barrier and led the two women into the barrier. After the three entered the barrier, the energy in the barrier automatically restored the hole. After entering the barrier, several people were teleported to a small space with strange energy. These energies are so magical. Bibi Dong and Qianrongxu stretched out their hands to sense the white mist around them, which seemed to be absorbed. Don't absorb it. This is the core of our Douluo Star. These white mists are the mist transformed by energy. This space has consciousness, that is, the plane consciousness of Douluo Star. Planets with life have plane consciousness, and some can even transform into human form, which is the concept of the incarnation of the law. Yeliyangchen stopped the two women from absorbing the energy, and then popularized the plane consciousness to them. Plane consciousness. Does this Douluo plane consciousness know that we are here? The two women were very surprised to hear the topic of plane consciousness for the first time. Buzz. The plane consciousness has not revived, and now seems to be in a dormant state. Simply put, the consciousness in this space is the plane master of our Douluo Star. Once it is destroyed, Douluo Star will also be destroyed. Yeliyangchen used his mental power to communicate with the plane consciousness, but did not get any response. The next moment, Yeliyangchen thought that the plane consciousness of Douluo Star must have fallen into a deep sleep, otherwise Tang Hao in the original plot would not have been able to seize the plane consciousness. So, all creatures living on Douluo Star are considered children of the plane master. According to Xiao Chen, the consciousness in this space is the Douluo plane master, so we are equivalent to its children, and there is nothing wrong with it. I don't know if it will be male or female after it transforms. The Douluo plane consciousness is also the mother of all of us. Of course, I hope it will be female after it transforms. The two women thought that the Douluo plane consciousness could transform, which was simply amazing. Yeliang Chen ignored Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu's strange talk, but thought about how to activate the Douluo plane consciousness. If you want to upgrade the Douluo star plane, you must revive the plane consciousness. When the abyss plane invades in the future, the plane consciousness can devour the energy of the abyss plane. Shua. Yeliang Chen began to activate the power of the law of life. In an instant, green divine light spread in all directions, filling this small space with life energy. The reason why Yeliang Chen only mobilized the power of the law of life is because the power of the law of life represents life, so it will not harm the consciousness of the plane. Just after Yeliang Chen activated the power of the law of life, the ancient tree of life in the depths of the lake of life on the other side immediately sensed the powerful life energy and was immediately surprised. The branches of the whole tree began to tremble, and the life energy also radiated and spread in all directions. Master, what's going on? Why did the life energy become so rich all of a sudden? The ancient tree of life seems to be very excited. The abnormality of the ancient tree of life also attracted the attention of Gu Yuina, Ditian, Bai Ji and others. Could this be caused by Xiao Chen? Gu Yuina was also confused, and then used her mental power to check the continent, but did not find any trace of Yeliang Chen, and even Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu disappeared together. Master, what is he doing? Ditian, Bai Ji and others were stunned when they heard that the abnormality of the ancient tree of life was related to Yeliang Chen. Some time ago he said he wanted to upgrade the Douluo plane, this matter may be related to him. Gu Yuina remembered the plane upgrade mentioned by Yeliang Chen, and felt that the boy had already started to act, but where did he find the energy? Plane upgrade? My lord, he is playing too big. Hearing that Yeliang Chen was also going to upgrade Douluo star, Ditian and others were shocked. No one could even think of such a thing. Believe him. He can do it. Gu Yuina smiled and nodded, thinking, he is the king's dragon knight, born to do great things, a mere plane upgrade, what's the big deal? Buzz at this time, the ancient tree of life grew at the speed of the naked eye, twice as big as before, and the powerful life energy emanated, supporting the entire Douluo star. The outside world may not change very obviously, but at this moment the energy of the lake of life is extremely rich, twice as much as before. What changes did you feel? Gu Yuina watched the ancient tree of life double in size, and immediately communicated with the other party with her mental power. He went to the center of the star core and tried to awaken the Douluo plane consciousness. I also absorbed his life law power, which is why I grew. The ancient tree of life itself is also connected to the Douluo plane consciousness, so it conveyed what it knew to Gu Yuina through its soul. What? Gu Yuina heard that Yeliang Chen actually wanted to awaken the Douluo plane consciousness, and she was really good at tossing. Emperor Tian, you guys guard here. That's it. Gu Yuina explained a few words, and then directly used the space power to leave Douluo. Since Yeliang Chen wanted to do something big, she must help him. After leaving Douluo star, Gu Yuina flew directly to the bottom of Douluo star and soon found the barrier deep in the center. That's it. Then Gu Yuina opened the barrier and entered it. After a while, she appeared in the space where Yeliang Chen was. Sure enough, this guy did it. Seeing Yeliang Chen concentrating on activating the power of the law of life, Gu Yuina couldn't help but laugh. Why are you here? Sister Na, how did you know we were here? Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu were surprised to see Gu Yuina suddenly coming. This little guy wants to awaken the plane consciousness, so of course I have to help him. Shua. Gu Yuina looked at Yeliang Chen in the distance, then walked over, mobilized her own power, and replenished his power. Sister Na, has the ancient tree of life changed? Feeling Gu Yuina's breath, Yeliang Chen knew that what he had done must have been sensed by the ancient tree of life, alarming Gu Yuina. It has changed a lot. You activated the power of the law of life here, causing the ancient tree of life to double in size, and the energy concentration around the entire lake of life has doubled compared to before. Gu Yuina smiled and nodded, and then continued to mobilize her own power to replenish Yeliang Chen's power. What is the ancient tree of life you are talking about? Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu have not been to the center of the lake of life, and they don't know what the ancient tree of life is. The ancient tree of life is also called the golden ancient tree. It is the real life core of Douluo star. Humans, soul beasts, and those flowers, plants and trees can survive on this planet, all relying on the life energy provided by the ancient tree of life. If there is no ancient tree of life, this planet is a dead planet. The ancient tree of life is located in the center of the new lake of life, which also makes the life energy there the most abundant. For so many years, I have also relied on the life energy there to heal my wounds. Gu Yuina introduced the ancient tree of life to the two girls, so that they understand what the ancient tree of life means to Douluo star. So that's it. After listening to the ancient tree of life, Bibi Dong and her daughter learned something new. Xiao Chen, the Douluo plane consciousness seems to be suppressed by the God realm, so it falls into a deep sleep. At this time, Gu Yuin remembered that the God realm had to suppress the Douluo plane consciousness in order to prevent the emergence of a second dragon god. Hey! I should have thought of it earlier. After hearing Gu Yuina's reminder, Ye Yangchen suddenly realized that if he only used the power of the law to make the plane consciousness perceive, it would not work at all. What? The plane consciousness is actually suppressed by the God realm. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxui was stunned. This God realm was too extreme. Suppressing Douluo's plane consciousness was equivalent to suppressing everyone's mother. Goddess sister, wake up. Then Ye Yangchen immediately used his soul to communicate with the goddess of life in the Sea of Souls. What do you want? Called by Ye Yangchen, the goddess of life slowly opened her eyes and showed a lazy posture. Why did you run here? The next moment, through Ye Yangchen's vision, the goddess of life learned that the little guy actually ran to the space where Douluo's plane consciousness was located, and was immediately surprised. Swish! Then the incarnation of the goddess of life came out directly from Ye Yangchen's eyebrows and looked at this space quietly. Goddess sister, I want to awaken Douluo's plane consciousness. Please discuss with the god of destruction and let the god realm no longer suppress Douluo's plane consciousness. Ye Yangchen made a direct request to the goddess of life. Oh! How do you know that it was the god realm that suppressed the consciousness of the Douluo plane? The goddess of life was stunned. This kid knows a lot. What else? Of course you are trying to prevent me. The dragon god comes from the Douluo plane. You suppressed the consciousness of the Douluo plane to prevent the emergence of a second dragon god. Gu Yuina interrupted and was a little unhappy about what the god realm did. You are right. We did it to prevent the dragon god. The goddess of life nodded and did not deny it. Goddess sister, Tang San is going to the abyss plane. I have a big plan. I hope the god realm will not pay attention to Tang San and let him bring the strong men of the abyss plane to attack. At that time, we will directly wipe out the cloud in one wave, and then use the energy of the abyss plane to upgrade the Douluo plane. If possible, I hope that the God King of Destruction can also secretly take action to pull the abyss plane over to shorten the time. Ye Yangchen talked to the goddess of life about the plan to upgrade the Douluo plane to see what she thinks. It's too dangerous. The monsters in the abyss plane are very difficult to kill. Once they invade the Douluo plane, it will cause a devastating disaster. The goddess of life heard Ye Yangchen's bold plan and thought it was too risky. Your worry is a bit redundant. Gu Yuina directly summoned her silver dragon spear and showed it in front of the goddess of life. Lady goddess of life, we are also god-level strong men, and we have enough ability to deal with the plane war. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxi waved their fists and unwaveringly supported Ye Yangchen's plan. When the abyss plane invades and causes a large number of civilian casualties, what will you do? The goddess of life asked back. This king will use the power of space to create a secret realm, and let ordinary civilians enter the secret realm for refuge when necessary. Gu Yuina proposed a solution so that the goddess of life would not have to worry about civilian casualties. I recently received news that the dragon god realm created by the dragon god in the past is superior to many planes. This is not allowed by the consciousness of the laws of the universe, so he was driven crazy. The space-time storm was also created by the consciousness of the laws of the universe, and the purpose was to destroy the god realm. In addition, the Crimson Mother of the Crimson Realm was also created by the will of the god of creation. The abyss plane created by the Crimson Mother can devour other planes, and the purpose is also to destroy the god realm one day. Goddess sister, I want to grow to the level of the god of creation. It will definitely take a long time. When the next space-time storm comes, the god realm will definitely not be able to escape, so we have a backup god star. At that time, even if the god realm is destroyed, the gods will have a place to live. Ye Yangchen also let her understand the dangers faced by the god realm. Upgrading the Douluo plane is also good for the gods. Did the old man with a white beard tell you this in his dream? After listening to Ye Yangchen's high-sounding talk, the four girls were stunned and stared at Ye Yangchen, trying to see through him. Yes, that's what the old man with white beard told me in my dream. Ye Yangchen nodded, thinking, this old man with white beard is really useful. As long as he says it, he can fool them. Okay. I'm convinced by you. But don't be too anxious about this, especially Shura God. He is your future enemy. If we awaken the Douluo plane consciousness now, he will know and may cause trouble again. At present, he is anxious to pass the throne to Jian Douluo and then leave the God realm to settle accounts with Raksha God. It's better to wait until he leaves the God realm before awakening the Douluo plane consciousness. After that, we will mobilize the power of the God realm center to bring the abyss plane here. As for the war, you can solve it yourself. The goddess of life thought about it and agreed to Ye Yangchen's plane upgrade plan. Don't worry. We have enough god-level warriors here. We will kill as many warriors as the abyss plane can get. Ye Yangchen originally didn't want the god realm to participate in the war between the Douluo plane and the abyss plane, because it was not necessary at all. Chapter 470 The Depressed Sword Douluo. Just when Liang Chen and the Goddess of Life had a plan, Sword Douluo, who was in a hall far away in the depths of the Slaughter City, also successfully completed the inheritance of the Azura God position. Chen Xin, you have completed the inheritance of the Azura God, but the Azura Demon Sword artifact was snatched away by Liang Chen. You can only get the artifact by killing him. The Azura God's incarnation explained a few words and then returned to the God realm. As for whether Sword Douluo could do it, that was another matter. Anyway, the God position had been passed on, and he should leave the God realm and go find that stinky bitch, Rakshasa God. Buzz. At this moment, a ball of light appeared in front of Shura God, but then disappeared. What is this? After seeing the ball of light appear and disappear quickly, Shura God immediately felt something was wrong. His most capable subordinate, the god of killing Hypnos, had died in the Five Elements continent. Report to the Lord, the two god kings are here. Just as Shura God was surprised, a subordinate ran into the Shura temple in a panic to report the news. Shura, the god of killing Hypnos killed our inheritor in the Five Elements continent. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Suddenly, a cold voice came, and then two figures, one black and one white, landed and disappeared with Shura God. You two, is there any misunderstanding? At this moment, Shura God was also in a headache. His subordinates were killed in return, and he had to apologize to evil and kindness. It was too depressing. Originally, because of Liang Chen's matter, Shura God had a conflict with destruction and life. Now, because of the trouble caused by his subordinates, he offended the two great gods of evil and kindness. Now, all the four great gods of the God realm have been offended. Although the two great gods of evil and kindness don't like to meddle in anything, they can be in trouble when they get angry. Misunderstanding? Hypnos killed the descendant of my wife. If you don't give us a satisfactory answer to this matter, don't blame us for being ruthless. The evil god stared at Shura God coldly, and the super artifact judgment scale in his hand could hardly hold back. Shua. What happened? At this time, the two great gods of life and destruction, who were eating melons, also came to the temple of the evil god, showing a curious look. The god of killing Hypnos killed Lion in the Five Elements continent. He was the person chosen by this god. The god of kindness explained, and then stared at Shura God, his fists clenched and creaked, ready to fight at any time. Sura, you should change your old habits. You dare to kill even the person chosen by the kind god king this time? I don't know what to say to you. Destruction mocked Shura God in a sarcastic way. In fact, he had known it before, and now he came here to see the joke of this old bachelor. Destruction, mind your own business. I will handle my own affairs. Sura God was extremely depressed at this moment. The god of destruction was going to add insult to injury. Stop talking. We have been guarding the god realm together for countless thousands of years. There is no need to make a big fuss. The goddess of life reached out and pulled the destruction god king, asking him not to provoke Shura God anymore. Sura, please. We are waiting for your handling results. If you can't satisfy us, we will come down to find you in person. The two god kings of kindness and evil personally opened the portal to the Five Elements continent and signaled Shura God to go down to work quickly. You two, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Shua. Seeing this, the Azura God jumped directly into the portal and disappeared in an instant. What do you two want to see us for? You are not just here to watch the show. The kind god king looked at life and destruction and felt that the couple was definitely not just here to laugh at the Azura God. You two, I received news that Tang San, under the guidance of the Rakshasa God, has gone to the Abyss Plane. Liang Chen intends to use the energy of the Abyss Plane to upgrade Douluo Star. He told me that the old man with white beard who met in the dream told him that both the time and space storm and the Abyss Plane were deliberately created by the consciousness of the laws of the universe in order to destroy our god realm. I wonder what you two think of this plan of the little guy? The Douluo Plane has been successfully upgraded. Even if the god realm is destroyed in the future, we still have a place to live. The goddess of life told evil and good about Liang Chen's plan in detail. As long as the two agreed, there would be no problem. I didn't expect that little guy actually knows so many things, and has a long-term vision. The young are really formidable. Destruction, life, we agree, and immediately lift the suppression of Douluo plane consciousness. In addition, according to the little guy's proposal, use the power of the God Realm Center to bring the Abyss Plane over to shorten the time. After listening to Liang Chen's plane upgrade plan, the evil and the good both felt a little ashamed. Then let's get started. The four God Kings immediately rushed to the God Realm Center to lift the suppression of Douluo plane consciousness. In an instant, an invisible suppression disappeared from the Douluo plane. Did you feel it? It seems that some shackles between heaven and earth have disappeared. Liang Chen, who was far away at the center of the Douluo star, felt the wonderful changes at the first time. I didn't feel it. Gu Yuina, Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu shook their heads, not understanding what shackles Yeliang Chen was talking about. We just lifted the suppression of the plane consciousness. It will probably wake up soon. Douluo has inherited the Shura god position. You should go back first. At this time, the voice of the goddess of life sounded in Yeliang Chen's mind, reminding Yeliang Chen to be careful. Has the suppression of the plane consciousness been lifted? Douluo already completed the inheritance of Shura god. Shua. Yeliang Chen immediately took the three women and flew towards the exit of the barrier. Douluo inherited Shura god, he is likely to challenge Xiao Chen and take back Shura demon sword. I don't know what he thinks after seeing Xiaoqin's strength. When the three women heard that Douluo inherited Shura god so quickly, they immediately felt that the old man was being used as a gun by Shura god. ZZ. After leaving the barrier, Yeliang Chen mobilized the power of the Thunder Element Law and directly set up a Tiangang Divine Thunder Array at the exit of the barrier. What are you doing? The three women looked at Yeliang Chen and saw that he actually used the power of the Thunder Element Law to set up a magic array, and they were very curious. Plane awareness is very important. We must protect this barrier to prevent Tang San and the strong men from the abyss plane from targeting it. My formation is called Tiangang Divine Thunder Formation. As long as other people come here, the formation will be triggered, and the power of the Thunder Element Law will burst out with a power second only to the heavenly tribulation. Yeliang Chen smiled mysteriously. As long as Tang San dared to come, he would be struck by thunder and burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Puff. You are a bad boy, but we like you. The three girls couldn't help laughing. This little guy is really a smart guy. Xiao Chen, I'm going back to the Lake of Life first. If there is anything, you can use N Island to notify me. Guyuina will not participate in the fight between humans and gods because of her identity. She can only pay attention to Yeliang Chen secretly. Don't worry, Sister Na. We will solve it. Yeliang Chen nodded. Guyuina didn't need to take action for these small matters. After returning to the mainland, Yeliang Chen left a mark of consciousness in Bibi Dong's eyebrows, so that if the other party encountered any trouble, he could know it at the first time. Xiao Chen, thank you. Bibi Dong was very moved to see that Yeliang Chen cared so much about her safety. We will go back to the spirit hall first. You have to be careful and protect your loved ones. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxue bid farewell to Yeliang Chen and returned to the spirit hall. Yeliang Chen flew to the depths of the far north and arranged a large Tiangang Divine Thunder formation at the entrance of the abyss passage. As long as the strong men in the abyss rushed out, they would be struck by lightning immediately. Atai, big stupid bear, you gather the soul beasts in the far north and move them to the frozen forest. In a few years, there will be chaos here. It is too dangerous for you to stay here. Then Yeliang Chen found the Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Bear and asked them to migrate with the soul beasts. Yeliang Chen, is it the man with evil aura before? The 200,000-year soul beasts remembered the man who broke into the deep north and dug a hole before, and they felt very scared. Yes, it's him. I will use the power of space to create a secret realm in the frozen forest. If necessary, you can use your soul power to activate the soul mark the first left on you, so that you can open the secret realm and lead the soul beasts to take refuge. Yeliang Chen nodded, and then immediately flew towards the frozen forest, using the power of space to create a large secret realm. Thank you, Yeliang Chen. The 200,000-year-old soul beasts looked at Yeliang Chen disappearing, bowed respectfully, and then began to summon the soul beasts in the extreme northern restricted area to start the Great Migration. After Yeliang Chen built the secret realm, he came to the entrance of Shui Langzhen's inheritance secret realm to see if she had completed the assessment. Shua. Just when Yeliang Chen arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, a ray of light lit up at the exit of the barrier, and then Shui Langzhen's figure appeared. Shua. Then, the inheritance secret realm of the frost goddess began to collapse and disappeared without a trace in a few seconds. Xiao Chen, how did you know I would come out today? Shui Langzhen was very happy to see Yeliang Chen coming to greet her. Auntie Lan, I passed by here and came to see you on purpose. I didn't expect it to be a coincidence. Seeing that Shui Langzhen's aura had undergone earth-shaking changes, Yeliang Chen knew that the other party had successfully inherited the position of the frost goddess. I have become a god now. Shui Langzhen nodded, and then showed her golden divine ring. If Grandma and Aunt Yu knew that you became a god, they would jump for joy. Yeliang Chen nodded. Needless to say, 4 people in our family have become gods, which is unique on the continent. Let's go. Let's go home first. Shui Langzhen came over and took Yeliang Chen to fly towards Tianshui city. Hey! That seems to be the breath of Sister Lan. At this time, Yeliang Chen's divine sense scanned that Yakalan seemed to have come out of retreat. It's her, let's go. I'll go to meet her. Swoosh. Shui Langzhen also felt it at this moment, and then immediately turned around and flew towards the Xingluo Empire to meet Yakalan. When they arrived at the outskirts of Panlong Forest, they saw Yakalan coming out from inside. Are you here to pick me up? Seeing Ye Yangchen and Shui Langzhen appear in front of her, Yakalan was immediately surprised, and then she rushed over and hugged them in her arms. I haven't seen you for a few years, I miss you so much. Is the inheritance going well? Shui Langzhen looked at Yakalan with a smile. This woman has become a god now, and she is more beautiful and her temperament is more extraordinary than before. Fortunately, it went very smoothly. In the assessments of Yakalan in the past few years, in addition to improving her soul power by 2 levels, the rest is to increase the affinity of divine power, which is not difficult. You all have become gods. Feeling the extremely powerful aura of Ye Yangchen and Shui Langzhen, Yakalan suddenly yes. They have all become gods. Let's go home first. Shua. Ye Yangchen directly activated the space power and took the 2 women back to Tenglong City in an instant. Shui Langzhen and Yakalan became gods, which made the top leaders of Tianshui sect and Tenglong Pavilion happy, so everyone held a banquet to celebrate. Although Douluo inherited the position of Shura god, he was extremely depressed at the moment. He couldn't understand why the artifact of Shura god fell into Ye Yangchen's hands. Let's go find Ye Yangchen and ask him clearly. That day, after Douluo left the killing city, he immediately flew directly towards Tianshui city. Shua. Soon Douluo flew over Tenglong city. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just when Douluo had just arrived thousands of meters above Tenglong city, Ye Yangchen, Shui Langzhen, and Yakalan flew up to the sky at the same time, blocking Douluo in front of him. You? How is it possible? Feeling that the auras of Shui Langzhen and Yakalan were the same as his own, Douluo's head was buzzing. Douluo, even you can become a god? It's normal for us to become gods. Yakalan smiled calmly. Senior Douluo, I didn't expect you to change so much now. Ye Yangchen looked at the old man, who must have wanted to cause trouble for him, but 2 gods suddenly appeared on his side, which made him confused. Now Douluo exudes murderous aura, probably because he killed too many people in the killing field. He is completely different from the old man with white hair before. Friend Yat, I heard that you stole the artifact of God Shura. What's going on? Douluo asked Ye Yangchen curiously. Since Shui Langzhen and Yakalan have both become gods, he has no chance of winning at the moment. What else could it be? God Shura originally chose Her Majesty the Pope as the successor because she had once passed through the Hell Road of the Killing City and obtained the Killing God domain. But some time ago, God Shura's brain was stuck in the door, and he suddenly used his divine thoughts to control the Pope to attack me. Of course, I stole his artifact and destroyed his divine thoughts. After God Shura fell out with me, he chose you as the successor. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the senior to inherit the position of God Shura. Ye Yangchen explained to let Douluo understand that he was just a replacement. You mean that the Azura god chose me just to use me to kill you? Douluo recalled how he got the inheritance of Azura god. It was so bizarre. It turned out that God could be so shameless. He used himself as a gun. You can understand it that way. Ye Yangchen nodded. Douluo, you came here today to kill our Xiao Chen. In that case, then let go. Shua Shua. Shui Langzhen and Yakalan stared at Douluo coldly, and then immediately released their soul rings and god rings, ready to fight. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to understand the reason. Douluo immediately made a fool of himself. Now he didn't have the ability to deal with 3 god-level strongmen at the same time. However, no matter what, he had to take the Azura demon sword back from Ye Yangchen. You know, it was his own artifact. In fact, I took away the Azura sword of God Azura. You should feel lucky, senior. If you get that artifact, God Azura will probably control you through it and force you to do something against your will. For example, God Rakshasa, after her throne was passed to Tang San, her divine consciousness remained in the God Rakshasa scythe, in order to control Tang San. Ye Yangchen was talking nonsense seriously. As for whether Douluo believed it or not, that was his business. I will trust Ye Xiao for now. Farewell. Douluo did not dare to conflict with Ye Yangchen at the moment. He did not have the strength to deal with 3 god-level strongmen at the same time. Shua. Then Douluo flew directly towards the direction of the Tiandu Empire. For now, he should wait for Ningrongrong to become a god, develop the overall strength of the 7 treasures glazed sect, and wait for the opportunity. Chapter 471 See God Shui Yuer. Xiao Chen, since you have robbed the artifact of God Shura, Douluo will fight you sooner or later. Yakalan and Shui Langzhen watched Douluo leave, always thinking that he was a hidden danger. What can he use to fight me? Without the artifact Shura magic sword, his fighting power will be greatly reduced. Ye Yangchen did not take Douluo seriously. Maybe Tang San would stab him in the back in the future. After all, there is a contradiction between God Rakshasa and God Shura. What about your artifact? Did the two god kings pass the artifact to you? We, the second level gods, don't have artifacts. Shui Langzhen and Yekalan looked at Yeliang Chen, wanting to see what the artifact looked like. The Scepter of Destruction and the Ancient Tree of Life are both super artifacts, and they are too powerful, especially the Scepter of Destruction. Once used, it may destroy Douluo Star. The two god kings said that they would give me the two super artifacts after I go to the god realm. Of course, I don't want their two super artifacts. It's better to make artifacts by yourself. Others' things are always theirs. Yeliang Chen is a person with plugins. It doesn't matter whether he has artifacts or not. As for Emperor, the big moves of Seal Art and Thunder Control Art are even more powerful than using artifacts. That's right. When we become stronger in the future, we must also create an artifact ourselves. The two women felt that what Yeliang Chen said made sense. Other people's artifacts are always not as good as their own. Shua. At this moment, a golden light lit up in the center of Yeliang Chen's eyebrows. Yeliang Chen immediately used his spiritual sense to sense and found that Shui Yu'er activated the soul mark and notified him. Xiao Chen, what's going on? Shui Langzhen and Yekalan didn't understand what the golden light on Yeliang Chen's eyebrows was. Sister Yu'er activated the soul mark the first left on her. Her soul power has reached level 99. I have to accompany her to start the last test. Shua. Yeliang Chen quickly left his soul mark on the two women and flew towards the west coast. This brat is worried about our safety, so he left a mark on us. He's worried about us, too. These little girls are also starting to become gods. It won't be long before the enemy will also become gods. Cai Lan, go to Xingluo Palace, assist Zhu Zuking's parents, and manage the Xingluo Empire. Okay. Shui Langzhen and Yekalan discussed it, and then they got busy to help Yeliang Chen guard the territory. When Yeliang Chen flew over Hanhai City, he also met with Solin, Golden Eagle Douluo, and left a mark on them, so that if they got into any trouble, he could sense it at any time. After finishing all this, Yeliang Chen quickly flew to the island where Shui Bing'er and her sister were. Xiao Chen, you're here. Do you miss your sister? Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er saw this and flew over to hug Yeliang Chen tightly. They had been separated for such a long time, and their thoughts had already flooded. Of course I miss you. Yeliang Chen nodded. Now Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er have reached level 99 and are not far from becoming gods. The sea god notified me and told me to start the 9 tests of the sea god immediately. Shui Yu'er originally wanted to wait for Shui Bing'er to complete the inheritance of the water god position first, but the sea god started to urge her as soon as she reached level 99, so she could only ask Yeliang Chen to help. I only have the last 2 tests left now. My divine power affinity has reached 80%. I estimate that within half a year, I will be able to inherit the position of the water god. Shui Bing'er also told Yeliang Chen about her test progress. That's good. By the way, have you taken your soul pills? Yeliang Chen saw that the soul power of the two women had reached level 99, and it was time to upgrade their souls to divine souls. Take it, and feel the strength of our souls. Buzz. Shui Bing'er and her sister immediately exerted their soul power to let Yeliang Chen experience it. Very good. Yeliang Chen felt that the souls of the two sisters had indeed been promoted to divine souls, and he was very pleased. You have always asked us to upgrade our souls to divine souls when we are in the semi-god realm. Is there any requirement? The sisters asked curiously. After the soul is promoted to divine soul in advance, it will become very easy for you to accept the inheritance of the godhood. If the divine soul does not enter the divine soul, you will have to go through the illusion of the 7 emotions and 6 desires when you accept the final assessment. Sometimes, those gods will set up strange illusions for you, anyway, they will constantly torture you. The purpose is to make your soul transform into a divine soul. For example, Sister Yu'er's soul has been promoted to a divine soul. If the sea god sees it, there is no need for you to experience those strange illusions again. Yeliang Chen is a person with a cheat, so naturally he also lets his relatives enjoy the cheat treatment. So that's how it is. After hearing this, the two girls felt so sweet in their hearts. This little guy was very thoughtful. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Then the two sisters hugged Yeliang Chen and kissed him fiercely. It was so happy to have such a caring man to take care of them. Two sisters, why are you being polite to me? Yeliang Chen smiled calmly. The two girls were his family, so of course he had to be nice to them. Xiao Chen, besides Sister Shuet, who else has become a god? After being bored for a while, the two sisters asked about other people's godhood. Aunt Lan, Sister Lan, and Godmother have all become gods. On the enemy side, Jian Douluo and Tang San have become gods. In addition, Shura God has fallen out with me. Now Jian Douluo has inherited Shura God, and Tang San has gone to the Abyss Plane. We will fight a bigger plane war in the future. After solving the enemies in the Abyss Plane, I will use the energy of the Abyss Plane to upgrade the Douluo Plane to a God Star. At that time, it doesn't matter whether everyone goes to the God Realm or not. Liang Chen described the future situation of the continent and his super big plan to the two sisters in detail. Such a big thing happened during our absence. After listening to it, the two sisters were also knowledgeable. At the same time, they were a little worried about the old cunning Shura god, but the two women had already made up their minds that no matter what difficulties they encountered, they would face them together with Liang Chen. Let's go. Let's go to the Sea God Island first. The High Priest said that when Yuer inherits the Sea God, all of us must participate, but now everyone has been training in their own secret realms, so only Xiao Chen and I can accompany Yuer. At that time others have not yet received the inheritance of the throne, and the High Priest is also worried that we can't open the inheritance door of the Sea God, and we need to rely on everyone's strength, but now I have become a god, I can open the inheritance door at will, such as helping Sister Shui open the inheritance door of the Angel God before, it was very easy. So that's it. Then there's nothing to worry about. Liang Chen chatted with the two women while flying, and soon they arrived above the Seahorse Holy Pillar Square. Mr. Yat, you are finally here. Seahorse Douluo was very surprised when he saw Liang Chen and the other two coming. Senior, do you know that I am going to accept the inheritance of the Sea God? Shui Yuer landed on the Seahorse Holy Pillar Square and asked curiously. Master Yuer, I am one of the 7 guardians of the Holy Pillar, of course I know. I will notify the other 6 people immediately. Hippocampus Douluo respectfully bowed to Shui Yuer, and then activated the magic circle on the Seahorse Holy Pillar. Shua. In an instant, the Seahorse Holy Pillar burst into golden light, rushing straight into the sky, illuminating the entire Seahorse City. Shua Shua. Immediately afterwards, the holy pillars of the other 6 holy cities also burst into golden light, echoing the Seahorse Holy Pillar from afar. Here we are, our Sea God Island has finally welcomed a new master. Hurry up and prepare for a grand welcome ceremony. Hai Long, Hai Lan, Hai Mei Nu and others received the message from Seahorse Douluo and immediately rushed towards the direction of the Sea God Hall. At the same time, a large number of soul masters on Sea God Island also rushed to the forbidden area of Sea God Island to worship the new Sea God. Young Master Yat, please wait for an hour before coming. We will go to the Sea God Temple to make preparations first. In addition, many people on the island will also go to the Sea God Mountain to welcome you. You must not come too fast, otherwise the High Priest will blame us for not preparing for the reception. Hippocampus Douluo told Liang Chen and the other two to be the last to appear, and then immediately flew towards the direction of Sea God Mountain. They actually want to hold a welcome ceremony for us, this is too grand. Every time I see these old seniors saluting me, I feel very uncomfortable. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer smiled at each other. Since they came to Sea God Island, they have been enjoying the care of the people on the island, and they are a little embarrassed. Do as they ask. Let's wait patiently. Liang Chen told Shui Binger and her sister not to feel any psychological pressure and to accept the welcome ceremony held by Poseidon with peace of mind. Buzz. Liang Chen used his spiritual sense to scan the situation on the island and found that at least thousands of sea soul masters were rushing to Poseidon Mountain. The residents of the 7 holy cities also put down their work, stood on high ground, and looked towards Poseidon Mountain. Poseidon, Yelai, Xiaoli, Xiaoun, Xiaoling and others stood at the door of the Poseidon Hall with expectant smiles on their faces. The 7 golden generation of Poseidon Island also stood on both sides of the steps at the foot of Poseidon Mountain, looking forward to it. At this moment, everyone on Poseidon Island had a smile on their faces. With an expectant smile, prepare to welcome the arrival of the new Sea God era. Hiss. This welcome ceremony is too grand. In the original plot, when Tang San inherited the Sea God position, only the 7 sacred pillar guardians and Yelai were in the Sea God Hall. Seeing such a formation, Liang Chen felt that the Sea God Island was planning to celebrate today. Come to think of it, Shui Yuer is about to become the new god of the Sea God Island, and the High Priest Poseidon does not need to offer sacrifices, the people on the island must be very happy. Time passed slowly, and soon an hour passed. It was time for Liang Chen and the other two to act. They have prepared the welcome ceremony, and we should act. Okay. Liang Chen summoned the sword martial soul, activated the sword flying skill, and took the 2 women to fly towards the Sea God Mountain. In order to facilitate Shui Yuer's interaction with the people on the island, Liang Chen also reduced the flying altitude and speed. Hello. When they flew a few hundred meters in the air, Shui Yuer and Shui Binger saw that everyone on the island was watching, so they opened their mouths and greeted everyone. Mr. Yat. Mrs. Yuer. Miss Binger. When the people on the island saw Liang Chen and the other 2 flying 100 meters in the air, they immediately waved their hands and cheered excitedly. Shua Shua. After more than 10 minutes, Liang Chen and the other 2 arrived at the foot of the Sea God Mountain. Voila! You are finally here. The Queen of Demons and Xiaobai led countless sea soul beasts in the center of the circular lake, playing happily in the lake to welcome Yangchen and the other two. Ah! You are too grand! Shui Binger and Shui Yuer were surprised to see the 1001st step filled with people. Pa! Meet Mr. Yet, Mr. Yuer, Miss Binger. The people on the steps applauded and welcomed Yangchen and the other two, and then bowed respectfully to them. You guys are making us look like emperors. Yangchen waved his hand and helped everyone up with his divine power. This is what we should do. Mr. Yet, Mr. Yuer, Miss Binger, please follow us. Hai Long Douluo and the others immediately reached out and welcomed Yangchen and the other two into the Sea God Mountain. Sea Witch, you suddenly become so serious, I'm a little uncomfortable, I know you. Yangchen was a little uncomfortable seeing that the Sea Witch was no longer acting cute. Teacher, please understand. Now is a critical moment. The Sea Witch smiled playfully. The High Priest had told her that she could not act cute or act adorable today. Yangchen and the other two followed the 7 Holy Pillar Guardians to ascend the Sea God Mountain. Hello everyone. Along the way, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer kept waving and greeting the people on both sides of the steps. Lord Yuer will become the new Sea God. We are so happy. At this moment, the soul masters on both sides of the steps were extremely excited, and many of them even shed tears of excitement. Yangchen and his party came to the Sea God Hall and saw Poseidon, Yelai, and Xiali standing at the door of the hall to greet everyone. High Priest, Sister Li, I miss you so much. Shui Yuer walked over and hugged Poseidon and Yelai in her arms. Yuer, we miss you too. Looking at such a lovely Shui Yuer, Yelai couldn't help but kiss her on the face. This girl. Bo Sixi patted Shui Yuer's back lovingly, feeling extremely sweet in his heart. This girl is really likable. Puff. Shui Binger, the 7 Saints Pillar Guardians and Xiao Li couldn't help laughing when they saw Shui Yuer acting like a spoiled child in Bo Sixi's arms. Sister Yuer, it's time to get down to business. Yangchen reminded Shui Yuer that she was about to become the god of the sea, but this girl actually ran to Bo Sixi's arms to act like a spoiled child. Oh. Then what should I do? Shui Yuer immediately got out of Bo Sixi's arms, and then asked curiously. First pull out the trident of the god of the sea, and then stand in the center of the hall. Yangchen reminded Shui Yuer. Oh. Shui Yuer immediately walked to the center of the hall, held the sea god trident with both hands, and gently pulled it out. Shua. Just as Shui Yuer pulled out the sea god trident, the trident seal between her eyebrows emitted golden light and connected with the sea god's heart. Sea god, are you awake? If you are awake, reply. Yangchen knew that Shui Yuer's current situation was a phenomenon where the affinity of divine power reached 100%, and the sea god's divine thoughts must also know it. You are finally here. At this time, the sea god's divine thoughts incarnation projected from the trident and looked at Yangchen with a smile. Lord Sea God. Poseidon and others immediately saluted Poseidon respectfully. Poseidon, start the inheritance ceremony for your girl. With Yangchen here, you don't have to sacrifice, I will wait in the inheritance secret realm. After Poseidon gave a few instructions, the incarnation of his divine consciousness turned into golden light and disappeared. Since he had passed the throne of the sea god to Shui Yuer, there was no need for him to leave his divine consciousness behind. Yuer, you will accept the inheritance of the sea god. Seeing this, Poseidon hurried to Shui Yuer, holding up the scepter, and said a lot of things, probably asking Shui Yuer to take up the responsibility of protecting the ocean. The 7 Holy Pillar Guardians also knelt devoutly in the hall and prayed to the sea god. I will definitely take up the responsibility of the sea god. Shui Yuer raised the sea god's trident and swore solemnly. After seeing Poseidon preside over the inheritance ceremony, Yangchen immediately activated the space power, and in an instant, a hexagonal star teleportation array appeared in the center of the hall. This time. Then, Yangchen waved his hand and opened the door of inheritance. The next moment, a dark passage appeared in the center of the hall. Is this the power of God? Poseidon, Shui Binger, Hai Long Douluo and others were amazed when they saw Yangchen open the inheritance gate so easily. Let's go, and see Sister Yuer inherit the throne. Senior Hai Long, you all stay outside. Yangchen led Poseidon, Shui Yuer and Shui Binger into the inheritance gate. After a while, they came to a palace standing in the underwater world along the passage. The incarnation of the sea god sat on a chair and looked at everyone with a smile. Lord Sea God. Poseidon and Shui Binger sisters respectfully bowed to Poseidon. Everyone, get up, no need to bow. Poseidon waved his hand, and he was helpless when he saw Yangchen bringing Poseidon and Shui Binger in. Hey! Good. Girl Yuer, stand on the central platform. Poseidon sensed that Shui Yuer's soul had been promoted to a divine soul. He had originally wanted to let this girl go through the 7 emotions and 6 desires test, but now it was not necessary at all, so he directly let Shui Yu'er prepare to receive the inheritance. Oh! Shui Yu'er jumped onto the central platform and waited quietly. Bear with me, I'm going to peel off your soul bones now. Click click. The sea god twisted his mouth and began to peel off the 6 soul bones on Shui Yu'er's body. Ah! In an instant, Shui Yu'er felt as if someone had cut her body with a knife, and she was sweating all over. It was too painful. Yu'er. Poseidon and Shui Binger were frightened when they saw this scene. This is the basic condition for becoming a god. Peeling off the soul bones is also for the purpose of forming a divine outfit. Liang Chen told the 2 girls not to worry about anything. He brought them in this time to let them experience the experience of becoming a god in advance. It's done. A quarter of an hour later, the sea god had prepared the divine outfit for Shui Yu'er, put it on her body. Shua. The moment the god's outfit merged into Shui Yu'er, blue light burst out instantly, and a large blue-gold circle slowly appeared and turned into a god's ring. The 9th test of the sea god has passed, the degree of godhood compatibility has reached 100%, the position of the sea god has been perfectly inherited, and the reward is that all the soul rings will be increased by 50,000 years. At the moment when Shui Yu'er became a god, the 9th test of the sea god was officially completed, and the trident seal on the forehead turned into blue light and merged into her body. Chapter 472 Poseidon becomes a god. Sea god, you are generous enough, I like it. Seeing that Poseidon once again rewarded Shui Yu'er with an increase of 50,000 years for all her soul rings, Liang Chen immediately gave him a 5-star praise. The soul rings have become black, black, red, 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 gold, blue, and gold, which is amazing. Poseidon and Shui Binger looked at Shui Yu'er's exaggerated soul ring combination and were immediately shocked. Haha! I am the sea god, and Yu'er is my successor, so I must show respect. The reason why Poseidon gave Shui Yu'er such a high soul ring age was to build a good relationship with Liang Chen. Thank you, senior sea god. Shui Yu'er was very excited to receive such a generous reward. Girl, you're welcome. You are my successor. All the people on Sea God Island will need your protection in the future. Poseidon reached out and helped Shui Yu'er up. This girl took his place, and he could be free and easy from now on. Sea God, I have a cultivation method here, called Xian Tian Gong, you can practice it, I hope it can help you step into the God King. I suggest you go to other higher level planes to practice, the speed of breaking through the God King may be faster than in the God realm. Seeing that Sea God was so generous, Liang Chen directly took out the Xian Tian Gong cultivation method that had been written long ago from the game backpack space and gave it to Sea God. After all, he had promised this old guy before that he would help him break through the God King. In the original plot, after Tang San became a powerful God King, he had been practicing Xian Tian Gong. Now it's okay to let Sea God practice this method. Xian Tian Gong. There is actually such a mysterious cultivation method? It's amazing. Poseidon took the Xian Tian Gong cultivation method and looked at it. Feeling the mystery in it, he was immediately very excited, as if he had opened a new world. Thank you. I owe you a favor. I'll go back to the God realm first. Shua. After Poseidon got the Xian Tian Gong cultivation method, he couldn't wait to return to the God realm to study it. It's time for us to go out too. A Xian Tian Gong cultivation method made the sea god so happy. Liang Chen felt very interesting and then took the 3 women out of the sea god inheritance secret realm. Shua. After leaving the secret realm, Liang Chen used the space power to close the barrier of the sea god inheritance door again. Greetings, Lord Sea God. Heilong Douluo and others also saw the whole process of the god inheritance outside. At this moment, Shui Yu'er was already a real sea god. Everyone immediately knelt on the ground respectfully. Hurry up and get up. Don't kneel down anymore. Shui Yu'er hurriedly helped everyone up. These old seniors knelt down and saluted every day, making themselves a little embarrassed. Sir, as the sea god of this generation, it is only right for you to accept our worship. All of us on the island are your people, and we respect you from the bottom of our hearts. Poseidon Douluo and others let Shui Yu'er accept it with peace of mind. After all, her status was there, and she could not escape it. Yu'er, listen to them. Poseidon nodded beside her, so that Shui Yu'er would not have psychological pressure. Sister Yu'er, you have become the new sea god. Go outside and meet the people of the entire sea god island. Liang Chen reminded her that now that Shui Yu'er has become the sea god of this generation, she must let the people of the entire island obey her, so that she can collect more power of faith. You guys accompany Yu'er for a trip. Seeing this, Poseidon immediately arranged for the 7 holy pillar guardians, Yelai, Xyli, and others to accompany Shui Yu'er on the trip, so that it would be a show. Yes, High Priest. Lord Sea God, let's go. Sea Dragon Douluo and the others nodded, and immediately surrounded Shui Yu'er and walked outside. Then won't you accompany me? Seeing that Liang Chen, Shui Binger, and Poseidon were not planning to leave the sea god temple, Shui Yu'er looked at the three eagerly. Sister Yu'er, you are the protagonist today, so we won't go. Liang Chen asked Shui Yu'er to leave quickly, thinking, if I go, I will become the protagonist, how can you show your prestige? Okay then. Seeing this, Shui Yu'er immediately understood that Liang Chen also wanted her to show her prestige, so she held the trident and walked out of the hall surrounded by Sea Dragon Douluo and the others. Greetings, Lord Sea God. Everyone, please stand up. When Shui Yu'er walked down the Sea God Mountain, the more than 1,000 soul masters cheered in unison, and Shui Yu'er also interacted with everyone with a smile on her face. Lord Sea God. Along the way, thousands of people surrounded Shui Yu'er in an orderly manner, walked down the Sea God Mountain, and then crossed the circular lake and walked towards the nearest Sea Dragon City in a mighty manner. The scene was very lively. Pucci. It feels like this girl is traveling like an emperor. Looking at Shui Yu'er's current situation, Shui Bing'er couldn't help laughing. In a sense, Yu'er is now the emperor of our Sea God Island. Bo Sixi nodded with a smile, thinking, the prestige of the emperor is not as good as that of a god-level strongman. After Shui Yu'er and her group left, only Liang Chen, Bo Sixi, and Shui Bing'er were left in the entire Sea God Temple, and it suddenly became deserted again. Sister Bobo, I will first remove the shackles imposed on you by the Sea God and help you become a god. Liang Chen stretched out his finger and pressed the red star mark on Bo Sixi's forehead, and used his consciousness to enter the other party's soul sea to check what the shackles set by the Sea God looked like. Xiao Chen, what did you see? What are the shackles that Lord Poseidon cast on me? Why can't I feel them? Poseidon's soul figure saw Liang Chen's spiritual consciousness incarnation drilled into his soul sea, and asked curiously. There is an invisible chain forming a net, connected to the red star mark in your heart, making you the biggest provider of faith power. I will help you cut it off immediately. Crack crack. Liang Chen directly turned his spiritual consciousness into a sharp sword and cut off the invisible chain on Poseidon's body. In an instant, the red star mark on the opponent's forehead disappeared. So that's it. After the shackles were cut off, Poseidon instantly felt that his soul was sublimated. Senior, how do you feel now? Shui Bing'er saw that the red star mark on Poseidon's forehead disappeared, and she thought that Liang Chen must have removed the opponent's shackles. Very comfortable. Bo Sixi smiled sweetly, the shackles that had troubled him for a lifetime were finally lifted, and he felt extremely comfortable. Xiao Chen, Bing'er, thank you. Bo Sixi was very excited at this moment, and he opened his arms and hugged the two tightly in his arms. If he hadn't met Liang Chen, he would have died in depression. If someone else had obtained the inheritance of the Sea God, he would have to sacrifice his life. Senior, you are welcome. It's my duty to help you. Shui Bing'er gently patted Bo Sixi's shoulders, feeling deeply moved. The life of this peerless beauty was not easy. Bing'er, you are like Xiao Chen. When there are no outsiders, you also call me Sister Bobo. Hearing Shui Bing'er call him senior, Bo Sixi felt that he was about to be called old. Okay. Sister Bobo. Shui Bing'er remembered that Linger had said that no matter how old a woman is, as long as she is beautiful, she should be called sister. Anyway, no matter how old Poseidon is, he is not older than Guyuina, who is a silver dragon king who has lived for countless thousands of years. Sister Bobo, now the conditions are ripe. I will help you absorb the power of faith of the Sea God and help you transform your soul power into divine power, so that you can become a true god-level strongman. Liang Chen put his hands on Poseidon's back and operated the Hunyuanju technique to mobilize the power of faith in the Sea God Hall and input it into the other person's body. The process of transforming divine power is also very slow. After 2 hours, only about half of it has been transformed. What's wrong with the great worshipper? At this time, Shui Yu'er brought Yelai and Xiali back to the Sea God Temple. Seeing Liang Chen and Poseidon sitting cross-legged in the hall, exuding a strong aura, she was very curious. Xiao Chen is helping the chief worshipper break through the 100th level to become a god. Shui Bing'er pulled the girls to a distance, asking them not to disturb Liang Chen. Ah! The chief worshipper is going to become a god? Fortunately, we came back quickly, otherwise we would not have caught up. You came back so soon. It's just going to the 7 holy cities to meet everyone. It won't take much time. The girls chatted quietly while observing the changes in Poseidon. Buzz. 2 more hours passed, and Poseidon had undergone earth-shaking changes. The soul power of his whole body had been transformed into the power of the Sea God, and the golden light emanated, which was extremely gorgeous. Wow! Looking at the sacred golden light surrounding Poseidon, Shui Bing'er and others couldn't help but exclaimed. This feeling is so good. Poseidon felt that his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. Sure enough, the power of God was different. Crack! At this time, Liang Chen used his divine power to directly peel off the torso soul bone from Poseidon. Ah! You peeled off the soul bone without notifying me? I was not mentally prepared at all. When Poseidon was in excitement, she suddenly felt a severe pain from her back, which made her scream. Hold on. Shui Binger and others waved their fists in the distance to cheer for Poseidon. You are already a 120-year-old old girl, are you still afraid of pain? Bear it, I will start to peel off your head soul bone now. Crack. Liang Chen ignored Poseidon's screams and started to peel off the other soul bones on the other side. Puff. Shui Binger and others were amused by Liang Chen's words, especially the phrase 120-year-old old girl, which was a critical hit for women. I don't know if Poseidon will hit him later? Ah! The intense pain made Poseidon scream continuously, his lips were bitten until they bled, and his whole body was covered in sweat. Bear with it for a while, it will be fine soon. Buzz. After Liang Chen finished stripping the soul bone, he immediately activated his divine power and began to refine the divine equipment for Poseidon. After a while, a set of golden divine equipment was refined, and then Liang Chen used his divine power to integrate the divine equipment into Poseidon's body. Shua. After the divine equipment was integrated, Poseidon was officially promoted to a god-level strongman. A large golden circle slowly condensed and formed a divine ring, and finally stood behind her. Ying Ning. At this moment, Poseidon felt like a spring breeze, and her whole body was extremely comfortable. The previous pain disappeared instantly. It's done. Seeing this, Shui Binger and the other girls immediately ran over and cheered around Poseidon. After Poseidon became a god at level 100, the heavenly tribulation did not come. As Liang Chen had expected before, the divine power in Poseidon was the power of the sea god, which was different from the pure divine power in Bibi Dong. The plain rules may think that Poseidon became a god by faith, so the heavenly tribulation was not triggered. Liang Chen felt that this operation was a bit like cheating, and it was quite interesting. Okay. Today is a happy thing, we have to celebrate it well. Liang Chen suppressed the excitement of the girls, and then prepared to go back to the villa to cook a delicious meal and have a good meal. Xiao Chen, leave this matter to us. Today is a happy day, we have to celebrate it well. Seeing this, Ye Lai hurriedly took Xyli and the other three girls to the villa to prepare dinner for everyone to celebrate Poseidon and Shui Yuer's becoming gods. These three girls are now soul emperors, and their cultivation has improved very quickly. Liang Chen didn't pay attention before. The three beast-eared girls who were rescued from the Tiandu auction house that year are now so powerful. It's really not simple. The three girls were taught by Sister Bobo herself, so they are naturally not bad. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer immediately flattered Poseidon. You two are so sweet. Poseidon was so happy to be praised by Shui Binger and her sister. Xiao Chen, I remember when you helped me peel off my soul bone, you said I was a 120-year-old old girl. You are so brave. At this moment, Poseidon stared at Liang Chen with a meaningful smile, then grabbed his ear and rubbed his head. Hiss. Be gentle. I also want to divert your attention. Now I have become a god, and age is not important. Liang Chen did not expect that Poseidon would still hold a grudge, so he apologized quickly. I don't believe you. Poseidon rolled his eyes at Liang Chen, continued to grab the little guy's ear, and walked out, saying coquettishly in his heart, you said I was a 20-year-old beautiful girl before, and now you say I am a 120-year-old old girl. This little guy is a little sly. I have to find an opportunity to punish him in the future. Haha. Xiao Chen, you can't talk about a woman's age casually, or else people will get angry. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer followed behind and saw Liang Chen being pulled by the ear, just like a child who made a mistake. It was very funny. After arriving at the villa, Liang Chen and his friends also helped to make delicious dishes to celebrate Poseidon and Shui Yuer's becoming gods. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Shui Binger immediately returned to the water god's secret realm to continue practicing. Now that her sister has become a god, she can't fall behind as a sister. Sister, I'll take you there. Swoosh. Shui Yuer took Shui Binger and flew to the island deep in the sea. If there is anything, remember to notify me. Now that your sister has become a god, she can protect you. After sending Shui Binger to the island deep in the sea, Shui Yuer left a mark of consciousness on her and returned to the sea god island. This girl has become a god, so she thinks she can be the big sister. Looking at Shui Yuer's arrogant look, Shui Binger shook her head helplessly, and then walked into the secret realm to continue to complete the final assessment. Now that Poseidon has become a god, the position of the high priest is vacant, and a new candidate must be selected. On this day, Shui Yuer and Poseidon gathered all the 7 sacred pillar guardians and Ye Lai in the sea temple to prepare to select a suitable candidate. I can't be the high priest. Ye Lai was the first to give up. She was just Poseidon's maid and didn't want to be the high priest. We recommend the eldest brother, he is the strongest. Hippocampus, Hai Mao and others immediately pushed out Sea Dragon Douluo and let him be the high priest. Okay. That's it. Shui Yu'er and Poseidon looked at each other. Among the 7 sacred pillar guardians, Sea Dragon Douluo was the strongest and the most suitable candidate for the High Priest. But I have to protect the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar. Sea Dragon Douluo said that he was busy with both sides and had no time to split himself. Comments of the Sea Dragon City Lord's Mansion seems to be a level 88 soul Douluo, and his martial soul is also a sea dragon. We will directly help him to be promoted to a titled Douluo and let him take over the position of guarding the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar. After you take over as the High Priest, you can focus on cultivating the Golden Generation. When they grow up, you 7 guardians of the Holy Pillars can also retire. Besides, you don't need to stay at your post all day, you can arrange your time by yourselves. Poseidon made suggestions to everyone. Now that he has become a god and his identity as a high priest has been lifted, it is impossible to continue staying in the sea god temple every day. I want to go out and see the world. Yes, I am the sea god now, I can reduce the difficulty of their assessment a little, and ensure that they all pass. Shui Yu'er inherited all the power of the sea god, and she also mastered all the authority of the golden generation of the gods examination. How to assess those young people is up to her. Heilong, don't refuse. Bo Sixi looked at Heilong Douluo. She knew that this subordinate also wanted to retire, but it was not possible at present. Okay. I will follow the instructions of the adults. Heilong Douluo had to agree to Bo Sixi's proposal. The successor had not grown up yet, and he could not retire at all. Chapter 473 Shui Yu'er wants to be a hands-off shopkeeper. Senior Heilong, I am going to complete your soul bones as compensation for your position as the high priest. Shui Yu'er used her mental power to sense Heilong Douluo and found that the other party had only 3 soul bones, so she planned to help improve his strength. Ah! Soul bone! Hippocampus Douluo and others knew that Sea Dragon Douluo had 3 soul bones. If the remaining 3 soul bones were supplemented, the soul power could be at least raised to level 98. Lord Sea God? No need to do that. Sea Dragon Douluo shook his head quickly, embarrassed to accept Shui Yu'er's gift. It's okay, you deserve it. Shui Yu'er tapped Sea Dragon Douluo's brow with her finger, granting him red level authority to exercise the rights of Sea God on her behalf. Yu'er, do you have soul bones? Sea Dragon Douluo is still short of 3 soul bones. Poseidon looked at Shui Yu'er with a smile. I don't have soul bones, but I can ask Xiao Chen to help make them. Shui Yu'er smiled playfully. It's good to have an omnipotent boyfriend. If you have any difficulties, just look for him. Lord Sea God, you said that Mr. Ye can make soul bones. Sea Dragon Douluo and others were shocked. Soul bones can be made. That monster is too powerful. Yes. I personally participated in it. Together with him, I created a top-grade soul bone that is over 50,000 years old. Shui Yu'er nodded, with a proud look on her face. Young Master Ye can create a 50,000-year soul bone. Heilong Douluo and others were shocked. They didn't expect that the monster could create such a good top-grade soul bone that is over 10,000 years old. It's incredible. What's a 50,000-year soul bone? In fact, Xiao Chen came to the Sea God Temple some time ago. He directly created a head soul bone for Yelai that is over 100,000 years old. I didn't tell you about this because I was afraid that you would be eager to ask him for help after knowing it, which would consume a lot of his mental and divine power. Poseidon explained to everyone that only Yeliang Chen could create artificial soul bones. Although he and Shui Yu'er had become gods, they couldn't do it yet, especially when it came to the use of the power of the law. The 2 women couldn't find a way out. Everyone, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Yelai laughed. Her soul power has now reached the peak of level 95, which is also due to the absorption of the 100,000-year-old head soul bone. What a surprise! I estimate that you can break through to level 96 within 1 or 2 years. The 7 Holy Pillar Guardians looked at Yelai, showing envy. I am sure I can break through to the next level within a year. Yelai nodded excitedly. Now she is almost at the threshold of level 96 and can break through to the next level at any time. Where is Xiao Chen now? Shui Yu'er has to get familiar with the power of controlling the sea god these days, and has no time to be with Yeliang Chen. He is in the Morning Valley, saying that he wants to cultivate his spiritual consciousness, and Xyli girl is taking care of him. Poseidon nodded. I'll go see him. You use the power of faith in the hall to make a god-given soul ring first, and use it as the 9th soul ring for elder comments. Swoosh! Shui Yu'er told Poseidon, and then flew towards the Dawn Valley. This girl only knew how to leave the work to me, but she ran off to meet her boyfriend. Seeing Shui Yu'er fly away, Poseidon couldn't help but complain, and then began to use divine power to collect the power of faith to make soul rings. Puff! My lord, Lord Poseidon is just a 24-year-old girl after all, and she is at the age of youth. Lord Poseidon has a cheerful personality, is beautiful and kind, and is worthy of our life to protect her. The guardians of the 7 holy pillars couldn't help but laugh. In everyone's eyes, Shui Yuer is now not only the noble Lord Poseidon, but also everyone's junior. For Shui Yuer, everyone treats her as a treasure and loves her. Especially Poseidon, Sea Witch, and Yelai, they love Shui Yuer so much that they hold her in their hands for fear of dropping her, and hold her in their mouths for fear of melting her. Swoosh! On the other side, when Shui Yuer came to the Morning Valley, she saw Yeliang Chen practicing in meditation, emitting golden divine power, and Xiao Li was boiling water and making tea in a room, like a quiet kitten, so cute. Miss Yuer, you are here. Seeing Shui Yuer's sudden arrival, Xiao Li hurriedly pulled her into the room and poured hot tea. Xiao Li, how long has he been practicing? Shui Yuer felt that Yeliang Chen seemed to have closed his consciousness and showed no signs of waking up. For 2 days, the young master has been in a state of meditation, and I dare not wake him up. Xiao Li said quietly, for fear of disturbing Yeliang Chen's meditation. I'll go wake him up. Shui Yuer raised the corner of her mouth, walked out of the room immediately, and then he carried Yeliang Chen into the room and put him on the bed. Xiao Chen, wake up quickly, or I'll have to do it. Shui Yuer saw that Yeliang Chen still had his consciousness sealed, so she used her soul to enter his soul sea and wake him up. Sister Yuer, are you done with your work? After Shui Yuer's tossing, Yeliang Chen couldn't practice anymore, so he had to wake up. I'm done with my work. I'm now proficient in controlling the power of the sea god. By the way, now that I've become a god, I haven't formally practiced with you yet. Let's have a good competition today. Shui Yuer showed an evil smile on her face, and began to remove their equipment, and then prepared to start a battle. Xiao Li is still outside. Looking at such a fierce and domineering Shui Yuer, Yeliang Chen didn't know what to say. Xiao Li, go back to the sea god mountain quickly, or I'll catch you in. Shui Yuer shouted to Xiao Li in the distance, asking the girl to leave quickly. Oh. I'll go now. When Xiao Li saw this scene, his face instantly turned red, and then he flew towards the sea god mountain, complaining in his heart, Miss Yuer is really good at playing, and the young master is bullied again. 4 hours later, Shui Yuer finished her training, and then pulled Yeliang Chen to fly slowly towards the sea god mountain. Xiao Chen, wait until I arrange things on the sea god island, and then we will go around. No problem. While flying, the two happily chatted about some topics. When Yeliang Chen and Shui Yuer came to the sea god hall, they happened to see that Commons successfully absorbed the 9th soul ring and successfully obtained a 100,000-year soul ring. Poseidon used his divine power to forcibly raise the old man's soul power from level 88 to level 90. Now he has officially become a titled Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring. Greetings, Mr. Yat, and Lord Poseidon. Seeing Yeliang Chen and Shui Yuer are coming again, Commons immediately bowed respectfully. Get up quickly. Elder Commons, from now on, you will take over the position of Senior Heilong and guard the Sea Dragon Sacred Pillar. Shui Yuer stretched out her finger and tapped Commons' forehead, granting him black level authority. Yes, Lord Poseidon. Commons accepted the order respectfully. It was his honor to take over the Sea Dragon Douluo to guard the Sea Dragon Sacred Pillar. Why did you take so long? Seeing Shui Yuer coming back with a happy face, Poseidon and Ye Lai showed ant-like smiles on their faces. Xiao Chen has closed his consciousness to practice, I can only wait for him to wake up. Shui Yuer was embarrassed to tell what she had done, so she had to find an excuse to perfunctory the two women. Really? Poseidon and Ye Lai didn't believe that this little girl would simply wait for Yeliang Chen. She must have done something bad, otherwise it wouldn't take her 4 hours to come back. The 7 sacred pillar guardians also smiled like an auntie and looked at Shui Yuer. Everyone knew that this girl and Yeliang Chen were lovers. Of course it's true. Xiao Chen, I promise to help Senior Heilong complete the remaining head, torso, and right leg soul bones. You come to make soul bones. Shui Yuer couldn't stand the anti-smiles of everyone, so she quickly asked Yeliang Chen to help make soul bones to divert the topic. When it comes to artificial soul bones, Heilong Douluo and others immediately became interested. Teacher, Lord Poseidon said you can make soul bones. Can you make one for me? Your most lovely apprentice doesn't even have a soul bone. How pitiful. The sea witch showed a pitiful look and asked Yeliang Chen for soul bones. Of course. Yeliang Chen nodded and agreed to the request of the sea witch. Sir, what does it take to make an artificial soul bone? Although Heilong Douluo and others did not explicitly ask for soul bones, their expectant eyes also revealed their thoughts. Soul bones are actually energy crystals, but I need to extract a lot of your own soul power to make soul bones, and you may be weak for several days. Yeliang Chen had to tell everyone the conditions required for artificial soul bones so that everyone could be mentally prepared. Sir, you can draw as much as you want. We don't have anything else, but we guarantee that we will have enough soul power. Teacher, you must get me a good soul bone. Heilong, the sea witch and others were extremely surprised when they heard that they only needed to use their own soul power to make soul bones. Buzz. Let's start. Inject your soul power into this small space. Liang Chen used the power of space to create a small space and let everyone contribute their soul power. Shua. The 7 guardians of the sacred pillars saw this and immediately urged their own soul power to inject it into the space ball between Liang Chen's hands. Okay, I'll make a 50,000-year-old spiritual head soul bone for the sea witch first. Shua. Seeing that it was almost done, Liang Chen asked everyone to stop inputting soul power, and then used divine power to compress this ball of energy into a head soul bone, and then used powerful divine consciousness to carve a spiritual shock soul skill into the soul bone. Sea witch, this is a 50,000-year-old head spiritual soul bone, and the soul bone skill is called spiritual shock. An hour later, a 50,000-year-old head soul bone was made, and then Liang Chen gave this soul bone to the lovely sea witch. Thank you, teacher, moi. The sea witch put away the soul bone and kissed Liang Chen on the face excitedly. Lord Sea God, please don't be jealous. Then the sea witch threw herself into Shui Yuer's arms and kissed her on the face. This girl. Everyone looked at the sea witch's eccentric appearance and shook their heads helplessly. Buzz. Come on. Continue to make soul bones. I'm going to drain the soul power of your 9 titled Douluo to 80%, and see how many soul bones I can make. Liang Chen began to use the power of the god space to create a space ball, allowing Sea Dragon Douluo and others to continue to input soul power. Okay. Young master. Everyone immediately began to contribute their soul power again. It was so cool to get soul bones without hunting soul beasts. It took 3 days for Liang Chen to extract a part of the golden energy from the sea god temple and merge it with everyone's soul power. In the end, he created 10 soul bones with a lifespan of up to 50,000 years, including 5 head soul bones, 4 torso bones, and 1 right leg soul bone. This was also based on everyone's actual situation. Liang Chen created the head and torso soul bones, and the right leg soul bone was specially prepared for Sea Dragon Douluo. Oh, I'm so tired. I only have 10% of my soul power left. I don't have any strength at all. I feel like an ordinary person now. At this moment, the sea witch and Ye Lai were exhausted and sat on the ground weakly. Artificial soul bones are good, but such a large consumption almost cost us our lives. No wonder Mr. Ye said that soul bones cannot be created in large quantities. Yes, yes. The soul power of Heilong, Haima, and others also remained at 10%. In order to create soul bones, everyone went all out this time. I'll restore you first. Life resuscitation. Seeing this, Liang Chen directly activated the power of the law of life, and shot out a stream of life energy to restore everyone's soul power. It's so comfortable, I feel alive again. How about we contribute our soul power and let the young master continue to make soul bones? Under the effect of the life resuscitation soul skill, everyone was immediately revived with full blood. No problem, if you can bear it, then continue. Although Liang Chen consumed a lot of mental power in the past 3 days, with his current strength, he can completely withstand it. Don't think too much. Xiao Chen has consumed too much mental power in the past 3 days. You are alive now, but it's all restored by his divine power. Poseidon and Shui Yuer dispelled everyone's thoughts. If they continue to toss like this, Liang Chen can't bear it. The adults taught us that we can't harm the young master. Young master, we are just talking, don't take it to heart. After being criticized by Shui Yuer and Poseidon, the 7 sacred pillar guardians and Ye Lai apologized to Liang Chen like a group of children who made mistakes. It's okay. Except for the 3 soul bones of Sea Dragon Douluo, you can divide these soul bones equally among you. Anyway, everyone has a share. Liang Chen threw 10 soul bones to Sea Dragon Douluo and others, letting them distribute them by themselves. Thank you, young master. Everyone immediately picked up their own soul bones and began to absorb them. In fact, except Ye Lai, everyone didn't have head soul bones and torso bones. Getting such precious soul bones was like finding a treasure. After absorbing their respective soul bones, Sea Dragon Douluo's soul power increased to level 98.5. Ye Lai absorbed a trunk bone and broke through to level 96. In addition, Sea Horse, Sea Spear, and Sea Witch also broke through to level 96. Starfish, Sea Ghost, and Sea Fantasy's soul power increased to the peak of level 95, and Commons increased to the peak of level 92. Soul bones are really good treasures. As long as you absorb them, your soul power will increase. The increase in soul power made the 7 Holy Pillar Guardians extremely excited. As the High Priest, Sea Dragon Douluo must be upgraded to level 99, and Elder Commons has to protect the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar. His strength must reach at least level 95 to match the identity of the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar Guardian. You guys who are at the peak of level 95 should also be upgraded to level 96. Shua. Shui Yuer thought about it, and then mobilized the divine power to increase the strength of Sea Dragon Douluo and others. Shui Yuer planned to be a hands-off shopkeeper and could not stay on the Sea God Island for a long time. Only by improving the strength of these subordinates could they better protect the Sea God Island. Lord Sea God, no. Sea Dragon Douluo and others immediately shook their heads, not wanting Shui Yuer to waste their divine power. Don't worry, I am the Sea God, and it is my duty to help you improve your strength. Shui Yuer smiled indifferently and continued to use divine power to improve everyone's strength. In addition, by doing so, she could also gain more power of faith. Okay, it's finally done. Seniors, I forced your soul power to rise. After that, you have to polish it and consolidate your foundation. It took half an hour for Shui Yuer to raise the soul power of Sea Dragon Douluo to level 99, Hai Xing, Hai Huan, and Hai Gui to level 96, and Kazman's soul power to level 95. Thank you for the gift, Lord Poseidon. Heilong, Haima, and others immediately knelt on the ground and saluted Shui Yuer respectfully. At this moment, everyone's respect for Shui Yuer has surpassed that of the previous generation of Poseidon. If Poseidon knew what everyone was thinking, he would definitely complain, haha. It's only been a few days, and you have forgotten me. Chapter 474, Dissolve the soul rings and build divine artifacts. Xiao Chen, help Senior Heilong to upgrade his soul rings to 8 black and 1 red. Shui Yuer thought that Heilong Douluo's soul rings were just standard and a bit low, so she asked Yeliang Chen to help upgrade them. Lord Poseidon, no need, this will consume the young master's divine power. Heilong Douluo was a little embarrassed. He maxed out his soul bones and increased his soul power. This was too much. Senior Heilong, as the high priest of Poseidon Island, your soul rings must be 8 black and 1 red. Shui Yuer felt that when Poseidon was the high priest, the soul rings were all 8 black and 1 red. If Heilong Douluo's soul rings could not reach 8 black and 1 red, it would be very embarrassing. No problem, I will solve the problem of soul ring age. Yeliang Chen nodded. With his current strength, it was very easy to help others increase their soul ring age. Hey! Got it! Suddenly, Yeliang Chen remembered the pile of soul rings in the game backpack space, so he took out the soul rings of those soul beasts with a thought. Buzz! In an instant, large circles of yellow, purple, and black covered the entire Poseidon Hall, which was very shocking. Wow! So many soul rings! Everyone looked at those densely packed soul rings and was immediately blinded. Why did he take out these soul rings? Poseidon and Shui Yuer didn't understand what tricks Yeliang Chen was going to play. Shua! Yeliang Chen used the power of space to create a 10-meter space ball, and then put all the soul rings in it. What is this for? Everyone asked curiously. Everyone should know that spirit rings are actually energy, which will dissipate after an hour. I used the power of space to create this space, and the purpose is to collect this energy. Yeliang Chen explained to everyone that after these spirit rings dissipate, they will become energy, and there will be no problem even if these energies are used to make divine spirit rings. After an hour, all the spirit rings turned into energy, whether they were hundreds of years, thousands of years, or 10,000 years of spirit rings, all the energy they turned into was mixed together. Shua! Yeliang Chen immediately mobilized the power of space to shrink the 10-meter space into a space ball as big as a basketball, and the energy in the space ball, after being compressed, also turned into a liquid shape. The purity of this energy is almost close to the soul power of a titled Douluo. It is estimated that a fist-sized ball of energy can be used to make a 10,000-year spirit ring. Looking at the liquid energy in the transparent space ball, Poseidon and Shui Yuer thought that using this energy to make spirit rings was also quite good. Senior Heilong, show me your 9 soul rings. I will help you upgrade them. Yeliang Chen asked Heilong Douluo to get ready. It was more than enough to use these energies to increase the age of the soul rings. Yes. Young master. Heilong Douluo followed Yeliang Chen's arrangement and immediately showed 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 5 black. Shua! Yeliang Chen wrapped a small ball of energy with spatial divine power and injected it into Heilong Douluo's 9th soul ring. At the same time, he used divine consciousness to refine Heilong Douluo's soul ring, causing it to undergo a qualitative change. Heilong Douluo's soul ring was as high as 90,000 years old. This small ball of energy was injected into it and it could be upgraded to 100,000 years old. Buzz! After a few minutes, the color of the soul ring began to turn red, officially entering the 100,000 year mark, and the red light enveloped the entire hall. It really worked. Everyone looked at the red 100,000 year soul ring and was very surprised. They could increase the age of the soul ring by directly injecting energy without divine examination. Then Yeliang Chen used the same method to upgrade the age of the first 5 soul rings of Sea Dragon Douluo, each of which was upgraded by 10,000 years, and finally became 8 black and 1 red. 8 black and 1 red, so cool. The Sea Witch, Sea Horse, and others looked at the current soul rings of Sea Dragon Douluo with a hint of envy in their eyes. Xiao Chen, it's okay, upgrade the age of everyone's soul rings, for example, upgrade everyone's 9th ring to 100,000 years, which is not bad. Yes. In this way, everyone will have a share. Bo Sixi and Shui Yuer saw the eager looks of Sea Horse, Sea Witch, Ye Lai, and others, and decided to upgrade everyone as well. Puff. We hit it so well, but everyone saw through our thoughts. The Sea Witch and Ye Lai smiled playfully. Everyone wanted such a good thing as the soul ring age upgrade, but they were too embarrassed to say it out. My lord. The thoughts of Sea Horse Douluo and others were exposed by Shui Yuer and Bo Sixi, and they all lowered their heads. It was too embarrassing. Don't I know what you are thinking? Poseidon laughed. These subordinates are the guardians of the Sea God Island. It is his duty to help them improve their strength. Sea Witch, you go first. Yeliang Chen signaled the Sea Witch to show her soul ring. After seeing the Sea Dragon Douluo's soul ring upgrade, the girl kept showing a look of eagerness, and the word want was almost written on her face. Okay, teacher. The Sea Witch jumped in front of Yeliang Chen and showed 9 soul rings. Shua. Yeliang Chen followed suit and used energy to upgrade the Sea Witch's 9th soul ring to 100,000 years, and then upgraded her first 4 soul rings to 10,000 years. This girl always called him teacher. I can't be stingy. Haha. 8 black and 1 red, I have it now. The Sea Witch looked at her 8 black and 1 red soul rings and jumped up excitedly. This girl. Everyone looked at the Sea Witch's excitement and felt like they were going crazy. This method seems to work. I'll add a little more energy and make everyone's soul ring age like the Sea Witch. Seeing this, Shui Yuer directly mobilized the golden energy in the hall and injected it into Yeliang Chen's space ball. With the energy replenishment, Yeliang Chen once again upgraded the soul rings of Ye Lai, Sea Horse Douluo and others to 8 black and 1 red, the same as the Sea Witch. At first, only Sea Dragon Douluo's soul ring was upgraded to 8 black and 1 red, and everyone was envious. Now everyone has it, and everyone thinks it's normal. Okay. Nothing else, I'll go first. After finishing these things, Yeliang Chen flew towards the Dawn Valley. Everyone, return to your respective posts. Sea Dragon Douluo, you will be responsible for arranging all the work on the island from now on. Everyone should work together to protect the Sea God Island. Shui Yuer and Poseidon left a divine thought in the Sea God Hall, explained to everyone, and then flew to the Dawn Valley. Yes, Lord Sea God. Sea Dragon Douluo and others bowed respectfully to Shui Yuer. They knew that Shui Yuer came from the mainland and would not stay on the Sea God Island for a long time. Poseidon has now become a god and is also Shui Yuer's subordinate. He will probably leave with her. After returning to the Dawn Valley, Yeliang Chen started to make a fire and cook. He had to have a good meal while Poseidon and Shui Yuer went to the lake to catch fish and help. Xiao Chen, when you were making soul bones for everyone 2 days ago, you used the life resuscitation skill to restore everyone's physical strength, but it seems that you didn't summon the martial soul. After becoming a god, can I no longer use the martial soul? While eating, Poseidon and Shui Yuer remembered that after Yeliang Chen became a god, he seemed to rarely use the martial soul. After I became a god, the skills that I used the power of the law to stimulate were all divine skills. I plan to dissolve the martial soul and soul ring, and keep those soul skills and domain abilities as divine skills, and use my Chunjun sword martial soul to condense the artifact. I heard that the martial soul of the sea god back then was the trident. He used it after he became a god. He used the trident martial soul as a prototype and then used the power of faith to condense it into a divine artifact. Yeliang Chen told the 2 women his thoughts. After becoming a god, if he used the martial soul and soul skills to fight again, he would have to show the soul ring and chant the soul spell before the fight, which seemed too lame. That's right. After listening, the 2 women also decided to dissolve their martial souls and spirit rings, especially Poseidon. It felt a bit uncomfortable to use the sea god martial soul again. After dinner, Yeliang Chen began to dissolve his own spirit rings, but before that, he had to find a place for Xiao Wu and the 9 Dragon King's souls to rest. Poseidon and Shui Yuer watched quietly on the side. After all, they had never seen such a thing as dissolving spirit rings, so Yeliang Chen had to take the lead. Xiao Wu, all the senior Dragon Kings, come out. Yeliang Chen showed 18 spirit rings and 4 god rings, and then used his consciousness to awaken the souls of Xiao Wu and the 9 Dragon Kings. I didn't expect you to have 4 god rings. You will soon break through to the 2nd level god. The souls of the 9 Dragon Kings came out of Yeliang Chen's spirit rings and saw the 4 god rings behind this guy, and they were immediately shocked. In fact, the 9 Dragon Kings also sensed the moment when Yeliang Chen became a god, but because they were in the soul ring, they could not come out without Yeliang Chen's permission. It's just a small achievement, far from what you seniors did in the past. Seniors, I'm going to dissolve the soul ring. You can enter the God ring behind me to nourish your soul first. When I become stronger, I will recast your body for you. Liang Chen smiled modestly, and then let the 9 Dragon Kings enter the God ring. Don't worry, if you revive us now, the God realm may be afraid. Wait until you can control the God realm in the future. The 9 Dragon Kings didn't dare to let Liang Chen revive everyone now, and then they all got into the first golden God ring behind Liang Chen. Xiao Wu, you have changed a lot. Shui Yu'er looked at Xiao Wu now, and remembered that when this girl was sacrificed, she was still a little girl, and now she has grown into a big beauty. Shui Yu'er, you have changed even more. I was able to grow into this because of the divine power of Liang Chen. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly. It was indeed the wisest decision to sacrifice herself to Liang Chen. Is this the 100,000-year-old rabbit soul beast that was sacrificed to you? Poseidon looked at the lovely girl in front of him and lamented that soul beast cultivation was too difficult. Yes, she was mentally ill back then. She was a transformed soul beast in her infancy, but she dared to follow Tang San to the spirit hall to participate in the Soul Master competition. Liang Chen nodded. Liang Chen, I have died once, and you still say I am mentally retarded. Xiao Wu stomped her feet angrily, her little face puffed up, like a little dolphin, a little cute. Xiao Wu, don't be angry. Shui Yu'er rubbed Xiao Wu's head, but the other party was in a soul state now, so she could only rub it in vain. Xiao Wu, go into the green gold divine ring behind me and rest first. I will revive you and your mother in a while. Liang Chen sensed that Xiao Wu's soul was the strength has reached the soul Douluo level, so let her enter the life ring to continue recuperating. Liang Chen, thank you. Swoosh. Xiao Wu was extremely excited when she heard that her mother would also be resurrected, and then immediately got into Liang Chen's green and gold ring. As for the golden ring, it was full of those Dragon King seniors. The bloodline suppression was too strong, and she didn't dare to stay with those strong men. After placing Xiao Wu in the souls of the 9 Dragon Kings, Liang Chen closed his eyes and engraved the soul skills in all the soul rings with his consciousness, so as not to disappear after the soul rings were dissolved. Space strangulation, space shuttle, space transfer purification light, life light time reversal. Swish bang bang. Then Liang Chen flew over the sea, performed the soul skills of all soul rings one by one, and then used his consciousness to brand the effects of all soul skills. The process of dissolving the soul rings is also quite complicated. He also wants to preserve those soul skills. If he doesn't preserve them, they may disappear after the soul rings are dissolved. Bo Sixi and Shui Yu'er stood on the coast, watching Liang Chen perform those powerful soul skills, and they were dazzled. Shua. Liang Chen imprinted all the skills in the soul rings in his mind, and then flew back to the shore and officially dissolved 18 soul rings. Soul rings are energy. When dissolving soul rings, you must absorb these energies to improve your own strength. Buzz. Liang Chen explained to the 2 women, and then used his divine power to transform these soul rings into his own energy. As time went by, the soul rings turned into golden energy and merged into Liang Chen's body. The goddess of life martial spirit itself is the embodiment of the soul, which is equivalent to the soul. Liang Chen kept it. Anyway, the soul ring disappeared, and there was no need to summon the martial spirit. Shua. At this time, Liang Chen used the Chunjun sword martial soul as a prototype, mobilized the power of water, fire, wind, thunder, earth, space, time, light, darkness, life, and destruction, and then injected these power into the sword martial soul with a powerful consciousness and began to temper it. Clang clang. With the injection of various energies, the sword martial soul made a clang metal sound and became more condensed. How amazing! We don't have a weapon spirit, and it's a bit difficult to use this method to create our own artifact. Artifacts can be condensed with energy. When we become stronger, it's not too late to create them. Poseidon and Shui Yu'er stared at Liang Chen intently, thinking about how to create their own artifacts. Shua. A month later, colorful golden light emanated from Liang Chen's sword martial soul, and the sword intent rushed into the sky, and at this moment, the Chunjun sword martial soul was officially promoted to an artifact. Xiao Chen, did you succeed? The 2 girls immediately flew to Liang Chen and observed the long sword in Liang Chen's hand that was emitting colorful light. Yes, now I have my own artifact. Let's go to the starry sky outside Douluo Star and show the power of the artifact. Liang Chen nodded excitedly, and then pulled the 2 girls to fly outside Douluo Star. This time, Liang Chen not only created his own artifact, but also used various laws and divine powers to develop various magical skills. Wind sweep remnant clouds. Whoosh. Water tornado. Splash splash. 9 sky thunder slash. Boom swish. When he came to the starry sky outside Douluo Star, Liang Chen waved the Chunjun sword and performed 11 magical skills of wind, water, thunder, etc., which felt pretty good. Wind attribute, water attribute, thunder attribute. His artifact combines so many attributes of magic skills. It seems that he has really put a lot of effort in this month. Sure enough, it is better to make your own artifact. At this moment, Poseidon and Shui Yuer had no time to appreciate the scene in the starry sky. They were all stunned by Ye Liangchen's magic skills. Chapter 475 Shui Yuer's Little Thoughts. It's so fast to forge your own artifact. It's pretty good. Just after Ye Liangchen tested the artifact's big move, the goddess of life who was sleeping in the soul sea also revived, and then felt the attributes of this artifact through Ye Liangchen's vision. Goddess sister, is my artifact okay? Ye Liangchen asked proudly. Very powerful. When it is upgraded to a super artifact in the future, it will surely become the most powerful artifact. The goddess of life nodded in approval. The scepter of destruction in her husband's hand only possessed the power of the law of destruction, while Ye Liangchen's artifact contained 11 kinds of law power, and the power of the law of destruction was only one of them. Upgrading to a super artifact, I can only do it after I become stronger. Now Ye Liangchen's artifact has just entered the artifact level, and it is still a long way behind the artifacts of the level of the angel sword and the trident. Then Ye Liangchen asked about the current situation in the god realm and learned that Poseidon had already left the god realm. After Azura god went to the 5 elements continent and dealt with the matter of the god of killing Hypnos, he probably realized that the 4 gods of evil, kindness, life, and destruction were on the same line, so he simply did not return to the god realm, but went directly to other high-level planes to look for the traces of Rakshasa god. The sea god actually ran so fast. Poseidon was so impatient to leave the god realm that it was beyond Ye Liangchen's expectation. But when he thought about it, it made sense. The old man was now want to go to other high-level planes to practice Shen Gong, of course, don't want to stay in the god realm. The god realm is like a cage, otherwise he wouldn't be so anxious to pass the throne to Shui Yuer. Now he has handed over the sea god temple to me to manage, waiting for Shui Yuer to go to the god realm. By the way, we found out that Tang San entered the abyss plane, so we used the power of the god realm center to pull the abyss plane over. I estimate that in about 10 years, the abyss plane will meet the Douluo plane. The goddess of life reminded Ye Liangchen to be prepared for the plane war. Don't worry, leave the plane invasion to me. Ye Liangchen is now waiting for the abyss plane to come over. In a few years, his strength will rise to the 2nd level god, and it will be easier to fight. In the original plot, when the abyss plane invaded, Gu Yuina's injuries had not recovered and her strength was infinitely weakened. The lord of the plane, Tang Dachui, was pretending to sleep, and Tang Wulin was sealed and could not exert the power of the Golden Dragon King, resulting in the lack of a true god-level powerhouse in the Douluo plane, which caused the suffering of all living beings. Even so, the human powerhouses of the War God Temple, Shrek Academy, and the Spirit Pagoda could resist for 1,000 years. Now there are a bunch of god-level powerhouses on the Douluo continent. If the monsters in the abyss plane dare to come, they will be killed neatly. I don't know what expression Tang San will have when he sees his true strength. Let's do this for now. If there is any new news, I will notify you. The goddess of life also felt that she was worrying too much. With the current power of Douluo Star, it is more than enough to deal with the invasion of the abyss plane. At this stage, as long as destruction keeps a close eye on the old bachelor Shura god and prevents him from appearing in the Douluo plane, Ye Liangchen can be guaranteed to grow up safely. Xiao Chen, what are you thinking about? At this moment, Poseidon and Shuiyu flew to Ye Liangchen's side, looking at this guy motionless, very curious. I received the news from the goddess of life that Tang San has gone to the abyss plane. It is estimated that in 10 years, the abyss plane will meet the Douluo plane. Then what should we do now? Hearing Ye Liangchen say that a plane war will start in 10 years, Poseidon and Shuiyu felt that time was a bit tight. Don't worry, everything is under control. Ye Liangchen asked the 2 women not to worry, it was just a plane war, it was just a drizzle. Xiao Chen, I want to learn other elemental laws and divine powers from you. Shuiyu thought of Ye Liangchen's laws and divine powers, and planned to learn them well to improve her own strength. No problem, you should dissolve your martial soul and soul ring first, and then upgrade those soul skills to your own divine skills. You will be able to adapt to any plane in the future. Ye Liangchen nodded. As long as the 2 women can comprehend one of the elemental laws and divine power, their strength will definitely be greatly improved. According to your arrangement, we will go back to Douluo Star first and find an uninhabited island for meditation. The 2 women nodded. Shua. Then the 3 of them flew into Douluo Star and landed on an island with birds singing and flowers blooming in the deep sea. When dissolving martial souls and soul rings, you should use your spiritual consciousness to imprint those soul skills in your mind and be familiar with the way to trigger each skill. Ye Liangchen patiently explained the process of dissolving martial souls and soul rings, saving the 2 women some unnecessary trouble. Understood, let's start. The 2 women carefully wrote down the method Ye Liangchen said, and then began to dissolve their own martial souls and soul rings. 2 days later, the two women's martial souls and spirit rings disappeared, but their spirit skills were retained and used as divine skills. Bang bang! Without martial souls and spirit rings, it's much faster to perform skills. That's because before, when performing spirit skills, you had to summon martial souls first, and you also had to recite spirit spells. Now that I think about it, it feels a bit awkward. That day, Shui Yuer and Poseidon practiced various skills and had a lot of fun. After becoming gods, they were not bound by the rules of the plane. This feeling was great. Sister Bobo, I don't think it's appropriate for me to be the sea god. You've become a god now. How about I ask Xiao Chen to help me pass my sea god position to you? After all, my home is on the mainland, and I'm not suitable to manage the sea god island. At this time, Shui Yuer remembered that Poseidon had been sticking to her all this time, just like her little follower, and was especially good to Liang Chen. She always felt that this woman was a little greedy for someone, so Shui Yuer raised her mouth and decided to test it to see how the other party would react. No. Yuer, I don't want to inherit the sea god position. I just want to follow you forever and protect you. Don't abandon me. Hearing that Shui Yuer actually wanted to give the sea god position to him, Poseidon was immediately anxious. If this girl didn't care about him, then Liang Chen probably wouldn't take him to the heavens and the worlds in the future. This was unbearable. He had been alone all his life, and now he finally had a bright future, but he couldn't miss it because of a sea god position. Haha. Sister Bobo, in this case, you are mine from now on. Shui Yuer smiled playfully. Sure enough, this woman, Poseidon, could stand the test. Yuer, you are the god of the sea. I became a god from the status of a servant of the god. I am yours from the beginning. Even if I become a god now, I am still your subordinate. Wherever you go, I will go there. I will always be loyal to you and never leave you. When Poseidon said this, he felt a little embarrassed. Then he looked around and found that Liang Chen was not here, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Bobo, since you said you are my man, are you willing to do something for me? Shui Yuer asked playfully, thinking about some strange things in her heart. Yuer, I am willing to do anything for you, even if it means sacrificing my life. Poseidon has been loyal to the god of the sea all his life. Now Shui Yuer has inherited the position of the god of the sea. Naturally, she will not betray him. Besides, this girl is beautiful and kind, with a cheerful personality. Following her, I feel like I have returned to my girlhood. Puh, fu. What are you talking about? Don't say those unlucky words. I just want you to live happily. Shui Yuer covered Poseidon's mouth to stop him from talking nonsense. Yuer, don't scare me anymore. I've spent my life in loneliness. Now I finally have you, and my life is full of sunshine and hope. I don't want to lose all of this. If I don't have you in my life in the future, then there's no point in living. Poseidon hugged Shui Yuer tightly, as if hugging hope and light, and felt very at ease. Don't worry. I won't abandon you. Shui Yuer felt very interesting watching Poseidon rely on her so much. Swoosh. Wow, what's going on with you? Am I here at the wrong time? At this moment, Liang Chen flew over from a distance with 2 food boxes. He happened to see such a beautiful picture and couldn't help laughing. Don't be offended, we are just cultivating feelings. Shui Yuer turned around and showed Liang Chen a quirky smile. Don't talk nonsense. Poseidon gave Shui Yuer a charming look. The more she talked, the more wrong she was. Do you still need to cultivate your relationship? You are as close as one person. Liang Chen couldn't help but tease. To be honest, Poseidon and Shui Yuer are inseparable now. You like to make fun of me and ask for a fight. Poseidon reached out and hit Liang Chen lightly. This evil boy has the same personality as Shui Yuer. They both like to say some shocking things. Ha ha ha. Sister Bobo, he is telling the truth. Our relationship is really good. Shui Yuer laughed so hard that she lost her image. Don't laugh. You haven't eaten for 2 days. I prepared this for you. Eat it quickly. I'll go over there for a nap. You guys continue to cultivate your relationship. Haha. Liang Chen teased, handed the food box to the 2 girls, and then flew to the woods not far away to take a rest. This guy is really out of tune. Poseidon said coquettishly, then opened the food box and laid out the delicious dishes. Wow! Boiled fish and braised prawns are both my favorites. Looking at such a sumptuous meal, Shui Yuer's saliva flowed out, so she ate it with relish, her mouth full of oil. Yuer, eat slowly. Poseidon picked up a few fat prawns for Shui Yuer, and then picked up one for himself, and began to enjoy the food elegantly. At this moment, while enjoying the food, Poseidon recalled some interesting things he experienced when he went back to the mainland with Liang Chen before, and felt particularly exciting. Unconsciously, Poseidon fell into beautiful memories, with a sweet smile on his face. What are you thinking about? Are you hiding something from me? Shui Yu'er was surprised to see that Poseidon couldn't help but smile. What's the matter with you? Poseidon saw this and pretended to show a wronged look. You must be hiding something from me, tell me now. Shui Yu'er stared straight into Poseidon's eyes. This woman couldn't help but smile when eating, and must be thinking of something happy. Yu'er, I really don't have anything to hide from you. Poseidon didn't dare to look at Shui Yu'er's eyes, and said coquettishly in his heart, how can I open my mouth? It's too embarrassing. Haha. I understand. Looking at Poseidon's evasive and shy eyes, Shui Yu'er immediately knew what the other party was thinking, but this matter was not impossible, anyway, she was also his most intimate subordinate, not an outsider. Ah. Yu'er, what do you understand? I don't quite understand. Faced with the quirky Shui Yu'er, Poseidon felt a little overwhelmed. When the time is right, I will help you. Shui Yu'er smiled mysteriously and deliberately confused Poseidon. Chapter 476 The God of Love's brain failed. After dinner, Shui Yu'er and Poseidon came to the woods where Yeliang Chen was sleeping. Don't sleep, get up quickly. Seeing that Yeliang Chen was sleeping soundly, Shui Yu'er glanced at Poseidon next to him, so she raised her mouth, flew into Yeliang Chen's arms, hugged him and kissed him fiercely. Hey! Sister Yu'er, what are you doing? Yeliang Chen was awakened by Shui Yu'er, and saw Poseidon standing next to him with a slightly red face. This was simply against the sky. Yu'er, pay attention to your image. Posey said coquettishly, and quickly pulled Shui Yu'er out of Yeliang Chen's arms, thinking, I'm still here. This girl is just like this, showing affection in front of me is so annoying. You are not an outsider, don't care about these. After being pulled up by Poseidon, Shui Yu'er simply snuggled in his arms with a quirky smile. Okay, let's get down to business first. Xiao Chen, show us how to comprehend the power of the elemental law. Poseidon rubbed Shui Yu'er's little head, and then asked Yeliang Chen for advice on how to practice the elemental law. I thought about it. You have tempered your body in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and you can be immune to ice and fire. I suggest you practice the power of the two elemental laws of water and fire. Sister Yu'er, you have inherited the throne of the sea god. In a sense, you also master the power of the law of water. In the sea, you can mobilize the power of the sea for your own use, but on land, especially in places without water, your power will be much weakened. Water has three forms: gas, liquid, and solid. Although the power of the sea god can mobilize the power of the sea for your own use, it cannot make water freeze into ice. We inherit the throne of our ancestors. We cannot rely on our old capital. We must learn to innovate and go further on the basis of our ancestors to see a wider world. While explaining, Yeliang Chen urged the power of the water element law to show the two women. Splash splash! In an instant, a huge stream of water emerged from Yeliang Chen's hands and flowed down the mountain like a river. Crack! Immediately afterwards, Yeliang Chen switched to the power of the ice element. In an instant, the flowing water immediately turned into ice, emitting a biting cold. Shua! Finally, Yeliang Chen used the power of the water element law to turn the water into gas. The strong water vapor was almost like a tornado. Whoosh! After demonstrating the power of the water element law, Yeliang Chen activated the power of the fire element law. In an instant, a raging fire shot out from Yeliang Chen's hand, emitting an intense high temperature. Wow! It's really amazing. It's completely different from the ice and fire palm skills we used before. If we comprehend the power of the two laws of water and fire, our strength will be at least several times higher than it is now. Yes. When I went back to the mainland with Xiao Chen, I fought with Bibi Dong. After being away from the sea, my strength was directly weakened by nearly 40%. If I comprehend the power of the water element law, I will not be affected by the region at all. Shui Yu'er and Poseidon discussed it and decided that the power of the water and fire element laws must be learned. Voila! Hoo! This is the power of the origin of the water and fire laws. You can feel it yourself. Yeliang Chen transformed the energy of the water element law and the energy of the fire element law respectively, and let the two women slowly figure it out. Okay. Shui Yu'er caught the ball of water element origin energy, then sat cross-legged on the ground quietly, and comprehended it with her heart. And Poseidon caught the ball of fire element origin energy and comprehended it carefully. Now that he has no god position, he must work harder if he wants to go further. A month later, Poseidon and Shui Yu'er had mastered the power of the two elemental laws of water and fire, and their strength doubled. During this month, countless small islands in the sea left their footprints. This sun and moon continent is quite big. One day, the three of them flew leisurely to 1,000 meters above the sun and moon continent and decided to go down and take a look. Xiao Chen, there is a fierce beast in that forest. At this time, Poseidon and Shui scanned an ancient forest with their mental power and found a strong soul beast aura. That guy is a fierce beast with a cultivation of more than 700,000 years. His name is Zidi. His body is the evil eye tyrant ruler. This guy has a strong mental power and his strength is second only to Emperor Tian. Liang Chen explained to the two women, and then used his spiritual sense to check it out. He found that Zidi was extremely nervous at this moment, as if he was frightened by the aura of himself and the two women. Let's go and see what this big-eyed monster looks like. Shui and Poseidon had never seen a soul beast like the evil eye tyrant overlord, so they flew down to the forest directly. Roar, human strongman, who are you? When Liang Chen and the other two landed 100 meters above the evil demon forest, a terrified voice came from the depths of the forest. Big-eyed monster, I heard you look very ugly, we just came to see. Liang Chen said calmly, and then flew directly to the place where the evil emperor lived. Hearing this, the evil emperor's head suddenly buzzed. The thinking of this human boy was too jumpy, and he couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Isn't it normal that I am a soul beast and I look ugly? Poseidon smiled brightly. This little guy is really poisonous. Haha. That big-eyed monster must have been completely confused. Shui must have been very angry when she heard that the evil emperor stopped talking. The arrival of the three people made the soul beasts in the evil forest feel like they were facing a great enemy and they all scattered. Wow, evil emperor, I've heard that your evil eye tyrant clan is ugly, but I didn't expect you to be uglier than I thought. Not only ugly, but also makes people's scalps numb. When Liang Chen and the other two came to the place where the evil emperor lived, they saw a huge eyeball, at least hundreds of meters in size, with tentacles all over its body, similar to an octopus monster, and looks a bit mushy. Human, you are ugly. The light of time and space. The evil emperor couldn't stand Liang Chen's ridicule, and his huge eyeballs shot out a powerful white light, shooting towards the three people. Shua. In an instant, the strong white light was mixed with a trace of time power, and the power was quite strong. You actually have the power of time, your skills are quite amazing. Big-eyed monster, have you ever heard that time is king and space is supreme? Space transfer. Liang Chen waved his hand lightly and directly transferred the light of time and space of the evil emperor to another place. Bang crash. In an instant, several large trees 100 meters away were swept by the light of time and space, and fell down in unison, and the scene was very chaotic. Buzz. Poseidon waved his hand, and the powerful divine power pressed the evil emperor to the ground, making him unable to move. Big-eyed monster, do you still want your eyeball? Shui summoned the sea god trident and made a move to blind the opponent. Powerful human, spare my life. The evil emperor felt the terrifying aura emitted by the harpoon and immediately became timid. He wanted to rely on the light of time and space to sneak attack the three people, but he didn't expect that the opponent was too powerful and killed him in one move. I heard Tian mention you, so I came to see you specially. We are not interested in your soul bones and soul rings. You have dominated the evil forest for countless tens of thousands of years. Give me a few soul bones first as compensation for your sneak attack on us. Liang Chen signaled the two women to let go of the evil emperor, but this guy actually dared to sneak attack him, so he had to give some treasures to compensate. Human, do you know Tian? The evil emperor was relieved when he saw that this human boy had no intention of killing him. Of course, this is the reverse scale of the Silver Dragon King, which was given to me by your soul beast god, the Silver Dragon King. Liang Chen took out a silver white scale from the soul guide and let the evil emperor feel the breath. Hiss. This dragon power. Human, I'm sorry, I thought you would attack me. This is the soul bone I collected, as compensation. After feeling the pressure brought by this dragon scale, the evil emperor believed that Liang Chen was not lying, and then transformed into a man, took out more than 20 soul bones and handed them to Liang Chen. There are actually 100,000 year soul bones, not bad. Shui took the soul bone and checked it. There were 5 100,000 year soul bones, and the age of the other soul bones was between 40,000 and 80,000 years. It was a great harvest. Shua. Big-eyed monster, the three of us are all god-level warriors, and we came from another continent. This is the mark of divine consciousness I left on you. If you are in danger, just use your soul power to activate the mark, and I will feel it. Nowadays, there are many gods in the human world. If other gods come here to kill you, you can ask me for help at any time. Looking at the many soul bones given to him by the evil emperor, Liang Chen stretched out his finger and left a mark of divine consciousness in the other's brow as a life-saving talisman. Human, thank you very much. The evil emperor felt very lucky to have a relationship with 3 human gods. We'll leave first, and won't bother you anymore. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Liang Chen waved his hand and took the 2 women away from the evil forest. After leaving the evil forest, Yangchen and the other two planned to travel around the Sun and Moon continent to see if anyone had inherited the throne of godhood. Shui Yuer and Poseidon flew several thousand meters above the ground, looking left and right, admiring the scenery of the Sun and Moon continent. Hey! There seems to be a barrier below. Then let's go and have a look. Maybe there are some good treasures. After flying over a mountain range, the two women found a strange valley, so they couldn't help but explore it. Xiao Chen, hurry up! Shui Yuer shouted to Yangchen not far away, and then flew directly downward. Here we go! Seeing this, Yangchen immediately followed the two women and flew towards the valley below. Why is there so much fog? After arriving at the valley, the three found that the entire valley was covered with fog. If you only use your naked eyes, you can only see more than 10 meters away. These fogs have the effect of confusing and blocking mental detection. However, Yangchen and the other two are god-level strong men, and these fogs can't block the mental detection of the three. So many skeletons. When they arrived at the depths of the valley, Yangchen and the other two found many skeletons on the ground. It must be that some humans accidentally broke into here and were trapped and died here. Shua! Suddenly, a light lit up in the depths of the valley, directly pulling the three people into a golden and silver intertwined barrier. Fuck! This is Kunkan asking Love Valley. When seeing the golden and silver intertwined light, Yangchen immediately thought of Kunkan asking Love Valley in the Sun and Moon continent. Legend has it that the god of love was cheated on by someone else, and he committed suicide out of grief, and fell on this continent. His soul and divine power turned into a field to punish those who betrayed love. Kunkan asking love, a true adventure, begins. At this moment, a mixed voice of men and women sounded, and then Yangchen and the other two were covered by bubbles, and then appeared on 3 platforms. Do you have a lover? Yes. Kill the other person and you can get it, what will you choose? What? Are you sick? You have 3 chances to answer, otherwise you will die. Then, the voice said to Poseidon, and Shui Yuer asked a bunch of questions that were shocking. Since the god of love couldn't see through Yangchen, she could only test Poseidon and Shui Yuer. You are a psychopath for asking such stupid questions. Crack crack. Poseidon and Shui Yuer saw that this mysterious man wanted the two girls to fight to the death, which was unbearable, so they broke the bubble directly. Who is doing this? Shui Yuer also took out the trident of the sea god to respond to crises at any time. Just when Shui Yuer and Poseidon smashed the bubble, the god of love hidden in a mysterious space crashed. This is Kunkan asking Love Valley. Legend has it that the god of love in the god realm was cuckolded. Yangchen introduced the origin of Kunkan asking Love Valley to the two girls. In the original plot, Shrek's gang entered here and were asked a bunch of questions that were shocking. But now that I, a cheater, am here, the god of love would actually ask such a shocking question, which is really funny. The god of love was actually cheated on by someone else. What kind of god of love is that? This so-called god of love is too weird. I don't know if he is a man or a woman. If he is a man, he might be ugly, and if he is a woman, he must be uglier. Shui Yuer finally learned something new. The dignified god of love was actually cuckolded by someone. No wonder he asked such a perverted question. It turned out that he was a psychopath who turned hatred into love. Puff. Yuer, this mouth is really poisonous. Shui Yuer's words made Poseidon laugh directly. The little girl's mouth is just like Yangchen, which can make people angry to death. The goddess of life once said that there are a lot of monsters and demons in the god realm. It's not surprising that a god as weird as the god of love can appear. Yangchen didn't know whether the soul of the god of love could hear everyone's conversation. If he could, his head would definitely be buzzing. How dare you? Shua shua shua. At this moment, the remnant soul of the god of love finally couldn't help it and transformed into 3 sharp blades to shoot at Yangchen and the other two. Kaka. Yangchen and the other two waved their hands and directly shattered the 3 sharp blades. God of love, you were cheated on by someone back then. You didn't try to kill them, but chose to commit suicide. You are too cowardly to be a god. To be honest, I have never seen such a stupid god. As a god of love, you were cheated on by others. You are simply a weirdo among weirdos. Maybe, as Sister Yuer said, you are too ugly, so your lover betrayed you. Yangchen used his spiritual sense to investigate and found a female phantom in a strange space, exuding anger. It must be the remnant soul of the god of love, so Yangchen directly sent a verbal attack. Xiao Chen, stop talking. The goddess of love has long been dead. If you continue talking, her remaining soul will probably be extinguished by your anger. You can kill a god with your words. At this time, Shui Yuer and Poseidon added another blow and continued to mock the goddess of love. Damn! Who are you? At this moment, the goddess of love was extremely angry. He did not expect that 3 god-level strong men would break into Kunkan Wenking Valley. He wanted to test them, but these three people actually mocked him. It was simply unforgivable. We passed by here and saw a barrier here, so we came in to take a look out of curiosity. We didn't expect that this was the place where you, the sick god of love, fell. You said you would die thoroughly, but after death you actually used your soul and divine power to create a field to punish those who betrayed love in the world. Do you know? This continent is where we humans live. You created such a dangerous barrier here, trapping those who accidentally entered this place to death. What you did, in my eyes, is that you are a resentful woman. I am just a loser in love, and you want to use your standards to test the love in the world. It's really ridiculous. It's not your turn to point fingers at the love affairs of the world, a sick god. Liang Chen opened fire again, letting the god of love see the power of his mouth. In the original plot, Shrek's gang entered this place and were tortured by the god of love's three views. Especially when he turned a woman into a man, he was simply too shameless. Damn it. Under Liang Chen's mouth cannon attack, the remnant soul of the god of love exploded again, emitting a shrill scream from his mouth, and transformed into a series of black sharp blades to attack the three people. Chapter 477 Exiled to the Valley of Love. Wind sweeping the clouds. Seeing that the god of love had gone mad, Liang Chen released a wind attribute magic skill, and in an instant, the violent wind force blew away countless sharp blades in a few strokes. You get angry when you can't win the argument, you are simply a crazy woman. Opening mountain seal. Shui Yuer and Poseidon showed a disdainful smile, and then each slapped a golden seal, shattering the black sharp blades around. Damn it! At this time, the incarnation of the remnant soul of the god of love appeared, and roared at Liang Chen and the other two with a hideous face. You are unhappy with us, but you can't do anything about it. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Aren't you very proud when you play tricks on others? Why don't you stand up? Shui Yuer held the trident and pointed at the remnant soul of the god of love and kept mocking him. You. The incarnation of the residual soul of the god of love was twisted with anger and could not maintain its human form. It suddenly turned into a black shadow. Space confinement. Liang Chen waved his hand and threw out a space power to confine the residual soul of the god of love. Shua. Stop it. At this moment, a man's divine consciousness incarnation was projected down, trying to stop Liang Chen. Who are you? Shui Yuer and Poseidon flew to Liang Chen and looked at the man in front of them coldly. The god of emotions. The man nodded. Rong Nianbing, is this secret realm of Qiankun Valley under your control? Liang Chen looked at Rong Nianbing calmly. He didn't expect that this guy would actually go down to the world. According to this time, this guy seemed to have gone to the god realm 1,000 years ago, but he has only been in the god realm for more than 100 days. He is also a new god. His current strength does not seem to be very strong. It's under my management. I didn't expect that strong men of your level would come here. Seeing that Liang Chen actually knew his name, Rong Nianbing was a little surprised, but when he thought that this evil boy was the inheritor of the goddess of life and knew his name, it was not surprising. Then what are you going to do here? Liang Chen asked. Please show mercy and don't destroy this place. Rong Nianbing stated his purpose. Do you know? This is the new sea god, and this is the servant of the previous sea god Poseidon, and the god of love actually let them kill each other. Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? Since you said that this secret realm is under your management, you just watched that crazy woman do such an explosive operation? If Senior Poseidon knew that the god of love played with his inheritor like this, do you think he would come to you as the manager to settle the account? Liang Chen directly brought out the identity of Poseidon to scare Rong Nianbing. Don't. Ladies, I was wrong for not correcting this in time. Handsome guy, let me handle the matter of the god of love. When Rong Nianbing heard Poseidon, he immediately became timid. He was a peak level god, and he couldn't afford to offend him now. We have driven this god of love crazy. Qiankun Asking Love Valley has now become a real dangerous place. I will deal with it myself. You don't have to worry about it. Go back. Liang Chen waved his hand, signaling Rong Nianbing to leave quickly. Handsome guy, there is no need to be so cruel, right? Qiankun Asking Love Valley really can't be destroyed. Seeing this, Rong Nianbing was immediately anxious. If Qiankun Asking Love Valley was destroyed, it would cause certain losses to himself. Are you going to leave or not? If you don't leave, I will blow up your divine consciousness incarnation. ZZ. Liang Chen activated the Nine Heavens Purple Thunder God skill, and in an instant, a ball of light flashing with purple lightning appeared in his hand. Don't, I'm leaving. Swoosh. Seeing the lightning wave full of destructive power, Rong Nianbing immediately became cowardly, and then turned into a beam of light and disappeared. Crack. Liang Chen tore a hole above the barrier and flew high into the sky with the two women. Oh no! Seeing that the barrier was almost torn apart, the remnant soul of the god of love suddenly became anxious and kept making crazy roars. Buzz Yeliyangchen urged the power of space to create a space barrier and put the secret realm that was about to be broken into it. Xiao Chen, was it wrong Nianbing who made me and Sister Bobo kill each other before? Thinking of the weird operation that the god of love had done before, Shui Yuer got angry. It should be the crazy woman of the god of love. Of course, we cannot rule out wrong Nianbing's secret interference. This guy should be curious. Seeing that we made the god of love crazy, he came down to protect this secret realm. Now that the remnant soul of the god of love has gone crazy, Qunkanwenking Valley is a real dangerous place. It is too dangerous for ordinary people. I have to banish this dangerous place to the starry sky, so that ordinary people will not mistakenly enter this place and be killed again. Shua. Yeliyangchen mobilized the power of space and flew into the starry sky outside Douluo star with the entire secret realm. God of Green Hat, don't you like to test the love in the world? Then you can slowly test it in this starry sky. Looking at the helpless and furious look of the remnant soul of the god of love, it is estimated that it will not last long. Yeliyangchen was too lazy to take action to deal with her. Then he used the power of the thunder element law to arrange a Tiangang God thunder array outside the secret realm. If Rong Nianbing wanted to save this secret realm, he would definitely be struck by thunder. After setting up the Tiangang Divine Thunder Formation, Yeliyangchen directly exiled the secret realm of Qunkanwenking Valley into the starry sky, letting it float aimlessly in the starry sky. Oh my god! This guy is too cruel. Isn't it just a game of truth or dare? Is it that serious? At the same time, in a palace in the god realm, Rong Nianbing saw that Qunkanwenking Valley had been sent out of the starry sky, and his jaw dropped immediately. Before, when Yeliyangchen and the other two entered Qunkanwenking Valley, Rong Nianbing felt something unusual, so he looked curiously and found that the other party was actually a god-level strongman. He wanted to test it out to see how much weight the gods in the lower world had, but he didn't expect that the god of love was driven crazy by the other party. This time he kicked the iron plate. Shua. Rong Nianbing, you just teased my people? Who gave you such courage? At this time, the figure of the goddess of life descended in the hall and questioned Rong Nianbing coldly. Goddess of life, this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't know he was your successor. People. Rong thought and slammed a sloppy eye, and did not admit to fitting Yeliyangchen. If the big guy of the God King came, he would inevitably be a meal. You should be fortunate that he is fine, otherwise your little emotional god does not need to exist. Yeliyangchen's growth is related hurt him. The goddess of life, I'm sorry, I am out of office. Feeling the anger of this woman, Rong Nianbing was very panicked at this moment. It is forgotten that ordinary people are mistakenly entered, and they are pitted again. When Yeliyangchen and the other two were attacked in Qunkanwenking Valley, the goddess of life also woke up, but the little guy was not in danger at the time, so she did not show up, but watched the show quietly through Yeliyangchen's vision. You are right. Rong Nianbing nodded, not daring to have any opinions. Rong Nianbing, you should take care of yourself. As for whether the little guy will come to you to settle accounts in the future, that is his business. The goddess of life showed a teasing look, looked at Rong Nianbing, and thought, even the artifact of the Shura god was snatched away by that little guy. Just relying on you, a god who has just arrived in the god realm, you still want to tease him, it's ridiculous. Goddess of life, don't, you are so magnanimous, please help me beg for mercy. Rong Nianbing thought of Yeliyangchen's terrifying big move, and suddenly felt his scalp tingling. With the growth rate of that monster, once he stepped into the realm of gods, he would definitely not be able to escape this beating. It's okay, you don't have a big grudge against him, he won't kill you, at most he will just beat you up. The goddess of life laughed and then left, leaving Rong Nianbing in the wind. Hey! Was I sick in the brain just now? Why didn't you stop the crazy woman of the goddess of love? Rong Nianbing shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, curiosity hurts people a lot. After Qunkanwenking Valley was exiled to the starry sky by Yeliyangchen, a huge deep pit and some water were left behind. Xiao Chen, how to deal with this deep pit? If ordinary people come here in the future and accidentally fall in, they will die. I estimated that the depth is at least 500 to 600 meters. Not to mention ordinary people, even if a soul master without the ability to fly falls in, there is no possibility of survival. There is also water below, at least 100 to 200 meters deep. If someone falls in, he can't swim out even if he wants to. Looking at such a big deep pit, Poseidon and Shui Yuer felt bad. There is a big river outside the valley. The river water can be directly poured into this deep pit to turn it into a lake. The people around can use it to raise fish in the future. Yeliyangchen also felt that leaving such a deep pit was indeed not a good idea. Okay. The two women saw this and immediately flew over the river, using the power of the sea god to mobilize the river water. Splash splash. After a while, the river water began to boil, and a huge water column rushed up into the sky, pouring directly into the deep pit of Wenking. Chapter 478 The Great Changes of Tianshui Women's Group. The scene of the river water pouring into the deep pit was like a waterfall, extremely shocking, but it also consumed a lot of the divine power of the two women. Xiao Chen, help quickly. Shui Yuer signaled Liang Chen to act quickly, otherwise it would be a bit difficult to fill the deep pit with water with the divine power of the two women. No problem, watch me. Buzz. In order to speed up, Liang Chen directly used the space divine power to create a barrier to intercept the water flow of the entire river, and then set up a space channel, using divine power to let the river water pour into the deep pit through the space channel. This method is good, it is much faster than our previous speed. Shui Yuer and Poseidon also came to help, using the power of the sea god to roll the river water into the space channel. Splash! In an instant, the river hundreds of meters wide was all rolled into the space channel and poured into the deep pit left by Wenking Valley, causing the water level in the pit to rise at a speed seen by the naked eye. Why did the river stop flowing? Liang Chen's operation directly caused the downstream river to stop flowing, which aroused the curiosity of countless civilians around Wenking Valley. Is it a punishment from the gods? The mountain range where Wenking Valley is located is not far from the imperial city of the Sun and Moon Empire. Now that this river has stopped flowing, the imperial city is in a panic. Check it for me, what's going on with the Sun and Moon River? The emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire was overwhelmed. The Sun and Moon River was extremely important to the imperial city. If it stopped flowing, it would bring disaster to the people, so he immediately ordered a group of masters in the court to investigate. Wow! This river water went straight up to the sky. When people came to the big river outside Wenking Valley, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. What's going on? At this moment, everyone saw a man and two women put the entire river water into a space, and then the river water disappeared out of thin air. Everyone, don't panic. The Wenking Valley, a very dangerous place, has been solved by us. It is a secret place left by the gods. Now we are going to use the river water to fill this deep. The pit is filled and becomes a lake. Shui Yuer explained to everyone that transforming the deep pit left by Wenking Valley into a lake is also a good thing for the people around. Sir, is it true? Everyone was very surprised to hear that the dangerous place was solved. Come and see for yourself. Shua. Shui Yuer waved her hand and sent everyone to the sky above Wenking Valley with her divine power, so that they could watch carefully. Wow! Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths when they felt the huge water flow pouring directly from space into the deep pit. Such a scene simply broke their cognition. It's done. After Liang Chen's magical operation, the deep pit left by Questioning Love Valley was soon filled with water, forming a lake. Splash! Then Liang Chen destroyed the space channel, and in an instant, the surging river water rushed downstream like a galloping horse. My lord, are you gods? Two titled Douluo masters came over and asked Liang Chen curiously. Such means were obviously beyond the ability of soul masters. Of course it's gods, otherwise how can we solve Questioning Love Valley? Liang Chen nodded. The two masters in front of him were titled Douluo, with soul powers at level 94 and 95 respectively. There were images of the sun and the moon on their clothes. They must be the royal worshippers of the Sun and Moon Empire. Ah! The three lords are actually gods? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect to meet the legendary god today. You two, I want to ask, do you have offensive soul guides in the Sun and Moon continent? Liang Chen asked curiously. Your Excellency, we don't have offensive soul guides. Our soul guides are all used for storage. The two titled Douluo took off their soul guides and showed them to Liang Chen. So that's how it is. Liang Chen thought about it and it was right. The Sun-Moon continent of this era was similar to the Douluo continent on the other side. Neither had studied offensive soul guides. Buzz. Then Liang Chen flew into the sky, his consciousness spread out, scanning the entire Sun-Moon continent, and found that there were no god-level strong men, and there were very few soul masters on this continent, with only 6 titled Douluo in total, which was far behind the other continent. Shua Shua. I left a spiritual mark on you. If you encounter any life and death crisis in the future, you can use your soul power to activate the mark, and I will know. Liang Chen stretched out his hand and left a spiritual mark on the eyebrows of the two titled Douluos. If the subsequent plane war affected the Sun-Moon continent, he could receive information at any time. Everyone go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. We're leaving first. Swoosh. Liang Chen wanted to see if there were any offensive soul guides, but found nothing. Then he took Poseidon and Shui Yuer to fly high into the sky and flew towards the Douluo continent. Thank you, sir. The two titled Douluos respectfully bowed in the direction where Liang Chen left. It was a great honor to be able to get a life-saving talisman left by a god-level strongman. God's means are too terrible. Everyone looked at the disappearing Ye Liangchen and the other two, and their eyes showed longing. The overall strength of the soul masters on this continent is much worse than ours. Sister Yuer, because we have the Spirit Hall, which awakens the spirits of ordinary people every year and discovers a large number of talents, while there is no such organization as the Spirit Hall on the Sun and Moon continent. That's right. We not only have the Spirit Hall, but also the 3 soul beast forests of Star, Sunset, and Soul Hunter. The Sun Moon continent only has a demon forest with a scary big-eyed monster in it. It's a bit difficult for the soul masters of the Sun Moon Empire to obtain soul rings. There are so many gods on our side, but there is not a single god here. It's so strange. This also proves that the soul masters of the Sun Moon continent are not talented, so the gods don't like them. While the 3 were flying, they discussed the situation of the soul masters on both sides of the continent. Ye Liangchen felt that the protagonist effect was another reason, but he couldn't tell the 2 girls about this. After returning to Tenglong City, Ye Liangchen notified Douluo, Mu Qingxiu and Yakalan to rush to Tenglong City to gather with everyone to welcome Shui Yuer and Poseidon. After the banquet, Shui Yuer, Poseidon, Shui Langzhen and Yakalan talked about their own feelings of becoming gods. Then, under the guidance of Shui Yuer, Shui Langzhen and Yakalan began to dissolve their martial souls and soul rings, practice the 2 laws of water and fire, and immerse themselves in the practice without sleep or food. You are really good, you can actually create a god. That morning, Douluo came to the balcony and chatted with Ye Liangchen. He had been guarding in Shenfeng City before, and he was not able to witness this little guy breaking through the 100th level to become a god. Now he still feels a little regretful. Senior, this little thing is not worth mentioning. You are now level 97. When your soul power is cultivated to level 99, I will definitely help you break through to level 100. Ye Liangchen smiled modestly, and then poured Douluo a cup of hot tea. Haha. Then I will give it a try. Douluo laughed heartily. With his current strength and opportunity, he really has the opportunity to cultivate to level 99. I wonder how Yanyan and those girls are doing. At this time, Douluo remembered that Duguyan had left for several years and there was no news at all, and he was very worried. I'll go check it out. Shui Ye Liangchen used his spiritual consciousness to create an avatar, and flew towards the secret realm where Duguyan, Zhu Zuqing and others were. When the spiritual consciousness avatar arrived at the secret realm barrier where Duguyan was, Ye Liangchen used the power of space to enter the barrier. Little brother Chen, why are you here? I miss you so much. Duguyan, who was practicing in the secret realm, was extremely surprised to see Ye Liangchen suddenly appear, and then hugged this guy in her arms and kissed him fiercely. Sister Yan, this is just my spiritual consciousness avatar. My real body is chatting and drinking tea with Senior Dogu in Tenglong Pavilion. Feeling that Duguyan's soul power has now reached level 99, Ye Liangchen thinks it's pretty good. Oh my god. So, you have become a god. Duguyan didn't expect that the little guy in her arms was just an avatar. Little brother Chen, can your clone practice with me? At this time, Duguyan showed an evil smile, wanting to try whether Ye Liangchen's clone was the same as the real person. Sister Yan, stop it, this clone is just an energy body condensed by spiritual consciousness, and it is empty inside. I'll leave first, I want to tell the senior about your news, so that he won't worry. Duguyan suddenly had this idea, almost shocking Ye Liangchen. Haha. I'm just teasing you. Wait until I finish the 7th test, then I'll come out of seclusion, and we'll have fun again. Duguyan smiled, then kissed Ye Liangchen on the mouth, and then let go of him with satisfaction. After leaving the secret realm where Duguyan was, Ye Liangchen went to the secret realm where Zhu Zuqing, Jin Linger and other girls were, and met them. Now Zhu Zuqing and Jin Linger have completed the 7th test. Swu, Shen Liuyu, Gu Qingbo, Chu Ruo Shui, like Duguyan, are all taking the 7th test, a little slower than Zhu Zuqing and Jin Linger. After the tests in the past few years, the girls have also received soul power rewards, allowing their soul power to reach level 99. Brother Yet, I'm almost bored staying here. I have to go out and have some fun. Jin Linger saw Ye Liangchen coming and decided to go out and take a look. As for the remaining divine tests, she would take her time later. Linger, if you want to go out and play, it will delay the test. But before Jin Linger and Ye Liangchen flew out of the star forest, Gu Yuina's figure flew from a distance and blocked them. Sister Na, I have completed 7 tests now. I will come back for the test after a while, okay? Jin Linger saw Gu Yuina coming and quickly threw herself into her arms to act cute. No matter what, she must go out and play today. Sister Na, just let her play for a while. It's okay. Ye Liangchen knew that Gu Yuina was anxious to make Jin Linger a god, after all, the inheritance of the 3 elements of the godhood of this girl was too important. Okay. You have to come back in a month at most to continue the assessment. Gu Yuina nodded. Anyway, with Ye Liangchen here, the little girl would be obedient. Thank you, Sister Na, moi. Seeing that Gu Yuina agreed to her, Jinlinger kissed her on the face excitedly. Your saliva is all on my face, don't be too playful. I'll go back first. Gu Yuina wiped her pretty face pretending to be disgusted, and then returned to the center of the lake of life. Brother Yet, let's go. Jinlinger watched Gu Yuina leave, and hurriedly pulled Yeliyangchen and flew out of the star forest quickly. Shua. Yeliyangchen used the power of space, and in a few breaths, he took the little girl back to Tenglong Pavilion. Girl Linger, are you out of retreat? Douluo, who was drinking tea and chatting with Yeliyangchen, was shocked to see that Yeliyangchen's clone actually brought Jinlinger back. I have completed 7 tests, so I came out to take a look. Shua. Jinlinger smiled sweetly, then flew downstairs to find Shui Yuer and the others. Senior, Sister Yan is fine, her soul power has reached level 99, and she is now in the 7th test. Yeliyangchen told Douluo about Yan's situation and told him not to worry. That's good. Hearing that his granddaughter was fine now and her soul power had reached level 99, Douluo smiled with relief, and his heart was finally relieved. In the evening, Jinlinger went into Yeliyangchen's room and played games with him. Aren't you with Sister Yuer? Yeliyangchen, who was sleeping, was suddenly awakened by Jinlinger and had to play with her. Sister Yuer is not free now. She has to teach Aunt Lan and Sister Lan to practice the law of divine power. Otherwise, she will come with me to find you. Brother Yet, I am now a demigod, and my strength is very strong. Jinlinger showed a playful smile, and then launched a fierce attack on Yeliyangchen. Okay, then I have to see it. Seeing Jinlinger so confident, Yeliyangchen had to let this girl see the power of a god-level strongman. It must be said that Jinlinger has now become a demigod, and her strength is also very fierce. The two of them started a battle, and the scene was extremely fierce. 2 hours later, Jinlinger ended her practice with Yeliyangchen, and then lay quietly in each other's arms, savoring the wonderful experience brought by practice. Brother Yet, give me the soul pill. At this moment, Jinlinger remembered that she had not taken the soul pill yet and her soul had not been promoted to the soul, so she hurriedly asked Yeliyangchen for the treasure pill. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten it. Hearing Jinlinger's reminder, Yeliyangchen remembered that Doguyan, Zhu Zuqing and others were in a hurry to start the god test, and he had not had time to give them the soul pill. Come, take it quickly. Yeliyangchen immediately took out a soul pill and stuffed it into Jinlinger's mouth. This feels so good. After Jinlinger took the soul pill, she quickly practiced the skills to absorb and refine it. After a while, her soul seemed to be sublimated, and the fatigue brought by the previous practice with Yeliyangchen also disappeared instantly. Linger, you have a good rest. I will go to the secret realm first and give the soul pill to Zuqing and others. Later, when you all accept the inheritance of the god position, it will be very easy. Yeliyangchen quickly got up and then flew to the secret realm where Zhu Zuqing and others were. This guy is a bit unreliable. He actually forgot such an important thing. Seeing Yeliyangchen leave in a hurry, Jinlinger smiled helplessly, and then carefully felt the gains brought by the soul's promotion to the divine soul. Chapter 479 Resurrection of Xiaoyu and her daughter Yeliyangchen came to the top of a high mountain, and directly used his divine consciousness to enter the secret realms of Zhu Zuqing, Doguyan, Suoyu, Shen Liuyu, Gu Qingbo, Qu Ruo Shui, and then took them to where the original body was. Brother Chen, is there anything wrong? Little brother Chen, you just came to see us this morning, and now you call us out again, do you miss your sister? Zhu Zuqing, Doguyan and others saw that Yeliyangchen called everyone out in a hurry, and there must be something important. This is the divine soul pill, you eat it quickly, and promote your soul to the divine soul. In the future, when you inherit the divine position, you will be very relaxed. Yeliyangchen handed the divine soul pill to the girls, and popularized the process of divine position inheritance to everyone. You are so thoughtful, Xiao Chen, thank you. After listening to this, the girls swallowed the soul pill immediately, and then they felt a wonderful energy that sublimated their souls. This feeling was so refreshing. Ying Ning. This feeling is like flying to the sky. After the soul was promoted to the soul, Zhu Zuqing and others couldn't help but moan comfortably. I will leave a divine mark on everyone. If there is anything, you can activate the mark and I will receive it as soon as possible. I will use the space power to send you back to the secret realm. Next. Yeliyangchen used the space power to open the channel and sent the girls back to their respective secret realms. Time passed slowly, and nothing major happened on the mainland. Jian Douluo still had no intention of challenging Yeliyangchen, but continued to integrate the power of the Tiandu Empire. Even the martial souls of all the people in the Hammer sect were changed back to the original clear sky hammer shape by Jian Douluo's divine power. After Tang Xia regained his consciousness, he changed the Hammer sect to the clear sky sect. Jian Douluo's operation made him very prestigious, and the Seven Treasures Glazed sect also became the leader in the Tiandu Empire. Now the Haoshan sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, and the Tiandu Empire's royal family all followed the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect has now reached its peak, making Ning Fengzi extremely proud and walking with a bit of wind. And Tang San's delay in returning made the fart Douluo Yu Xiaogang unable to show off, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Although Yu Xiaogang became the national teacher of the Tiandu Empire, his prestige was several streets behind that of Ning Fengzi now. Now there are few people in the entire Tiandu Empire who listen to him. Liang Chen saw that the Tiandu Empire had no intention of taking action, so he was too lazy to pay attention to them. To be honest, he didn't care about the Tiandu Empire and the old three sects at all, but asked everyone to develop their strength to deal with the future plain war. Now both the Wuhan Hall and Tenglong City have a god-level mimicry training environment, which has greatly improved the overall strength of the soul masters. Bibi Dong, Jian Rongxiu, Shui Langzhen, Yakalan's martial souls and soul rings all melted away, all their soul skills were upgraded to divine skills, and they also cultivated the divine power of the water and fire laws, making them stronger than before. As for Shui Yuer and Poseidon, they traveled back and forth between Sea God Island and the mainland, but they stayed on the mainland most of the time. After all, Sea God Island was too small and not as fun as the mainland. Qian Daolio was still relying on the power of faith in the angel god to transform the divine power in his body. It was estimated that it would take 2 or 3 years to be promoted to a god-level strongman. Qian Rongxiu wanted Liang Chen to help him, but the old man was very strong and wanted to break through on his own. One day, Liang Chen was practicing in the Hall of Union Pavilion. Suddenly, his consciousness felt that Xiao Wu's soul seemed to have changed. Buzz. So Liang Chen immediately showed his divine ring and summoned Xiao Wu's soul body. Xiao Wu, your soul has become stronger again. Feeling that Xiao Wu's soul strength had reached the level of titled Douluo, and her rabbit ears had disappeared, Liang Chen also felt that it was time to revive her. Thank you, Liang Chen. I didn't expect that I could use this method to make my cultivation reach the level of titled Douluo. Xiao Wu felt her current changes and was very excited. Let's go to Wuhan City first, get your mother's soul, and then revive you. Liang Chen took Xiao Wu's soul back into the divine ring, and then flew towards Wuhan City. When they arrived at the manor where the Pope lived, they saw Bibi Dong and Qian Ren. Shui was just sitting on the lawn by the lake chatting, while Tang Yuehua was playing the piano in the pavilion. This scene was like a beautiful painting. Young master, you are here. Tang Yuehua stopped playing the piano immediately when she saw Liang Chen suddenly appear, and then bowed respectfully. Yuehua, you are already a soul master, not bad. Liang Chen felt Tang Yuehua's soul power and found that the other party had become a level 38 soul master without knowing it. It's Yuehua who is useless. She has only reached level 38 until now. Tang Yuehua smiled modestly, thinking of herself becoming a soul master from a level 9 soul master. It was just like a dream. Yuehua, you are almost a soul sect, and you are still modest. Go down and have a rest first. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu came over and asked Tang Yuehua to leave first. Liang Chen came, so they naturally had to get together with him. Okay, your holiness. Tang Yuehua put away her harp and walked back to her residence with an elegant pace. It's good that you are here. Come chat with us. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu took Liang Chen's hand and walked on the grass. Everyone was busy with their own things and hadn't seen each other for several months. Godmother, do you think that Tang Yuehua is a beautiful woman hidden in your house? Liang Chen looked at Tang Yuehua's quiet back and remembered that after Tang Xiao regained consciousness, he searched the entire continent but couldn't find her. Yuehua is mine now, so of course I have to hide her well. When you took her into that treasure space, she became yours. In a sense, she is already a new life. The outside world is full of intrigues and deceptions. Even if Tang Xiao has recovered his original sanity now, I can't bear to let Yuehua go out to take risks. Bibi Dong smiled charmingly. Now Tang Yuehua has helped her share a lot of the Pope's work. She is simply her intimate secretary, so she can't bear to let her leave. Puff. I think Xiaogan's phrase "a beautiful woman in a golden house" is quite suitable to describe your relationship with Tang Yuehua. Qian Rongxiu knew that Bibi Dong didn't treat Tang Yuehua as a maid, but as a good girlfriend. Those who didn't know the truth thought there was a story between the two women. Pa. Damn girl, do you think I have that kind of hobby? Bibi Dong was almost shocked and slapped Qian Rongxiu's buttocks directly. Ouch. Hit me again. Pa. Qian Rongxiu grumbled, and turned to slap Bibi Dong on the buttocks, which was considered a return. You little bitch, you are going against the will of heaven, daring to slap your mother's buttocks. Pa. Bibi Dong rolled her eyes and immediately slapped Qian Rongxiu on the buttocks again. Pa. There is no way, hitting is love, scolding is love, and kicking is the ultimate love, which is the manifestation of my love for you. Qian Rongxiu slapped Bibi Dong on the buttocks again, and then looked at the other party with a provocative look. Pa! You don't need to say it, I feel your love. Bibi Dong slapped Qian Rongxiu on the buttocks again, which felt very fun. The two women didn't look like mother and daughter at all, but like a pair of good sisters. Two beauties, stop messing around, let's get down to business first. I plan to revive Xiaowu and her mother. Godmother! Show me your soul, I need to get Xiaowu's mother's soul to revive her. Liang Chen stopped the fight between Bibi Dong and her daughter. Although the scene was beautiful, they couldn't continue to make trouble. Buzz! Liang Chen showed the divine ring and summoned Xiaowu's soul. Liang Chen, you just put me in the divine ring again, can't you let me take a good look at the scenery outside? Ah! Pope Bibi Dong! After Xiaowu came out, she complained to Liang Chen. When she saw Bibi Dong, she was startled and quickly floated behind Liang Chen, stretching her little head to look at Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu. Xiaowu, you have changed a lot. Looking at Xiaowu who has grown into a big beauty, Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu were very surprised. My soul has been nourished by Liang Chen's divine power and has grown to the level of titled Douluo. Bibi Dong, where is my mother's soul? At this moment, Xiaowu recovered and was not afraid of anything. Then she stood beside Liang Chen openly. Your mother's soul is here with me. I will let her out immediately and reunite you and your daughter. Bibi Dong then showed her divine ring and summoned Wu's mother's soul. Who are you? After Wu Qingguo came out, she looked around and found a familiar breath coming from Xiao Wu. She immediately came to the other party and looked at her carefully. Mom, I am Xiao Wu, Wu. Xiao Wu finally saw the mother she had been thinking about, and threw herself into the other party's arms and burst into tears. What? You are my daughter Xiao Wu. Wu Qingguo hugged Xiao Wu's soul body, knowing that the other party had been killed like herself, and her heart was suddenly in great pain. Wu. At this moment, the mother and daughter cried so hard that it shook the world. Fortunately, both girls are now souls, otherwise the tears would probably turn into a stream. Aru, I'm sorry for what happened back then. Your daughter was mentally ill back then, and she actually ran to the Soul Master Academy in the end. She was willing to sacrifice herself to Xiao Chen. Bibi Dong told Xiaowu everything that happened before her death. Wu Qingguo said it out loud, lest the woman think that Liang Chen killed her daughter. My poor daughter. After hearing her daughter's foolish behavior before her death, Wu Qingguo was extremely distressed, and tears flowed down again. Mom, don't blame Liang Chen. He is the master's man and the savior of our soul beast clan. If I had listened to Daming and Erming and went directly to find Liang Chen, I would not have died. It's just that I was mentally ill at that time and followed Tang San stupidly. Another reason was that I was targeted by Tang Hao and couldn't get away at all. I was willing to sacrifice to Liang Chen. Under the nourishment of his divine power, my soul has grown to the level of titled Douluo. Mom, I can be regarded as a new life. Xiao Wu was afraid that her mother would misunderstand Liang Chen, so she hurriedly explained. Mr. Yat, thank you for everything you have done for my daughter. Wu Qingguo came to Liang Chen and looked at the young man's face carefully. She sighed in her heart, what a handsome young man. Did her daughter's brain get stuck in the door? She actually chose that Tang San. What the hell did I give birth to? Auntie, you're welcome. I will revive Xiao Wu first, and then revive you. Liang Chen imprinted Xiao Wu's appearance and body size with his consciousness, and then activated the power of the law of life to materialize a body. With the operation of the power of the law of life, it only took a few minutes for a flawless body to take shape, exactly like Xiao Wu, but without clothes to cover it, and the beautiful scenery was perfectly presented in front of everyone. Ah! Seeing this, Xiao Wu's soul body flushed instantly, feeling extremely embarrassed, but she felt very excited in her heart. Don't look! Qian Rongxiu said coquettishly, and immediately stepped forward to cover Liang Chen's eyes. Xiaoxiu, what's the fuss? This is just a body created by Xiao Chen using the power of the law of life. It's not the real Xiaowu. Bibi Dong didn't think anything of it, and then took out a set of skirts from the soul guide and covered Xiaohu's body. Puff Wu Qingguo looked at Qian Rongxiu's movements and couldn't help laughing. She had to say that her daughter's current body was really perfect, and she was a little envious. When Xiaohu sacrificed herself to me, her rabbit body had been buried by me a long time ago. It is estimated that it has turned into a pile of mud. I can only use the power of the law of life to create a body according to Xiaohu's appearance and figure. Xiaohu, you quickly merge and see how the effect is. Liang Chen explained to everyone, and then asked Xiaohu to merge with the body quickly. Liang Chen didn't feel anything about such a scene. After all, it was just a body he created with the power of the law of life, which was equivalent to a work of art. Oh! Xiao Wu nodded, and quickly lay down on the body and began to merge. Wu Qingguo watched quietly beside her, praying that the little girl could be resurrected more perfectly. Swish. 2 minutes later, she opened her eyes and successfully resurrected, and then quickly put the skirt on herself. It's perfect. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu touched Xiao Wu's body and felt that the girl's body was better than the one she had before she died. Xiao Wu is now a real human being. Even if she is killed, she will not produce soul rings and soul bones. Liang Chen explained to everyone that since Xiao Wu was resurrected, she would be completely human. Sure enough, there is not a trace of soul beast on this girl. Xiao Chen, you are really good. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu used their spiritual power to investigate and found that Xiao Wu is now a real human. Great. Wu Qingguo saw that Xiao Wu had successfully resurrected and completely became a real human. She no longer had to worry about safety issues. My soul power has reached level 92 now. Xiao Wu was extremely excited at this moment, and then showed everyone 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red. It's so cool to reach the title Douluo level right after resurrection. This little girl is lucky. Looking at Xiao Wu's 9 soul rings, Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu felt that even if this girl had not died that year and had just practiced normally, she would not be able to reach the title Douluo level now. Liang Chen, thank you. Xiao Wu and Wu Qingguo knelt down respectfully to Liang Chen to thank the young man for his kindness. You're welcome. Auntie, stand still. I'll revive you now. Liang Chen waved his hand indifferently, and then began to activate the power of the law of life to create a perfect body for Wu Qingguo. With the operation of the power of the law of life, a body exactly the same as Wu Qingguo was formed again, and the perfect scenery was displayed in front of several people again, with a little more charm and maturity than Xiao Wu. At this moment, Wu Qingguo looked at her perfect body, her face couldn't help but blush, and a strange look flashed in her heart. Aru, you are so old, why are you still blushing? Hurry up and revive. Bibi Dong took out a set of skirts, covered the body, and urged Wu Qingguo to merge with the body quickly. Puff. Qian Rongxiu and Xiao Wu couldn't help laughing beside them. Such a beautiful scene is really interesting. After Wu Qingguo merged perfectly with the body, the effect was the same as Xiao Wu, and her strength also reached the title Douluo. Her soul power was 1 level higher than Xiao Wu, reaching level 93. Xiao Chen, are you okay? At this time, Qian Rongxiu looked at Liang Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed, thinking that this little guy must have consumed a lot of mental energy to revive 2 people in succession. Very good, nothing. Liang Chen hurriedly said that he was fine. With his current strength, reviving 2 people was a drizzle. Liang Chen, thank you. Please let us follow you, even if we are slaves by your side. Xiao Wu's mother and daughter knelt down to thank Liang Chen again, thanking this evil boy for his rebirth. Xiao Chen doesn't need any slaves. Now that you are resurrected, you should have your own life. Qian Rongxiu saw the little thoughts of Xiao Wu's mother and daughter at a glance, so she directly blocked in front of Liang Chen and rejected the 2 girls' request for the little guy. Sister Shui is right. I don't need you to repay me. Since you have become real humans now, live a good life as humans. Liang Chen nodded. In front of Qian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong, how could he dare to accept any slaves? At this moment, Liang Chen remembered a line from a movie, you use this to test cotters? Which cotter can withstand such a test? Xiao Chen resurrected you and your daughter today, and it also consumed a lot of mental energy. I will take him back to rest first. Then Qian Rongxiu took Liang Chen and walked towards her residence. Sister Shui, I'm not tired. Looking at Qian Rongxiu's expression, Liang Chen knew that this woman was going to be a secret room Douluo again today. I said you are tired, and you are tired. Qian Rongxiu said domineeringly, and took Liang Chen to her residence quickly to start the secret room Douluo plot. Pope, did we say something wrong? Xiao Wu felt the jealousy in Qian Rongxiu and complained in her heart, I didn't steal your boyfriend, why are you so anxious? It's okay, don't take it to heart. If you really want to repay Xiao Chen, go and help him. Tenglong City has just built a Soul Master Academy, which is very large. The academy is managed by Grandma Shui Binger and Lu Erlong. You can go directly to them and then be teachers in the academy. Xiao Wu and her daughter are now also titled Douluo powerhouses. Bibi Dong simply took out 10,000 gold soul coins for the 2 girls, accepted them on behalf of Liang Chen, and arranged for the 2 girls to be teachers in the academy. Thank you, Pope, we are willing to be teachers in the academy. Xiao Wu and her daughter looked at each other and hurried to Tenglong City. They could live in Liang Chen's territory and their lives could be guaranteed to the greatest extent. Chapter 480 Plain Consciousness Awakens. Bibi Dong sent Xiao Wu and her daughter out of Wuhan City, and then returned to her own manor, wanting to tell Liang Chen about the mother and daughter. Pop. When she arrived outside Qian Rongxiu's room, Bibi Dong encountered a divine power barrier, and was immediately at a loss for words. This girl actually used angel power to create a barrier. Buzz. Bibi Dong curiously used her mental power to penetrate the barrier and quietly investigate. Hiss. This girl is really good at playing. When her mental power entered the room, Bibi Dong found that Jian Rongxue was practicing with Yeliang Chen. Such a beautiful scene in front of her also made her heart surge, and a ball of heat rose in her heart. What are you doing? Stop looking and go and prepare dinner for us. We'll eat after we finish practicing. Jian Rongxue felt Bibi Dong spying on her with her spiritual power, and quickly used her soul to send a message to Bibi Dong, asking her to leave quickly and not disturb her and Yeliang Chen's practice. He just resurrected Xiaowu and the others, and consumed so much divine power and spiritual power. Can't you let him have a good rest? Feeling the provocation and excitement in Jian Rongxue's tone, Bibi Dong snorted, and at the same time felt a little sorry for Yeliang Chen. She didn't know how to resist, and just let Jian Rongxue toss her around. I'm his sister, I will protect him, don't worry. Jian Rongxue was busy, and she used her soul to communicate nonsense with Bibi Dong, feeling extremely excited. Take it easy, don't play too much, or I won't forgive you. If your heart is as clear as ice, you won't be shocked by the collapse of the sky. Bibi Dong reminded Jian Rongxue not to look at it anymore, otherwise she couldn't help it. Then she withdrew her mental power from the barrier and silently recited the Ice Heart Sutra several times in her heart to suppress the heat in her heart. Puff. After calming down, Bibi Dong thought of the scene where the little guy was bullied by Jian Rongxue, and couldn't help laughing. Then she quietly rushed to Tang Yuehua's residence, called her up, and prepared dinner. Puff. She's jealous. Feeling Bibi Dong's sour tone, Jian Rongxue couldn't help laughing. Sister Shuet, what did you just talk to Godmother about with your mental power? When Bibi Dong's mental power probed into the room, Yeliang Chen wanted to stop practicing, but Jian Rongxue didn't care at all, and deliberately showed her strength in front of Bibi Dong. Nothing, let's continue, and go out to eat after practicing. Jian Rongxue showed an evil smile, then increased the intensity of the attack, and continued to practice magic skills with Yeliang Chen. 2 hours later, Jian Rongxue and Yeliang Chen finished their practice, and then went to a hall to enjoy dinner. Pa! Dead girl, you made us wait so long. Bibi Dong looked at Jian Rongxue's cheerful face and couldn't help but slap her hips hard. Ouch! You are addicted to beating me. Jian Rongxue felt a strange tingling behind her and couldn't help but grumble. Beating is love, scolding is love? I love you. Xiao Chen, are you hungry? Come and eat. Bibi Dong laughed and then invited Yeliang Chen to enjoy the food. Sir, here. Tang Yuehua looked at the warm scene in front of her and smiled like an ant. She quickly handed the prepared meal to Yeliang Chen. Yuehua, thank you. After working for most of the day and not eating a single bite of food, Yeliang Chen was really a little hungry at this moment. Xiao Chen, I will take in Xiaowu and her daughter for you and arrange for them to be teachers at the Tenglong City Soul Master Academy. Bibi Dong told the story of Xiaowu and her daughter while eating. Xiao Chen, don't let that little rabbit get close to you, or I won't forgive you. Jian Rongxue warned Yeliang Chen that Xiaowu was very greedy for her boyfriend and now she took the initiative to go to Yeliang Chen. As long as the little guy waved, the girl would definitely give it to her for free. Sister Shuet, what are you thinking about? Yeliang Chen picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into Jian Rongxue's mouth. He was now a god, so how could he get entangled with an ordinary woman? Why do you worry about those things? With you here, do you think Xiaowu has the courage? Bibi Dong rolled her eyes at Jian Rongxue. This girl was jealous of Xiaowu before, and then vented her emotions on Yeliang Chen. It was really out of tune. Puff. Miss Jian, you have to be confident in your charm. Tang Yuehua joked beside her. In her impression, all the women of the master were born with honors, and ordinary women had no chance at all. That's right. Jian Rongxue smiled sweetly, feeling that she was a little redundant. Anyway, the little guy had Shui Binger and the others around him, so she didn't have to worry about him. After dinner, Bibi Dong and her daughter talked to Yeliang Chen about some future things. Godmother, we have to set up a soul guide research team. This is the Dragon Abyss boat. As long as you input soul power, it will become more than 10 meters in size. It can sail on the sea and sneak underwater, and the speed is very fast. Since the ancient times were able to create soul guides that can sneak underwater, we must also create soul guides that can fly in the future. At this time, Yeliang Chen remembered that the Dragon Abyss boat soul guide was almost covered in dust in the game backpack space, so he quickly took it out and gave it to Bibi Dong. Buzz! This boat has really become more than 10 meters in size, it's amazing. Once the soul guide device is developed, the civilization of the Douluo plain will surely prosper. The master craftsman Lu Gao likes to study strange things, such as the 8 treasures Ruyi soft armor he created, which is simply a masterpiece. It is very suitable for him to take the lead in studying soul guide devices. Okay. That's it. Bibi Dong and Jian Rongxue took the Long Yuan boat and tested it repeatedly, and felt that the soul guide device had a promising future. Then Bibi Dong summoned Jian Daoliu and a group of elders from the spirit hall to hold an important meeting to establish a soul guide technology research group, led by the master craftsman Lu Gao. After staying in the spirit hall for 3 days, Liang Chen returned to Tenglong City. Now Xiao Wu and her daughter have been arranged by Bibi Dong to be teachers at the Tenglong City Soul Master Academy, and he, the real owner, must go to see them. Liang Chen knew that Xiao Wu and her daughter would definitely not want to serve the spirit hall. After all, Bibi Dong had killed Wu Qingguo. Even if that woman was resurrected by herself, she still had a knot in her heart. Buzz. Liang Chen flew to a height of 1,000 meters and used his spiritual sense to check Xiao Wu and her daughter. He soon found that the two women had come to the official road on the outskirts of Soto City in the Barak Kingdom and were heading towards the Star Forest. Now that Xiao Wu and her daughter have become real humans and their strength has reached the titled Douluo, they don't have to worry about safety issues at all. They can play freely in the human world. At this moment, the mother and daughter walked leisurely on the official road, admiring the customs of the continent. It seems that they want to meet Daming and Erming. Swoosh. Seeing this, Liang Chen flew directly towards the Barak Kingdom and landed in front of Xiao Wu and her daughter. Ah! Liang Chen, it's you. Master Yat, you almost scared us to death. Seeing Liang Chen suddenly fall from the sky, Xiao Wu and her daughter were immediately startled. If the person coming was an enemy, the two women would have no power to resist. I heard that you were going to work for me, so I came to find you. Liang Chen nodded. At this moment, Xiao Wu and Wu Qingguo were not in disguise. Their beautiful looks frequently attracted the attention of passers-by, especially the two women who looked similar, like a pair of sisters, walking on the road, like a beautiful scenery. It was the Pope who asked us to be teachers at Tenglong Soul Master Academy. Master, are you willing to take us in? Wu Qingguo asked Liang Chen for his opinion. If she and her daughter wanted to settle down in Tenglong City, they had to get the consent of the owner. You are welcome to join. These two women are titled Douluo strong men. If they are willing to join their forces, how could Liang Chen not welcome them? Besides, they were resurrected by themselves, so their loyalty was reliable. Thank you, Mr. Yat. Wu Qingguo was very excited when she saw that Liang Chen agreed. Liang Chen, my mother and I wanted to be human in our last life, but we all became spirit rings. Now you have made us real humans. Thank you. Don't worry, my mother and I are absolutely loyal to you and will never betray you, otherwise we will die a miserable death. Xiao Wu patted her chest and swore a poisonous oath to Liang Chen to show her loyalty. I know, so I came to see you. You want to see Daming and Erming? I'll take you there. Swoosh. Liang Chen nodded, then pulled the two women to fly thousands of meters high in the sky, flying towards the Star Forest. Fly fly. The two women watched the mountains and rivers rapidly retreating under their feet, feeling like they were dreaming. It's so high. This feeling is so wonderful. After reaching a height of several thousand meters, Xiao Wu and Wu Qingguo were afraid of falling, so they hugged Liang Chen's arms tightly, but this high-altitude flight made them feel nervous and exciting. Mr. Yat, thank you. Wu Qingguo stared at Liang Chen with affectionate eyes, her eyes were almost dripping with water, full of charm. You're welcome. Hey! We have reached the Lake of Life, let's go down. Liang Chen looked down, and then slowly landed on the periphery of the Lake of Life with the two women. Splash! You are my aunt. At this moment, the azure bull python emerged from the lake, and when it saw Wu Qingguo's figure, its huge bull eyes almost dropped in shock. Roar! Daming, you said my aunt is resurrected. Then, Erming ran over frantically from not far away. Daming, Erming, Liang Chen resurrected me and my mother. Xiao Wu jumped on Erming's shoulder and greeted the two silly brothers excitedly. Daming, Erming. Wu looked at the two giants with a gentle smile on her face. Great Aunt and Xiao Wu are finally resurrected, woohoo! Seeing their relatives resurrected, the 200,000-year soul beasts cried excitedly. Hey! Hurry up and transform into human form, you are a little scary when you cry like this. When Liang Chen saw the 200,000-year soul beasts crying, his tears flowed down like a stream, it was terrible. Shua! Liang Chen, thank you, if you need anything in the future, just tell us, we brothers will definitely go through fire and water to serve you. Seeing this, Daming and Erming immediately transformed into two tall men and knelt down to thank Liang Chen. You're welcome. Xiao Wu, you guys can chat slowly, I'll wait for you over there. Liang Chen waved his hand gently, helped the two big guys up, and then flew to a big rock 100 meters away to take a rest, leaving the space for Xiao Wu and the others. After all, the two girls had just been resurrected and had a lot to say to the 200,000-year soul beasts. Xiao Chen, you resurrected the two rabbits. At this moment, Baiji flew from a distance, landed on the rock, and looked at Liang Chen with a smile. Yes, Sister Baiji. Liang Chen saw a pair of peaks blocking his view, so he got up quickly. You are really capable, come with me, the master has something to ask you. Baiji gently stretched out her hand and pulled Liang Chen to fly towards the depths of the lake of life. Sister Na, do you have something to ask me? Liang Chen was stunned. Gu Yuina was looking for him, just to let him be a dragon knight. Now he had to stay in the dragon palace for at least 2 or 3 days. Puff. Looking at Liang Chen's stunned look, Baiji couldn't help but giggle, thinking, this little guy is powerful, handsome, and kind. No wonder the master loves him so much. Even I am a little tempted. Swoosh. When the two flew to the depths of the island, they saw Gu Yuina sitting quietly in the pavilion tasting fine wine. Master. Baiji bowed to Gu Yuina respectfully. Well. Baiji, you go down first. Gu Yuina nodded with a smile, then pulled Liang Chen to her side and poured him a glass of fine wine. Sister Na, what's the matter? Liang Chen took a sip of the blue spirit fruit wine and felt extremely comfortable. Those two 100,000-year-old rabbits are already real humans. What methods did you use to resurrect them? Gu Yuina asked curiously. The little guy's methods were really getting more and more magical, and she couldn't see through them at all. Their rabbit bodies were long gone, so I could only use the power of the law of life to materialize their bodies. After their souls merged with their bodies, they became real humans. Now both of them have achieved the level of titled Douluo. Liang Chen explained that after Xiaowu and her daughter were resurrected, they became real humans. In addition to being affected by the power of the law of life, another important reason must be their own Hunyuan power. Oh. Then you can also create a body for me. Let's see how it works. After listening, Gu Yuina immediately became interested, so she quickly asked Liang Chen to show it. Okay. Liang Chen used his consciousness to carve Gu Yuina's body size and appearance, and then urged the power of the law of life to begin to materialize a body. After a while, a body exactly like Gu Yuina appeared in front of him. The perfect body had no flaws, like a fine work of art. Shua. After my divine consciousness incarnation merged with this body, it actually possessed the strength of a third-level god. You are really good at this. Gu Yuina looked at the jade-like body in front of her, and then transformed a divine consciousness incarnation to merge with it, and was immediately surprised. Sister Na, are you going to use this as your clone? Looking at the two identical Gu Yuina, Liang Chen felt very interesting. Such a good clone, of course I have to use it. Gu Yuina smiled, took out a long dress, put it on her clone, and then poured another glass of wine for the clone. Gilyalu. Not bad. Gu Yuina's clone picked up the wine glass, then clinked glasses with the original, and then drank it all in one gulp, with a satisfied smile on his face. Sister Na, you are really good at playing. Seeing the operation of Gu Yuina's clone, Liang Chen exclaimed in his heart, good guy, if this woman and her clone come to practice with me, I will be busy. Okay. This time I came to you because the plane consciousness has awakened, and it wants to communicate with you through the ancient tree of life. Swoosh. Gu Yuina put away her clone and pulled Liang Chen to fly towards the ancient tree of life. The plane consciousness has awakened. Liang Chen was stunned. Did it know that when he entered the plane consciousness space? You are here. When he came to the ancient tree of life, Liang Chen felt a strong mental fluctuation, and then he heard a woman's voice in his mind, and at this moment his soul consciousness also appeared in a wonderful space deep in the ancient tree of life. Are you the plane consciousness? Liang Chen looked at the human-shaped female phantom in front of him, feeling similar to the soul body, but he couldn't see the face clearly, just a faint shadow. Yes. When you went to my consciousness space and nourished me with the power of the law of life, I sensed you, but I was suppressed by the God realm at that time and could not communicate with you. Thank you for reviving me. In return, I am willing to share my abilities with you. The awakening of the plane consciousness is all thanks to Liang Chen's operation, so it decided to share its abilities with this human. No need. I'm afraid it will affect you. Liang Chen quickly rejected the plane consciousness. If he did so, wouldn't he be almost the same as the Lord of the Plane? The power of the plane might be absorbed by himself, and in this way, the Douluo plane would become fragile. He couldn't do such a wicked thing. Don't worry, it won't affect me in any way. The plane consciousness flashed a ball of colorful light, wrapped Liang Chen, and shared its abilities with this human. At this moment, Liang Chen received a lot of elemental power, but it felt a bit useless. The abilities shared by the plane consciousness were not as good as the power of the law he mastered. In addition, Liang Chen also felt a powerful rule power, covering the Douluo plane. Fuck. This rule should be made by that brainless dragon god? Deliberately suppressing soul beasts from becoming gods. Liang Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart that the dragon god was simply the biggest traitor in the soul beast world. Okay, I have received these abilities from you. 10 years later, the Abyss Plane will invade the Douluo Plane by then. You may have worked hard to make the Douluo Plane upgrade successfully. Liang Chen disconnected from the Douluo Plane consciousness, and then reminded it to be ready to devour the energy of the Abyss Plane. I already know about this, and I will do my best. Douluo Plane consciousness had already learned about Liang Chen's plane upgrade plan from Guyuina. This was a great opportunity for it. Chapter 481, Taking Advantage of the Dragon God. After Liang Chen met the plane consciousness, he found nothing except the rule power created by the Dragon God. Then his consciousness withdrew from the soul core space of the ancient tree of life. What did it tell you? Guyuina saw Liang Chen wake up and immediately came over curiously. The plane consciousness shared some of its abilities with me, but some methods of using elemental power are not as advanced as the elemental law power I have cultivated. But I also felt the rule power that the Dragon God set for soul beasts that could not become gods. It was very powerful. I am not strong enough now and cannot break that rule power. Liang Chen felt that this plane consciousness seemed to be trying to please him. The most important thing was that the voice of that consciousness was actually a woman. It was too unexpected. It was probably because Jian Rongxiu hoped that the plane consciousness would transform into a woman at that time, and it might be sensed by the plane consciousness. Don't worry, take your time. Anyway, we have survived all these years, and it doesn't matter if we have a little time. Guyuina smiled gently and rubbed Liang Chen's head. This guy can now feel the power of the rule that soul beasts cannot become gods. It's really not simple. Even he can't feel the power of the rule. Sister Na, I heard that the main reason why the Dragon God asked the Shura God to kill him was that he wanted to reincarnate and find his wife. Liang Chen was very surprised by the Dragon God's tricks. I don't know what words to use to describe it. Where did you hear that? Guyuina's jaw dropped. If it's true, then this Dragon God is too stupid. Of course, the old man with white beard I met in my dream told me. Liang Chen pulled out the old man with white beard to cover up. In the original plot, the Dragon God did seem to want to reincarnate to find his wife. I have to say that there are really many people in this world who are in love. Hee. How dare he pass on some confusing memories to me, making me suffer for so many years. Although Guyuina was created by the Dragon God's creation godhead and inherited part of the Dragon God's power, she is also an independent individual. Now that she has learned about the Dragon God's stupid operation, she has no good feelings for the old guy. I'll tell this to the 9 Dragon Kings and see how they react. Buzz. Liang Chen used the power of space to create a space barrier, covering Guyuina and himself, and then showed the magic ring to summon the dragon souls of the 9 Dragon Kings. Ang! What's the matter with you calling us out? The 9 Dragon Kings roared and then surrounded Liang Chen. During this time, everyone's souls were nourished by the divine power in the little guy's divine ring and became more and more solid. Seniors, the old guy Dragon God. Liang Chen told the 9 Dragon Kings about the Dragon God's tricks in the past, so that they could see what kind of brainless god the Dragon God they respected was. Ang! Dragon God, you brain-dead guy. When the 9 Dragon Kings heard that the reason why the Dragon God was killed by the 5 God Kings was that he wanted to reincarnate to find his wife, they immediately cursed. At this moment, everyone was complaining in their hearts, you can reincarnate. You also made a bullshit rule that soul beasts cannot become gods, which is used to harm the soul beast clan. This is simply a big traitor to the soul beasts. Guyuina, the future of the Dragon Clan will be led by you, and the position of the Dragon God will also be yours. As for that brain-dead guy, we don't count on him anymore. The several Dragon Kings were completely disappointed with the old Dragon God at this moment, and directly designated Guyuina as the leader of the Dragon Clan. This king understands. Guyuina nodded. The future of the Soul Beast clan is naturally led by herself, and it is impossible to rely on that brain-dead Dragon God. Take us to Dragon Valley. We want to see if the Dragon God still has the face to see us. The 9 Dragon Kings wanted to run to the Dragon Valley secret realm and scold the Dragon God. No problem, I will also collect the dragon bones of the seniors. I will need those dragon bones when I revive you in the future. That's it. Liang Chen collected the dragon souls of the Dragon Kings into his soul, activated the spatial divine power, opened the passage, and rushed towards the Dragon Valley. That's it. When he came to the Dragon Valley again, Liang Chen saw that this secret realm was still full of 9 color dragon clouds. This should be the power of the Dragon God himself to maintain this small world. There is no emotional fluctuation of resentment in the Dragon Valley now, which is completely different from the last time he came. Liang Chen showed the divine ring and summoned the dragon souls of the 9 Dragon Kings. Ang! Dragon God, I fuck you, the immortal board, you are a brain-dead guy, you can't help us beastmen. It hurt so much. You were able to solve the aftermath of the War of Gods, but why were you so stupid? We respected you so much back then, but you treated our beast tribe like this. To be honest, we have never seen such a stupid and mean god.
At end $** at number at. As soon as the dragon souls of the 9 dragon kings came out, they immediately cursed at the dragon god. Fuck. This scene is too shocking. Looking at the 9 dragon kings spitting out fragrance and spitting at the dragon god, Yangchen almost couldn't help laughing, and said in his heart, "Good guy, these guys are really awesome, they even curse themselves when they are ruthless. Are you still not coming out? Don't you have the face to come out to see us?" Guyuina couldn't help but spit at this moment. The last time she brought Yangchen in, the dragon god also knew about her, but he didn't show up. It is estimated that he heard what Yangchen said and didn't have the face to come out. "Ang! What are you trying to do?" At this time, a dragon roar came from the sky. The dragon god couldn't stand the mouth cannon attack of the 9 dragon kings. Shua! The 9-colored dragon cloud in the sky quickly gathered to form a dragon soul, slowly floating down in front. "Human, you are the one who revealed my affairs." The dragon god looked at Yangchen quietly, but found that this little guy was extremely mysterious. He couldn't see through his future at all. "Not bad." Yangchen nodded calmly. "Who told you?" The dragon god asked curiously. He had never told anyone about this matter. It was too outrageous that this kid knew it. "A white-bearded old man told me in a dream." Yangchen was embarrassed to say that he had read the plot, so he had to blame the white-bearded old man he met in his dream. "What? You can do it, but you are afraid of others talking about it. Didn't you say you want to reincarnate and find your wife? Hurry up and reincarnate, why are you still staying in this dragon valley? Your wife has been dead for so many years, and she has been reincarnated countless generations ago. How long do you want to keep yourself cuckolded?" The dragon souls of the 9 dragon kings immediately flew in front of Yangchen and continued to scold the dragon god. Fuck. The 9 dragon king Swang is too cruel. He even used the term cuckold. Seeing the 9 dragon kings blasting the dragon god again, Yangchen couldn't help but give everyone a thumbs up. "I want to know why you passed on those chaotic memories to me. And the soul rings and soul bones that soul beasts produce after death, did you come up with that? Or did the gods come up with that?" Guyuina looked at the dragon god quietly. If she hadn't met Yangchen, she would have been kept in the dark forever, struggling in pain with hatred. "I was affected by the will of the god of creation, and I had no choice." Faced with everyone's accusations, the dragon god had to tell the story of his madness and put the blame on the will of the god of creation. "It's this damn cosmic law consciousness again. Dragon god, but you also have a lot of responsibility, especially since you set the rule that soul beasts cannot become gods. Do you know how many soul beasts have been killed? The child Ditien has now reached a cultivation level of more than 800,000 years. The 9th heavenly tribulation is expected to come soon. Under that kind of world-destroying heavenly tribulation, he may be reduced to ashes." Although the 9 dragon kings hated the will of the god of creation, they were also very unhappy with the dragon god's handling of the things after the god war. "Ah! It's all my fault." The dragon god sighed. The child Ditien was his chief guard, but because of the rules he set, he suffered so much pain. After listening to the dragon god's description, Yangchen remembered the ridicule of netizens in his previous life. The so-called will of the god of creation is also called the will of the holy key of heaven. The holy key of heaven wants Tang San to become the master of this world. Once someone's strength exceeds Tang San, the holy key of heaven will weaken the strength of others and find ways to make Tang San the first. For example, in the original story of the God War, after Tang San was killed by Bibi Dong, the heavenly Dao Saint Qi will saw that it was broken, so it directly arranged for Shura God to take action. However, despite the complaints, the reason why the dragon god was disturbed by the creation god's will was because this universe was too weak to accommodate another creation god, and the god realm only knew how to squeeze the various planes and did not know how to feed back to the various planes. In a sense, it destroyed the balance of this universe, otherwise there would not be a black hole to destroy the god realm. "Young man, you have inherited the throne of life and destruction, and merged the godhood of Thunder God. Your future achievements are limitless, but you will definitely be targeted by the creation god's will." At this time, the dragon god reminded Yangchen that this human boy who made him unable to see through might really be able to reach the creation god in the future. "It's just the creation god's will, I will solve it myself." As a time traveler, Yangchen also has a plug-in, so the creation god's will is invalid for him. In a sense, every time traveler is a creation god. "Dragon god, since you want to reincarnate and find your wife, then reincarnate. You don't need to interfere in the affairs of the dragon clan. I have to collect the dragon bones of the senior dragon kings. When the time is right, I will revive them." Yangchen began to collect the dragon bones of the 9 dragon kings into the game backpack space. What kind of space treasure is that? It can actually hold so many dragon bones. The dragon god was stunned when he saw Yangchen taking away the mountain-like dragon bones of the mountain dragon kings. Why are you asking so many questions? The position of the dragon god will be held by Guyuina. You should reincarnate quickly and find your wife. The 9 dragon kings asked the dragon god not to meddle in other people's business, and they also recognized Guyuina as the next dragon god in front of the dragon god. She has taken away the dragon god's heart and the dragon pillar. What else can I say? The dragon god also knew that these subordinates were disappointed in him now, so he simply didn't bother to care. Dragon god, after you reincarnate, you won't need your dragon bones anymore, right? After Yeliangchen collected the dragon bones of the 9 dragon kings, he looked at the huge skeleton of the dragon god, especially the ribs, which were used to make artifacts. It was so cool. What do you want to do? The dragon god quickly attached the dragon soul to his own dragon bones to prevent Yeliangchen from touching his own dragon bones. I want to take a few ribs to make artifacts, such as Linger's golden dragon spear. I heard that it was made of the ribs of the golden dragon king, and it is quite powerful. You are going to reincarnate anyway, why do you need this dragon bone? Yeliangchen took out the golden dragon spear from the game backpack and waved it a few times. He felt that the artifact made of the ribs of the dragon god must be of good quality. What kind of monster are you? You can actually drive the golden dragon spear. The dragon god and the 9 dragon kings watched Yeliangchen wielding the golden dragon spear, and nothing happened. As everyone knows, without the golden dragon bloodline, the golden dragon spear cannot be activated. Xiao Chen is quite special. He was able to refine the Shura power in my body back then. Now he can drive this golden dragon spear, so it is not a problem. The Emperor's auspicious beast was completely transformed into a human with the help of Xiao Chen. Now that girl is inheriting the 3 elements of light, darkness, and fire. It is not good to keep the golden dragon spear on her. Xiao Chen will temporarily keep it for her. Guyuina explained to everyone that Yeliangchen's magical methods had long exceeded everyone's cognition. So that's how it is. You can take 5 of my ribs. When the dragon god heard that Yeliangchen helped the auspicious beast obtain the inheritance of the 3 elements, he couldn't be stingy, so he asked Yeliangchen to take a few of his ribs. That's right. You have reincarnated and will have a new body. You don't need your dragon bones at all. You might as well give them to us to make artifacts. When the senior dragon kings are resurrected in the future, they will also need artifacts. And Ditian and sister Zig are also your dragon grandchildren. As their ancestors, shouldn't you take care of them? Especially Ditian, I heard that he is your chief guard. You just gave him a dragon claw, which is not very powerful. Kikikika. While Yeliangchen was fooling the dragon god, he cut the ribs with the sharp blade of the golden dragon spear. Okay, you don't have to say anything, you can take my 20 ribs. Unable to bear Yeliangchen's complaints, the dragon god directly gave this guy 20 ribs at once. You said it, don't go back on your word. Yeliangchen felt very amused when he saw the dragon god being fooled. I will never go back on my word. The dragon god nodded decisively. After all, he would have a new body after reincarnation, and it would be enough to use the remaining ribs to make a magic weapon. Crack crack. Seeing this, Yeliangchen started to work directly, cutting off the 20 ribs of the dragon god and then putting them into the game backpack space. That's right. The 9 dragon kings nodded in approval, but everyone also admired Yeliangchen's mouth, which could actually convince the dragon god. Which plane do you plan to reincarnate in? Guyuina asked the dragon god curiously. Longma Star. The dragon god nodded. It seemed that his wife was reincarnated in that plane, so he had to go there too. Dragon god, send me the location of the Longma Star system, and let's send the Dragon Valley secret realm to that plane. Seeing that the dragon god was so generous, Yeliangchen planned to send him off for the last time. Thank you very much. The dragon god tapped Yeliangchen's forehead and sent the coordinates of the Longma Star to the little guy. Shua Senior Dragon Kings, please enter my divine ring to recuperate first. Yeliangchen showed the divine ring and let the dragon souls of the dragon kings enter the divine ring to recuperate. After all, he would be traveling in the starry sky next, which was very inconvenient. Okay, I'll follow your arrangement. The dragon souls of the 9 dragon kings immediately entered the golden divine ring and continued to rely on the divine power of this evil boy to nourish their souls. That's it. Guyuina took Yeliangchen out of the Dragon Valley small world, and then covered the entire Dragon Valley secret realm with spatial divine power, and moved towards the direction of the Longma Star. Time acceleration. Yeliangchen carefully learned the coordinates of the Longma galaxy and found that it was quite far away from the Douluo plane, so he directly activated the power of the law of time to speed up. This kid is good. The power of time is the most mysterious law power. He has just become a god not long ago, but he can achieve such an achievement. It's really not easy. In the Dragon Valley secret realm, the dragon god felt the power of time exerted by Yeliangchen and nodded in approval. With the acceleration of Yeliangchen's power of the law of time, the speed of space shuttle was faster, and soon arrived at the Longma Star plane. This plane seems to be stronger than the Douluo plane. When stepping into the Douluo plane, Gu Yuina immediately felt that the level of this plane was very high. Indeed. Yeliangchen carefully felt the Long plane and found that the energy of this plane was much richer than that of the Douluo plane. Sister Na, let's find an uninhabited mountain, use the power of space to create a barrier, and put the Dragon Valley secret realm there. Okay. Let the Dragon God handle the rest. Yeliangchen and Gu Yuina looked at each other, and then took the Dragon Valley secret realm down to Long Shua. When Yeliangchen and Gu Yuina entered the plane of Long they suddenly felt a sense of peeping. Sister Na, the plane consciousness of Long sensed us. Ignore it, it's just a plane consciousness, it shouldn't have cultivated into a human form yet. The two didn't care about the prying of the plane consciousness of Long After placing the Dragon God secret realm, they left Long Xiaolu, what is this little guy doing? At the same time, the god of destruction in the god realm was watching Yeliangchen's operation through the monitor. Of course, let the dragon soul of the dragon god reincarnate to find his wife. Xiao Ziai, let me tell you, the dragon god back then. The goddess of life told the king of destruction what she secretly heard from Yeliangchen. To be honest, when she heard the 9 dragon kings scolding the dragon god, she couldn't help laughing. Haha. This dragon god is really a brain-dead love brain. When the king of destruction heard the truth about the dragon god's suicide, he couldn't help laughing. This was too weird. Chapter 482 The Punishment of Shui Yuer and Qian Rongxiu. When Yeliangchen and Gu Yuina returned to the island of the Lake of Life, Tian, Bai Ji and others immediately came to greet them. My lord, where did you go? You disappeared for 2 months, and everyone was so anxious. During this period, Yeliangchen and Gu Yuina had no news, and they couldn't contact each other, which made everyone panic. We just went to Long but 2 months have passed on Douluo Star. When Yeliangchen heard that so much time had passed, he was stunned. Less than a day. Xiao Chen, we have been using the power of space to travel through the starry sky, and you have also used the ability to accelerate time. The real time has passed for a long time. Douluo Star is very far away from Long We are in the starry sky and cannot see day and night. We don't know how much time has passed. Gu Yuina explained to Yeliangchen with a smile. To be honest, she was also surprised when she learned that 2 months had passed. What? You actually went to Long Did something big happen there? Tian once served as the chief guard of the Dragon God and knew the plane of Long Because I received a message about the Dragon God before, the 9 Dragon Kings were very angry, so they asked me to take them to Dragon Valley, and then scolded the Dragon God. The Dragon God wants to go to Long to reincarnate and find his wife, so Sister Na and I sent the Dragon Valley secret realm to Long Yeliangchen told the real purpose of the Dragon God's death, letting Tian know what the Dragon God he respected most in his heart looked like. Ah, this. How could it be like this? Knowing that the reason why the Dragon God asked several great gods to kill him was that he wanted to reincarnate and find his wife, Tian fell to the ground, and his faith collapsed. We used to live with hatred and wanted to avenge Lord Dragon God, but we didn't expect that everything was just a joke. If it weren't for Xiao Chen, we would never know the truth. Bai Ji, Ziji and others were just like Dishan. At this moment, the tall image of Dragon God collapsed in everyone's mind. The Dragon God that everyone had always believed in was just a brainless love brain. This is true. Sister Na will be the new Dragon God in the future. The old Dragon God and the 9 Dragon Kings have recognized her. You all have to live for Sister Na in the future, and also live for yourself. Seeing that Dishan and others found it difficult to accept such a strange truth for a while, Yeliangchen quickly gave everyone a bowl of chicken soup for the soul to comfort them. Xiao Chen is right. You all have to listen to him in the future. Everything depends on him. Gu Yuina actually didn't want to take on too many responsibilities. She just wanted to be the woman behind Yeliangchen quietly. Now this evildoer is getting stronger and stronger, and her body and mind have long been conquered by him. Yes, my lord. Tian and the others also understood that Yeliangchen was the Lord's Dragon Knight, and that was everyone's immediate superior. Sister Na, are you planning to let me manage them? Yeliangchen looked at Gu Yuina now, who was not like the cold silver dragon king at all, but like a little woman. You are my dragon knight, and they are also your subordinates. It is your responsibility and obligation to manage them. Gu Yuina gently took Yeliangchen's hand, pushed him in front of her, and pointed out the little guy's identity as a dragon knight in front of Tian and the others. My lord, if you have any arrangements in the future, just tell us. We are willing to go through fire and water for you, and we will do anything. My lord, I am the same. Tian, Xiangjun and the others immediately showed their loyalty to Yeliangchen respectfully. Now that Gu Yuina publicly announced that the little guy was a dragon knight, everyone's name for Yeliangchen also changed. In fact, Tian and the others have long recognized Ye Liangchen's identity as a dragon knight. This evildoer has a big vision, great ability and a great background. Only by following him can you have a future. No problem, I will definitely call you if there is anything. Now I have sensed the power of the rule set by the dragon god that soul beasts cannot become gods. When I reach my strength, I can break that rule. You can practice with confidence in the future and no longer have to endure the pain of heavenly tribulation. Since Gu Yuina handed Tian and the others to Ye Liangchen for management, she had to accept it. Ye Liangchen also planned to let Tian and the others participate in the plain war. Originally, with the power of the spirit hall and himself, it should be enough to solve the war, but when he thought of the densely packed demon creatures in the abyss plain, there were too many of them. With Tian, Xiangjun and other violent people participating, it would also reduce the pressure on humans. Don't worry, sir. We believe you. We have survived all these years. We don't need a little more time. Tian, Baiji and others nodded excitedly. They were very happy that Ye Liangchen could think about the Soul Beast clan. Buzz. At this time, Ye Liangchen's body was shining with golden light, attracting everyone's attention. What's the matter? Gu Yuina asked curiously. Sister Yu activated the spiritual mark the first left on her. I guess I disappeared and she couldn't contact me, so she was anxious. When Ye Liangchen went to Longmastar with Gu Yuina before, Qian Rongxiu, Shui Yu and others must have contacted him, but at that time he was affected by the power of space and time, so he couldn't sense it. How can I not be anxious? During the time you disappeared, Qian Rongxiu and the others searched all over Douluo Star, and finally came to us. They were relieved to know that you left with the master. Xiao Wu and her daughter also went to your Tenglong city, and are now teachers in the academy. Baiji looked at Ye Liangchen with a smile. This little guy is related to everyone's future, so he is too important. Then you go back first, so that everyone won't worry about you. Gu Yuina also wanted to take Ye Liangchen into the Dragon Palace and practice for 2 days, but this little guy has a family, and she can't take up too much of his time. Then I'll leave, and I'll find you later. You. Swoosh. Ye Liangchen said goodbye to Gu Yuina and her group, then soared into the sky and flew towards Tenglong city. My lord, you have declared him a dragon knight, so do you want to give him 1 or 2 guards? Zig looked at Gu Yuina with all kinds of charm. Now the lord is full of spring breeze, spirits, and radiance. Sure enough, a woman nourished by love is different. I am willing to be your guard, my lord, let me go. Xiangjun, the iron fool, immediately raised his hand. He felt that he could be Ye Liangchen's guard, which was very stylish. Tian, Baiji, Qi Wang, Wang Yao Wang and others smiled and said nothing. In fact, everyone also wanted to follow Ye Liangchen to learn a lot and gain knowledge. You are the only one who wants to be his guard. If you really encounter danger, what can you do? At that time, he will protect you. Stay here for me, especially in the war between gods. Don't cause trouble for him. Gu Yuina laughed and saw at a glance that these subordinates obviously wanted to go out and play, especially Zig and Baiji, and they were a little greedy for her man. Every time she looked at the little guy, her eyes were about to drip with tears. After Ye Liangchen left the Xingdu forest, he flew all the way to the Tiandu Empire. When he flew 1,000 meters above the Tiandu Imperial City, he saw roars coming from the military camp outside the Imperial City, and densely packed soldiers were training closely. Now the Tiandu Empire is in order to keep his throne. Xuebeng ordered the empire to recruit soldiers and horses. Now the number of Tiandu army has expanded to 2 million. The increase in the army also made the empire's finances stretched. In order to feed the huge army, it could only extort the people's money to maintain the army's expenses. For a time, the civilians of the empire were miserable. Some civilians began to secretly flee to the several kingdoms under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall. Hey, farting Douluo is doing his old business again. Ye Liangchen looked at the Tiandu Royal Academy again and found that Yu Xiaogang was training a group of Soul Master students with his hands behind his back. Farting Douluo, Yu Xiaogang, you will only know this one trick in your life. Seeing those noble students running around the playground with stones on their backs, Ye Liangchen couldn't help but complain. Zhao Wuji's gravity squeezing skill was more effective than carrying stones, but farting Douluo didn't use it. He was really stubborn. However, Yu Xiaogang's reputation was ruined now. Even if he became farting Douluo, Zhao Wuji would probably look down on him. With Yu Xiaogang's stubborn character, he didn't want Zhao Wuji to interfere with his training plan. After carefully checking the Tiandu Empire, Ye Liangchen didn't see any other major changes, so he quickly flew to Tenglong City. When he returned to Tenglong City 1,000 meters above, Ye Liangchen was immediately locked by several breaths. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Then, Shui Yuer, Poseidon, Shui Langzhen, and Ye Kailan flew from a distance and appeared in front of Ye Liangchen. Finally, you are willing to come back. Shui Yu'er flew and threw herself into Ye Liangchen's arms, hugging him tightly. Stinky boy, where have you been? We searched all over Douluo Star, but there is no trace of you. If we didn't know you were with Silver Dragon King Guyuina, we would have thought you were in trouble. Shui Langzhen, Poseidon and Yakalin asked curiously. The little guy disappeared without a word before, which scared everyone. I went to Longmastar with Sister Na. Ye Liangchen had to tell everything in detail. So that's how it is. The girls nodded. When everyone is stronger in the future, they also plan to go to Longmastar to have a look. Don't disappear suddenly like this in the future. Shui Yu'er bit Ye Liangchen's lips, and then looked at him with a resentful look. At this moment, she was very scared. What if this little guy suddenly disappeared one day? She didn't know what to do then. You are not alone now. You still have relatives like us. Shui Langzhen, Yakalin, and Poseidon all showed blaming eyes, expressing dissatisfaction with Ye Liangchen's sudden disappearance. Don't worry. Even if I want to go to the heavens and the worlds in the future, I will take everyone with me. Ye Liangchen promised everyone that he would not disappear suddenly. That's better, Auntie, you go back first, I will take Xiao Chen to find Sister Shui. Shui Yu'er explained to Shui Langzhen, and then directly pulled Ye Liangchen to fly towards Wuhan City to tell Qian Rongxiu about this. Okay, let's go back and prepare the banquet first, and remember to call the Pope and Zioxiu to get together. Shui Langzhen called Poseidon and Yakalin back to Tenglong City. She also knew that when Ye Liangchen suddenly disappeared, Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu almost went crazy. Swoosh! After a while, Shui Yu'er and Ye Liangchen flew to the manor where Bibi Dong was. You kid actually disappeared with us, making us so worried about you. Qian Rongxiu, who was practicing the power of law on the lawn, saw Ye Liangchen coming, rushed over and hugged him tightly in her arms. Sister Shui, do you want to punish him? Shui Yu'er used soul transmission to Qian Rongxiu, decided to torture Ye Liangchen together. Needless to say, he must be punished. Sister Yu'er, what are your plans? Qian Rongxiu received Shui Yu'er's soul transmission and immediately became interested. Of course, we must make him completely shattered and shaky. We do this. Shui Yu'er had an idea in her mind, and then quietly transmitted it to Qian Rongxiu. Good sister, it's settled. Qian Rongxiu felt extremely refreshed after hearing Shui Yu'er's method. Xiao Chen, tell us, did you and Guyuina go to other planes? At this time, Bibi Dong also felt Ye Liangchen's breath, and immediately walked out of the house excitedly. We went to Longmastar. Ye Liangchen had to tell the whole story, including the matter of the dragon god reincarnating to find his wife. That dragon god is so weird. He asked the 5 great god kings to kill him, but he actually wanted to reincarnate to find his wife. After listening to the story of the dragon god, Shui Yu'er and Qian Rongxiu felt that the guy was quite interesting. Haha! Reincarnation? So interesting. Hearing that the dragon god was also reincarnating, Bibi Dong's mouth curled up, and she also had a bold idea in her mind, but she had to wait until her strength reached that of a god king before she could do it. At this moment, Bibi Dong had made up her mind that she would live a more carefree life in her next life, and then she could do some things that she wanted to do but couldn't do in this life. After chatting for a while, they flew directly to Tenglong City to attend the party. At midnight, Ye Liangchen was sleeping in the room. Not long after he lay down, he felt Qian Rongxiu and Shui Yu'er sneaking in. 2 sisters, what are you doing? Seeing this, Ye Liangchen immediately stood up to greet them. Come with us. Shua. Without saying anything, the 2 girls grabbed Ye Liangchen and flew to the top of a mountain dozens of kilometers away. Buzz. Then Qian Rongxiu activated the angel power and created a barrier to cover the 3 people. 2 sisters, what are you doing? Ye Liangchen didn't understand why the 2 girls brought him to the top of the mountain. Sister Shui and I are going to play a game with you today. Close your eyes first, and don't resist. Shui Yu'er and Qian Rongxiu showed a quirky smile, then took out a big bed from the soul guide and gently put Ye Liangchen on it. Little brother Chen, don't look yet, I'll give you a surprise later. Qian Rongxiu and Shui Yu'er saw Ye Liangchen close his eyes, and immediately took out a queen hat from the soul guide and put it on. Pa! I let you disappear and make everyone worry every day. If I don't punish you today, we will be sorry for our 2 months of fear. Shui Yu'er and Qian Rongxiu took whips in their hands and gently whipped Ye Liangchen, feeling so happy. Oh my god! Sisters, what are you doing? Seeing the 2 women dressed up as domineering queens, Ye Liangchen exclaimed in his heart, good guys, they are too good at playing. Sister Shui, get him. Okay. Pa. The 2 women looked at each other, waved the whips, and then punished Ye Liangchen to the point of despair. Bang! The battle between the 3 god-level strong men was very intense, and it can be described as terrifying. Chapter 483 All members of Tianshui girls group become gods. The next morning, Yangchen and the other two came out of the barrier. After a night of punishment, Jianrongxiu and Shui Yu vented their emotions, and their dissatisfaction with Yangchen's sudden disappearance also disappeared. Xiao Chen, use your space power to reinforce this barrier. Jianrongxiu and Shui Yu challenged Yangchen together this time, and felt very excited, so she planned to come again next time. No problem. Shua. Yangchen nodded, and then urged the space power to reinforce this barrier. Haha. Sister Shui, I understand you. Shui Yu instantly understood Jianrongxiu's thoughts, and immediately threw herself into her arms and laughed. Sister Yu, we are all gods now, so we should live freely and comfortably. Jianrongxiu showed a mysterious smile, then kissed Shui Yu on the face and whispered something, but at this moment she used soul transmission to not let a certain little guy hear. Puff. Sister Shui, your idea is really great. After hearing Jianrongxiu's plan, Shui Yu couldn't help laughing. What are you trying to do? Looking at the mysterious look of the two women, Yangchen guessed that they must be planning some tricks to tease him again. Of course it's a good thing. Let's go back first. The two women smiled charmingly, then came over and pulled Yangchen to fly towards Tenglong City. After returning to Tenglong City, Yangchen and the two women had a meal in a beautiful private restaurant, and then entered a hall on the top floor of Union Pavilion and found Bibi Dong, Shui Langzhen and others who were drinking tea and chatting. Where did you take Xiao Chen to play last night? Why did you come back just now? Seeing Yangchen and the other two come back, Bibi Dong, Shui Langzhen and the other girls all smiled like ants. Nothing, just going out for fun. Jianrongxiu and Shui Yu were too embarrassed to say it, so they just smiled and covered it up. Xiao Chen, you resurrected Xiaowu and her daughter before, so now help me resurrect the Deep Sea Demon Whale King and let it and the Demon Queen reunion. Buzz. Deep Sea Demon Whale King, come out. At this time, Shui Yu thought of the resurrection of Xiaowu and her daughter, so she immediately showed her magic ring and summoned the soul of the Deep Sea Demon Crystal King to change the subject. Congratulations, mistress, on becoming a god. After the soul of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King appeared, he immediately sent his blessings to Shui Yu. When Shui Yu inherited the position of sea god, the Deep Sea Demon Whale King also knew about it, but he was afraid that the sea god would wipe him out, so he had to pretend to sleep. Big stupid fish, thank you for your help back then. Now that I have become a god, I want Xiao Chen to help you rebuild your body and resurrect you. Now your wife and children are serving as guardian beasts on Sea God Island. After you are resurrected, go and reunite with them. Shui Yu felt a little ashamed when the Deep Sea Demon King sacrificed himself to her without reservation. Thank you, mistress, thank you, master. The Deep Sea Demon Whale King thought of being able to reunite with his wife and children, and immediately transformed into a man in black, kneeling respectfully to Yangchen and Shui Yu. Big stupid fish, I will recast your body for you now. Yangchen used his spiritual consciousness to imprint the body and appearance of the Deep Sea Demon King, urged the power of the law of life, and began to materialize a body for the other party. Let's hide first. Jianrongxiu and Bibi Dong thought of the scene of Xiaowu's mother and daughter being resurrected, and immediately pulled the girls into the room to avoid it. Buzz. With the operation of the power of the law of life, the Deep Sea Demon Whale King's body was recast in a short while. Master, why is this body human-shaped? At this moment, the Deep Sea Demon Whale King was also confused when he saw his human-shaped body. I will use the power of the law of life to create a human body for you, so that you can become a human completely. Since you were a fierce beast in your life, I have to help you evolve and let you completely transform into a human. Only then can you practice to become a god with peace of mind and not worry about the threat of heavenly tribulation. Yangchen took out a robe and put it on the other's body, then urged the power of the law of life to cover the soul of the Deep Sea Demon King and make it evolve into a human. After Xiaowu and her daughter were resurrected, they could become real humans because they had truly transformed in their lives, and with the help of their own mixed power, they became real humans. The Deep Sea Demon Whale King is just a fierce beast. If you want it to become a human, you have to help it. In fact, Yangchen is now equivalent to letting the soul of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King transform and repair, but with the blessing of the power of the law of life, the strength of this big guy can be preserved without a long time to practice. Everything is subject to the master's arrangement. The Deep Sea Demon Whale King was so happy to be able to become a human being and cultivate into a god. As time went by, the soul of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King began to transform into a human form. First, it became a 6-year-old child. With the nourishment of the divine power of the law of life, it began to grow gradually, and finally grew to the appearance of level 99, completely becoming a human. Hurry up and merge with your body. I will give you a name now, the Demon King. After you are resurrected, your strength will definitely reach the title Douluo. The title is Demon King Douluo. After Yangchen finished all this, he immediately resurrected the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. Thank you for the name, Master. Seeing this, the deep-sea demon Crystal King immediately lay down on his human body. After more than 10 seconds, he was successfully resurrected. Xiao Chen, how is the situation? At this time, Shui Yuer's voice came from the room in the distance. You can come out. Liang Chen shouted to the girls, asking everyone to come out and see his masterpiece. Wow! He is now a real human. This breath is the same as that of a level 99 titled Douluo. The women looked at the current appearance of the deep-sea demon Whale King and did not feel a trace of the breath of the soul beast, which was very surprising. Reporting to all the adults, I have now become a real human, with the soul power of level 99, and the master has given me a name, the Demon King. OM. The Demon King saluted Shui Yuer and others respectfully, and then showed 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red. After resurrection, he actually reached level 99? It's really not easy. Feeling the powerful breath of the Demon King, the women felt that Liang Chen's resurrection method was too magical. The name Demon King is very good. Your wife is called the Demon Queen, and you are called the Demon King. It's a good match. When Shui Yuer heard the name Demon King, she couldn't help laughing. Thank you for the compliment, mistress. The Demon King smiled, like a fool. Demon King, when you practice with your wife in the future, remember to let her switch to human form, otherwise her 200-meter-long body will make you unable to handle it. At this time, Liang Chen remembered the 200-meter-long deep-sea demon whale body of the Demon Queen, while the Demon King was already a human. The two of them together, the picture is so beautiful. If the genders of both parties are swapped, it will be the real Beauty and the Beast. Liang Chen's words directly shocked the Demon King, and his old face turned red and extremely embarrassed. At this moment, the Demon King complained in his heart, the master is too bad. He actually said that kind of thing, making my old face where to put it. Ha ha ha. Bibi Dong and others looked at the Demon King's embarrassment and couldn't help laughing. Stinky boy, how can you tease the Demon King like this? He is your subordinate after all. Shui Langzhen reached out and rubbed Liang Chen's head. This little guy's thinking was too jumpy and no one could keep up with his rhythm. Demon King, don't be embarrassed. I will send you back to Hanhai City first, and then you will return to Poseidon Island with the fleet. Now Poseidon Island is Sister Yuer's dojo, you must remember to help her protect it. Liang Chen left a mark of consciousness in the Demon King's brow, and then took him to fly towards Hanhai City. Master, please rest assured, I will protect the mistress's dojo with my life. The Demon King patted his chest and promised Liang Chen that he would definitely protect Poseidon Island. Now that his family is the master's pet, he naturally has to act according to the master's will. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. Jin Linger and the remaining members of the Tianshui girls group have become gods one after another. Shui Binger has merged the godhood of the god of ice and achieved the dual positions of ice and water. In addition, Qian Daoliu also relied on the power of faith in the angel god to successfully become a god-level strongman. Under the guidance of Shui Yuer, Jin Linger, Shui Binger and others have dissolved their martial souls and spirit rings. Yu Hero and Ye Lingling followed Shui Yuer's advice and planned to use the Feng Guikan and the Shensin Haitang martial souls as prototypes and use divine power to condense them into artifacts. However, they have just become gods and do not have enough divine power. They cannot create them for a while. After so long, I finally made it. On this day, Shui Binger and others gathered on the balcony on the top floor of Union Pavilion to drink tea and chat, discussing their respective experiences of becoming gods, feeling extremely comfortable. Now all the Tianshui women's team have become gods, becoming a veritable goddess team. If they show their strength collectively, Tang San and his team will definitely doubt their lives. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this time, Jian Rongxiu, Jian Daoliu and Bibi Dong flew from the sky and landed in front of the women. They are all here. Bibi Dong, Jian Rongxiu and Jian Daoliu looked at these beautiful girls, each of whom had become a god-level powerhouse, and they were very pleased. Pope, Sister Shui, Senior, you are here. Shui Binger and others immediately stood up to greet them and poured tea for Bibi Dong and the other two. Where is Xiao Chen? He summoned us here, but he disappeared again. Bibi Dong used her mental power to scan Tenglong City and did not find Liang Chen's breath. We don't know either. He didn't notify us before. Shui Binger was ready to activate the divine mark on her body and contact Liang Chen. Hulina activated the divine mark before, and Xiao Chen is sending daily necessities to that girl now. Xiao Chen said that he is going to make a divine weapon for us, so everyone should wait for him patiently. At this moment, Shui Langzhen, Ye Kailan, and Poseidon flew in front of everyone and brought news about Liang Chen. So that's how it is. Everyone nodded, and they were extremely looking forward to owning a divine weapon. Qian Daoliu, not bad, after enduring for so long, now he doesn't have to die. Poseidon felt that Qian Daoliu had also become a god, and couldn't help but meow. Poseidon,
it's the same for me. I also owe it to Xiao Chen to have this day. Qian Daoliu laughed. He was able to become a god entirely with the help of Yeliang Chen. Otherwise, he would have to sacrifice himself to make his granddaughter a god. Grandpa, you are a god now. Why don't you pursue Senior Poseidon again? Qian Rongxiu remembered that Qian Daoliu had pursued Poseidon before, but was rejected. Qian Rongxiu, I have never liked your grandfather. Poseidon rolled his eyes at Qian Rongxiu. Even though Qian Daoliu was a god now, he didn't have any feelings for him. Shuer, you are making fun of Grandpa again. Qian Daoliu rubbed Qian Rongxiu's head with an awkward smile on his face. Sister Shuet, she is mine now. I don't want her to be stolen away by others. Shui Yuer showed a mischievous smile, and then pulled Poseidon to her side. Ha ha ha. Looking at Shui Yuer's quirky operation, everyone couldn't help laughing. Shua. All are here. At this moment, Yeliang Chen fell from the sky and slowly landed in front of everyone. How is Nana's strength? How many tests has she completed? Seeing Yeliang Chen coming back, everyone immediately surrounded him and asked about Hulina's situation. Her soul power has reached level 98, and she has completed the 7th test. To be honest, when Yeliang Chen saw Hulina this time, he was also shocked by the other party's cultivation speed. Level 98. When she just started the divine test, wasn't she only level 88? How did she improve so quickly? Hearing Hulina's current strength, Qian Rongxiu, Bibi Dong and others were extremely surprised. In fact, when the god test was launched, the goddess of charm and I used our divine power to evolve Hulina's martial soul into a 9-tailed fox, making her martial soul a god-level martial soul. This must be the reason. Yeliang Chen explained to everyone that Hulina was cheated by him, so her strength naturally improved quickly. God-level martial soul. Nana is really lucky. It seems that she will be able to inherit the throne of God in no time. Now that Hulina has a god-level martial soul, everyone thinks that her future achievements will be very high. You are really good. Qian Daoliu gave a thumbs up. Give Yeliang Chen a thumbs up. Now so many people have changed their fate because of this little guy. It's really amazing. Okay, it's time to get down to business. I got some high-level materials. Now everyone is a god-level strongman. It's time to create your own artifact. Seeing that everyone was present, Yeliang Chen directly took out the ribs of the dragon god from the game backpack space and prepared to share them with everyone. Buzz. In an instant, colorful light emanated from the dragon bones, blinding everyone's eyes. Wow! Brother Yat, this is a dragon bone. Jin Linger has the blood of a golden dragon, and she immediately felt the dragon breath emanating from these bones. Where did you get such a precious treasure? Everyone felt the powerful breath emanating from those bones at this moment. They didn't expect it to be dragon bones. It was incredible, especially the 9-color light flashing on these bones, which was very magical. This is the rib of the dragon god. Sister Na and I went to the Dragon Valley secret realm before. Later, the dragon god generously gave me 20 ribs. Look, this golden dragon spear artifact in my hand was made by the golden dragon king in ancient times with his own ribs. It has the ability to devour all energy. If you want to activate this golden dragon spear, you must have the blood of a golden dragon to communicate with the dragon soul in the golden dragon spear. Otherwise, you can't exert the true power of this artifact. At present, no one except Linger can use this artifact. Linger, keep this golden dragon spear. In the future, this artifact will be upgraded to a super artifact in your hands. Yeliang Chen described the process of the dragon god giving ribs to the girls, and summoned the golden dragon spear and handed it to Jin Linger. Thank you, Brother Yat. Jin Linger took the golden dragon spear and immediately communicated with the dragon soul of the golden dragon spear with her own golden dragon blood. Ang! Instantly, a loud dragon roar sounded, and the golden dragon image on the golden dragon spear seemed to come alive, emitting a powerful dragon power. It's amazing. No wonder those soul beasts were scared away when Sister Linger accompanied us into the Lost Grand Canyon. It turned out that they were affected by the dragon power on this dragon spear. It's amazing. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the golden dragon spear, everyone showed envy in their eyes. Don't be envious, everyone will have a share of the artifact in the future. Kikikika. Yeliang Chen summoned the Shura demon sword from the game backpack space and began to cut the dragon bones. Will there be any problems if you take out the Shura demon sword? Buzz. Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu, Qian Daoliu and others were worried that the Shura god would sense the existence of the Shura demon sword, so they immediately used their divine power to create a barrier to cover everyone. Nothing will happen. I have destroyed the divine consciousness of God Shura long ago. Yeliang Chen told everyone not to worry about anything. Now the Shura demon sword has no divine consciousness of God Shura. It is just a sharper weapon. It is also suitable for cutting dragon bones. Xiao Chen, make a divine weapon for us too. Yes. If we use our own martial spirit as a prototype to forge a divine weapon, it is a bit difficult at present. Ye Lingling and Yu Hero looked at each other and decided to use the divine weapon made of dragon bones first to ensure that they have strong combat power. No problem. Click click. Ye Yangchen calculated and prepared to make 14 divine weapon prototypes, including 3 types, knife, gun, and sword. Let's help too. Since it is made of the ribs of the dragon god, we will carve the image of the dragon on the gun body, knife handle, and sword handle. Let's do it. Seeing this, Jin Linger, Shui Yuer, and Qian Rongxiu also used their own artifacts to help build the artifact. A month later, 14 weapons emitting colorful light took shape, blinding everyone's eyes, especially the lifelike dragon image, which was simply too beautiful. Linger, Yuer, and Shui all have their own artifacts. Distribute these 14 weapons among you. Ye Yangchen asked those who didn't have artifacts to quickly choose their own weapons. I like to use swords, I like to use knives, then I'll use guns. Seeing this, everyone immediately chose their own weapons. Qian Daoliu, Bibi Dong, Shui Binger, Shui Langzhen, and Ye Kailan used swords, Zhu Zuking, Swu, Yu Hero, and Ye Lingling used knives, and Poseidon, Dogayan, Chu Ruo Shui, Gu Qingbo, and Shen Liuya used guns. Xiao Chen, show us how to make a magic weapon. Qian Daoliu waved the dragon scale sword in his hand and immediately felt very comfortable, but it was still a bit difficult to turn it into a real magic weapon. Use your own divine power and soul to nourish it, and at the same time, use the power of the law to temper it to make it a real artifact. The process is relatively slow, everyone must be patient. Shua. For example, if your divine power is the power of an angel, then you can use the power of the 2 laws of light and fire to temper it. Ye Yangchen took the dragon scale sword from Qian Daoliu's hand, and while explaining to everyone how to forge an artifact, he continued to temper it with the power of the 2 laws of light and fire. Clang clang. After a while, the dragon scale sword in Ye Yangchen's hand, the scale sword, there were waves of metal collision sounds, and the 2 forces of gold and red were constantly integrated into the sword body, causing it to undergo a qualitative change. It's incredible. With Ye Yangchen's proofing, everyone began to forge their own artifacts. Chapter 484 Tang San was struck by lightning. This time, a total of 10 ribs were used to build the artifact. Fortunately, the dragon god gave enough ribs, so Ye Yangchen had enough materials. Time passed slowly, and a year passed unknowingly. The continent was calm and nothing major happened. That day, Ye Yangchen checked the progress of Feng Xiaotian, Xiaoyu, and others' divine examinations and learned about the situation of these people. Buzz. Just when Ye Yangchen returned to Tenglong City, a golden light shone on his body. Could it be that the vixen became a god? Shua. Feeling the news from Hulina, Ye Yangchen soared into the sky and flew out of Douluo Star. Little fox, did you succeed? When Ye Yangchen came to the secret realm of the inheritance of the charming goddess, he found Hulina waiting for him quietly, exuding the aura of a god-level strongman. What little fox? Call me sister. Shua. Hulina smiled charmingly, stretched out her hand and pulled Ye Yangchen into the secret realm. After waiting for so many years, today she can finally do something she wants to do. Should we go back to the mainland first? Seeing Hulina touching him, Ye Yangchen knew that this woman was going to make trouble, and he shouted in his heart, Big sister, this is in the starry sky. You are playing too big. You saw me at the Soul Master competition that year. I've been thinking about you since then. I've been trying to catch up with you all these years, but I'm not talented enough. No matter how hard I try, I can never see your shadow. I'm even worse than Shui Binger and the others. I'm unwilling to give up. Fortunately, you helped me, so that I can see a wider world. Thank you for helping me, brother Xiao Chen. Today, I'm going to let you see the fighting power of the goddess of seduction. While Hulina was telling her feelings over the years, she attacked Ye Yangchen fiercely and vented her emotions. Buzz. In order to strengthen her own strength, Hulina's martial spirit possessed her body and turned into a fox spirit. The pink divine power burst out from her body, exuding a strong seductive breath, filling the entire secret realm. Will we be seen by the goddess of seduction in the divine world? Looking at Hulina, who was so free, Ye Yangchen had no choice but to counter her moves and practice with her. Don't worry, after the goddess of enchantment passed the throne to me, her mind returned to the realm of gods. Hulina smiled and said in her heart, I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of? 2 hours later, Hulina and Ye Yangchen finished their training, and they had no strength in their bodies. At this moment, she finally understood why Shui Binger and the others formed a team. This guy's fighting power was too strong, and he couldn't stand it alone. Xiao Chen, it seems that there is a big gap between you and me. At this moment, Hulina lay on Ye Yangchen's chest with a refreshed spirit. Although she lost the battle, her goal was achieved. I have already reached the peak of the 3rd level god. You have just become a god.
How can you be my opponent? Divine skill, holy light healing. Yeliang Chen smiled calmly, and then played a recovery skill to restore Hulina's physical strength. Ying Ning. I remember your skill is a soul skill. Is it a divine skill now? After Hulina was revived with full health, she saw that Yeliang Chen did not use his martial soul and was very curious. After becoming a god, you must remember to dissolve your soul rings and upgrade your soul skills to your own divine skills. If you have a weapon spirit, you can also use your martial soul as a prototype to create your own divine weapon. Dissolve your soul rings now. Use your spiritual consciousness to imprint the method of using soul skills and keep it. As for the martial soul, you can keep it if you want to. If you don't want to keep it, you can dissolve it and integrate it into your own soul. After becoming a god, we will go to other planes in the future. Martial souls and soul rings are useless. At that time, we can only fight with divine skills. Yeliang Chen popularized some knowledge about becoming a god to Hulina. I'll follow your instructions. Hulina immediately took action and dissolved her soul ring according to the method Yeliang Chen said. As for the nine-tailed fox martial soul, she kept it. The main reason was that after the martial soul was attached to her body, she could make her charm stronger. It felt wonderful to practice with Yeliang Chen. 3 years passed, and Feng Xiaotian, Xiaoyu, Bai Chen Xiang and others also completed the god test one by one and became 100-level strong men. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, Tailong and others also became gods, in addition to the dog god and the god of fraud. On this day, Yeliang Chen summoned Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu, Zhu Zuqing sisters, Qian Daoliu, Hulina, Feng Xiaotian and other people who became gods to gather at Tenglong Pavilion and hold a grand banquet to celebrate everyone's becoming gods. After becoming gods, Dai Mubai and his men have become timid. It's really strange. I thought they would take the initiative to start a war, and then we would directly take down the Tiandu Empire. Now they have become cowards. How about we take the initiative to start a war? Unify the entire continent. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, everyone excitedly discussed the current situation on the continent. Don't worry about them. Our main task is to deal with the plane war. According to my understanding, there is a god level in the Abyss plane. The strong one is called the Saint Lord of the Abyss, and he is very powerful. In addition, there are 108 levels in total in that plane, and there are many strong ones at the titled Douluo level. The lords in the last 36 levels are all demigods. In addition, the Abyss level there are hundreds of millions of demonic creatures in front of them, and there is no grass growing wherever they pass. Now everyone has to work hard to develop their own strength. We have to win this plane war in a crushing way. Then we can use the energy of the Abyss plane to upgrade Douluo Star. As long as we know about this matter, we must not leak it out, otherwise it will cause panic among ordinary people. Yeliang Chen reminded everyone not to take Dai Mubai and others seriously. Clear. When everyone thought about the plane war, their blood immediately boiled, and then they returned to their respective territories and worked hard to develop the middle-level power. Yeliang Chen also asked the 4 girls Shui Wu, Yu Hero, Gu Qingbo and Chu Ruo Shui to assist Zhu Zuqing in managing the Star Luo Empire, while the 3 girls Duguyan, Shen Liuyu and Yelingling guarded the Haagen-Dazs kingdom. Now Yeliang Chen's fleet we have already arrived at the Sun Moon continent, and our business is spread all over Douluo planet, so we have to guard the general team. As for Bai Chen Xiang, he flew all over the continent with the elite members of the Min clan, responsible for collecting various intelligence. 4 more years have passed in the blink of an eye, and the time for the arrival of the abyssal plane is not far away. After so many years of development, the power of the major forces has been strengthened. In these years, Sword Douluo established the Shura Palace and trained 7 titled Douluo for the 7 treasure glazed sect. In addition, Haoshan sect and the Blue Sky Tyrant Dragon sect also produced 4 titled Douluo. Even the Tiandu Empire's Generalissimo Ge Long successfully broke through the title Douluo with the help of Sword Douluo. Today's 7 treasure glazed tile sect is very high-spirited and is the absolute leader of the Tiandu Empire. The royal family has already become their puppet. Ning Fengzi's martial spirit also successfully evolved into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda with the help of Ning Rongrong. Becoming a titled Douluo is only a matter of time. The power of the sect gave Ning Fengzi an incomparable aura, and he often sang loudly in his dreams, "So good. I feel that life has reached a climax, I feel that life has reached its peak." Ning Fengzi was very proud, but Yu Xiaogang was not very happy. As a titled Douluo who could only fart, his reputation itself was very bad. In addition, Tang San never showed up, which made him useless in the Tiandu Empire. Prestige. The current Tiandu Empire has completely become the puppet of the 7 treasures glazed sect. Even though it has an army of 2 million, without Sword Douluo's nod, Shuebeng does not dare to lead the army to fight against Wuhan Palace and Yeliang Chen. Sword Douluo's goal is very clear, that is, he wants to improve his own strength, defeat Yeliang Chen, and then take back the Shura Demon Sword, so he adopts the attitude that if the enemy cannot move, I will not move. As for the Wuhan Palace, Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxue followed Ye Liangchen's arrangements and did not pay attention to the Tiandu Empire's 2 million troops. Instead, they tried their best to cultivate strong men to deal with the upcoming plain war. After several years of training, there are now more than 20 new titled Douluo in Wuhan Palace. In addition, Hu Lina, Xiaoyu, and Jin Yao have all become gods. Even without Ye Liangchen's intervention, Wuhan Palace will still have many new titles. It is completely possible to directly overthrow the Tiandu Empire and the established Shangxin sects. As for the forces on Ye Liangchen's side, a bunch of titled Douluo also emerged, including Lu Erlong, Yang Wudi, Yang Wushuan, Niu Gao, Bai He and others. In addition, there were Feng Xiaotian, Hua Wushuan, Zhu Zuqing, the parents of Shuiwu, Yu Hero and others. Now that everyone has become a god, it is not difficult to upgrade one's parents' cultivation level to a titled Douluo. Shua. On this day, Ye Liangchen successfully condensed the 5th divine ring and was officially promoted to the 2nd level god. Hey! The Douluo plane consciousness actually took the initiative to communicate with me. At this time, Ye Liangchen received a message from Douluo's plane consciousness, saying that it had sensed a strange plane approaching outside Douluo. Ye Liangchen thought about the time, and it was similar to what the goddess of life had expected. Now Tang San has not come back yet. It seems that the Continental War and the Plain War will start at the same time, which is quite challenging. Shua Shua. At this time, Jin Linger, Shui Binger, Ye Kailan, and Shui Langzhen felt a strong aura coming from the direction of Union Pavilion, so they immediately flew over to take a look. Xiao Chen, you have broken through to the 2nd level of God. Brother Yet, your cultivation speed is very fast. Sister Na said that the 2nd level gods have 5 divine rings, the 1st level gods have 7 divine rings, and the God King has 9 divine rings. I guess before you go to the God realm, you can break through to the God King. The girls looked at the 5 divine rings behind Ye Liangchen and were filled with envy. In these years, everyone has only cultivated the 2nd divine ring. Don't worry, you will improve very quickly in the future. Ye Liangchen told everyone not to worry. The reason why he was able to break through to the 2nd level god so quickly was because the couple of life and destruction gave him too much fairy energy, which suddenly accumulated his strength to the peak of the 3rd level god. To be honest, I have only raised my strength to the level of a 2nd level god in these few years, and I feel that it is a bit slow. We know. The girls nodded. Since Ye Liangchen is here, everyone doesn't have to worry about anything. In the past few years, everyone has been working hard to improve their cultivation level in order to cope with the plain war. Shui Yuer and Bo Sixi have been living on Poseidon Island for a long time, absorbing the power of faith to increase their strength, and at the same time, they are also guarding Poseidon Island. Nowadays, there are too many monsters in the mainland, so they must first protect their respective territories. Another month passed, and everything was calm on the mainland, with nothing major happening. On this day, Ye Liangchen flew to the starry sky below Douluo Star to check how far the abyss plane was from the Douluo plane. Hey! At this moment, Ye Liangchen's divine sense sensed fluctuations from the depths of the starry sky, and a strong man was building a space channel. Tang San is finally back. From the fluctuations of divine power, Ye Liangchen sensed the breath of darkness and evil, and was sure that Tang San had come back. Seeing this, Ye Liangchen immediately hit on a dead star in the starry sky and waited quietly. At the same time, Tang San in the depths of the starry sky was using divine power to build a channel. In addition, there were more than a dozen demon creatures from the abyss plane behind him, including a demigod-level strongman. After staying in the abyss plane for 10 years, Tang San's strength reached the 3rd level god. His strength became stronger, making him feel that the time for revenge was ripe. Since Tang San took the initiative to join the abyss plane, he was appreciated by the abyss saint and became the 2nd person in the abyss plane. After he proposed the plan to invade the Douluo plane, the abyss saint was very interested and immediately launched the invasion plan. It was at that time that the destruction god king and his men no longer suppressed the abyss plane, but also used the central power of the god realm to forcibly pull the abyss plane over. This phenomenon made the abyss saint a little confused, but the abyss plane quickly approached the Douluo plane, which also made him feel that it was an opportunity. Once he seized the Douluo plane, it would be a victory. This time, the abyss saint let Tang San lead a dozen abyss lords to lead the charge, and he led the demons of the entire plane to come behind. Buzz. After a while, Tang San finally built the space channel to Douluo Star. This is the Douluo plane. It's really good. If we can occupy this plane, we will have a physical planet. He. At this time, the 4 abyss lords walked out of the passage. When they saw Douluo Star, their eyes flashed with greed. Lord Saint led us to devour so many planes. This Douluo Star will eventually belong to us. In addition, behind the 4 lords, there were 10 95-level titled Douluo lords, who also stared at Douluo Star greedily. Tang San, this time we will help you rule the continent.
Let us devour the god-level strongman named Yeliang Chen. He he he. At this moment, the 4 abyss lords who followed Tang San to lead the charge were the Scythe Emperor, the Bee Emperor, the Python Emperor, and the Millipede Emperor, and they were all demigod strong men. They were very interested in Yeliang Chen mentioned by Tang San. Well, as long as we rule Douluo Star, you can have whatever you want. Tang San smiled evilly, thinking, you are the only ones who want to devour Yeliang Chen? After I take revenge, I will destroy you immediately. The Abyss Plane is just a tool for my revenge. Everyone, we enter Douluo Star from here. Tang San opened the corresponding lower passage deep in the far north and called the demon lords to enter. Swoosh! Yeliang Chen, who was hiding in the starry sky, saw Tang San and his friends enter the passage, and immediately flew to the top of Douluo Star, and then landed 10,000 meters above the far north, watching the show quietly. In order to prevent Tang San from seeing, Yeliang Chen also deliberately used the power of the water element law to create a cloud to hide himself. ZZ. Yeliang Chen urged the power of the thunder element law again, preparing to add a little more ingredients when Tang San and his gang were struck by thunder, so that they would think it was a heavenly tribulation. Shua. A few hours later, the passage barrier in the endless mountains in the far north was opened, and then Tang San and his gang jumped out of the deep pit. Boom ZZ suddenly, the Tian Gang God Thunder God array arranged by Yeliang Chen was triggered. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, and lightning struck Tang San and his group. The demons in the Abyss Plane could not withstand such an attack. For a moment, they were all charred black, screaming continuously. The 10 lords with lower cultivation were directly struck into ashes by the thunder tribulation and died. Tang San, you are cheating us. The 4 demigod lords were also struck to death, but they could not do anything at this moment. They roared at Tang San in helplessness and fury. How could this happen? Rakshasa Demon Scythe, come out! Tang San did not understand why his return to Douluo Star would trigger a heavenly tribulation, so he quickly summoned the artifact Rakshasa Demon Scythe and created a shield to protect himself. ZZ. Yeliang Chen, who was hiding in the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters, immediately activated the true art of controlling thunder and used the power of the thunder element law to create thunder tribulations, and continued to strike Tang San. Crack! In an instant, the shield created by Tang San was directly shattered, and the powerful lightning poured down like a rainstorm, instantly charring him black. No. The remaining 4 lords of the abyss could not withstand such a powerful thunder and lightning force, and were directly wiped out. Tang San, this thunder and lightning force is specifically used to counter evil forces. If you don't want to die, leave here quickly. At this moment, the divine consciousness left by the Rakshasa god in the artifact burst out with a powerful black light, protecting the Rakshasa demon scythe. Crack! But the Rakshasa god underestimating the power of the thunder tribulation created by Yeliang Chen, it only lasted for a few seconds before the shield was shattered, the energy was exhausted, and the Rakshasa divine consciousness also vanished. Chapter 485 Tang San's Take It for Granted. Tang San used all his strength to escape from the area covered by the Tiangang Divine Thunder Formation. ZZ. After Tang San escaped from the range covered by the Thunder Tribulation, Yeliang Chen, who was hiding in the clouds, directly withdrew the power of the Thunder Element Law, and the Tiangang Divine Thunder Formation arranged around the entrance of the passage also disappeared instantly. How could this happen? Tang San was charred all over at this moment, his hair and clothes were all burned. Not only was he hit hard by the heavenly tribulation this time, but the dozen or so abyss lords he brought with him were all turned into ashes by the heavenly tribulation. He was really unlucky. Fortunately, he was strong enough to save his life. Could it be that the power of the rules of the Douluo plane thought I was a creature from the abyss plane? So it sent down a heavenly tribulation to punish me? No. The heavenly tribulation must be aimed at those abyss lords, not at me, damn. Tang San thought about it, and it was really infuriating that he was struck by lightning for no reason when he returned to Douluo Star. Hey! The divine consciousness left by the Rakshasa god in the artifact was actually struck off. He. I can finally get rid of the control of the Rakshasa god. It seems that God is helping me. He. Just when Tang San was about to take back the Rakshasa demon scythe, he found that the divine consciousness left by the Rakshasa god had disappeared. He was immediately surprised and happy. Then Tang San laughed crazily and forgot the pain all over his body. Buzz. Seeing this, Tang San hurriedly left his divine consciousness in the Rakshasa demon scythe, and then operated the Xian Gong to recover from his injuries. An hour later, the black skin on Tang San's body began to fall off. He then found a pool of water formed by melting ice and snow, washed off the stains on himself, and then took out a set of clothes from the soul guide and put them on. This thunder tribulation is really terrifying. There is not even a hair on my body. Tang San looked at his big bald head through the water, feeling a little ugly, even a little disgusted with himself. Forget it,
Bald head is bald head. Let's go back to the Tiandu Empire first. I don't know if Liang Chen has unified the continent. Does the Tiandu Empire still exist? Tang San thought that he had been away from Douluo Star for 10 years, and was eager to know the current situation of the continent, so he took out a hat, put it on his head, and quickly flew towards the direction of the Tiandu Empire. Although the helpers he brought were killed by thunder, he now has the strength of a third-level god, and it should be no problem to defeat Liang Chen. In the past, Tang San was a little worried that he would not be able to defeat the Abyss Saint King after killing Liang Chen. Now, once the creatures of the Abyss Plane step into the Douluo continent, they will be struck by lightning. This will be a good opportunity to kill the Abyss Saint King. He. This Douluo continent is still my Tang San's after all. Xiao Wu, after I kill Liang Chen, I will get your soul and resurrect you. Thinking of this, Tang San laughed wildly, imagining a beautiful future. Tang San, welcome back to Douluo Star, are you satisfied with my gift? Liang Chen, who was hiding in the clouds, felt very amused when he saw that the helpers brought by Tang San were wiped out. Shua. At this time, Gu Yuina's figure flew over from the horizon, and she was curious to see that the snow-capped mountains around the abyss passage had all collapsed. Shua. Suddenly, a cloud in the sky slowly floated down and stopped over Gu Yuina. Sister Na, Tang San just came back and was struck by the thunder I created. Look at the ashes on the ground. They are all the helpers he brought back from the abyss plane. They have been reduced to ashes. After the clouds disappeared, Liang Chen appeared in front of Gu Yuina. When did you come up with such an interesting thing? Gu Yuina heard that Tang San was struck by thunder as soon as he came back, and immediately felt that Liang Chen was quite capable. It was arranged 10 years ago when Tang San was digging a hole. Liang Chen smiled calmly. This was just an appetizer and was not worth mentioning at all. You are so capable. Well. His strength has risen to the second-level god, which is not bad. Gu Yuina stretched out her hand and rubbed Liang Chen's head. She felt that this guy's strength had quietly risen to the second-level god, and she was immediately surprised. Compared to you, Sister Na, I'm far behind. Liang Chen smiled modestly. He was just a small second-level god now, not worth mentioning. According to your cultivation speed, you may be able to break through to the God King in 100 years. Gu Yuina was very excited at this moment. The stronger her Dragon Knight became, the better the future would be. I have to set up the Tiangang Divine Thunder Array again, and then give a big gift to those creatures in the Abyss Plane. Liang Chen urged the power of the Thunder Element Law again, and set up the Tiangang Divine Thunder Array around the entrance of the passage. As long as those demon creatures in the Abyss Plane came out, they would be struck to death by thunder immediately. As many as they could kill would be counted. Hehe. You are really good. Now that Tang San has returned, he will definitely provoke a war on the continent. Do you want to let Ditian and others help you? Looking at Liang Chen's confident look, Gu Yuina was very happy. When she thought that this little guy was about to unify the entire continent, she also wanted to help him. Sister Na, how can I trouble you with such a small matter? You can join in when the plane war starts. Liang Chen shook his head and refused. Gu Yuina must not participate in the war on the continent, so that Jian Rongxiu, Shui Binger and others will not have a good time. Okay, I'll follow your arrangement. Gu Yuina also knew that Liang Chen didn't want soul beasts to participate in the fight between human gods, and the power this guy now possessed could sweep all the way, so she didn't need to worry about anything. On the other side, Tang San returned to Tiandu City and found Yu Xiaogang to learn about the current situation. Xiao San, you are finally back. Fart Douluo Yu Xiaogang jumped up excitedly when he saw his beloved disciple finally return. Yes, teacher, I am finally back. Seeing Yu Xiaogang again, Tang San felt better. No matter what, the teacher had never abandoned him. Although he was also using him, the other party was also the only person he could trust in this world. Where are Mu Bai and the others? Tang San couldn't wait to know whether the Shrek brothers had become gods. Dai Mu Bai, Ma Heng Jun, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Tai Long and others have become gods. In addition, Scorno and Wu Meng of Luosha Island have also successfully inherited the dog god and the god of fraud. Together with Jian Douluo, we have 9 gods. Now we have more than a dozen new titled Douluos. The army of Tiandu Empire has reached 2 million and is capable of destroying Wuhan Hall and Liang Chen. Yu Xiaogang proudly talked about the current strength of Tiandu Empire. Tang San has returned and he can finally take revenge. Great. Tang San was surprised to see that the power of Tiandu Empire was so strong. Xiao San, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect now has 2 gods, Jian Douluo and Ning Rongrong, who are in control of the Heaven Do Empire. The royal family has become their puppet, and Jian Douluo has changed your uncle's Rakshasa hammer spirit back to the original Clear Sky hammer, making the Clear Sky sect hate you. Although I am now a Heaven Do Imperial Master, I am excluded by Ning Fengzi. Xiao San, you have to find a way to show your strength. You can't let the 7 treasures glazed tile sect override us, otherwise we can't take the initiative in the Heaven Do Empire. Just when Tang San was excited, Yu Xiaogang talked a lot again, telling about his grievances. In the days without Tang San, Yu Xiaogang lived a very depressed life, hoping that his beloved disciple would take back the initiative so that he could pretend again. How unreasonable. Teacher, don't worry, I will help you get rid of this anger. Tang San was very angry when he heard that Yu Xiaogang was actually excluded by Ning Fengzi and the Tiandu royal family. Now that he was back, all the power of the Tiandu Empire must be used for himself. Even if Jian Douluo achieved the Shura God, he could not be above him. Tang San was very dissatisfied with Jian Douluo's unauthorized transformation of Tang Xiao and the others' Rakshasa hammer spirits back to the clear sky hammer. He thought, Jian Douluo, you actually interfered in my affairs without authorization, you have already found a way to die. Let's go find Mu Bai and the others first. Tang San thought about it and decided to gather the Shrek brothers to regain the actual control of the Tiandu Empire from the 7 treasures glazed sect. Okay. At present, Mu Bai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun and the others are staying in your Tang sect. Now Tai Long has become a barbarian god, but he is still loyal to you. Yu Xiaogang nodded. It was really uncomfortable for him to have no say during this period of time. When the master and apprentice came to Tang sect, they saw Tai Long helping his grandfather to become a titled Douluo. Xiao San. San Shao. Where have you been for the past 10 years? Why haven't we heard from you? Dai Mu Bai, Oscar, Tai Long, Ma Hongjun and others saw Tang San coming back and immediately surrounded him. I was just practicing in seclusion. Now my strength has reached the level of a 3rd level god. Tang San lied and didn't dare to tell everyone about his cooperation with the Abyss Plane. After all, it was his secret. If everyone knew about it, it would probably affect his plan. Wow! You have become a 3rd level god. Everyone was stunned. A 3rd level god is definitely the strongest in the current Douluo plane. That's good. There is absolutely no problem defeating Yeliang Chen. It has been several years since Dai Mu Bai became a god. His strength has not improved. He thought Yeliang Chen was about the same as everyone else. Now Tang San has reached the level of a 3rd level god. The advantage is mine. Brother San, why are you wearing a hat? At this time, Ma Hongjun saw that the skin on Tang San's face seemed to have been burned, so he directly took off Tang San's hat. Wow, Xiao San, what's wrong with your hair? Ha ha ha. When they saw Tang San's bald head, Dai Mu Bai, Oscar and Ma Hongjun were stunned. It was too ugly. Xiao San, what's going on? How come your hair is gone? San Shao. Yu Xiaogang and Tai Long did not laugh at him, but were very curious about Tang San's baldness. It's okay. I was struck by lightning before and my hair was burned. It hasn't grown out yet. Seeing Dai Mu Bai and the others laughing at him, Tang San felt a little uncomfortable, but he had to pretend that he didn't care. 10 years of life in the Abyss Plane made Tang San believe in everyone. At this moment, he did not compare himself with the Abyss Saint. If the matter of cooperation between the two is revealed, once Dai Mu Bai and the others know how terrible the demonic creatures in the Abyss are, they may turn against us. Xiao San, you were struck by lightning? Ha ha ha. Even his hair was burned off, so there may be no hair on his body, haha. Dai Mu Bai, Oscar and Ma Hongjun couldn't help laughing when they thought of Tang San being struck by lightning. Their heartless looks made Tang San's mouth twitch. Mu Bai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, stop laughing. Yu Xiaogang saw that Tang San's face was a little bad, and immediately interrupted Dai Mu Bai and the others' laughter. Xiao San, don't take it to heart, you know, we are good brothers. Dai Mu Bai and the others saw this and immediately apologized to Tang San. It's okay. Tang San showed a smile that was uglier than crying, thinking, who is a good brother to you? If I didn't want to use you for revenge, you would have already found a way to die if you dared to laugh at me like this. Oscar, didn't you go find Ning Rongrong after you became a god? Didn't she agree to your pursuit? Tang San saw that Oscar was still a bachelor and felt that this guy was useless and couldn't even get a woman. Xiao San, you also know what happened to us on Luosha Island. How could Ning Rongrong be with Oscar? Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun explained it on the side, but when they talked about it, they didn't feel sorry for Oscar, but felt a little gloating. How can this be? Tang San was furious when he heard this. The god of food and the 9-colored woman were a couple, so Oscar and Ning Rongrong inherited their godhood and should be together. Xiao San, don't be like this. Oscar saw this and immediately advised Tang San that there was no need to be angry for him. Boss Dai, go and call the dog god and the god of fraud, and we will go together to help Oscar seek an explanation. Tang San wanted Oscar to take Ning Rongrong, so that he could easily use the 7 treasures glazed tile sect for his own use. Otherwise, he would have to spend some effort to mobilize the power of the Heaven Do Empire. Okay. Swoosh! Dai Mubai soared into the sky and flew towards Luosha Island. After more than 10 minutes, he brought back the dog god and the god of fraud. Tang San, you are back. The dog god and the god of fraud were a little surprised to see Tang San come back. The two had played a fighting spirit competition with Tang San in the past. Recalling the passionate competition scene, the two still missed it a little. How many titled Douluo are there on Luosha Island now? Tang San nodded to the two of them. Now that he was back, Luosha Island should also be born. In addition to the great priests who have already been sacrificed, there are now 8 titled Douluo and 20 soul Douluo. Wu Meng slowly introduced the current strength of Luosha Island to Tang San. That's good. Let's go. Let's go to the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. After hearing the overall strength of Luosha Island, Tang San was immediately very excited, so he immediately called everyone to rush to the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. Tang San is back. When Tang San and his party arrived at the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, it immediately caused an uproar in the sect. Tang San, you have disappeared for these years. What's the matter with you coming to my 7 Treasures Glazed Sect now? At this time, Jian Douluo appeared with Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengzi and Gu Douluo, looking at Tang San with an arrogant look. Congratulations to the senior for achieving the Shura God. Tang San bowed gently to Jian Douluo, pretending to be a modest gentleman. It's just a godly position, what's the big deal? You also became a god, and you have 2 godly positions. When he heard Tang San mention the Shura godly position, Jian Douluo was furious. Now the Shura demon sword is still in Ye Liangchen's hands. He doesn't know when he can take back the artifact. Oscar, I won't agree to your request. Don't think about it. Ning Rongrong saw Oscar was also present, so she took the initiative to step forward and expressed her attitude. Rongrong. Oscar's heart hurt when he saw Ning Rongrong reject him again. Ning Rongrong, I didn't expect you to be an ungrateful person. If Xiao Ao hadn't asked the god of food, with the defect of your 7 treasures glazed martial spirit, you would never have been able to inherit the godly position of the 9-colored goddess. Xiao Ao's enthusiasm has been wasted. Seeing this, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang immediately said a lot of reasons and accused Ning Rongrong of being ungrateful. Watch your words. This is the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. It's not your turn to act wild. Jian Douluo stared at Tang San and his apprentice coldly, emitting red Shura power, ready to move at any time. Grandpa Jian, let me solve it myself. Ning Rongrong comforted Jian Douluo. Now she is not a child anymore, and some things have to be solved by herself. Tang San, I tell you, I didn't ask Oscar for help. He was just wishful thinking. The god of food and the 9-colored goddess are husband and wife. Do I have to be with the heir of the god of food if I inherit the throne of the 9-colored goddess? What kind of bullshit is this? Ning Rongrong refuted the two with disdain. She is the princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and the 9-colored goddess of this generation. How could she be with an infamous Oscar? If Oscar had not fought with the wolf bandits, Ning Rongrong might still consider it, but the footage of the other party fighting with the wolf bandits had spread all over the continent. If she was still stupid enough to walk with him, it would be a joke. You faced with Ning Rongrong's rebuttal, Tang San was actually a little speechless. Xiao San, stop talking. Oscar was extremely embarrassed at the moment. He was rejected by Ning Rongrong one after another, which made him lose face. Everyone, no matter what, Oscar can't covet the princess of my 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Ning Fengzi also stood up at this time, expressed his attitude, and firmly supported his daughter. Xiao Ao, I told you a long time ago that being a licking dog will not end well, but you refused to listen. Now you know it. That's right, Xiao Ao, it's better to be a bachelor with us. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun joked on the side. The 3 brothers are known as the Shrek 3 bitch. If Oscar really chases Ning Rongrong, the two will feel unbalanced. Chapter 486 Tang San vs Jian Douluo. In that case, let's discuss how to overthrow the Spirit Hall. Now that the Tiandu Empire is strong enough, it's time to confront them. And that guy Ye Liangchen is even more hateful. If we want to turn things around, we must destroy him. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang originally wanted to achieve their goal through the matter between Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Seeing that this method didn't work, they simply proposed the idea of starting a war. I don't agree. The time is not right now, and we can't confront them yet. Jian Douluo is not sure of defeating Ye Liangchen now, so he rejected the idea of Tang San and his apprentice on the spot. Senior Chen Xin, do you want the Spirit Hall and Ye Liangchen to keep suppressing us? We now have 9 gods and more than 30 title Douluos. It's a good time. Yu Xiaogang didn't understand what Jian Douluo was doing. It's unbelievable that he is still so cowardly after becoming a god. Yu Xiaogang, do you know how strong Ye Liangchen is? How many gods are there around him? Jian Douluo looked at Yu Xiaogang with contempt, thinking, even Ma Hongjun, Tai Long and other misfits can become gods, so how can Shui Binger and other spoiled girls not become gods? Although I don't know how many gods are around Yeliang Chen now, it is definitely more than his side. Senior Chen Xin, your worry is a bit redundant. I am now a third-level god. As long as we kill Yeliang Chen, victory will belong to us. Shua. At this time, Tang San showed his 18 soul rings and 3 god rings, giving everyone a reassurance. Actually reached the third-level god. Ning Rongrong and Jian Douluo saw the 3 god rings behind Tang San and were shocked, especially Jian Douluo. His second god ring has not been solidified in these years. The gap is a bit big. You should be relieved now. Yeliang Chen's strength is definitely not higher than mine. Looking at Jian Douluo's surprised expression, Tang San was very proud and thought, old man, you dare to go against me. After I destroy Yeliang Chen and the Spirit Hall, I will destroy you. Jian Douluo is the Shura god of this generation, which is a more powerful god than the Rakshasa god. Tang San will never allow such a strong man to be superior to him. Once the opponent becomes stronger, he may suffer. Tang San, you have reached the third level of god, so I have to meet you. Jian Douluo also understood at this moment that Tang San came to the door with the Shrek brothers and the 2 gods of Rakshasa Island today to establish his prestige, so he directly showed the 7 killing sword spirit and challenged the opponent. As the guardian god of the 7 treasures glazed sect, Jian Douluo can't be timid, and his Shura power also has a suppressive effect on Tang San's Rakshasa power, so he is not afraid of the opponent. Since you think highly of me, I am happy to accompany you. Seeing that Jian Douluo finally couldn't help himself, Tang San was very excited, but he couldn't get too carried away, so he pretended to be polite. Let's go fight outside. We can't show off here. Okay. Shua Shua. The 2 flew out of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and chose a battlefield in the wilderness. After all, both of them were god-level masters and couldn't fight in the sect, otherwise the entire sect might be destroyed. Uncle Jian. Grandpa Jian. Sword Man. Ning Fengzi, Ning Rongrong and Gu Douluo immediately followed him out. At this moment, they were a little worried. After all, the gap between Jian Douluo and Tang San's strength was a bit big. If they accidentally lost, Tang San would ride on the head of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and show off his power. That would be very uncomfortable. Let's go and have a look. Swoosh. Dai Mubai, Yu Xiaogang, Ma Hongjun and others also followed. It was hard to see the battle between the gods. When they arrived in the wilderness a few kilometers away, they saw Jian Douluo and Tang San standing in the air, looking at each other. Xiao San, don't fight with Jian Douluo, it will hurt the relationship. Yu Xiaogang was possessed by the spirit of drama and pretended to persuade him, but at this moment he was very excited and fantasized that Tang San could defeat Jian Douluo, so that he would have a good face. As for Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun and others, they did not express their opinions, but just watched the show quietly. For the current 7 treasures glazed sect, everyone's impression was not very good. If Tang San could have the right to speak, it would be a good thing for everyone. Dai Mubai had previously looked for Jian Douluo and wanted to let him Fang help him to regain the throne of the Xingluo Empire, but was rejected because the time was not right, which made him very unhappy. Teacher, don't worry. I am just sparring with you. Tang San certainly won't kill Jian Douluo now, he just wants to defeat him, and then he can control the right to speak in the Tiandu Empire. Shua. To be on the safe side, Tang San took out the Rakshasa Demon Scythe artifact and used it to fight Jian Douluo. Is this an artifact? The moment the black sickle appeared, Jian Douluo felt a cold and evil murderous aura. Yes. This is the artifact given to me by the Rakshasa god. Senior, you inherited the Shura god position, so you should also have an artifact. Tang San looked at Jian Douluo's 7 killing sword martial soul with red magic patterns, and thought, a dignified god king inheritance, don't you have an artifact? I can fight without a magic weapon. Tang San, come on. 7 killings. Ashura domain. A red light burst out from Jian Douluo's body, transforming into a set of red divine armor, and then activated his martial soul's true body and domain to bless himself. Such a strong murderous aura. Ning Fengzi, Dai Mubai and others who were watching the battle immediately retreated thousands of meters to avoid being affected by the battle between the two. Cut. Jian Douluo took the lead in attacking, and he was seen swinging the 7 killings sword, transforming into a red blade, and slashing towards Tang San. Rakshasa domain. Disaster curse destruction. Seeing this, Tang San immediately used the Rakshasa domain and displayed the Rakshasa magic skills to meet the opponent. Bang! The 2 attack waves, one black and one red, collided, making a violent explosion. As expected of Shura's power, it actually restrains my Rakshasa power. Feeling the power of Shura, Tang San couldn't help but complain in his heart. Fortunately, the opponent didn't use a magic weapon, so his combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Rakshasa destroying the world. Shua. Since he felt threatened, Tang San was not polite. The Rakshasa demon scythe drew a purple-black light and slashed towards Douluo. Triple Rashomon. Seeing this, Douluo immediately used his defensive skills. Bang, bang, bang. 3 huge shields covered with red magic patterns stood in front, blocking the opponent's attack wave. Kaka. It's a pity that the triple Rashomon's defense still couldn't stop Tang San's Rakshasa destroying the world, and they all turned into fragments. 3 realms destroying life slash. Shua. Douluo flew up, avoiding the aftermath of Luosha destroying world slash, and the 7 killing sword in his hand turned into a powerful light and slashed towards Tang San. Life and death are one dream. Tang San did not use his defensive skills, but used his offensive skills again to fight Douluo. Hiss roar. In an instant, countless skeleton monsters appeared in front of Tang San, waving swords, spears, and halberds, and killed Douluo. Bang bang. Hwala hwala. The violent explosion sounded again, and the aftermath of the battle between the two was full of destructive power. For a while, dust and gravel flew within a radius of 1 kilometer. 9 treasures invincible divine light. Ning Rongrong, who was watching the battle from a distance, immediately summoned her martial soul and launched a defensive divine light to protect Ning Fengzi and Gu Douluo. It's a battle between god-level masters. I haven't fought one since I became a god. Fatty, how about we brothers have a fight? Dai Mubai, who was watching the battle on the other side, felt his blood boiling as he inherited the god of war, so he wanted to fight with Ma Heng-jun. Boss Dai, don't. I can't beat you. Ma Heng-jun immediately admitted his defeat. Although his Yunming god was also a second-level god, he was still a little behind the top second-level gods like the god of war. Brothers, do you want to compete? Since Oscar was only a food god and his combat power was very weak, Dai Mubai looked at Skano and Wu Meng again. These two inherited the dog god and the god of fraud, and they also had strong combat power. We won't fight either. Skno and Wu Meng shook their heads quickly. The dog god and the god of fraud they inherited were also incomparable to Dai Mubai's inheritance of the god of war. Haha. Boss Dai, if you really want to fight, I suggest you challenge Yeliang Chen. Yes. Boss Dai, Yeliang Chen stole your fee and copyright E, can you bear this? Oscar and Ma Heng-jun joked beside him, thinking, inheriting the position of a god of war, he is so arrogant. Get lost. When Dai Mubai heard the Westerners mention Yeliang Chen, he got angry and couldn't help but slap them. Ha ha ha. Ma Heng-jun, Oscar, and others couldn't help laughing when they saw Dai Mubai's cowardly look. To be honest, for Yeliang Chen who became a god, everyone only mentioned it from Douluo, saying that the other party's strength was unfathomable. If Dai Mubai dared to challenge him, he would definitely lose, so he didn't dare to act. Bang bang. At this time, the two people on the distant battlefield finished competing in all their magic skills. Tang San had a slight advantage, but he had not completely defeated Douluo. Senior, I still have a self-created magic skill. Do you want to try it? Having seen the power of Shura's magic skill, Tang San planned to use the strongest hidden weapon of Tang Sect to injure Douluo and make the other party lose with conviction. Self-created magic skill? Then I have to learn from you. Although Douluo did not have a magic weapon, because Shura's magic power could restrain Rakshasa's magic power, he was able to deal with Tang San. Then senior, be careful. Buzz. Seeing that Douluo had taken the bait, Tang San's mouth twitched, and then his hands turned into white jade, and sweat was wiped on his face. Shua shua. Tang San waved his white jade hands, displaying all the body movements and skills in the Tang Sect Xian Tian Bailu, as if dancing, and the sweat turned into crystal clear water drops on his hands. What is he doing? What skill is this? Ning Fengzi, Dai Mubai, and others who were watching the battle from a distance were also very curious. Tang San actually danced with his hands and feet, which was too strange. Ashura Infinite Shield. Douluo felt the extraordinariness of Tang San's move, so he immediately displayed another powerful defensive skill. Ka. In an instant, the red Shura power burst out from Douluo, turning into several blood-red large shields, covering himself. Guanyin has tears. A few seconds later, Tang San swung the water droplet at Douluo. In order to defeat Douluo, Tang San drained all the remaining divine power in his body and used it to perform the Tang Sect Guanyin has tears. Bang! Ah! When the water droplet hit the Shura Wuji shield, it directly penetrated the shield and pierced Douluo's stomach again. Wow! There is a big hole in Douluo's stomach. Xiao San's magic skill is very powerful. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and others were amazed to see Douluo was seriously injured by Tang San. Grandpa Jian. 9 colors divine light. Ning Rongrong was shocked when she saw this, and then immediately summoned her martial soul and used magic skills to heal Douluo's injuries. Tang San,
what magic skill did you just use? Douluo never expected that Tang San's drop of water could actually break through the defense of his Shirawuji shield. It was incredible. I call it Guanyan's tears. This is my own magic skill. It can ignore any defense and is the most powerful magic skill for single target damage. Tang San boasted proudly about Guanyan's tears. In order to convince Douluo, he said that this skill was his own creation. What a great move, Guanyan's tears. Tang San, I lost. From now on, you have the final say in the affairs of the Tiandu Empire. Douluo admitted defeat at this time, and at the same time sighed in his heart, it seems that he is really old. Xiao San, can your Guanyan's tears kill Liang Chen? Yu Xiaogang was extremely excited when he saw that Tang San could create such a powerful magic skill. If even Douluo couldn't stop it, then Liang Chen would definitely not be able to do it either. Yes. Xiao San, why don't you challenge Liang Chen? Dai Mubai also hoped that Tang San could kill Liang Chen, so that he could take back the Xingluo Empire. It should be possible. After defeating Douluo, Tang San was extremely confident in the Tang sect's hidden weapons. At this moment, Tang San felt that the golden seal that Liang Chen had used before could shatter his Guanyan tears, because he had not yet become a god. Now that his strength has reached the third-level god, he can definitely kill the other party. Tang San, you can defeat Grandpa Jian because his Shura demon sword artifact was taken away by Liang Chen, otherwise you might not be able to win. At this time, Ning Rongrong couldn't help muttering, and she was very dissatisfied with Tang San's serious injury to Douluo. Rongrong. Douluo and Ning Fengzi felt helpless when they saw their little girl actually reveal this matter. What? Senior's artifact was actually snatched away by Liang Chen? What's going on? When they heard the news, Tang San, Dai Mubai and others were stunned. Senior, what is Liang Chen's strength? He was able to snatch your artifact away. Tang San calmed down and felt that something was wrong. Liang Chen could easily take away Douluo's artifact. That guy must be very powerful. I have never competed with him, so I don't know his true strength. When I became a god, I wanted to challenge him and take back the Shura demon sword, but Shui Langzhen and Yekalan suddenly appeared in front of me. I was not sure I could deal with three gods at the same time, so I had to give up. In fact, the successor chosen by Shura god was Bibi Dong, but for some reason, Shura god suddenly controlled Bibi Dong to attack Liang Chen, but was tricked by that kid, and even the Shura demon sword was taken away. Shura god had no choice but to choose me as the successor. If you want to inherit the Shura god position, you must pass the Hell Road assessment in the Killing City and obtain the Killing God domain before you can start the Shura god assessment. Seeing this, Douluo no longer concealed it, so he told his bizarre experience of getting the Shura god position. Although he was used as a gun by Shura god, he had no other choice now, and could only kill Liang Chen to get his own artifact back. Fortunately, the Shura god gave up Bibi Dong, otherwise the Spirit Hall would have another powerful god. Yes. The Spirit Hall already has an angel god Jianrongxiu. If there is another more powerful Shura god Bibi Dong, that would be terrible. After listening to Douluo's description, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, Ning Fengzi and others felt very fortunate. If Bibi Dong inherited the Shura god position, everyone would be doomed. Chapter 487 Tang San Direct Lyle in. Senior, since Liang Chen has taken the Shura demon sword, and he is my enemy, let's work together to deal with him and help you take back the artifact. Through this incident, Tang San has determined that Liang Chen is very powerful, perhaps as powerful as himself, so he took the initiative to paint a big pie for Douluo. Okay. Douluo nodded, and he was determined to get the Shura demon sword, so he agreed to cooperate with Tang San. That's right, now we have a common enemy, everyone should work together and face the outside world together, and not fight among themselves. If the other party becomes stronger and stronger, our Tiandu Empire will be annexed by them sooner or later. At this time, Yu Xiaogang came over and did a lot of ideological work for everyone. Xiao San, how about helping me take back the throne first? The White Tiger Legion in my brother's hands has reached 300,000, and with us, it is enough to overthrow the Zhu family. After seeing that Tang San had the right to speak, Dai Mubai immediately came over and proposed the idea of taking back the throne. Yes. Mubai, Sakano, Wu Meng, you go and gather the strong men of Luosha Island immediately, return to the southern part of Xingluo country, and join Davis's White Tiger Corps. Now that Tang San is back, it's time for the Soul Masters of Luosha Island to fight back to the mainland. We'll do it right away. Dai Mubai and the other two immediately flew towards Luosha Island. Waging a war is a serious matter. Let's go back to Tiandu City and gather all forces to discuss it. At this time, Ning Fengzi came forward and made a suggestion to Tang San. Once a war is launched, it is a gamble on everyone's fate, and it can't be a joke. Yes. Seeing this,
Everyone immediately rushed to Tiandu Imperial City to discuss with Emperor Xuebeng. If you want to launch such a big war, you must make full preparations, and it can't be done by just talking. 2 days later, Yu Yuanzhen and Tang Xiao brought a group of titled Douluo to the Tiandu Imperial family. Tang San, why did you do that back then? When Tang Xiao, Tang Lai and others saw Tang San, they were immediately furious. This guy changed the name of the Haoshan sect to the Hammer sect a few years ago, which was simply disrespectful to the ancestors. Uncle, I had no choice. At that time, the Rakshasa god set the content of the 8th test for me, which was to destroy the Haoshan sect. If I didn't do that, you would die. In order to save your lives, I spent a lot of effort and finally passed the test of the Rakshasa god. Facing the accusations of the Haoshan sect, Tang San had to tell what happened that year, but he was very unhappy. I am now a high god, and you are just mortals. What qualifications do you have to accuse me? If I hadn't used the power of the Haoshan sect to take revenge, how could this god let you live until now? You. Looking at Tang San's cold eyes, Tang Xiao and his group were immediately furious and immediately summoned the hammer martial spirit and prepared to fight. Master Tang, please stop. Xiao San didn't lie. If he didn't do that, the Haoshan sect would really be destroyed. We can all testify. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang immediately stood between Tang San and Tang Xiao to prevent the two from fighting. Okay. Let's not talk about this first. Tang San, did you kill Yue Hua? Tang Xiao thought of his sister, who had been missing for a long time. Maybe she had been killed by Tang San a long time ago. It wasn't me. After I completed the 8th assessment, Liang Chen and Bibi Dong suddenly appeared in front of me. I was no match for them at the time and could only run away. Father and aunt must have been killed by them. Tang San quickly pulled Liang Chen and Bibi Dong out to take the blame. Anyway, he didn't do it, so he couldn't admit it. Brother Tang Xiao, the matter between Haoshan sect and Tang San is a family matter. It can be solved behind closed doors. At this time, Ning Fengzi stepped forward and advised Tang Xiao not to get angry. Yes. Sect Master Tang, the overall situation is the most important. Others also persuaded him. With a powerful enemy at hand, they were already having internal strife. What was the point of fighting? Tang San, listen to me. We will never forgive you for the harm you have done to the Haoshan sect. Tang Lai, the fiery son Douluo, had conflicts with Tang San. In addition, he had a bad temper. He couldn't stand Tang San. Even if this guy became a god, he was still a beast who betrayed his teacher and ancestors. Old Tang Lai, are you done yet? Buzz. Tang San couldn't stand Tang Lai's aggressive attitude, so he summoned the Rakshasa demon scythe, bursting out with divine power, and pressed all the titled Douluos of the Haoshan sect to the ground. Shua. Then Tang San swung the Rakshasa demon scythe and pierced into Tang Xiao and the others' bodies, using the Rakshasa divine power to transform the opponent's martial spirit into the bamboo shoot hammer martial spirit. Xiao San. Third brother. Third young master. Yu Xiaogang, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Tai Long, and others were shocked. They were ready to kill their own people before the war started. It was too ridiculous. Everyone, stop talking. I know what I am doing. Tang San used his divine power to change Tang Xiao and his martial souls, and used his divine sense to control their minds. He couldn't let these old guys be hostile to him again. Ah! Tang Xiao and others were eroded by the power of Rakshasa, and they screamed immediately. Then they were emitting black air. The clear sky hammer turned into a bamboo shoot like sharp hammer martial soul. The minds of several people were controlled by Tang San again, and they became tools. Uncle, I'm sorry, I can't let you cause internal strife. After Tang San dealt with Tang Xiao and his group, he pretended to apologize. If the time was right, he would directly destroy them. Uncle. Jian, you did too much at the beginning. Fengzi, I can save them for a while, but I can't save them forever. The guys in the Haoshan sect are arrogant and proud. They can't stand being treated like that by Tang San. Forget it, ignore them for now, and talk about it after the war is over. Jian Douluo and Ning Fengzi quietly used soul power to transmit their voices, discussing the people of the Haoshan sect. The two wanted to step forward to stop them, but when they thought that the Shura demon sword was still in Ye Liangchen's hands, they had to use Tang San now, so they had to give up. Okay. Let's start discussing the war. Tang San signaled Xuebeng to convene a meeting. Now that he is in the Tiandu Empire, he can be regarded as the one who has the final say, and everyone has to listen to him. This feeling is really good. Master Tang San, please accept me as your disciple. Xuebeng looked at Tang San's extraordinary means, so he immediately knelt down and begged the other party to accept him as his disciple. Xuebeng did this to restrain Ning Fengzi. The royal family has now become a puppet of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. He has to find a bigger backer to prevent the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect from being too rampant. Your Majesty Xuebeng, why are you doing this? Tang San looked at Xuebeng proudly, feeling that this guy was like a dog, a little disgusting. Xiao San, just accept him as your disciple. Yu Xiaogang hurriedly persuaded Tang San to agree that as long as he accepted the Emperor of Tiandu as his disciple, he could better control the Tiandu Empire. Okay. Then I will accept you as my disciple. Tang San immediately understood Yu Xiaogang's meaning, so he agreed to accept Xuebeng as his disciple. Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo, who were not far away, saw Xuebeng's operation, and a cold light flashed in their eyes, but the two concealed it well and did not show it. Emperor Master, our Tiandu Empire now has 2 million troops, which is enough. Which force do you think we should start to attack first? Mill City is only 200 miles away from Tenglong City. We have 300,000 troops stationed there and can launch a surprise attack at any time. The other side is to attack Jialing Pass controlled by the Spirit Hall. If we want to recapture Barak and the Sylves Kingdom, we must capture Jialing Pass. At the war mobilization meeting, Marshal Ji Long spread out the map and explained the current situation to Tang San in detail. Now that Tang San has become a god and is the emperor's teacher, Marshal Ji Long can only respectfully call him Emperor Master. Then divide the army into two and attack Tenglong City and Jialing Pass at the same time. Tang San thought that the Tiandu Empire had 2 million troops, so he waved his hand and went all in. Once the war started, he could also increase his strength by absorbing the power of negative emotions. As for the fate of the 2 million troops of the Tiandu Empire, he didn't care at all. What do you think? After Tang San made the deployment, he looked at the others. No opinion. Everyone nodded in agreement, thinking that there was nothing wrong with Tang San's decision. Anyway, the empire had enough troops and they could fight at will. I will personally lead 500,000 troops to join the 300,000 troops of Mill City to attack Tenglong City together. Marshal Gailong, you go and deploy the troops yourself. As the Emperor of Tiandu, Xuebeng naturally had to show his ability. Besides, he was now holding the great god Tang San, so he was not afraid of anything. Your Majesty, I will make arrangements immediately. Marshal Gailong saw this and immediately began to deploy troops. Marshal Gailong was a little nervous at the moment. The empire was going to launch such a big war. It was not going to leave a way out. The fate of everyone in the future was still unknown. However, as the Grand Marshal of the army, he could only obey orders. However, the empire wanted to open up 2 battlefields at once. It was impossible without a month of preparation. When the Tiandu Empire began to deploy troops, there was a lot of noise. Bai Chen-xiang, who was hiding in Tiandu City, quickly got the news, so he immediately flew back to Tenglong City and brought back the information. Pavilion Master, the Grand Marshal Gailong of the Tiandu imperial family is deploying troops and preparing to start a war. They are going to divide the 2 million troops into 2 and attack our Tenglong City and Jialing Pass at the same time. After a while, Bai Chen-xiang flew to Tenglong Pavilion and told Ye Yangchen the latest news about the Tiandu Empire. They actually want to open up 2 battlefields at the same time. You have a big appetite. Ye Yangchen knew that after Tang San came back, the war would definitely start. He didn't expect that guy to go all in. This was simply leaving no way out for the Tiandu Empire. Xiao Chen, how do we arrange it? The 3 elemental cities only have 300,000 troops in total, plus the 300,000 troops of the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom, that's only 600,000. The other side is going to use 1 million troops to attack Tenglong City. Now it's too late to mobilize troops from the Barak Kingdom. Bibi Dong and Shui Langzhen looked at Ye Yangchen, wanting to hear what this guy had planned. Tiandu City is more than 1,000 kilometers away from our Tenglong City. It will take the Tiandu Empire's army a month to get here. In this case, we should take the initiative and besiege the city and attack the reinforcements. Senior Huo, Senior Feng, Grandpa Shui Xing, you should act immediately and mobilize troops, 2,000 soul masters, plus 5,000 special forces, rush to the outskirts of Mill City, rely on favorable terrain, surround the 300,000 troops of the Tiandu Empire, cut off their supply lines, and not let a bird into Mill City. Surround them first and don't fight for the time being. Sister Binger, Linger, Huo Wushuan, Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wu, you immediately organize 20,000 soul masters, with 20,000 special forces teams, and set up an ambush in the dense forests on both sides of the Valo Valley between the Tiandu Empire and Mill City. I will then mobilize 200,000 troops from the Xingluo Empire and the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom, put them into the space barrier, and send them to the ambush site. Once the Tiandu Empire receives the news that the 300,000 troops in Mill City are trapped, they will definitely be anxious and may take the lead in sending a large army to rescue Mill City. At that time, you will be in the 2 valleys, relying on the favorable terrain, and directly kill the imperial reinforcements. As for the 300,000 imperial troops in Mill City, they will not last long without food and grass supply. We can eat whenever we want. If they surrender, we will directly incorporate those troops. In the battle, you must rely on favorable terrain, let the Soul Master cooperate with the special forces to take the lead, destroy the opponent's high-level combat power, and ordinary soldiers will follow up. In this way, we can avoid a large number of casualties among our soldiers. All the God-level masters are responsible for guarding everything on the battlefield. Once the opponent sends out the God-level masters, you will take action, lest the Tiandu Empire say that we are bullying others. The opponent's God-level masters are Tang San, Jian Douluo, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Ma Heng-jun, Tai Long, Inyagamai, and the God of Fraud. Among them, Tang San and Jian Douluo will be dealt with by me, and you can fight the others at will. Liang Chen looked at the map and then issued a combat order, preparing to eat up the 300,000 Tiandu Empire troops stationed in Mill City and catch them off guard. What a great trick of besieging the city and attacking the reinforcements, it's really wonderful. Wero Valley is the only way for Tiandu City and Mill City. It is more than 10 kilometers long. There are jungles on both sides of the valley, which is very convenient for ambushes. Once the Empire's reinforcements enter, our army will immediately block both sides, and they will be trapped. After listening to Liang Chen's deployment of troops to besiege the city and attack the reinforcements, everyone felt it was incredible. Such a fantastic combat method simply broke everyone's cognition. When our Xingluo Empire fought with the Tiandu Empire before, the armies of both sides set up their battle formations on an open plain. Now they look like fools. Zhu Zuoqing thought of the war methods of the two empires for countless years, and felt it was a joke. Zhu Qing said it well. The war methods of the two empires before were really like fools. We will act immediately to ensure that this battle will be fought beautifully. Okay. Everyone should act quickly. Shui Binger, Jin Linger, Dugubo, Yang Wudi, Feng Xiaotian, Hua Wushuan and his sister took action immediately and began to deploy troops to prepare for a good start. Zhu Qing, you will return to the Xingluo Empire to gather troops and prepare to eat up Davis's White Tiger army. As for the Rakshasa Island, I will deal with it. After arranging the deployment of troops to attack Mill City, Liang Chen felt that it was time to destroy Rakshasa Island, so he asked Zhu Zuoqing to deal with Davis's White Tiger army first. Okay, Brother Chen, I'll do it right away. Swoosh. After receiving Liang Chen's instructions, Zhu Zuoqing flew directly back to the Xingluo Empire and began to deploy troops. Tang San doesn't feel sorry for the army of the Tiandu Empire at all. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu looked at each other. It was expected that Jialing Pass would become the main battlefield. Therefore, more than 10 years ago, the Spirit Hall had asked the Yu clan to build this heavy city into a solid fortress. The wall alone was hundreds of meters thick. Then Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu also flew to Jialing Pass and began to deploy troops to deal with the army of the Tiandu Empire. Xiao Chen, I am going to secretly transfer the people of my father's lineage. Please help me. At this time, Lu Erlong ran in from outside. Now the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan has been tied to the chariot of revenge by Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. It is too dangerous for the people of his father's lineage to continue to stay in Tiandu City. Aunt Erlong, let's go. Swoosh. After Liang Chen finished speaking, he took Lu Erlong to an altitude of 10,000 meters and flew towards Tiandu City. When flying over Tiandu City, Liang Chen saw that the imperial army was nervously moving food and weapons. The scene was very chaotic. Then he scanned the entire Tiandu City with his divine mind and found that Tang San, Oscar, Ma Heng-jun, Tai Long and others were gathering in the Tang sect. There were also several soldiers gathered in front of the Tang sect, seemingly moving hidden weapons. Chapter 488 Yu Yuanzhen's Little Abacus. It was the first time for Lu Erlong to fly at an altitude of 10,000 meters. At this moment, it seemed like a dream and he hadn't reacted yet. Ah! After coming back to his senses, Lu Erlong looked at himself hovering in the sky and was immediately startled. Xiao Chen, where are we? Lu Erlong hurriedly grabbed Liang Chen's hand, fearing that he would fall. We have reached 10,000 meters above Tiandu City. Liang Chen nodded. Your flying speed is too fast. Lu Erlong only heard a whoosh before, but he didn't expect to arrive at Tiandu City 10,000 meters above the sky. He was shocked, but felt very exciting. After all, this kind of flying is not something you can experience casually. After becoming a god, the flying speed is very fast. I also control the power of space, so the speed is even faster. Let's go down. Space Shuttle. Liang Chen urged the power of space activate the space magic skill and take Lu Erlong to Lanba Academy. This time. The next moment, the two appeared in the small forest deep in Lanba Academy. It's been many years since I came here. Lu Erlong looked at the small hut in the distance ahead, recalled his previous life, and for a moment, he was full of emotion. Who? The arrival of the two also startled the two couples who were dating in the woods. Shua Shua. Aunt? Mr. Yat. The two couples immediately ran over quickly, and when they saw that the people coming were Lu Erlong and Liang Chen, they were immediately extremely surprised. Yu Tianheng, Yu Tiangxin, did we disturb your date? Ye Liangchen looked at the Yu brothers and the other two strange women, and couldn't help but teasing. Mr. Yet, you are joking. It is our honor that you can come to Blue Tyrant Academy. Mr. Yet, Aunt, please come this way. Yu Tianheng and Yu Tiangxin smiled awkwardly, and then hurriedly invited Ye Liangchen and Lu Erlong into the cabin, poured tea and served snacks to entertain the two. At this moment, Yu Tianheng remembered that when he first met Ye Liangchen, this monster beat him up. Now he is a god-level strongman, and he is just a small soul saint. The gap is too big. Tianheng? Tiangxin? These two should be your lovers. Looking at Yu Tianheng and Yu Tiangxin who are almost 40 years old, Lu Erlong sighed that time flies. Yes. And, after the Soul Master competition, we will train together outside, and our relationship will be natural. The Yu brothers nodded. The Lei family is a subsidiary family of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, and has always had a tradition of marriage. The two brothers are old and it is time for them to get married. My name is Lei Linger, and I'm Tianheng's lover. My name is Lei Shuanger, and I'm Tiangxin's lover. Greetings, Aunt and Mr. Yat. Two beautiful women came forward and introduced themselves, and then bowed respectfully to Lu Erlong and Ye Liangchen. Get up quickly. I'm not a very competent aunt. I didn't even attend your wedding. Lu Erlong hurriedly helped the two nieces up. To be honest, she didn't know when her two nephews got married, and her father didn't tell her. Yu Tianheng, Yu Tiangxin, didn't you two participate in the War of the Empire? Ye Liangchen felt that the strength of the two brothers had reached the Soul Saint level. It seemed that they had not wasted their time in these years. Join the Imperial War? And then go to war with you? Isn't that going to die? We are not that stupid. After Aunt Erlong closed the Blue Tyrant Academy, Second Grandpa immediately brought some young people from the clan to help manage the academy. At that time, Grandpa was very angry and thought that Second Grandpa would split the sect, but after Yu Xiaogang and Tang San attacked the sect, Grandpa immediately understood Second Grandpa's good intentions. Now the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect can no longer get rid of Tang San and Yu Xiaogang's control. If they don't follow their instructions, Tang San will definitely kill them. So Grandpa joined forces with other elders and used Aunt's matter to deliberately exclude Second Grandpa, causing the sect to split. The sect was split to confuse Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, and some young people from the sect were secretly sent out for training, with the purpose of leaving some fire for the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. Mr. Yat, my grandfather once offended you. I apologize to you on his behalf. He is going to lead the people in the sect to fish in the subsequent war. After the war, if he survives, he will personally apologize to you. I hope Mr. Ye can let our sect pass on. Yu Tianheng slowly told the true situation of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. Now the sect has been tied to the chariot of revenge by Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. The fate of the sect is still unknown. Your grandfather has a grudge against me because we beat Yu Xiaogang. After all, no matter how bad that guy's reputation is, he is his biological son. Ye Liangchen smiled calmly. If you want to say who has the greatest grudge against him in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, it must be Yu Xiaogang and Yu Yuanzhen. In fact, Yu Yuanzhen is now in a dilemma. It is unfortunate for his family to have such a suicidal son like Yu Xiaogang. As the saying goes, a lifetime of fame can be ruined by a fart. However, Ye Liangchen guessed that Yu Yuanzhen should have another consideration. If the Tiandu Empire can defeat the Spirit Hall and himself, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect will still be one of the top 3 sects. After all, that old guy is very dissatisfied with the Spirit Hall and himself. If the Tiandu Empire is defeated, then as Yu Tianheng and others said, let the younger generation of the sect pass on the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Yu Xiaogang is a proud man who wants to prove that he is not a waste, but he has no ability. He happened to accept Tang San as his apprentice. He wanted to rely on Tang San, the twin spirit genius, to make his reputation soar. But at the Soul Master competition, Xiao Chen, a demon genius, appeared and abused Tang San without any resistance. Yu Xiaogang was jealous that Xiao Chen was more powerful than Tang San, which made him unable to become famous. He was very resentful. Later, he joined forces with Tang Hao and Ning Fengzi to plot against Xiao Chen. Later, he went to Wuhan City to find Bibi Dong and said bad things about Xiao Chen, trying to get rid of Xiao Chen with the help of Wuhan Hall, but his conspiracy was exposed by Bibi Dong on the spot. Then you know that Yu Xiaogang became Yu Gonggong. Bibi Dong did not kill Yu Xiaogang in the past. The purpose was to ruin his reputation and make him a joke of the world. Lu Erlong exposed Yu Xiaogang's ugly face and let Yu Tianheng know that his uncle what kind of person is uncle. Our uncle is really weird. He has brought shame to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Brother, you used to admire Uncle Yu Xiaogang very much. Now when you think about it, do you think you are mentally ill? Yu Tianxin remembered that Yu Tianheng once joined the Shrek team, so he couldn't help but tease him. Brother, stop talking. I want to chop my head off now. Yu Tianheng felt extremely embarrassed. He was so stupid back then that he actually believed Yu Xiaogang and made a fool of himself. In fact, after Yu Xiaogang became a eunuch, although he lost his dignity as a man, he became farting Douluo with the help of Rakshasa god. In fact, he still gained. You know, the titled Douluo realm is his lifelong goal. Liang Chen felt that Yu Xiaogang did not lose anything. It was just a matter of an inch or two. That guy didn't care at all, and didn't care about the world's jokes. Instead, he relied on Tang San's godhood to show off everywhere. It must be said that the guy was really thick-skinned. Pucci. When they heard the name of farting Douluo, the two women of the Lei family couldn't help laughing. Xiao Chen, why do you think Yu Xiaogang's soul skills are all farts? Logically speaking, after he got the god test, his martial soul should also evolve, right? Lu Erlong was also puzzled by Yu Xiaogang's weird soul skills. When he returned to the sect to seize power, he farted in public, which directly made the entire sect square full of smoke and smog. Everyone was almost suffocated at that time. The Yu brothers will never forget the scene of Yu Xiaogang farting. It is simply indescribable. Let me tell you, Luosha god is an evil god who likes to play some pranks. I guess she found that Yu Xiaogang's soul skill is farting, and she thought it was very funny, so she made all his subsequent soul skills fart. Liang Chen explained to everyone why Yu Xiaogang became farting Douluo. Of course, he also played a certain role. After all, Yu Xiaogang's title of farting Douluo was given by himself, otherwise Luosha god would not necessarily play a prank on Yu Xiaogang like this. It turned out to be like this. Then Luosha god is really amazing. When Tang San and his team fought with the wolf bandits on Luosha Island, it was probably Luosha god's intention. Yu Tianxin felt that Luosha god was really good at playing. Being able to torment the Shrek brothers and Yu Xiaogang like this was also a great pleasure in everyone's eyes. Puff. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they thought of the fight between Yu Xiaogang and his gang and Lang Dao. Yu Xiaogang has been calculating all his life, but he is still just a clown in the eyes of the world. Lu Erlong felt very comfortable at the moment. His life was delayed by Yu Xiaogang, and now that guy is also having a hard time, and even worse. It's really retribution. Shua. Erlong? Is that you? At this moment, Yu Luomian came outside the wooden house and was surprised to hear a familiar voice. Grandpa, come in quickly, Aunt and Mr. Ye are here. Yu Tianxin got up quickly and welcomed Yu Luomian into the cabin. Mr. Ye, please save us. After seeing Liang Chen coming, Yu Longmian immediately asked for help from this evildoer. Don't worry. Since I'm here with Aunt Erlong, I won't let you get involved in this war. Let's go out first and create a secret realm for you. Buzz. Liang Chen asked everyone to leave the house and began to activate the space power to create a space barrier. Shua. With the operation of the space power, the small forest of the academy disappeared in a short while. What's going on? Lu Erlong and others were very curious when they saw the forest suddenly disappear. This is the space barrier I created with the power of space. This cabin is the entrance to the space barrier. This space barrier can withstand the attack of the third level god and can be used as your shelter. If there is any danger, you will enter the barrier. I will set up a Tiangang God Thunder array around this cabin. Once a god-level strongman tries to destroy this place, he will be struck by lightning immediately. ZZ. Liang Chen explained to everyone, and then activated the power of the Thunder Element Law and began to set up a Tiangang God Thunder array around the cabin. Shua. I left a divine mark on your eyebrows. If you want to open this barrier, you can directly use your soul power to activate the mark to enter it. Liang Chen tapped Lu Erlong's eyebrows, leaving them with a way to open the barrier, otherwise the entrance to the barrier could not be opened at all. OM. The entrance is really open. Lu Erlong tried it immediately, and saw a golden light shot out from his forehead, which was absorbed into the array pattern of the barrier entrance. In an instant, a space entrance appeared. Is this the power of God? It's so powerful. Yu Luomian and others looked at such a magical method and sighed that the power of God was really incredible. Xiao Chen, can you help my father's soul power to be upgraded to title Douluo? Lu Erlong saw that his father was still a peak soul Douluo at level 89, so he wanted Liang Chen to help him. Anyway, he was now this guy's subordinate and could slowly repay his kindness. Erlong, don't bother Mr. Yet. I'm over 90 years old and I won't live for many years. Yu Luomian felt a little embarrassed when he saw this. It was a blessing that Liang Chen could create a space barrier for everyone to take refuge. He didn't dare to think about anything else. No problem Shua. This is a God-given soul ring. Senior, just absorb it and you can officially become a titled Douluo. Liang Chen waved his hand and used his divine power to condense a ball of energy, which he injected into Yu Luomian's body, helping him break through level 90. Then he used his divine power to rub a god-given soul ring and threw it to the old man. Tutu amazing! Yu Luomian, Yu Tianheng and others stared with their eyes wide open, feeling like they were dreaming. It was the first time they saw someone rubbing soul rings with their hands, which simply broke their cognition. At this moment, Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Fortunately, there is still a good ant, otherwise the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect would really be destroyed. Xiao Chen, thank you. Father, absorb it quickly, the god-given soul ring is a peerless treasure. I also absorbed the god-given soul ring that Xiao Chen gave me a few years ago, and now I also have a 100,000-year soul ring. Lu Erlong thanked Yeliang Chen, and then explained to Yu Luomian the method of absorbing the god-given soul ring, and also showed her own 100,000-year soul ring to her family. Aunt Erlong, it's just a 100,000-year soul ring, what's there to show off? Yeliang Chen smiled calmly, and now there are many titled Douluo with 100,000-year soul rings. Don't say sarcastic words, you are a god-level strong man, and the soul ring can be directly rubbed out with divine power. But for us, it is a great opportunity that can't be sought. Mr. Yat, we think you are pretending, but we have no evidence. Lu Erlong, Yu Tianheng and others rolled their eyes at Yeliang Chen. This guy is simply a full man who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. At this moment, Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin felt a little regretful. If they had joined Yeliang Chen with Lu Erlong, they would have at least become Soul Douluo now. Mr. Yat, thank you very much. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. Yu Luomian bowed respectfully to Yeliang Chen, then sat cross-legged and began to absorb the god-given soul ring. At this moment, Yeliang Chen felt a title Douluo enter the Blue Tyrant Academy. Yu Xiaogang is here. I guess he wants you to join the battle. Yeliang Chen immediately used his divine sense to sense it and found that the person who came was actually Fart Douluo Yu Xiaogang. Xiao Chen, you stay here to help me guard my father, so that he can absorb the spirit ring with peace of mind. Tianheng, Tianxin, go gather all the clansmen together, let everyone enter the barrier, and close the Blue Tyrant Academy at the same time. As for Yu Xiaogang, leave it to me. Lu Erlong was going to beat Yu Xiaogang up. He couldn't let that guy harm the people in the sect anyway. Chapter 489 A Dazzling Exhibition Match. When Lu Erlong came to the academy playground, he saw Yu Xiaogang mobilizing young spirit masters in the Blue Tyrant Academy to join the battle. But those students didn't take him seriously. They stood in the distance and watched, not daring to approach Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang, you bastard, in order to satisfy your selfish desires, you want to seduce these young people to be cannon fodder, you really deserve to die. Lu Erlong got angry when he saw Yu Xiaogang, and immediately cursed him. They are also members of the empire. For the survival of the empire, they must join the war. If the enemy is allowed to rule the continent, the consequences will be disastrous. Lu Erlong, as a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, you are willing to be a traitor and lose the face of the sect. If you still have shame, join us in the war of the empire immediately. Yu Xiaogang arrogantly reprimanded Lu Erlong. Anyway, his beloved disciple Tang San has returned, and he is now strong and afraid of nothing. Bang! You are misleading people with your lies. If I don't beat the shit out of you today, I will not be called Lu Erlong. Red Dragon True Body. Lu Erlong was immediately furious and immediately summoned his martial spirit to kill Yu Xiaogang. Yu actually became a titled Douluo. Yu Xiaogang was shocked when he saw Lu Erlong's 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red. He thought, this woman is so lucky. She actually has a 100,000-year soul ring. This master doesn't even have one. I am so angry. I one half. 3 cannons true body. 8th soul skill, a thunderous fart. After coming back to his senses, Yu Xiaogang immediately summoned his martial soul and transformed into a pig and dog. He aimed his butt at Lu Erlong and prepared to perform the farting soul skill. Gurgle. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang lay on the ground and began to fart. His belly bulged and looked extremely ugly. Shoo-a-puff. Seeing this, Lu Erlong immediately took out a wooden stick from his soul guide, rushed over, and stabbed it into the vital part behind Yu Xiaogang. Ah! Instantly, Yu Xiaogang screamed and jumped up from the ground, and his farting soul skill was instantly interrupted. Ah! Lu Erlong, you vicious woman, just wait for me. Yu Xiaogang reluctantly pulled out the wooden stick from the wound and left Lan Ba Academy in anger. Farting Douluo Yu Xiaogang, you fart. Ha ha ha. Seeing Yu Xiaogang covering his butt and madly fleeing the academy, Lu Erlong couldn't help laughing. Since she poked Yu Xiaogang with a wooden stick a few years ago, Lu Erlong felt particularly good, so she would always use her soul to several wooden sticks were prepared in the soul guide, and as long as they met Yu Xiaogang, they would directly poke him. Lu Erlong had this hobby, and Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall was the same. The two women seemed to have a telepathic connection, and they always prepared several wooden sticks in the soul guide. As long as they saw Yu Xiaogang, they could not help but poke the guy's vital points with wooden sticks. Hiss! How miserable! The students watching from a distance felt their scalps tingling when they saw Yu Xiaogang's miserable appearance. How could they bear this? Don't look at it, all students will gather in the small forest behind the academy. In order to prevent everyone from being affected by the war, we will temporarily stop classes. We will resume classes after the war is over. Everyone should move quickly, bring enough dry food. At this time, Yu Tianheng and Yu Tiangzhen brought the people from the sect to the playground and organized the students to enter the secret realm. The two brothers thought that if they let the young students go home, they would probably be forced to go to the battlefield as cannon fodder by the Empire, so they simply kept all the students and relied on the space secret realm created by Yeliangchen to protect these young students from being implicated in the war. Tianheng, I am very happy that you can think so. Seeing that the two nephews were willing to take in these civilian students, Lu Erlong was very pleased. And, these students are willing to come to our school to study, they are our students, as teachers, we have the responsibility to protect them. After these years of growth, the Yu brothers have matured a lot and dare not put on the airs of a big sect. The current Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect may perish at any time. If they want to pass on the sect in the future, they must absorb more talents, and these young students in the academy are the talents cultivated by everyone's hard work, and they are the best resources. Yu Tianheng and others acted quickly. In less than an hour, they sent all the students into the space barrier. Xiao Chen, I beat Yu Xiaogang away. I guess he will let Tang San come later. Lu Erlong came to Yeliangchen and protected Yu Luomian together. Don't worry. As long as Yu Xiaogang dares to come, Aunt Erlong, you can continue to poke him with the stick. See if he can bear it. Yeliangchen smiled calmly. Since Lu Erlong poked Yu Xiaogang with a stick, he seemed to be addicted. Haha. I like this. When Lu Erlong thought of poking Yu Xiaogang with a stick, the feeling was extremely refreshing. He would poke him every time he saw him in the future and kill that disgusting guy. Aunt, where did you learn this technique from? Yu Tiangzhen and Yu Tianheng looked at the sturdy look of their aunt and felt very interesting. Of course Xiao Chen taught me. I tell you, when you see Yu Xiaogang about to perform the fart skill, you should poke him with a wooden stick, so that he can't fart. Lu Erlong happily taught his two nephews how to deal with Yu Xiaogang. Aunt is right. The two brothers nodded, but they were a little embarrassed to poke Yu Xiaogang's vitals with a wooden stick. Shua. 2 hours later, Yu Luomian successfully impacted the soul ring age to 100,000 years and officially became a titled Douluo. Father, congratulations! Seeing that his father finally became a titled Douluo, Lu Erlong was very happy. Successful, the soul power reached level 92. Thank you, Mr. Yat, I am very grateful. After becoming a titled Douluo, Yu Luomian felt a little unreal, and then saluted Yeliangchen respectfully. It's just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. Yeliangchen waved his hand indifferently. Grandpa, Yu Xiaogang came to our academy before and wanted us to join the war, but he was beaten away by my aunt. Now we can only send everyone into the secret realm. Yu Tiangzhen stepped forward and described the current situation to Yu Luomian. Yu Xiaogang is too presumptuous. If it weren't for my elder brother, I would have killed him back then. Yu Luomian originally hated Yu Xiaogang, especially the guy who deceived Lu Erlong's feelings, which made her want to skin him alive. Now that guy actually wants his own people to be cannon fodder, which is to cut off the roots of his own lineage. Father, don't be angry, I have already poked Yu Xiaogang's vitals with a wooden stick just now, as long as he dares to come, I will poke him again. Lu Erlong comforted her father. Anyway, with Yeliangchen here, it would be fine even if Yu Xiaogang called Tang San. Haha. Okay, that's how we deal with him. After listening to Lu Erlong's words, Yu Luomian was amused. She didn't expect her daughter to be so tough. Well, they're here. In addition to Yu Xiaogang, there are old man Yu Yuanzhen, Ning Fengzi, Bone Douluo, Avalanche, and thousands of royal guards. At this time, Yeliangchen's consciousness detected that Yu Xiaogang brought a large group of people to the street where Lan Ba Academy was located. The purpose was self-evident. Yu Xiaogang is still unwilling to give up. Tianheng, Tiangzhen, you enter the secret realm, and leave the rest to us. Lu Erlong hurriedly asked the two brothers of the Yu family to hide and never show up. Okay, aunt. Yu Tianheng and Yu Tiangzhen immediately walked into the wooden house and entered the space barrier. After all, they had no ability to participate in what happened next. Erlong, let's go meet them. Okay. Father. Lu Erlong and Yu Luomian looked at each other, then strode out, ready to send those people away. Anyway, with Yeliangchen, the evildoer, around, the father and daughter didn't have to worry about safety. Ixiaogong, Stop making trouble. Your uncle has already split from the sect. At the same time, Yu Yuanzhen on the other side followed the large group to the gate of Lanba Academy. He thought that his grandson Yu Tianheng seemed to be in the academy recently. If he was discovered by these guys, it would be troublesome. So he immediately became a drama queen and advised Yu Xiaogang not to bother Yu Luomian again. If father, for the glory of the sect, my uncle and his men must participate in the imperial war. Lu Erlong, that vicious woman, is also here. Father must capture her this time. Now her strength has reached the level of titled Douluo. She must serve the sect. Yu Xiaogang couldn't trademark T-stand being stabbed in the back by Lu Erlong with a stick before. This time, he must catch that woman and return the pain he suffered. What? Lu Erlong is here too? Hearing Lu Erlong trademark's arrival, Yu Yuanzhen pretended to be shocked. Master Yu, your sect's second in command also belongs to the power of the Heaven Do Empire. Now that the war is coming, they don't participate. This is not good. Obviously, Yu Luomian must be going to join the enemy with Lu Erlong. Bon Douluo, Avalanche, and Ning Fengzi said sarcastically. Now, almost all the people willing to participate in the war in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect are soul masters over 50 years old. There are very few young people, especially Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng, the two most outstanding talents, who have never shown up. This abnormal phenomenon makes them suspect that Yu Yuanzhen is deliberately protecting the young descendants of the sect. What do you mean? I led thousands of people from the sect to participate in the war, including 4 titled Douluo and more than a dozen soul Douluo. If you doubt my determination, then our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect will not participate. Seeing these guys doubting him sarcastically, Yu Yuanzhen's temper couldn't stand it, and he just threw his hand away. Father, don't be impulsive. Everyone, we must work together and trust each other. Yu Xiaogang saw this and immediately advised both sides not to be suspicious of each other. Now that the war is about to start, if everyone quarrels again, it will be troublesome. Old man Yu, for Aunt Erlong's sake, I won't punish you today. Leave here quickly. We will solve this matter. At this time, Liangchen's soul transmission sounded in Yu Yuanzhen's mind, which scared him immediately. Xiaogang, because of what happened between you and Lu Erlong, your second uncle is very dissatisfied with you. Now it is a bit difficult for you to persuade him to join the war. Even if he wants to split from the sect, he is still my brother. Xiaogang, you want us brothers to kill each other, but I can't do it. After Yu Yuanzhen came back to his senses, he immediately became a playboy, pretending to blame Yu Xiaogang for a few words, and then flew away directly. Now Liangchen is in the academy. If he gets involved again, who knows what tricks that monster will come up with to trick him. Your Majesty, Sect Master Ning, Senior Bon Douluo, Lu Erlong is here, we must catch her. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang ignored Yu Yuanzhen and then called others to enter the academy to capture Lu Erlong. All soldiers, listen to my order, capture the traitor Lu Erlong of the Tiandu Empire alive. Xuebeng ordered the thousands of guards behind him to rush into Lanba Academy on the spot. Yes, Your Majesty. Tap tap tap. After receiving the order, thousands of guards immediately rushed into Lanba Academy. Swoosh. Yu Xiaogang, you still dare to come? Are you asking for a beating again? At this time, Lu Erlong and Yu Luomian jumped down from a tall building in front of them and stood in front of everyone. Your Majesty Xuebeng, why did you come to my Lanba Academy? Yu Luomian looked at Xuebeng coldly. This guy actually brought his army to force the emperor to abdicate. He was really overbearing. Catch the traitor Lu Erlong of the empire. Xuebeng looked at Lu Erlong's curvy and hot body, and a burning feeling instantly ran through his heart. He was angry when he thought that such a beautiful woman actually defected to Liangchen. Xuebeng, do you have the ability to capture me? If Xiao Chen hadn't kept you alive, he would have sent you to reunite with old man Shui yet. Even if you become an emperor, you are still a beast in human clothing. Lu Erlong looked at Xuebeng with contempt, and then launched a murderous mouth attack. This clown dared to show an evil look to him. He really didn't know how high the sky was. All soldiers, listen to my order, take them down. Master Ning, Senior Bon Douluo, please work together. Xuebeng couldn't stand Lu Erlong's ridicule, and immediately ordered to capture this woman. Come on, come on. Shua Shua. Lu Erlong and Yu Luomian immediately summoned their martial spirits and prepared to fight. Yu Luomian, I didn't expect you to be so well hidden. Ning Fengzi, Bon Douluo and Yu Xiaogang were surprised to see that Yu Luomian was also a titled Douluo, and had a 100,000 year spirit ring. 7 treasures true body. Bone dragon true body. 3 cannons true body. Then Ning Fengzi and the other 2 summoned their spirits, ready to deal with Lu Erlong and Yu Luomian. Tick tick. Suddenly, a heavenly sound came from above, interrupting everyone's fight. Buzz. Then, a peerless beauty slowly floated down from the sky, and then cast a divine power barrier to cover Lu Erlong and Yu Luomian. Who are you? Lu Erlong and Yu Luomian looked at this peerless beauty curiously, and were immediately shocked. Aunt Erlong, Senior Yu, don't be surprised, this is my clone transformed by my divine sense, you guys watch the show. Just when Lu Erlong and Yu Luomian were surprised, Ye Liangchen's voice sounded in their minds. This time, in order to prevent Tang San from knowing that he appeared in Tiandu City, Ye Liangchen used his divine sense to transform into a beautiful woman, and used sound wave power to pull Ning Fengzi and others into the illusion, so that they could experience it well. Ah! Xiao Chen, you are too good at playing. Ha ha ha! Young master's methods are really magical. After hearing Ye Liangchen's voice transmission, Lu Erlong and Yu Luomian immediately looked forward and were shocked. Ha ha ha! Come and play. At this moment, the laughter of Xuebeng, Yu Xiaogang, Ning Fengzi and others came from the playground. Everyone hugged each other and danced a sexy dance. Ha ha! After a while, Xuebeng led hundreds of soldiers to surround Yu Xiaogang and started a carrot-pulling competition. Chu Yu. Ning Shuang. On the other side, after dancing an enchanting dance with Ning Fengzi, Douluo found that the other party had become his dream lover, and then he couldn't help but play the game, and the scene was very hot. Xiao Chen, you are so bad, I like it. Ha ha ha. Lu Erlong looked at the hot scene in front of her and laughed out of breath. Daughter, pay attention to your image. Yu Luomian covered Lu Erlong's eyes with a hand to prevent her from looking at such a hot scene. Father, I'm over 60 years old, not a child. Lu Erlong felt that her father still treated her like a little girl, and she felt a little happy. Even if you are 100 years old, in my eyes, you are still a little girl. Yu Luomian felt sorry for her little daughter in this life. Now her little daughter has become an old girl, but because of Yu Xiaogang's scourge, her life has been delayed. It is really heartbreaking. Buzz. Such an exciting scene must be appreciated by the citizens of Tiandu City. At this time, Ye Liangchen's original body appeared beside Lu Erlong and his daughter, and used the power of space to move Ning Fengzi, Xuebeng, Yu Xiaogang, Gu Douluo and others to the main street in the center of Tiandu City. Tick-tick. The beautiful woman's clone transformed by the divine consciousness also flew over the street and continued to play the flute, using the sound wave power to make Xuebeng, Ning Fengzi and others sink in the illusion. Shua. In order to prevent the citizens watching from being affected, Ye Liangchen used space to save effort to create a transparent protective cover to isolate the flute sound, so that everyone could only see the picture. Wow! That's His Majesty and Yu Xiaogang, they're actually playing games. Oh my god! The 7 treasure-glazed sex sect Master Ning and Douluo are also here, what's going on? Ha ha ha! The game scene of Ning Fengzi and others instantly attracted countless citizens to watch. At this moment, the central area of Tiandu City was boiling. Chapter 490 Ning Fengzi and Avalanche. More and more people were watching, and soon the streets in the central area of Tiandu City were blocked. This phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of the patrol army. Your Majesty is in trouble. When the patrol army arrived at the scene, they were dumbfounded, but the matter was beyond their ability, so they could only bring the news back to the palace. What? Your Majesty is playing games with the national master in the street in broad daylight. After hearing this, Prince Swexing's brain seemed to explode, so he immediately took thousands of royal guards to the city center. Oh my god! What's going on? When Prince Swexing and others arrived at the scene, they were all shocked. At this moment, they couldn't bear to watch the bizarre performances of Yu Xiaogang, Xuebeng, Ning Fengzi, Gu Douluo and others. Dong dong! Your Highness, we can't rush in. The royal guards immediately rushed up to rescue Xuebeng, but were rebounded by a transparent barrier and couldn't get close at all. Who are you? Why do you treat the emperor of my Tiandu Empire like this? Prince Swexing looked at the peerless beauty in the sky and couldn't figure out who she was. If he guessed correctly, she might be a god-level strongman. He didn't know how Ning Fengzi, Xuebeng and others offended this strongman. Tick-tick. The beautiful woman's clone transformed by Ye Liangchen's consciousness didn't pay attention to Prince Swexing, but continued to play the flute, using sound wave power to control Yu Xiaogang and others to continue their performance. Continue to play music. Continue to dance. At this moment, Ye Liangchen recalled the famous saying of a star on blue star in his previous life, and found it particularly interesting. Shua. At this time, Yu Yuanzhen's figure also appeared on a tall building in the distance. Fortunately, I left at that time, otherwise I would have fallen into the trap of that evildoer. Yu Yuanzhen stared at the hot scene on the street below, cold sweat on his forehead, and at the same time he felt very fortunate. Yu Xiaogang, Yu Xiaogang. I should have shot you against the wall and killed you back then. Looking at Yu Xiaogang playing games crazily with Xuebeng and others, Yu Yuanzhen couldn't bear to look directly at it. What sin had he committed? To give birth to such a thing. Your Highness, what should we do? There are more and more people watching. The leader of the royal guards didn't know how to deal with the situation in front of him. At present, tens of thousands of people gathered on this street, and the reputation of Emperor Avalanche became even worse. Evacuate the crowd immediately, and at the same time issue a gag order. Whoever dares to spread it will be killed. Prince Swexing was also in a headache at this moment. Facing such a scene, he had no way at all. He had to do his best to evacuate the crowd. As for whether he could save the reputation of the royal family and the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, it was unknown. Leave this place quickly, don't spread it, otherwise the whole family will be executed. Seeing this, the royal guards immediately began to evacuate the crowd and couldn't let everyone watch anymore. Go quickly. When the citizens heard that the whole family would be executed, they were immediately scared to death and left the place immediately. For a while, the scene was very chaotic. Haha. This is big news, we have to bring the news back quickly to make everyone happy. Some spies from the Wuhan Hall, the Minzi clan, and the Xingluo Empire almost couldn't help laughing, and then they hid in the ordinary crowd and quickly left Tiandu city. Xiao Chen, you are so bad. But I like it, ha ha ha. Lu Erlong, who was hiding in a tall building in the distance, looked at the hot scene of Yu Xiaogang and others, and laughed so hard that she was out of breath. This girl is a beauty after all, how come she has no image at all? Looking at her daughter's turbulent laughter, she was simply a female man, and Yu Luomian shook her head helplessly. Xiao Chen, your magic skill is so powerful. Lu Erlong looked at Yang Chen next to him, feeling that this little guy was omnipotent, and he could actually use the sound of the flute to control Yu Xiaogang and his gang to do such a weird thing, which was incredible. And Erlong, these are all small scenes, don't be surprised. Yang Chen smiled calmly. Whoever becomes your enemy is in big trouble. Lu Erlong rolled her eyes at Yang Chen. Fortunately, she had joined this guy, otherwise she might have suffered the same fate as the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Well, a god-level expert is here. Let's go back to the academy first. Swoosh. At this time, Yang Chen sensed Jian Douluo, Ning Rongrong, Tang San and others flying from the sky, so he immediately took Lu Erlong and his daughter back to Lanba Academy. As for the clone formed by the consciousness, it continued to stay above the center of Tiandu city, using sound wave power to control Ning Fengzi and others to sink into the illusion. Tick-tick. Yang Chen played a song thinking of love and used his powerful mental power to pull Yu Xiaogang, Shuebeng, Ning Fengzi and Gu Douluo into an illusion, allowing them to perform to their heart's content in it, while the royal guards surrounded the four people and danced an enchanting pole dance. One is strength, the other is speed. Ning Fengzi was in high spirits and summoned his martial spirit to assist himself and others. The scene was very intense. Ha ha ha. In an instant, Yu Xiaogang, Shuebeng, Gu Douluo and others played even crazier. Sir, please let us go. Prince Swexing, who was outside the barrier, felt his scalp tingling when he saw the crazy scene of Ning Fengzi and others, so he quickly pleaded with Yang Chen's spiritual incarnation. Shua Shua. At this time, Jian Douluo and Ning Rongrong flew to the center of Tiandu city. Ah! Dad, Grandpa Gu, what are you doing? When Ning Rongrong saw that her father and Gu Douluo were actually having a carrot pulling competition, her head suddenly buzzed. Fengzi, old buddy, wake up. Who are you? Sword Douluo saw this and immediately summoned his spirit to slash at the beautiful woman playing the flute. Bang bang! Sword Douluo's attack wave was directly bounced back when it hit the transparent barrier, and the beautiful woman's clone transformed by Yang Chen's consciousness was not affected at all. How is it possible? Seeing that they could not rescue Ning Fengzi and the others, Sword Douluo and Ning Rongrong were immediately shocked. The strength of this strange woman exceeded their expectations, which was another big variable. Swoosh! Immediately afterwards, Tang San, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Tai Long and others also flew here. Oh my god! What's going on? Ha ha ha! Ma Hongjun, Oscar and Tai Long never expected that they could see Ning Fengzi and Bone Douluo competing in pulling radishes. Such a scene simply blinded their eyes. Who is this woman? How can she have Yang Chen's skills? Tang San recalled his experience in the Stardow forest, which was exactly the same as the scene in front of him, and thought, could this matter be related to that guy? At this moment, Tang San did not attack the barrier in front of him, but watched the jokes of Ning Fengzi and Bone Douluo with Ma Hongjun and others. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, you are not allowed to laugh. Ning Rongrong was furious when she saw that the Shrek brothers dared to laugh at her father and Grandpa Bone. Ning Rongrong, I just remembered something happy, and I didn't laugh at Master Ning and others. Yes, yes. We were just looking at that beauty. Wow. It's so beautiful. Ma Hongjun, Oscar and Tyrone didn't care about Ning Rongrong's feelings at all. Instead of being in a state of mind, they openly enjoyed the carrot-pulling competition between Ning Fengzi and Gu Douluo. At this moment, several people were laughing wildly in their hearts. Ning Fengzi, old man Gu, didn't trademark T you look down on us before? You have come to this day. Ha 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 ha. Everyone, are you satisfied with this performance? Ka. Seeing that everyone had come, Yangchen immediately put away his sound wave power, and then snapped his fingers, pulling Ning Fengzi and others back to reality from the illusion. Ah! Fengzi, how could this happen? Uncle Gu, I don't know either. Ouch! Ah! My waist. After the illusion disappeared, Gu Douluo, Ning Fengzi, Xuebeng and others woke up instantly, and then looked at their own embarrassment, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Xiao San, help me kill her. Yu Xiaogang held his old waist and shouted with a hoarse voice. This time, he played too crazy with Xuebeng and the others, and almost tired himself to death. Ha ha ha. Farting Douluo, fart for everyone quickly. Buzz. Yangchen used his mental power to control Yu Xiaogang's mind, and then asked him to use the 9th soul skill. 3 Cannon's True Body. 9th soul skill, fart like thunder, earth-shaking fart. Yu Xiaogang, who was controlled by Yangchen, immediately summoned his martial soul, pointed his butt at Ning Fengzi, Xuebeng and others, and directly released a stinky soul skill. Puff. With a loud bang, shit green smoke gushed out from behind Yu Xiaogang, covering a radius of several hundred meters. Ugh! In an instant, the stinking smoke directly made everyone stagger, and thousands of royal soldiers squatted on the side of the road and vomited crazily, almost vomiting out jaundice water. The master's 9th soul skill is actually called the earth-shaking Gangzi fart, ha ha ha. Ugh! When Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Ma Hongjun and Tai Long heard the name of Yu Xiaogang's 9th soul skill, they almost laughed to death, but under the stinking smoke, they couldn't help but vomiting crazily. Ha ha ha. Farting Douluo, your 9th soul skill is quite unique. Tang San, when you call your teacher in the future, remember to call him Gangzi, or Gangzi fart, anyway, don't call him teacher. Yangchen never expected that the name of Yu Xiaogang's 9th soul skill was actually Gangzi fart. Luosha God is too playful. He gave this guy such a weird soul skill. She is worthy of being the demon queen. Who are you? Why are you playing a trick on them? Tang San and Jian Douluo did not laugh, but quietly looked at the strange woman in the sky. At the same time, they were also very curious. Where did this level of strong man come from? Take your time to guess. Shua. Yangchen's spiritual incarnation showed a mysterious smile, then turned into a light spot, instantly disappeared from everyone's sight, and returned to his original body. It's just a spiritual incarnation. Tang San and others were immediately uneasy. The strength of this strange woman was beyond their imagination. Ah! Damn! Ning Fengzi, Xuebeng and Gu Douluo were all about to collapse at this moment. With such a big scandal, their reputations were completely ruined. All the royal guards, listen to my order. Today's events must not be spread, otherwise I will kill all of you. Xuebeng immediately issued a gag order to the royal guards. If it were normal times, he would definitely kill all these soldiers for his reputation, but now the empire is preparing to start a war. If these soldiers were killed, it would shake the morale of the army. At this moment, Xuebeng was simply a dumb person eating bitter herbs, unable to speak out his grievances, too aggrieved. Your Majesty, please rest assured that we will keep our mouths shut. If we disobey, our whole family will die. Thousands of royal guards knelt on the ground and swore to Xuebeng. They dared not speak nonsense because it was related to the dignity of the royal family. Your Majesty, I think it is better to kill them. Ning Fengzi did not believe that these royal guards could keep their mouths shut. He thought it was better to kill them. Only the dead could keep secrets. Ah! I didn't see anything, don't kill me. The soldiers of the royal guards were scared to death when they heard Ning Fengzi's words. At the same time, they prayed in their hearts that Yangchen, the monster, would come over quickly and destroy the empire and the 3 old sects. At that time, everyone would surrender directly. Dad Ning Rongrong was also dumbfounded at this moment. She never thought that her father would be so cruel. It's not a big deal. Is it necessary to kill so many people? Yes. Your Majesty and Master are also victims. They can bear such harm. As the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, can't you bear such a little harm? Ma Hongjun and Tai Long teased in a sarcastic way. They couldn't stand Ning Fengzi, a two-faced gentleman. Master Ning, His Majesty has issued a gag order, so there is no need. Prince Swexing saw that Ning Fengzi was so cruel and vicious, and thought, you are noble, you are great, but the lives of thousands of our royal guards are not as good as your reputation as the great Master Ning. Fengzi, forget it, it has already happened. You can't hide it even if you want to. You can retire from now on. Rongrong will take over the position of the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Jian Douluo looked at Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Tai Long, Oscar, and others who were also present. There was no need to kill the Tiandu royal guards. Anyway, the Shrek brothers didn't have a good relationship with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. These guys might spread the matter. Go. Okay. Ning Fengzi sighed and could only swallow his bitterness. What Senior Jian Douluo said is right. As the saying goes, the root of a carrot is still there after it is pulled out. Only those who endure the most hardships can become the best. Yu Xiaogang also disagreed with wiping out all the royal guards. Anyway, he had experienced a lot of such things in his life, and it was not worth mentioning at all. Teacher, how did you provoke such a strong man? Tang San was not interested in whether to wipe out the royal guards. Instead, he was very curious about the identity of the strange woman. This is what happened. Yu Xiaogang had to tell the story in a vain way. Especially when he talked about Lu Erlong, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth and wished he could eat the other person's flesh and drink the other person's blood. What? That strange woman is actually the strong man brought by Lu Erlong. The other party must be Yeliangchen's people. Now we have another powerful god-level strong man. Jian Douluo, Tang San, and others heard that this matter was caused by Yu Xiaogang leading people to capture Lu Erlong, and they immediately felt that things were not good. Teacher, Yu Luomian and his lineage must have betrayed the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Now we have to destroy them. Tang San was very dissatisfied with Yu Luomian's refusal to participate in the war. He must not let such a traitor continue to stay in Tiandu City. Teacher, this matter still depends on you. Help me destroy the Blue Tyrant Academy. As the emperor of the Tianshan Empire, Xuebeng was insulted like this. If he did not destroy the Blue Tyrant Academy, where would the face of the Tiandu royal family be? Grandpa Jian couldn't break the barrier she set up before. That woman seems to be very powerful. Although Ning Rongrong also wanted to vent for her father, she thought that the strange woman was related to Lu Erlong. If everyone attacked Lan Ba Academy rashly, they might suffer losses again. Let's go to Lan Ba Academy to check it out first. If such a strong person appears in Tiandu City and is not eliminated, it will bring us big trouble. Fatty, Oscar, Tyrone, let's go. Tang San was very confident in his own strength, so he quickly called the Shrek brothers to fly towards Lan Ba Academy. Teacher, please help me. Xuebeng didn't dare to join in the fun at this moment. He had played too crazy with the royal guards in the illusion before. Now his legs were shaking and it was a bit difficult to walk. Everyone listened to the order, escort His Majesty back to the palace. Prince Xuexing asked the royal guards to send Xuebeng back to the palace, and at the same time sighed in his heart, today's Tiandu Empire is in trouble both internally and externally, and I don't know how long it can last. Your Majesty, please get in the carriage. Several leaders of the royal guards hurriedly helped Xuebeng onto the carriage. Two of them had previously competed with Xuebeng in pulling carrots. At this moment, they felt like they had walked through the gates of hell. This guy didn't even order them to be killed. They were really lucky. Tap, tap, tap. Thousands of royal guards escorted Xuebeng and Xuexing to the direction of the palace. At this moment, everyone was very nervous, and they didn't know whether the royal family would kill them later. Wrong, escort your father and Grandpa Bone back to the section. Swoosh. Jian Douluo said to Ning Rongrong, and then flew towards the direction of Lan Ba Academy. Grandpa Jian, you have to be careful. Swish. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong stretched out her hand to pull Ning Fengzi and Bone Douluo and flew towards Kaibao City. Chapter 491 Tang San was struck by lightning again. Lu Erlong, you vicious woman, Xiao San has taken action, you are dead now. Yu Xiaogang thought of the harm Lu Erlong had brought to him, and was very angry, so he hurried to Lanba Academy, wanting to see Lu Erlong being executed in person. Just as Tang San and his friends were rushing to Lanba Academy, Yeliang Chen, hovering 10,000 meters above the sky, immediately activated the power of the water element law and created a large cloud. Xiao Chen, why are you making so much mist? Lu Erlong, who was standing by, felt very strange when she saw countless white mists coming out of Yeliang Chen's hands. Of course it's to hide our breath. I plan to give Tang San and his gang a big gift when they enter Lanba Academy. And Erlong, just watch the show with peace of mind. Buzz. Yeliang Chen used the power of space to create a transparent barrier to cover Lu Erlong, so that the woman would not be affected by the power of the thunder element law. Then I have to take a good look. Lu Erlong was also very curious at this moment, what tricks Yeliang Chen would use to trick Tang San and the others. Now Lu Erlong had 100% confidence in Yeliang Chen's methods, and was not worried about the safety of her father and the others. With the protection of the space barrier, everyone would be safe. When Tang San, Jian Douluo, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Tai Long flew to Lan Ba Academy, they found that the entire academy was empty, without a single person. Where are the people? Where did they go? Ma Hongzhen asked curiously, looking around with a pair of small eyes. Lu Erlong was a great beauty, and as an old pervert, he was very interested in this action. Although Ma Hongzhen had also become a god, he was fat, and his reputation had long been ruined, so he could not get the favor of beautiful women. He could only hang out with Oscar and Dai Mubai in places of entertainment. The three brothers often sighed that the most outstanding beauty in the entire continent was not in the place of entertainment. Women, all surrounded Ye Liangchen, they were jealous of that monster. Purple demon eye. Shua. Where did they go? Tang San's eyes shot out purple light, looking at all corners of the school, but he didn't find anyone. Xiao San, your purple demon eye is said to be able to see through all illusions in the world, do you see anything strange about this academy? Seeing Tang San's eyes turn purple, Oscar came over immediately and asked curiously. I didn't see anything strange. Tang San shook his head helplessly. Although the purple demon eye had been cultivated to the vast realm and could see things at a distance, when his strength entered the god level, the purple demon eye didn't seem to be of much help to him. Swoosh! Xiao San, did you catch Lu Erlong? At this time, Yu Xiaogang ran in from outside with bow legs, trembling, with an expectant look on his face. Master, they ran away a long time ago. Ma Hongzhen muttered beside him. Seeing the strange walking posture of Master farting, he almost couldn't help laughing. He thought, Gangzi, how many attacks did you endure? Tang San, are you sure you can defeat that strange woman? Jian Douluo flew over the academy for a circle, but didn't find anyone. He felt something was wrong. The strength of the woman before was obviously higher than his. If she was really venting for Lu Erlong, she would definitely wait for everyone now, but now she disappeared, which was really abnormal. Don't worry, senior. I'm sure. Shua. Tang San nodded confidently, then summoned the Rakshasa demon scythe and alerted the surroundings. Third master, should we destroy these teaching buildings? Tai Long saw that his master had shown his weapon. As a servant, he had to charge into battle. Destroy this academy. Tang San nodded. Since Yu Luomian and the others had escaped, the academy naturally could not be left. Okay, third master. Roar. Powerful gorilla. Seeing this, Tai Long immediately summoned the gorilla spirit and prepared to start. All are here, very good. Ye Liangchen, who was hiding in the clouds, saw that Tang San and his friends were about to destroy the academy, so he immediately activated the true art of controlling thunder to trigger the heavenly tribulation. Boom. Whoosh. There was only a thunderclap in the clear sky, and in an instant, dark clouds covered the sky, lightning and thunder, and a large dark cloud enveloped the sky thousands of meters above the Blue Tyrant Academy, forming a huge vortex. Crack Zizi. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, lightning shot out from the center of the cloud vortex, striking Tang San and his friends like a rainstorm. What? Ah! The sudden thunder tribulation stunned Tang San and his friends. Ah! Yu Xiaogang was even more stunned by the thunder, his whole body was black, and all his clothes were on fire. Bang! At the critical moment, Tang San kicked Yu Xiaogang into the lake in the distance, and then extinguished the fire on him. Why did the heavenly tribulation appear? Did the heaven know that we were going to destroy the academy, so it sent down the heavenly tribulation to punish us? Tang San, Jian Douluo, Ma Hongzhen, Oscar and Tai Long hurriedly used their divine power to protect themselves, constantly dodging and moving to avoid lightning. Damn! Tang San remembered that when he just returned to Douluo Star, he was hit by the heavenly tribulation and was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Now it was the same. He thought, I am a pure and innocent person, the embodiment of justice, why does this heavenly tribulation always target me? It should hit Ye Liangchen, that hateful guy. Why is there a sudden thunderstorm in such good weather? God is angry, run. Countless citizens in Tiandu city were also stunned by the sudden appearance of the strange phenomenon in the sky, and then ran away in panic. Hey! It seems that it is not targeting us. After running for a while, the citizens found that the thunder tribulation did not strike them, so they stopped and looked up at the sky. He. I just wanted to destroy Lanba Academy, and this heavenly tribulation appeared over that academy. It seems that God is helping me. In the Tiandu Palace, Shuebeng stood on a huge platform and looked excitedly in the direction of Lanba Academy. Ye Liangchen in the clouds saw that Tang San and the others did not leave, so he used more thunder element law power to give them some fuel. Boom! Crack sizzle! Instantly, the thunder tribulation became more violent, and the bucket-thick lightning poured down on Tang San and his group like a violent storm. Ah! Instantly, Tang San and his group's divine shields were directly shattered, and the powerful lightning electrocuted them and made them scream. After a while, they fell to the ground and twitched. Ah! At this moment, Tang San, Ma Hongzhen, Oscar, Tyrone, Jian Douluo and their bodies turned into charcoal, their clothes and hair were on fire, and white smoke was coming out of their bodies. The scene was very tragic. Escape from here quickly. Tang San and his group used all their strength to escape from Lan Ba Academy immediately, otherwise they might be killed by the heavenly tribulation. Shua Shua. It's so strange, this heavenly tribulation seems to be targeting us on purpose. After escaping from the academy, Tang San and his group saw that nothing happened outside, and the heavenly tribulation was covering the area where the academy's playground was located. There is something strange about this academy. We should it's better to leave. Shua. Jian Douluo took out a robe from the soul guide, put it on himself, and then flew directly towards Kaibao City. Hurry back to Tang Sect to heal. Xiao San, the master seems to be still soaking in the lake. Don't worry about him, he won't die. Okay. Tang San and his friends didn't dare to stay in Lan Ba Academy any longer, and immediately flew towards Tang Sect. Huala huala. At this time, a teaching building near the playground of the academy also collapsed under the powerful thunder tribulation. Plop. A huge brick happened to fly into the lake, and directly woke up Yu Xiaogang who was soaking in the lake. Ah! What is going on? Huala! After Yu Xiaogang woke up, he felt a burning pain all over his body, as if his skin had been burned by fire. Xiao San. Looking around, Yu Xiaogang found that the entire playground was in a mess, and he did not see Tang San and the others. Then he climbed to the shore with difficulty and limped towards the entrance of the academy. It's a bit powerful. When Ye Chen saw Tang San and the others escape, he immediately took back the Yu Lei Zhenju, and in an instant, the heavenly tribulation disappeared. Buzz. Aunt Erlong, You are stunned. Ye Chen untied the space barrier and prepared to tell Lu Erlong about the loss of the academy, but found that the woman was stunned at the moment, with her mouth opened into the letter O, like a statue. Aunt Erlong, come back to your senses. Ye Chen quickly reached out and pinched Lu Erlong's mouth to wake her up. Ah! Xiao Chen, you can even create a heavenly tribulation, you are so amazing. After Lu Erlong came back to her senses, she hugged Ye Chen excitedly, her eyes showing little stars of admiration, like a little girl who is obsessed with flowers. Fuck. You use this to test cotters, which cotter can withstand such a test? Aunt Erlong, you take advantage of me. Looking at the enthusiastic Lu Erlong, Ye Chen quickly pulled the other party away from her arms. If this continues, something will happen sooner or later. What do you mean I take advantage of you? Believe it or not, I will use the old cow eating tender grass on you directly. Seeing that the little guy dared to tease her, Lu Erlong hugged Ye Chen tightly and kissed him on the face. Xiao Chen, this is my first kiss. After the kiss, Lu Erlong's face flushed instantly, her heart was throbbing, and she felt very excited. She thought, this guy's embrace is really comfortable, making me feel itchy and greedy. Aunt Erlong, you are already a maiden in your 40s, and you still have your first kiss. Ye Chen gently pushed Lu Erlong away. If she continued to toss this woman, she would definitely get into trouble. Are you asking for a beating? How dare you say I'm old? Look at my delicate skin, perfect figure, and beautiful face. I'm just a young girl in my 20s. How can I be an old maid? When Lu Erlong heard Ye Chen say that she was an old maid, she got angry and hugged the little guy again, suffocating him with her great chest. Aunt Erlong, stop suffocating. Ye Chen apologized quickly after being suddenly attacked by Lu Erlong. As expected, the female Tyrannosaurus was really tough. That's more like it. Lu Erlong smiled coquettishly. Seeing this guy's face flushed by her, she felt very excited. Aunt Erlong, a teaching building in Lanba Academy was struck down by the thunder tribulation I created. You won't feel sad, will you? Ye Chen stopped Lu Erlong's fight, and then took her to the playground of Lanba Academy to let her see the current loss of the academy. After all, this academy was also her hard work. It's okay. It's just a building that was destroyed. Anyway, it can be rebuilt in the future. Lu Erlong waved her hand indifferently. She didn't care about the collapse of the teaching building of Lanba Academy at all. As long as she could beat Tang San and the others, it would be worth it even if the entire academy building was destroyed. Xiao Chen, the heavenly tribulation you created before should be able to kill Tang San and the others, right? Lu Erlong felt that Ye Chen was deliberately torturing Tang San and the others, and was not in a hurry to kill them. I do have a big move that can destroy Tang San and the others, but my big move is too powerful. Once it is used, the entire Tiandu city will be destroyed, and it is estimated that millions of people will be killed or injured. Ye Chen's current strength has reached the second level god, and he dare not use that kind of super powerful divine skill casually. Hiss. So terrifying. Hearing that the entire Tiandu city can be destroyed with one move, Lu Erlong was shocked. Now that Tang San and the others have been struck by lightning, they should not dare to come to Lanba Academy. I have to go back. Aunt Erlong,
are you staying in Lanba Academy or going back to Tenglong City? After solving the safety issues of Yu Luomian and the others, Liang Chen should leave Tiandu City. Of course I'm going back to Tenglong City. You helped me so much and made my father a titled Douluo. I have to repay you slowly for such a great favor. Lu Erlong didn't even think about it and followed Liang Chen back to Tenglong City. Okay then. Go tell your father and others first and tell them not to come out now. Okay. Liang Chen and Lu Erlong flew towards the back mountain of the academy, entered the barrier, and told Yu Luomian about the matter. Erlong, don't worry. We have enough food and water, and we can live in this barrier for 1 or 2 months without any problem. Yu Luomian learned about the loss of Lanba Academy, but didn't take it to heart. Anyway, as long as everyone is still alive, the academy can be rebuilt at any time in the future. Then we'll leave first, you have to be careful. Lu Erlong waved to everyone, and then took Liang Chen out of the barrier and returned to Tenglong City. Swoosh! Just after Liang Chen and Lu Erlong left Lanba Academy, Yu Yuanzhen appeared on the academy's playground. This is too scary. There is no trace of Tianheng and the others. I guess everyone has already moved. At this moment, Yu Yuanzhen looked around the broken walls and ruins around the playground and felt a little scared. At the same time, in the Tiandu Palace, Xuebeng had been waiting for the news of Lu Erlong's capture. Now that Tianji disappeared and Tang San and the others did not come back, things were a bit strange, so he quickly asked his men to find out the news. Your Majesty, the Imperial Master and the others were struck by lightning at Lanba Academy and are now recovering in the Tang sect. After a while, the men brought the news of Tang San and the others. Pa, crack! How could this happen? When Xuebeng heard that Tang San and the others were actually struck by lightning, his head seemed to explode, and the teacup in his hand fell directly to the ground. Xuebeng, you only know how to cause trouble every day, and this time you have provoked an unknown strong man. The entire Tiandu Empire will be ruined by you. Pa! Prince Xuexing rushed in from outside and slapped Xuebeng in the face. Uncle, I didn't know it would be like this. Xuebeng quickly covered his face, feeling extremely aggrieved in his heart. Everything was really going wrong. On the other side, Jian Douluo returned to the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect with a gloomy face, which immediately caused a sensation in the sect. Grandpa Jian, how could you be like this? Ning Rongrong was shocked when she saw Jian Douluo's head turned into a charcoal-like black hair, especially the white hair, which was actually burnt, looking extremely funny. Jianren. Uncle Jian. Bon Douluo and Ning Fengzi were also shocked. In their impression, Jian Douluo had never been so embarrassed. Don't mention it, we entered the Blue Tyrant Academy, and then we were inexplicably struck by lightning. It seemed that the heavenly tribulation was specifically targeting us. Jian Douluo was also helpless, and then he told the story of how he was struck by lightning. At this moment, he was a little suspicious that it might be because he had committed too many sins in the city of slaughter, and now he was being punished. Seeing that Jian Douluo was beginning to suspect that he was being punished, Ning Fengzi and Gu Douluo were speechless. After all, everyone had done bad things, and now they didn't know what to say. Grandpa Jian, don't think too much. Who has not committed murder to become a strong man? 9 Treasures Healing Light. Ning Rongrong comforted Jian Douluo, then summoned her martial soul and used healing skills to heal him. Chapter 492 The Vulnerable Tiandu Army. 2 days later, the news about Xuebeng, Yu Xiaogang, Ning Fengzi and Gu Douluo spread all over Tiandu City under Yu Yuanzhen's operation. Yu Yuanzhen had learned that Xuebeng wanted to destroy Lanba Academy, so he immediately spread the news in Tiandu City to let the citizens in the Imperial City know what kind of person their emperor was. The Seven Treasures glazed sect had surpassed the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect in recent years because of the emergence of 2 gods, which made Yu Yuanzhen very unhappy. Now that the opportunity has come, he naturally has to retaliate against the other party. As soon as the news came out, the whole Tiandu City was in an uproar. Wow! It's so weird. It just refreshed our cognition. This noble's hobby is really puzzling. Ha ha ha. For a moment, the whole Tiandu City was boiling, and people seemed to have discovered a super big melon. Your Majesty is such a person. Then what's the point of us? In the Imperial camp, countless soldiers knew about Xuebeng's scandal, and morale instantly dropped to the freezing point. Damn! Crack crack! Who on earth spread my scandal? I will kill his entire clan. In the Tiandu Palace, Xuebeng was furious at this moment, and broke more than a dozen teacups in a row. Royal brother, what's going on between you and farting Douluo Yu Xiaogang? After hearing the rumor, Princess Xueke immediately ran to the palace hall to question Xuebeng about it. Xueke, your brother was framed. Looking at his sister's disappointed eyes, Xuebeng felt extremely aggrieved at this moment. Hey! Prince Xuexing sighed helplessly. When the war was about to come, Xuebeng's reputation was ruined again,
which would cause a serious blow to the morale of the army. Uncle, who is so bold as to spread this matter in Tiandu city? Even if he is afraid of our royal family, is he not afraid of the revenge of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect? Xuebeng felt that someone must have spread this matter deliberately. The one who could come up with such a damaging move might be the evildoer Yeliang Chen. Xuebeng, it doesn't matter who spread it. The morale of the imperial army must be very low at the moment. You should go and appease the emotions of the army immediately. Prince Swexing shook his head helplessly. He was very disappointed with his nephew. I'll go right away. Xuebeng immediately sorted out calm down, and rushed to the military camp with his men to appease the morale of the army, otherwise the morale of the army will be dispersed. In the Kaibao Liulai sect, countless people seemed to have discovered a super big melon. Hey! I didn't expect that our sect master and Gu Douluo have a story. This is too weird. SHH. Stop talking, be careful that there are ears next door. What are you afraid of? I heard that the story between the sect master and Gu Douluo has spread throughout the Tiandu Empire. For a while, countless people began to discuss the story between Ning Fengzi and Gu Douluo. Everyone was very interested in this kind of gossip. Kikikika. Ning Fengzi was so angry that he smashed dozens of cups in a row when he heard people from the sect talking about him behind his back. Now he lost all his face. I didn't expect Fengzi and Gu Rong to. When Ning Fengzi's old mother heard this rumor, her jaw dropped. No wonder he has become abnormal recently. It turns out that he has such a hobby. Hey! Ning Fengzi's dozen wives were also talking about it behind his back. When they thought that their husbands had a story with that immortal Bone Douluo, it simply refreshed their 3 views. Bone Douluo and Ning Fengzi were embarrassed to see people. They hid in their respective mansions all day long and dared not go out. Everyone, please stop talking. Dad and Grandpa Bone were also controlled by people with mental power, so they did that kind of thing. If anyone dares to talk about it again, they will be dealt with according to the sect rules. Ning Rongrong couldn't stand it anymore, so she had to stand up and explain for Ning Fengzi and Bone Douluo. Haha. In a hall in the Tang sect, Tang San and others felt gloating when they heard people start to laugh at Ning Fengzi and Bone Douluo. They had suffered the ridicule of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect before, and now the other party was also embarrassed, which was fair. As the saying goes, good news doesn't go out, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. The story of Ning Fengzi, Xuebeng and others quickly spread throughout the continent. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that Ning Fengzi, who has always been known for his modesty, has a secret with Bone Douluo, ha ha ha. And Xuebeng, he actually performed fighting spirits with Fart Douluo Yu Xiaogang on the street. Is this a distortion of human nature? Or is it a moral decline? Ha ha ha. When the world heard this explosive news, they laughed so hard that they couldn't breathe. This method should be done by Xiao Chen, right? I heard that the person who used the flute to embarrass Ning Fengzi and others was a peerless beauty. How could it be Xiao Chen? Could it be the pavilion master's new confidant? It's possible. Anyway, that beauty must be from our side. Inside Jialing City, Jian Rongxiu, Hulina, Jin Yaoer, Xiaoyu and others were very curious about the strange god-level strongman who had just appeared. Don't guess, it was Xiao Chen who did it. He can use his consciousness to transform into everything. The peerless beauty who tricked Ning Fengzi and the others was transformed by Xiaogan's consciousness. I tell you, Xiao Chen also used the power of the thunder element law to create a heavenly tribulation, which chopped Tang San, Jian Douluo, Oscar, Ma Hongjun and Tai Long to pieces. At this moment, Bibi Dong flew from the horizon to Jialing Pass City and revealed the mystery to everyone. When Bibi Dong received this news before, she flew to Tenglong City and asked Yeliang Chen about it. She learned that the little guy wanted to vent his anger for Lu Erlong, so he came up with such a trick to trick Ning Fengzi and the others. Ha ha ha. The war hasn't started yet, and the Tiandu Empire has such a big scandal. Maybe their military morale will be dispersed. After listening to it, everyone laughed and sighed that Yeliang Chen's methods were really amazing. The strange things that happened in Tiandu City have become a topic of conversation among people, and the Tiandu royal family and the Kaibao Liulai sect have also ruined their reputations because of this incident. However, Xuebeng did not give up launching a war because of this incident, so he ordered Ji Long Marshal, continue to deploy troops. Only by defeating Yeliang Chen and the Spirit Hall can we control public opinion and restore our reputation. Seeing this, Yeliang Chen continued to deploy the plan of siege and reinforcement according to the original plan. On this day, Yeliang Chen mobilized 200,000 troops from the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom and the Xingluo Empire, put them into the space barrier, and then sent the army to the Valo Valley, asking Shui Binger, Feng Xiaotian and others to arrange the army to set up an ambush and wait for the Tiandu Empire army to come in. Xiao Chen, we have set up an ambush here. Go back to the outside of Mill City and let Grandpa Shui Xing and others act immediately. 2 days later, 200,000 troops had been ambushed, and Shui Bing'er felt that they could start implementing the plan of siege and reinforcement. Then I will go back immediately. Seeing this, Yelyangchen immediately flew back to Mill City. 10 miles outside Mill City, Yelyangchen ordered the 3 armies of Shenfeng City, Shiwo City and Tianshui City to take action and surrounded the 300,000 troops in Mill City. Swoosh! Listen to me, people in the city, you have been surrounded by us. Feng Zhen, Huo Hongming and Shui Xing flew to the front of Mill City and began to shout to the Tian Empire army. I didn't expect you to be so brave. Aren't you afraid that the Empire's million-strong army will destroy your 3 elemental cities? The general defending the city was also an 82-level soul Douluo named Malos. He didn't expect the army of the 3 elemental cities to come so quickly. Haha. The million-strong army of the Empire is just a bunch of rabble. Malos, since you don't want to surrender, let's just fight on. Sui Xing, Feng Zhen and Huo Hongming smiled calmly, then returned to the barracks and ordered the army to be ready to attack the city at any time. General, what should we do? The 3 elemental layers are obviously well prepared. Malos's deputy generals felt that the situation was very serious. Mill City was surrounded, and the food and grass in the city were only enough for half a month. If they could not be replenished, the Empire's defenders would be starved to death sooner or later. Hold on and wait for help. As long as we hold on for more than 10 days, His Majesty will definitely send reinforcements to rescue us. At that time, we can attack from both inside and outside, and then we can counterattack and win. Malos ordered the soldiers defending the city to strengthen the defense, while sending flying soul masters out of the city to bring intelligence back to Tiandu City. Swoosh! A flying soul master named Otto quietly flew out of Mill City after receiving Malos's order. Shua! The flying soul master was intercepted by Yelyangchen just 3 miles outside the city. Please spare my life, sir. Otto is willing to surrender. This man's name is Otto. His martial soul is Cat Owl. He has the cultivation of Soul Emperor. In front of a strong man of Yelyangchen's level, he has no resistance at all, so he surrendered immediately. Otto, I have planted a divine mark on your forehead. If you go against my will, your head will explode. Go back to Tiandu City to report the news, and then find a way to get out of it. The Tiandu Empire will not last long. There is no need to serve the corrupt royal family. Yelyangchen tapped Otto's forehead and pretended to scare him. He was originally going to send someone pretending to be an imperial soldier back to Tiandu City to report the news, but he didn't expect that the other party would just have someone to deliver to his door. Sir, I will do as you say. Swoosh! Otto immediately and respectfully promised Yelyangchen that he would complete the task, then summoned his flying martial spirit and flew towards Tiandu City. Shoo! Xiao Chen, you are really good at this trick. Let that proactive guy report the news. At this time, the fiery figure of Ling Yuan Douluo flew from a distance and slowly landed in front of Yelyangchen. Anti-Ling Yuan, let Grandpa Shui Xing and others attack the defense outside the city of Mills, so that the officers and soldiers of Mills City feel the pressure. Yelyangchen looked at the periphery of the city of Mills and found that our army was setting up camp, which did not cause any deterrence to the other side. Okay. I will arrange it immediately. Swoosh! Ling Yuan Douluo immediately flew back to the barracks and asked the army to start the attack. Woo woo woo! Boom boom boom! Kill! Instantly, the horns blew, the drums beat, and the mighty army rushed towards Mills City. 3 hours later, the army broke through the outer defense of Mills City with overwhelming force, wiped out 50,000 Empire defenders, and turned the city into a truly isolated city, where not even a bird could enter or leave. Hold on, hold on! Malos had never thought that the army composed of the 3 elements was so powerful, so he immediately withdrew the soldiers guarding the city, closed the city gates, and waited for reinforcements. It's okay. Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Yelyangchen immediately asked the army to set up camp a few hundred meters away from Mill City, and then let the army conduct normal exercises. We haven't even made a move on the Soul Douluo, but we have already beaten the Imperial army to pieces. Now it seems that they are really a bunch of rabble. Mercury, Feng Zhen and others originally thought that there would be another fierce battle, but they didn't expect that the army of the Tiandu Empire was so vulnerable. The news that Mill City was trapped also reached the Tiandu Imperial family 3 days later. What? The 3 elemental cities dared to attack Mill City. In the Tiandu Imperial Palace, Shui Beng was shocked when he received the news. Your Majesty, what should we do? After hearing this, the Grand Marshal of the army, Ji Long, was also in a state of panic. Marshal Ji Long, immediately send 200,000 troops to rescue, and then I will personally lead 500,000 troops to follow. When Shui Beng thought that there were 300,000 defenders in Mill City, if he didn't go to rescue, the royal family would lose the morale of the army. Yes, Your Majesty. Ji Long immediately mobilized 200,000 elite soldiers, plus 2,000 soul masters, and rushed to Mill City. Tap tap tap. 3 days later, Shui Beng got on a luxurious carriage and led 500,000 troops to Mill City. In addition, there were 10,000 soul masters, more than half of whom came from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, the Haoshan sect, and the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, and there were 6 titled Douluo among them. Tang San asked Marshal Ji Long to lead another 1,000,000 troops and tens of thousands of soul masters to the Jialing Pass battlefield, while he continued to stay in the Tang sect and began to absorb the negative emotional power brought by the war and strengthen his own cultivation. Marshal Ji Long didn't understand why Tang San made such an arrangement. Opening up 2 battlefields at the same time was simply a matter of life and death for the current Tiandu Empire. Brother San, how should we arrange it? Ma Hongjun asked Tang San curiously. Now that the war has started, it's time for them, the god-level warriors, to go out. Let the Imperial Army attack Jialing Pass first, and we'll attack later. Xiao Ao, go to Douluo and see. If it doesn't go well, ask him to quickly bring Skano and Wu Meng to our side, and work together to attack Wu first. Soul Hall. Tang San planned to use the avalanche to contain Yeliang Chen, and then he could deal with the Spirit Hall with peace of mind. Angel God Jian Rongxu was Yeliang Chen's girlfriend. If he could kill that woman, he could also use it to hit Yeliang Chen's confidence. Okay, I'll go right away. Oscar saw this and immediately flew towards Xingluo country. Tang San, your method is very good. Jian Douluo learned from the inheritance of Shura God that the previous generation of Angel God also died at the hands of Shura God. In this case, he would first kill Angel God Jian Rongxu, and even use Jian Rongxu's life to threaten Yeliang Chen to hand over the Shura demon sword. A few days later, all the reinforcements of the Tiandu Empire entered the Waluo Valley. Boom crash. At this moment, countless large rocks suddenly rolled down from the mountain in front, blocking the official road. No, we are ambushed. Quickly retreat. The Imperial Army was shocked when they saw this and immediately retreated. Boom crash. Then, countless large rocks rolled down from the mountain on the other side of the valley, blocking the way for the Tiandu Empire soldiers to retreat. Kill. In an instant, countless soldiers rushed down from both sides of the valley and began to wipe out the Tiandu Empire army. Under the leadership of Dugubo, Yang Wudi, Yang Wushuan, Shui Lanyu, Yesuling, and others, after a day of fierce fighting, the 200,000 troops of the Tiandu Empire were killed in pieces, with more than 100,000 casualties. Hurry up and lay down your weapons and surrender, otherwise you will be killed without mercy. Shui Binger, Feng Xiaotian, and others saw that the Tiandu Empire army was doomed, so they flew directly into the sky and shouted to the remaining reinforcements of the empire. We are willing to surrender. At this time, a general stood up and asked the remaining soldiers to lay down their weapons. This was a completely unequal war. If they continued to resist, everyone would be wiped out. Sister Binger, you clean up the remaining mess and let Grandpa Shui Xing and his men take over Mill City. I estimate that it will take another 7 or 8 days for Shuebian's 500,000 troops to arrive here. You will then work together to deal with the 500,000 troops and directly capture Tiandu City. I have to observe the movements of Tang San and his men. Yeliang Chen has been scanning the entire continent with his spiritual sense these 2 days, and sensed that Tang San and his men are still staying in Tiandu City and are not in a hurry to act. Since those guys did not appear on the battlefield here, they must want to attack Jialing Pass. Leave this to us, you go to support the Wuhan Hall first. With us here, there is no problem in taking over Tiandu City. Shui Binger, Feng Xiaotian, and others assured Yeliang Chen that with the current strength, dealing with the 500,000 troops of Shuebeng is a piece of cake. Brother Yat, I'll go with you. Jinlinger saw this and immediately followed Yeliang Chen to Jialing Pass. This time, she didn't encounter a god-level strongman, and she didn't have the opportunity to take action, which was not satisfying. Chapter 493 The Precarious Tiandu Empire. What is Tang San doing? We made such a big commotion here, and he can still bear not to take action. Jinlinger flew to Yeliang Chen and asked curiously. I guess he may have noticed that my strength is very strong, and he wants to use the negative emotional power brought by the war to improve his cultivation first. Another reason is that he may also be waiting for the Abyss Plane to come, and then use the Abyss Saint to destroy us. Yeliang Chen guessed that Tang San had not taken action for these reasons. He really knows how to calculate. Jinlinger felt that Tang San was really cruel, and he completely treated the Heaven Do Empire as a pawn. The heavenly tribulation you created in Heaven Do City before struck Tang San and his group, and now he may suspect that he is being targeted by God. Jinlinger felt that no matter how Tang San struggled, he felt like a monkey jumping up and down, and he could never make any waves. Yes. When Tang San just returned to Douluo Star, he was also struck by the Tiangang Divine Thunder formation I set up for a while, and he was struck again a few days ago. Now he is probably a little confused. When Yeliang Chen used thunder to strike Tang San before, he did it very secretly, and that guy didn't even notice his breath, and he must be confused now. Haha. It seems that Tang San is about to be fooled by you. Jinlinger felt that torturing Tang San was also a great pleasure in life. Then the two held hands and slowly flew forward. Shua. At this moment, the two felt a beautiful figure flying quickly from the distant horizon. It's Sister Yuer. Jinlinger looked carefully and found that Shui Yuer had returned from the Sea God Island, so she stopped immediately. You won such a big victory, but you didn't even notify me. Shui Yuer flew in front of Yeliang Chen, showing a blaming expression. Sister Yuer, it's not too late to come now. It was just an appetizer before. The real battle hasn't started yet. Jinlinger immediately went up and took Shui Yuer's hand. Sister Bobo and I practice in the Sea God Temple every day. If Sister Yan hadn't notified me, I wouldn't have known that you had already fought. Where are Tang San and the others? Now my strength has improved a lot, and the trident artifact has long been thirsty. Shui Yuer came to Yeliang Chen, summoned the Sea God Trident, showed her own divine ring, and prepared to show her skills. Wow! Sister Yuer, your third god ring is almost condensed. Jinlinger looked at Shui Yuer's third god ring and saw a shadow appear. It was obvious that she was about to break through to the third level of god. Well, just a little bit short. I feel that after a few more years of practice, I should be able to break through to the third level of god. Shui Yuer smiled playfully. Her strength was able to improve so quickly, and it was also thanks to the large amount of faith power in the Sea God Temple. Sister Yuer, now Tang San has returned from the abyss plane and his strength has reached the third level of god. You are a little short of her. Yeliang Chen reminded Shui Yuer not to be too proud. He has also reached the third level of god? It seems that he has not wasted these years. Shui Yuer originally thought that her strength was improving very quickly, but she didn't expect that Tang San went to the abyss plane and was able to improve his strength to the third level of god. Then Yeliang Chen and the two women slowly flew thousands of meters above the sky, enjoying the beautiful scenery of the mountains and rivers. Wow! With so many troops, the Tiandu Empire is going all out. When passing over the sky above the Tiandu Imperial City, Shui Yuer saw that the Tiandu Empire's million-strong army was marching to Jialing Pass in a mighty manner, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Sister Yuer, Tang San divided the 2 million troops of the Tiandu Empire into two, 1 million attacking our side, and 1 million attacking Jialing Pass. Some time ago, he defeated Jian Douluo. He is the one who has the final say in the Tiandu Empire. He gave an order, and the Tiandu Imperial family had to obey. As for Tang San opening up 2 battlefields at the same time, Yeliang Chen could only say that the guy was brainless. No matter how they fight, we have enough power to deal with it. Shui Yuer excitedly waved her fist, full of expectations for the subsequent battle of gods. Shua. Pavilion Master Zhu Qing and the others are fighting. The strong men participating in this battle are Dai Mubai, Inugamai, God of Fraud, Oscar, and the 8 titled Douluos of Rakshasa Island. However, the White Tiger Army and the Zhu family's Netherworld Army fought for less than half a day before they began to flee the Xingluo Empire in batches, and they still fled in the direction of the Xingdu forest. At this time, Bai Chenxiang happened to fly over, and after seeing Yeliang Chen, she immediately told him the latest battle situation in Xingluo. Before, Zhu Zuqing, Yu Hero and others thought that it would not be a big problem to deal with Dai Mubai's gang, so they did not want to trouble Yeliang Chen to take action, so they asked Bai Chenxiang not to report, but since this girl ran into Yeliang Chen, she couldn't help but tell him about the situation in Xingluo. Zhu Zuqing, Yu Hero and others fought so fiercely. Shui Yuer and Jinlinger were stunned. They originally wanted to go to the Xingluo Empire to help, but now it seems unnecessary. We have sent out 6 gods, and Sister Zuqing is also a space god. How can Dai Mubai and others beat them? Sister Swu did not take action in this battle, but stayed in Xingluo City. Bai Chenxiang smiled brightly. She had wanted to help fight before, but found that it seemed unnecessary. It seems that Tang San knows that Dai Mubai can't defeat Xingluo Kingdom, so he has to bring the White Tiger Army to Tiandu Empire. After listening to Bai Chenxiang's information, Yeliang Chen felt that Dai Mubai was too whimsical. It was simply wishful thinking to want to take back the throne with only the White Tiger Army in his elder brother's hands. Let's go and see if there is any more fighting. I want to go too. After hearing the news, Shui Yuer and Jinlinger hurried to join in the fun. Okay. Remember to remind Zhu Qing and the others, don't chase after the desperate enemy, anyway, Dai Mubai and the others can't make any waves. After that, you should eradicate Luosha Island by the way, especially the statues in Luosha Temple, which must be destroyed. Yeliang Chen told the 2 women not to be too rash. Got it. The 2 girls waved to Yeliang Chen and flew towards Xingluo Kingdom excitedly. Xiang, you don't need to collect intelligence, just return to Tenglong City and defend the city with Antlan and the others. Yeliang Chen asked Bai Chenxiang to return to Tenglong City. The war on the continent would end soon, and there was no need to collect any intelligence. Okay, Pavilion Master. Shua. Bai Chenxiang nodded, and then quickly flew back to Tenglong City. At the same time, at the border of Xingluo country and Xingda forest, Daimyo Bai and others led the remnants of the White Tiger Legion and fled madly into the Xingda forest. Zhu Zuqing, Yu Hero, Gu Qingbo, Qi Ruo Shui and others also came to kill them. During this period, the four women have been chasing Daimyo Bai and fighting. It was really cool. Before, Zhu Zuqing's three sisters, Yu Hero, Gu Qingbo and Qi Ruo Shui led an army of 400,000, intending to completely devour the White Tiger Legion of the Dai brothers. Unexpectedly, after just fighting for half a day, the other side escaped. Faced with such a scene, Zhu Zuqing had to leave the army behind and take over the important cities that Davis had occupied. Then Zhu Zuqing, Yu Hero, Gu Qingbo and Qi Ruo Shui began to chase the White Tiger Legion. Zhu Zuqing, do you really want to kill them all? Daimyo Bai saw that there were only a few 100,000 people left in the White Tiger Corps, so he could only helplessly cover the rear and buy time for everyone to escape. Daimyo Bai, the winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. You should understand this principle. Flip the sea seal. Zhu Zuqing smiled contemptuously, and her hands turned into a golden disc seal, and slapped it towards Daimyo Bai. Buzz. In an instant, the golden disc seal rushed over with powerful force like a mountain. Roar. Ninth soul skill, White Tiger Thunder Destruction. Seeing this, Daimyo Bai immediately used the ninth soul ring to respond. ZZ. Daimyo Bai used both hands to send out several lightning flashing attack waves, which crashed into the seal in front. Banga. But Daimyo Bai didn't know that Zhu Zuqing was using a super skill. When his lightning attack wave collided with the golden disc seal, it was instantly smashed. The power of the flipping sea seal did not decrease, and continued to crash into Daimyo Bai, instantly knocking him hundreds of meters away. Puff. Daimyo Bai spurted out a mouthful of old blood, and his whole body seemed to fall apart. Boss Dai. Oscar flew over quickly, took out a diamond sausage, and stuffed it into Daimyo Bai's mouth. Zhu Zuqing, how could you be so powerful? Daimyo Bai eased his injury and began to doubt his life. He had never seen Zhu Zuqing use this skill before, and he didn't expect the opponent's skill to be so powerful that he was killed instantly. Daimyo Bai, Sister Zuqing is the pride of our goddess team. It's normal that you lost to her. We didn't use our full strength before, but used you to hone our magic skills. Now you know the difference. Facing Sister Zuqing's magic skills, you only used the ninth soul skill to deal with it. Daimyo Bai, you are really stubborn. Yu Hero, Gu Qingbo and Qi Ruo Shui looked at the embarrassed Daimyo Bai and felt very funny. Evil dog devours the sky. Ah! At this time, a huge dog head fell from the sky and blocked Zhu Zuqing. Transfer. Shua. Immediately afterwards, a black light ball enveloped Oscar and Daimyo Bai, and then disappeared. The dog god and the god of fraud are still capable. They actually rescued Daimyo Bai and Oscar in front of us. Yu Hero, Gu Qingbo and Qi Ruo Shui flew to Zhu Zuqing and were about to fight, but they didn't expect the other party to escape. Shua. Don't chase after the desperate enemy. Get rid of Luosha Island first and stabilize the southern part of Xingluo Empire. At this time, Shui Yuer and Jin Linger fell from the sky and told Zhu Zuqing and others not to chase. Okay. The women immediately flew back to the southern part of Xingluo Kingdom, and then flew directly to Luosha Island, and found that the soul masters on the island had already evacuated, leaving only a huge palace. Opening Mountain Seal. Covering Earth Seal. Flame Palm. The women checked it out, and then used their ultimate moves to directly destroy the Luosha Temple. 10 days later, Daimyo Bai led the remaining remnants of the White Tiger Legion and met with Tang San and others 30 miles outside Jialing Pass. 300,000 White Tiger Legion, only so few are left? How did you do it? Yu Xiaogang and others looked at the remnants brought by Daimyo Bai, with incredible expressions on their faces. The 6 gods we encountered were Zhu Zuqing, Yu Hero, Gu Qingbo, Qi Ruo Shui and Zhu Zuqing's 2 sisters. Their strength exceeded our expectations, especially Zhu Zuqing and Yu Hero, who all mastered powerful divine skills and we couldn't beat them. I heard that Suo is also a god-level powerhouse. She didn't go out this time, but stayed in Xingluo City. Daimyo Bai and Oscar explained the situation to everyone dejectedly. They were lucky to escape from the siege of Zhu Zuqing and others. So, Xingluo Empire has 7 gods. After hearing the news, Yu Xiaogang, Ning Fengzi, Gu Douluo, Ma Hongjun and others doubted their lives. They couldn't understand why there were so many gods around Yeliang Chen. As I guessed, Shui Binger and the other girls have all become gods. That's 10 gods, plus Yeliang Chen, Shui Langzhen, Yakalan and Qian Rongxiu of the Spirit Hall, a total of 15 gods. Jian Douluo calculated and was shocked. With so many god-level masters gathered around Yeliang Chen, it seemed that it was just like the moon in the water and the flower in the mirror for him to take back the Shura demon sword. Grandpa Jian, why don't we stop fighting? There is no chance of winning. Ning Rongrong regretted it very much at this moment. Why didn't she get along well with Yang Chen back then, so that the two sides became hostile forces now? Even if they have more god-level masters than us, so what? Now we have no way out, we can only fight to the death. At this time, Tang San, with a gloomy face, finally stood up and spoke. He had started this war by himself, and now the arrow was on the string and had to be fired. Xiao San is right. We have no way out. Blow the horn, beat the drums, and attack Jialing Pass. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang immediately gave everyone some spiritual chicken soup. Revenge on Bibi Dong and Yang Chen was the only motivation for him to survive all these years, otherwise he would never be free. This battle is related to the life and death of the empire. Anyone who dares to surrender will be killed without mercy. Tang San flew over the military camp and issued a warning to the millions of soldiers. The dark and evil aura emanated, causing countless soldiers below to sweat all over. All soldiers listened to the order and attack with all their strength. Under Tang San's unquestionable order, Marshal Ji Long had no choice but to order the soldiers to attack the city. Woo woo. Dong dong. Kill. In an instant, the sound of horns and drums continued to sound, and the imperial army rushed towards Jialing Pass like a tide. The enemy is here, soldiers, listen up and prepare for battle. Inside Jialing Pass, Bibi Dong also received the news from the spies, so she stood on the city wall and ordered the soldiers below to set up their formations to deal with the enemy's attack. Kill kill. The Spirit Hall will win. The 600,000 troops roared at the same time. These days, everyone has been practicing various tactics and has been looking forward to this day, so that they can make achievements. In order to deal with the million-strong army of the Heaven Do Empire, Bibi Dong specially assembled a 50,000 soul master army, with 25 titled Douluo alone, intending to decide the outcome in one battle. The flowers we waited for have all withered, and now we can finally start fighting. Qianrongxiu, Hulina, Xiaoyu, Jin Yaoer and others stood on both sides of Bibi Dong, with excitement on their faces. The old guys Qian Daoliu and Jin Crocodile Douluo did not go to the battle, but stayed in the Spirit City to guard the base camp. Shua. At this moment, Yang Chen brought Shui Yuer and Jin Linger down from the sky and landed in Jialing Pass. How is Binger and the others? And what about Zhu Qing and the others? Bibi Dong, Qianrongxiu and others saw Yang Chen coming and immediately came over to learn about the situation in the other two battlefields. The 200,000 reinforcements of the empire were destroyed, and the defenders in Mill City were also eaten. Now everyone is integrating their forces, waiting for the 500,000 troops of Shuebian, and then destroying them in one fell swoop, and then preparing to occupy Tiandu City. Zhu Qing and her team also won a great victory. There are only 100,000 people left in the White Tiger Corps. Now Dai Mubai and others have joined Tang San and his team with the remnants of the defeated army. Yang Chen slowly described the situation in the other two battlefields to make everyone happy. This is too easy. After listening to this, everyone felt that this war was not challenging at all. Chapter 494 Tiandu Army vomited collectively. Time passed slowly, and the army of Tiandu Empire soon rushed to the front of Jialing Pass. Soldiers of Tiandu Empire, let me tell you a secret. As a Rakshasa god, Tang San needs to absorb the power of negative emotions to improve his cultivation. The more chaotic the continent is, the more he likes it. The negative emotions brought by the war are simply sweet to him. So in order to improve his cultivation, he does not hesitate to use you as pawns to provoke disputes on the continent. Such behavior is simply a heinous crime, and everyone can kill it. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San have a grudge against our Wuhan Hall, and they are both eunuchs. In order to get revenge, they used you all to get revenge. To put it bluntly, you are just tools for them. When two armies fight, according to convention, the leaders of both sides have to come out to challenge each other, so Bibi Dong flew to the sky and looked down at the army of the Heaven Do Empire. In order to boost the morale of the enemy, Bibi Dong deliberately exposed the conspiracy of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. This! Bibi Dong's words shook the faith of the soldiers of the Heaven Do Empire, and some of them dropped their weapons on the ground. Kill kill! Seeing this, the army of the Spirit Hall immediately roared at the same time, and the momentum of the battle soared to the sky, which frightened the army of the Heaven Do Empire. Bibi Dong, you are talking nonsense. It is obviously your Spirit Hall that is destroying the peace of the continent, but you are distorting the facts here. Yu Xiaogang saw this and immediately rode his warhorse to the front of the army, yelling at Bibi Dong with his hoarse voice, "Don't listen to Bibi Dong's nonsense. The Spirit Hall is doing evil and destroying the peace of the continent. They deserve to be killed. Today we will work together to destroy the Spirit Hall and maintain the peace of the continent." Then, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ning Fengzi and others also stood up to appease the army. Haha! For your own selfish interests, you lied without any shame. To be honest, we have never seen such a shameless person. On the wall of Jialing Pass, Hulina, Jin Yaoer, Xiaoyu, Yan, Ghost Douluo, Ju Douluo and others also launched verbal attacks on Ning Fengzi and others. Number at number % asterisk. At % asterisk and. For a while, the battlefield of Jialing Pass turned into a quarreling battlefield, and the two sides quarreled fiercely. Aren't we going to fight? Why are you quarreling? On the roof of a palace in Jialing Pass, Yeliang Chen, Jian Rongxiu, Shui Yuer, Jin Linger and others were drinking tea. Seeing the two sides quarreling fiercely, they felt particularly funny. Yu Xiaogang, is the wound on your butt healed? At this time, Bibi Dong thought of Yu Xiaogang's performance in Tiandu City some time ago, and she felt very funny. Buzz. Shua. So Bibi Dong waved her hand and imprisoned Yu Xiaogang with her divine power, then took out a thick wooden stick from the soul guide and shot it behind him. Bibi Dong, what are you doing? Yu Xiaogang found that he could not move, and was immediately shocked. My god! The master's whole body is probably torn apart. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun and others were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Bibi Dong to be so cruel. If he stabbed him with a stick, Yu Xiaogang would probably go to see his grandmother. Shua. Kaka. At the critical moment, Jian Douluo summoned his martial soul, slashed out a sword blade, chopped the wooden stick, and saved Yu Xiaogang. All soldiers listen to my order, kill, whoever dares to retreat, kill without mercy. Tang San immediately flew into the sky and issued an attack order to the imperial army. Woo woo. Dong dong. Marshal Gailong saw this and had to let the soldiers blow the horn of attack and beat the drums. Kill. The Heaven Do Empire took the lead in sending out 200,000 troops, and marched towards Jialing Pass. Under the threat of Tang San, everyone had to fight. Since you want to fight, then let go and have a good fight. Seeing this, Bibi Dong immediately issued combat orders to the Spirit Hall soldiers. It's time to make achievements. Release your spirits and follow me to kill. Hu Yanzhen, the celestial being, and Tuoba Xi, the holy dragon Douluo, could not wait any longer and immediately called on the Elephant Armor Corps and the Holy Dragon Corps to charge. Moo. Roar. In an instant, the spirit masters of the Elephant Armor Corps and the Holy Dragon Corps were possessed by their spirits and transformed into diamond mammoths and white armored earth dragons, leading the enemy army to charge. Yeliang Chen saw that the spirit masters of the Holy Dragon Corps and the Elephant Armor Corps had all turned into white armored earth dragons and elephants, and felt it was like walking into a zoo. Kill. Roar. Awoo. The Soul Master Corps of the Heaven Do Empire also released their martial spirits to fight against the Soul Master Corps of the Spirit Hall. 7 treasures turns out glazed, 1 day of power. The Soul Masters of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower received Ning Fengzi's order and immediately summoned the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower martial spirits to assist the Soul Masters of the Heaven Do Empire. Xiao Chen, quickly use your life blessing skill to assist our soldiers. Jian Rongxiu saw that the people of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect had taken action, and hurriedly asked Yeliang Chen to take action. Okay. Life blessing. Seeing this, Yeliang Chen immediately activated the power of the Law of Life, and then waved his hand. In an instant, a green divine light descended from the sky, covering all the armies of the Spirit Hall, enhancing their combat power. Now that Yeliang Chen has become a god, the life blessing skill has also been upgraded to a divine skill, and the auxiliary duration has reached 1 hour. Ha ha ha. This is called power. Kill. At this moment, the Spirit Hall army seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and their strength increased several times, so they rushed towards the enemy with a roar. Bang bang. Under the impact of the Holy Dragon Legion and the Elephant Armor Legion, the formation of the Tiandu Empire army was immediately dispersed. Kill kill. Immediately afterwards, the ordinary army of the Spirit Hall rushed out from the rear and fought fiercely with the Tiandu Empire army. Hwo hwo ha ha. Bang bang. For a while, the fighting, the shouts and screams mixed together, and the whole battlefield became a mess. The scene was extremely fierce. Under the powerful charge of the Spirit Hall army, the Heaven Do Empire army was directly rushed to pieces. After only half an hour, nearly 100,000 troops were lost. The Spirit Hall also suffered some losses, but because the army had undergone systematic training and had strong combat capabilities, it only lost a few thousand troops in this battle, far less than the Heaven Do Empire. Emperor Master, the enemy is too strong, we can't stand it. Marshal Ji Long was shocked when he saw this, so he immediately asked Tang San to call the troops back first. Xiao San, withdraw the troops first and let the soldiers rest. Dai Mubai came to Tang San with his head down. After only half an hour of fighting, his White Tiger Corps lost 1/3. If he continued to fight like this, his last family would definitely be gone. Okay. Call the troops back first. After absorbing a wave of negative emotional power, Tang San felt refreshed, so he signaled Marshal Ji Long to order the troops to retreat. Dang dang dang. After receiving the order, Marshal Ji Long immediately ordered his men to retreat. You can't do it. Why don't you just surrender? You also saw that if you continue to fight like this, all your lives will be lost here. What's the point? Watching the soldiers of the Tiandu Empire retreat like a tide, the soldiers of the Wuhan Hall persuaded the other side to surrender. We used to live in the Tiandu Empire, but the heavy taxes set by the royal family were too high. Everyone couldn't survive and could only flee to the Barak Kingdom. Here, our lives are several times better than before. We are all civilians. Don't fight anymore. Some people who had escaped from the Tiandu Empire told the soldiers of the Tiandu Empire about their life experience under the rule of the Wuhan Hall. I'm a bachelor, so I won't fight this war. Me too. The words of the Spirit Hall soldiers made many imperial soldiers wake up and join the Spirit Hall camp directly. It's absurd. Don't listen to their nonsense, you are the hope of the empire, you must fight to the last moment. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang rushed over immediately and stabilized the army again. Bullshit Douluo, you are an idiot, your words are just like your soul skills, they are all bullshit. Avalanche is also an idiot, I have disliked that idiot emperor for a long time. And that dead eunuch Tang San, who always talks about the way to death, wants to threaten our lives, I won't do it now. After joining the Spirit Hall, the imperial soldiers no longer had any worries and began to mock Yu Xiaogang. Brothers, serving a stupid emperor and 2 dead eunuchs is an insult to all of us. Then, those soldiers began to instigate other soldiers of the empire. Clang clang. After those soldiers' speeches, the morale of the Tiandu Empire's soldiers collapsed, and countless people couldn't help but he put down his weapon without a trace of fighting spirit. You are spreading rumors and misleading the people. You should be killed. Seeing this, Tang San could not sit still any longer. He summoned the Rakshasa scythe and prepared to kill the surrendered imperial soldiers. Tang San, do you dare? Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, 3 waves of attacks came at Tang San. Rakshasa protect body. Bang, bang, bang. Tang San waved the Rakshasa scythe to block the 3 waves of attacks. Swish, swish, swish. You dare to kill ordinary people. Angels and Rakshasa are opposites. Tang San, I, Jianrongxiu, will judge you as an angel god. The next moment, Jianrongxiu, Shui Yuer and Jin Linger appeared above the battlefield, holding their own artifacts and killing Tang San. 3 artifacts? How is it possible? Seeing the divine aura emanating from the weapons in the hands of Jianrongxiu and the other 2 women, Tang San was immediately shocked. Shua bang bang. Facing the attacks of the 3 gods, Tang San did not dare to be careless, and quickly waved the Rakshasa demon scythe to fight the 3. 3 against 1, it's too unfair. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hung Jun, Tai Long, Inyagamai and the god of fraud rushed out to share the pressure for Tang San. Want to support Tang San? Have we agreed? Hulina, Xiaoyu, Yan, Jin Yaoer, Qing Ming, and Qianggu brothers flew out from the city wall and stopped Dai Mubai and others. What? You are also gods? Looking at the divine rings behind Hulina and the others, Dai Mubai and the others were directly shocked. Everyone never expected that there were so many gods in the Spirit Hall. Since everyone is a god, let's have a good fight. Hulina, Jin Yaoer and others waved their fists and rushed towards Dai Mubai and others. Come on! Roar! Dai Mubai and others saw this and could only accept the challenge. Anyway, they couldn't escape today. On the other side of the battlefield, Tang San fought Jianrongxiu, Shui Yuer and Jin Linger alone, and felt that the strength of these 3 women was stronger than he imagined. Tang San, I'm here to help you. Shua. At this time, Jian Douluo summoned his spirit and killed Jianrongxiu. If he could work with Tang San to capture this woman, he might be able to exchange the Shura demon sword from Yeliang Chen on this condition. 9 treasures turn out glass, increase. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong immediately summoned her spirit to assist Jian Douluo. Shua. Seeing that the battle between gods had begun, Yeliang Chen flew directly into the sky and used his divine power to create a huge space barrier to cover everyone below the battlefield, so that everyone would not be affected by the battle between the gods. All the soldiers of the Spirit Hall retreat to Jialing Pass. The war between gods is not something you can participate in. Bibi Dong hurriedly ordered the soldiers to enter Jialing Pass. Trample, trample, trample. The remaining troops of the empire also desperately fled the battlefield. Countless soldiers fled directly to the mountains, no longer wanting to fight any war. He is here too? Jian Douluo, Dai Mubai and others saw Yeliang Chen appear, and they immediately felt bad. Yeliang Chen, you are really here. Tang San looked at Yeliang Chen fiercely, and was so angry that he was smoking. Tang San, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Shua. Yeliang Chen smiled calmly, and then used his life blessing skills to give super assistance to Jianrongxiu, Jin Linger and others. Haha. Tang San, even if you are a 3rd level god, so what? With his super assistance, we are not afraid of you. With Ye Liangchen's assistance, Jian Rongxiu, Shui Yuer and Jin Linger's strength instantly increased several times, and then excitedly killed Tang San and Jian Douluo. Shua! Chen Xin, this emperor is here to fight with you. At this time, Bibi Dong flew down from the wall of Jialing Pass, took out the dragon scale sword artifact, and killed Jian Douluo. What? When Tang San and others saw that Bibi Dong was also a god-level powerhouse, they were dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that this woman was abandoned by Shura god? How could she break through the 100th level and become a god? Fart Douluo Yu Xiao Gang, I heard that your 9th soul skill is called a fart that shakes the earth. Show everyone the power of this skill. Ye Liangchen looked at the stunned Yu Xiao Gang and directly used mental power to control the guy, letting him use the fart soul skill on the remaining army of the Tiandu Empire. 3 Cannon's true body. Farting is like thunder, a fart that shakes the earth. After being controlled by Ye Liangchen's mental power, Yu Xiao Gang couldn't help but rush to the military camp of the Tiandu Empire. Then, his martial spirit possessed him and he turned into a pig and dog. He stuck his butt out and farted at the army. Puff! Instantly, a fart sounded like thunder, and a stream of shit-green smoke sprayed towards the Empire's army. In order to let more people in the Tiandu Empire experience the power of the farting Douluo spirit skill, Ye Liangchen directly assisted Yu Xiao Gang, so that the guy had sufficient spirit power and continued to perform the farting spirit skill. Puff! Yu Xiao Gang continued to release the stinky fart spirit skill to the Tiandu Empire army like a puppet, just like a human-shaped smoke bomb. Every time he walked to a place, a stream of fart would spray out from behind him. Shit green smoke. Soon, the entire imperial camp was shrouded in the stinking smoke. Yu Xiao Gang, I'll fuck you, immortal board. It's too stinky, I can't stand it. Ugh. At this moment, countless imperial soldiers were dizzy from the smoke, and then they squatted on the ground and vomited crazily. The scene was extremely shocking. 9 Treasures Body Protection Divine Light. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong immediately activated her martial soul and used her soul skills to protect the 7 treasures glazed people. Ning Rongrong, don't waste your energy, you 7 treasures glazed sect also have to experience the soul skills of the farting Douluo. Ye Liangchen waved his hand lightly and slapped the 9 treasures body protection divine light. Only a click sound was heard, and Ning Rongrong's divine light protective shield was directly broken. Ugh! In an instant, all the people in the 7 treasures glazed sect were also shrouded in the shit green thick fog, and they squatted on the ground and vomited crazily. Bang bang ah ah! At this time, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Tyrone, Inugamai and the god of fraud were injured by Hulina and others and fell into the Tiandu Empire camp. Yu Xiao Gang, you are fucking crazy. You actually farted at your own people. Ugh. For a moment, Dai Mubai and others were so angry that they vomited crazily. Chapter 495 Tang San is crazy. I didn't expect that the Tiandu Empire army was actually knocked down by Yu Xiaogang's fart. It's so spectacular. It's more than spectacular. It's simply heroic, ha ha ha. The people in the spirit hall were shocked when they saw the chaotic scene in the Tiandu Empire camp. They originally thought that they had to fight another battle with the Tiandu Empire, but they didn't expect that Yu Xiaogang's fart soul skill directly defeated the Empire army. Although this kind of arrogant spirit skill is not very lethal, it is extremely insulting. After this ordeal, the remaining soldiers of the Tiandu Empire have no intention of fighting and flee from Jialing Pass. Chirp. The thousands of war horses of the Tiandu Empire could not stand Yu Xiaogang's arrogance and fled everywhere, turning the entire military camp into a mess. Leave quickly. Seeing this, Yu Yuanzhen hurriedly asked his eldest son to take the tribe away in the chaos, while he and several elderly elders stayed behind to provide cover and see how Ye Liangchen would deal with the following matters. After a while, only about 300,000 of the million-strong Tiandu Empire army were left. These soldiers were elites personally created by Marshal Ji Long and were also loyal to the Tiandu royal family. Without Marshal Ji Long's order, they dared not escape easily. How could this happen? Looking at this scene, Ning Fengzi, Ning Rongrong, Gu Douluo and Marshal Ji Long felt cold in their hearts. Once the morale of the army was broken, it could not be saved at all. It's simply killing people and destroying their hearts. Jian Douluo, who was fighting Bibi Dong, was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect Ye Liangchen to use such a damaging method to disintegrate the army of the Tiandu Empire in one fell swoop. Earth covering seal. Just when Jian Douluo was stunned, Bibi Dong directly used a big move. Triple Rashomon. Facing Bibi Dong's super killer move, Jian Douluo immediately used his defensive skills, and blood-red gates appeared all around to protect himself. Banga. But Jian Douluo overestimated his defensive skills. When Bibi Dong's earth covering seal hit him, there was only a loud noise, and the triple Rashomon transformed by Shura's divine power was smashed, and Jian Douluo himself was also knocked away and fell into the Tiandu Empire camp. Puff. Ugh. At this moment, Douluo felt that his bones were about to fall apart, and then the stinky fart smoke released by Yu Xiaogang was also inhaled into his mouth, which immediately made his stomach churn, and then he vomited wildly, mixed with large mouthfuls of blood. Grandpa Jian! Uncle Jian! Sword Man! Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengzi, and Gu Douluo were immediately startled, and hurriedly ran over with their noses covered, and helped Douluo up. Jian Dao Chenexin, without the artifact Shura demon sword, you are like a tiger with its teeth pulled out. Fighting against this emperor, you dare to be distracted? Enjoy the stinky fart soul skills of farting Douluo. Bibi Dong stood above the Tiandu Empire camp, looking down at the seriously injured Douluo from a high position, feeling very refreshed in her heart. Bibi Dong, you are going too far. Douluo stared at Bibi Dong in impotence and fury, his eyes seemed to want to kill him thousands of times. Douluo, your anger is useless, reality is so cruel, when you stand with Tang San, you will think of such an ending. Shua Shua. Bibi Dong sneered, swung the dragon scale sword in her hand, and slashed downwards. Ning Fengzi and Douluo had repeatedly troubled their godson, and it was time to send them off. Wrong, take your father and follow the sword man. Bone into dragon. Seeing this, Douluo quickly pushed Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengzi and Douluo away, then summoned his martial spirit, rushed into the sky, and blocked Bibi Dong's attack. Grandpa Bone. Uncle Bone. Old Bone. Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengzi and Douluo were stunned. Douluo was going to die directly. Bang! After Douluo collided with Bibi Dong's sword light, the whole person instantly turned into pieces, and he died without even a scream. If you want to avenge that old man, come anytime. Bibi Dong smiled contemptuously, and then flew away directly, ready to deal with Tang San with Jianrongxiu and the others. Ah! Ning Fengzi and Douluo watched Douluo turn into pieces, and their hearts were in pain. Grandpa Bone, Wivuwa Ning Rongrong fell to the ground and cried loudly. Bibi Dong, you are so cruel. Ning Fengzi roared in helplessness and rage, and then began to collect the body of Douluo. Damn it! In an instant, Tang San was the only one left on the side of the Heaven Do Empire struggling. Facing Jianrongxiu, Shui Yuer and Jin Linger, whose strength had skyrocketed several times, Tang San felt a little overwhelmed. He originally thought that after his strength was upgraded to the 3rd level god, he could easily beat the women around Yeliang Chen, but he didn't expect the reality to be so cruel. Yeliang Chen, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Tang San was so angry that he was emitting black smoke from his 7 orifices. He made a feint to avoid the attack of Jianrongxiu and the other 2 women, and wielded the Rakshasa demon scythe, and quickly rushed towards Yeliang Chen. Xiao Chen, be careful. Jianrongxiu and others saw this and hurriedly reminded Yeliang Chen. See flip seal. Looking at Tang San who was rushing over with his fangs and claws, Yeliang Chen smiled calmly and directly sent a big move to the opponent. Shua. In an instant, a golden seal covered with runes, carrying the power of destroying the world, rushed towards Tang San. Rakshasa Guardian. Faced with such a powerful golden seal, Tang San felt his scalp tingling and immediately used his defensive skills. Hiss. Roar. In an instant, black aura emerged from Tang San's body, turning into skulls, and a terrifying roar came out of their mouths, forming a purple-black defense shield to protect Tang San. Bang crack. At this time, Yeliang Chen's flipping sea seal also hit over, and a loud noise was heard, and the Rakshasa Guardian barrier was instantly broken. Ah! Then, the residual power of the flipping sea seal directly slammed Tang San into the military camp of the Heaven Do Empire. Yeliang Chen, how can you be so powerful? Puff. At this moment, Tang San felt that Yeliang Chen's strength was far beyond his own, and his blood and qi immediately attacked his heart, and a mouthful of old blood gushed out. Tang San, I just made a light move, and it was already your limit. You want to defeat me, not in this life, next life, and the next life. Yeliang Chen originally thought that Tang San went to the abyss plane and could learn something, but he didn't expect that he was still so bad. Hey! It's Xiao San, ha ha ha. 6th soul skill, stinky fart. At this time, Yu Xiaogang saw his beloved disciple, and then excitedly ate the radish, smiled foolishly and rushed over to cast the 6th soul skill on Tang San. Puff. Instantly, streams of shit green smoke gushed out from behind Yu Xiaogang, directly covering Tang San. Buzz. Seeing this, Yeliang Chen directly lifted the mental control, allowing Yu Xiaogang to regain consciousness, and then staged a scene of master-disciple filial piety with Tang San. Tang San, did you feel good when you were struck by lightning before? Are you doubting that you have done too many bad things and will be punished by heaven? Yeliang Chen used his soul to transmit to Tang San, letting him know the truth about being struck by lightning. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tang San looked at Yeliang Chen in disbelief. This guy could even cause a heavenly tribulation. What the hell is this monster? Tang San, Xiao Wu, and her mother have been resurrected by me. The girl has grown up now and is very beautiful. When I recast her body, the scene was. Xiao Wu said that she was deceived by you in her previous life and hated you very much. She must cuckold you in this life, so she often came to me secretly to discuss cultivation. Every time she was extremely crazy, she was just like a female hooligan. Then, Ye Yangchen deliberately made up some things about Xiao Wu's resurrection to hit Tang San's mentality and make him collapse. Ah! Ye Yangchen, you are a demon. After hearing this, Tang San collapsed directly. Xiao Wu has always been the white moonlight in his heart, but now she has completely betrayed him. The last bit of hope is gone. Is Tang San crazy? Bibi Dong, Jian Rongxiu, and others looked at Tang San's helpless and furious roar and felt very curious. It was a strange thing that he could be driven crazy by Yu Xiaogong's arrogant soul skills. Don't worry about him, let's go back to Jialing Pass first. Ye Yangchen asked Jian Rongxiu, Bibi Dong, and others to fly back to Jialing Pass. What about the remaining people in Tiandu Empire? How to deal with them? They didn't surrender. Bibi Dong and others looked at the Tiandu military camp in the distance. Although those people were stinking, they were loyal to the royal family and had no intention of surrendering at the moment. If they want to fight, then keep fighting. Ye Yangchen smiled calmly, telling everyone not to worry about anything. Yes, we are strong and powerful, and they only have so few troops left. What can they use to fight us? That's right, as long as they dare to come, then keep fighting. Seeing this, everyone felt that there was no need to worry about anything, because the enemy couldn't make any waves anyway. What's wrong with me? In the Tiandu Empire military camp, after Yu Xiaogang regained consciousness, his head suddenly buzzed and his body felt a little weak. Did I fart all these farts? Looking at the shit green smoke floating in the entire military camp, Yu Xiaogang felt incredible. Xiao San, how are you? Seeing Tang San vomiting beside him, Yu Xiaogang hurriedly helped him up. Puff. Tang San couldn't stand Yu Xiaogong's useless look, so he directly swung the Rakshasa demon scythe in his hand and stabbed it into the other's chest. Xiao San, why. Yu Xiaogang never expected that the beloved disciple he had trained with great effort would actually stab him in the back. His heart hurts so much. Teacher, you will forgive me, right? Tang San looked at Xiaogang calmly, remembering that he was fooled by this rubbish to become his apprentice since he was a child, and then followed him to make a fool of himself. This rubbish was at least half responsible for his current appearance. Rakshasa devour. Thinking of this, Tang San directly devoured Yu Xiaogong's life energy and turned it into his own power. Xiao San, you. With the loss of life energy, Yu Xiaogang died with his eyes wide open, staring at Tang San with a pair of yellow eyes. Teacher, go with peace of mind, I will avenge you. Tang San saluted the dead Yu Xiaogang, and then began to use his power to restore his physical strength. Tang San actually killed his teacher. Too terrible. When everyone in the Tiandu Empire saw Tang San's operation, they were stunned. Xiaogang. Alas. This is probably your retribution. At this time, Flanders and Yu Yuanzhen ran over from a distance, and seeing the miserable state of Yu Xiaogang dying, they felt very sad. Tang San, Xiaogang is your teacher, how could you do that? Such a treason, aren't you afraid of being punished by heaven? Flanders and Yu Yuanzhen looked at Tang San next to them and found that this guy had a calm face and no guilt at all. They were indignant, so they cursed Tang San a few times. How can you blame me, Tang San, for my actions? Since you care so much about Yu Xiaogang, then you can go down and accompany him. Puff. Tang San looked at Yu Yuanzhen and Flanders with contempt, then swung the Rakshasa demon scythe and slashed at the two. 9th soul skill, True Dragon's Wrath. Ang. 8th soul skill, Golden Eagle Flying. Shoo. Seeing Tang San suddenly attack, Yu Yuanzhen and Flanders immediately displayed their strongest soul skills. He. It's ridiculous for a mere mortal to want to fight against a god. Cut. Shua. Tang San showed an evil smile, and the Rakshasa demon scythe transformed into two purple lights, slashing at the two. Bang ah! In an instant, Yu Yuanzhen and Flanders' soul skills were directly chopped off, and they died tragically under the Rakshasa demon scythe. Xiao San, are you crazy? Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and others were shocked to see that Flanders also died tragically at the hands of Tang San. He. I need strength, I want revenge. Rakshasa Ghost Domain, slaughter 3,000 worlds. Tang San let out a terrifying laugh, and directly used his ultimate move to start harvesting lives. Now Tang San had only one thought, that is, to destroy the world. Hiss. Roar. In an instant, a black and evil aura emanated from Tang San, forming a barrier that enveloped the Tiandu Empire camp. Hiss! Immediately afterwards, the Rakshasa power and the Yinsha power emanated from Tang San, turning into countless skeleton monsters, making terrifying sounds, waving swords and spears and rushing towards the Tiandu Empire people. Oh no! In an instant, the entire camp screamed and turned into a purgatory on earth. He he he! It is your honor to be able to become the power of the supreme Rakshasa god. Shua shua! Tang San waved the Rakshasa demon scythe in his hand and rushed directly into the crowd, quickly harvesting lives. At this moment, he turned into a crazy killing machine. Wherever he went, no grass would grow. Ah! The first to suffer were Tang Xiao, Tang Lai, Tai Tan, Tianyo, Ji Long, Davis and several titled Douluo of Rakshasa Island, followed by the remaining dragons of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, all of whom were killed by Tang San. Ah! Tang San, you dare to kill my grandfather, I will fight you. Tang San! Powerful gorilla! Roar! Tyrone never expected that the master he had been following for all these years was so cruel. He then summoned the gorilla martial spirit and rushed towards Tang San frantically. Tang San is crazy now, everyone attack him together. Quick! Daimyo Bai saw his elder brother being killed by Tang San, and immediately called Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Skano, Wu Meng and others to kill Tang San. Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengzi took the Kai Bao Liulai people to guard the healing Jian Douluo in the distance. Facing the crazy Tang San, they didn't know how to deal with it. Grandpa Jian, Tang San is crazy. Ning Rongrong looked at the purgatory-like scene and was almost I am going to be scared silly. Rongrong, hurry up and help Daimyo Bai and the others to buy time for Uncle Jian. Ning Fengzi reminded Ning Rongrong that if Jian Douluo couldn't recover from his injuries, the 7 treasures glazed sect would be in trouble. 9 treasures turn out glazed, increase. Ning Rongrong followed her father's arrangement and immediately summoned her martial soul to help Daimyo Bai and the others, hoping to destroy that madman Tang San. Chapter 496 If you want to destroy Tang San, you must first make him crazy. He he he. It's useless. Seeing Ning Rongrong helping Daimyo Bai and the others, Tang San showed a disdainful smile. He had previously devoured the life energy of Tang Xiao and the others, and his physical strength was restored, so he could beat everyone at will. Bang bang ah ah. After only a dozen rounds of fighting, the dog god and the god of fraud were killed by Tang San, and their souls and vitality were also devoured by Tang San. Damn it! Is this 3 points stronger when he turns evil? Boss Dai, he has always been evil, does he need to turn evil? That's right. This guy calls me Boss Dai when he needs me, and Mu Bai when he has nothing to do. It seems that he has never regarded us as brothers. Daimyo Bai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun and others looked at Tang San, who was full of ghostly spirits. He was simply a demon from hell. The gap between their strength and Tang San was a bit large. In addition, they were injured by Hulina and others before, so they were not Tang San's opponents at all. Ah! Tang San, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. At this time, Tai Long was careless and was pierced through by the Rakshasa demon scythe in Tang San's hand. He he. Tai Long, you, the Power Clan, are my slaves. It is your honor to die in my hands. Tang San drew out the Rakshasa demon scythe and quickly killed Daimyo Bai and others. Bang bang. Ah! After a while, Daimyo Bai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun and others were severely injured by Tang San and lost their fighting power. Daimyo Bai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, your power belongs to me, but I will avenge you, he he he. Tang San showed an evil smile on his face and began to devour the vitality of several people. Tang San, even if you devour our power, you are still not Ye Liangchen's opponent. Although we don't know Ye Liangchen's true strength, he seems to have never taken you seriously, which means that his strength must be stronger than yours. Tang San, you will go to hell to accompany us soon. At that time, the brothers will find a group of people to treat you well. Tang San, you have to work harder at that time, ha ha ha. Daimyo Bai, Oscar and Ma Hongjun taunted Tang San crazily. Even if they died, they had to discuss this guy. He he he. This feeling is so good, Ye Liangchen, if you didn't kill me before, it would be the decision you regret most in your life. After devouring the vitality and souls of Daimyo Bai and others, Tang San once again condensed a phantom divine ring behind him, and his strength was about to rise to the peak of the 3rd level god. He felt that he could defeat Ye Liangchen. Ah! He is a devil, run! When the people of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect saw Tang San kill several gods in a row, they were immediately scared and fled everywhere. Dong dong! It's over, we can't get out. However, the entire military camp had already been covered by the barrier created by Tang San, and everyone couldn't rush out at all, and could only beat the barrier wall weakly. If we had known this, we would have surrendered directly to the spirit hall. The surviving Tiandu soldiers also gathered at the periphery at this moment, and they were so regretful in their hearts. Tang San, do you really want to kill them all? Ning Fengzi and Ning Rongrong stood in front of Douluo, praying for a miracle. He. Ning Rongrong, you can't escape either. Shua. Tang San waved the Rakshasa demon scythe and killed Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengzi. These two people had always looked down on him and had already planned to die. Tang San, do you dare? Shua. Judgment of Shura. At this moment, Douluo, who had been healing with his eyes closed, suddenly jumped up and slashed at Tang San with a sword. 9 treasures turn out colored glaze, 6 days, increase. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong immediately assisted Douluo. Douluo, although your Shura power can restrain the Rakshasa power, you have lost the Shura magic sword, so your strength is greatly reduced. What can you use to fight me? Magic skill, life and death in a dream. Shua. Facing Douluo's ultimate move, Tang San smiled disdainfully and used his ultimate move directly to kill the opponent. After more than a dozen moves, Douluo was defeated by Tang San and was pierced through by the Rakshasa magic scythe. His vitality and soul were directly devoured by Tang San. Grandpa Jian. Seeing Douluo's tragic death at the hands of Tang San, Ning Rongrong collapsed directly. Ning Rongrong, surrender to me, and I can spare your life. Tang San looked at Ning Rongrong's beautiful face and graceful figure, and an evil thought arose in his heart. Although he was just a eunuch, it was not bad to accept Ning Rongrong as a maid. Tang San, even if I die, I will never succumb to a disgusting maggot like you. You, a dead eunuch, will be punished by God sooner or later. Ning Rongrong was disgusted by Tang San's words, so she cursed him. Rongrong, it's Dad who is useless and can't protect you. Buzz. Ning Fengzi grabbed Ning Rongrong and threw her towards the distance. He gathered all his soul power and rushed towards Tang San, ready to self-destruct. Dad, don't. Ning Rongrong understood Ning Fengzi's intention and rushed over desperately, trying to stop him from self-destructing. Rongrong, if you can survive, remember to pass on the section. Bang. Ning Fengzi rushed to Tang San and directly self-destructed. Although he didn't know whether this move could hurt Tang San, as a father, this was the best he could do. He. Ning Fengzi, you are too whimsical. Tang San waved his hand lightly, blocking the shock wave of the explosion with a powerful divine breath. Tang San, you will not die well. At this moment, Ning Rongrong collapsed again. The death of her 3 closest elders one after another was a huge blow to her. Ning Rongrong, surrender or die, I only give you 10 seconds to make a decision. Tang San held the Rakshasa sickle and looked down at Ning Rongrong from a high position, like a hungry wolf seeing a lamb. Bang crack. At this time, a loud noise came from the air, instantly shattering the divine power barrier, attracting Tang San's attention. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Then Yeliang Chen, Bibi Dong, Jian Rongxiu, Shui Yuer, Jin Linger and others appeared in the sky. Hoo. Yeliang Chen urged the power of the wind element, and in an instant, the whole military camp was swept up by gusts of wind, blowing away the smoke and miasma. What's going on? Yeliang Chen and his group looked at the mess of the imperial military camp, with broken limbs everywhere. It is estimated that at least hundreds of thousands of soldiers died here. Swish. Yeliang Chen, give me your life. Tang San waved the Rakshasa sickle and killed Yeliang Chen. Space confinement. Yeliang Chen activated the power of the space law, and in an instant, a huge space cage took shape, trapping Tang San directly inside. You want to control me with just a space barrier. Yeliang Chen, you underestimate me. Shua. Tang San waved the Rakshasa demon scythe, ready to smash the space cage. Oh. Tang San, so confident. I'll give you a chance. If you can break my space cage, I'll let you leave Douluo Star. Yeliang Chen turned around outside the space cage and used his power to arrange a 5-element Bagua formation. In an instant, the patterns of the Bagua pattern covered the entire space cage. Bang bang. What? How is it possible? When Tang San's attack wave hit the barrier of the space cage, it instantly bounced his attack wave back. Yeliang Chen, what kind of magic is this? Dong dong. At this moment, Tang San was confused, waving his sickle frantically, trying to break the space cage, but the reality was cruel. No matter how Tang San attacked, the space barrier was still intact. Tang San, don't struggle. This is the space cage created by my space law power. You can't break it. Before, Daimyo Bai and the others couldn't break the Rakshasa power barrier you created. Now you can't break my space barrier either. This is called the law of Feng Shui. Seeing Tang San jumping up and down, Yeliang Chen felt that guy was like a monkey. ZZ. In order to let Tang San enjoy the feeling of being struck by lightning,
Liang Chen urged the power of the thunder element law to bless the space cage. Kakazizi. In an instant, lightning turned into giant pythons flying in the space, madly strangling Tang San. Ah! When Tang San was entangled by the giant lightning python, he was instantly numbed by the electricity and his whole body was twitching. Tang San, the power of Rakshasa is the most yin and evil power. In front of the power of the Thunder Dao Law, you are like a little devil seeing the king of hell. Swish! Liang Chen took the space cage and flew directly to tens of thousands of meters in the air, intending to kill Tang San. Swish! Qian Rongxiu, Bibi Dong, Shui Yuer, Jin Linger, Hulina and others also followed to watch the show. Ning Rongrong also flew up, wanting to see the scene of Tang San being killed with her own eyes. Tang San, are you dead? After reaching 10,000 meters in the air, Liang Chen released the space cage and released Tang San. Liang Chen, what are you going to do? Tang San looked around and found that he had already reached 10,000 meters in the air. Of course I want to kill you. At this time, Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu and others also flew to the sky above 10,000 meters, stood behind Liang Chen, and looked at Tang San with a teasing smile. Liang Chen, I want to fight you fair and square, and see your true strength. Tang San activated the Xian Tian Gong, relaxed his body, and held the Rakshasa demon scythe to challenge Liang Chen. Shua! Liang Chen urged his divine power, and in an instant, 5 divine rings appeared behind him, flashing a dazzling light. 5 divine rings? How is it possible? Seeing the 5 divine rings behind Liang Chen, Tang San was dumbfounded, and now he finally understood why this guy didn't take him seriously. Tang San, I know you went to the abyss. 9 Heavens Purple Thunder. Liang Chen exposed Tang San's plan, and then directly used the 9 Heavens Purple Thunder move. Sitsaizi. In an instant, a ball of light flashing with purple lightning appeared in Liang Chen's hand and quickly crashed towards Tang San. Bang! When the 9 Heavens Purple Thunder hit Tang San, a loud noise broke out instantly, and the powerful shock wave directly dispersed the clouds within a radius of several thousand meters. Too powerful! Shua! Qian Rongxiu, Shui Yuer, Jin Linger and others immediately worked together to create a divine power barrier to block the shock wave. Liang Chen, you don't have martial ethics? I haven't reacted yet, and you use a big move. Tang San's limbs were broken at this moment, and a big hole appeared in his chest. He was only hanging on with one breath, and then he was unable to support himself and fell directly downwards. Shua! Liang Chen threw out a space divine power, created a space ball, and put Tang San in it. Liang Chen, can you let me kill Tang San? At this time, Ning Rongrong flew to Liang Chen, wanting to kill Tang San in person to avenge her father and Jian Douluo. Ning Rongrong, do you have a grudge against Tang San? Liang Chen glanced at Ning Rongrong and saw that the girl was staring at Tang San in the space ball fiercely, wishing to kill him as soon as possible. Before, Tang San created a Rakshasa divine power barrier and killed a large number of strong men, including Yu Xiaogang, Flanders, Yu Yuanzhen, Tang Xiao and others. It can be said that none of our strong men above the title Douluo could escape. Dad and Grandpa Jian also died in his hands. Ning Rongrong talked about Tang San's previous crazy actions. The war launched by the Heaven Dou Empire now seems to be a joke. This Tang San is so cruel. Bibi Dong and others heard that all the high-end combat forces of the Tiandu Empire were destroyed by Tang San, and they immediately felt that this guy was a super undercover. Liang Chen, I want to avenge my father and Grandpa Jian. I am willing to be your slave, and the 7 Treasures Glazed sect will also submit to you. I just hope that I can kill Tang San. Ning Rongrong used the 7 Treasures Glazed and herself as bargaining chips to exchange with Liang Chen for the conditions of killing Tang San. Ning Rongrong, he doesn't need any slaves. Qian Rongxiu, Shui Yuer, Jin Linger, Hulina and several other women immediately blocked in front of Liang Chen, preventing Ning Rongrong from getting close to Liang Chen. I just want to avenge my father and Grandpa Jian. Ning Rongrong said weakly, looking at Qian Rongxiu and the others' hot and delicate bodies, and then looking at her own small capital, feeling a little inferior. Go down first. Liang Chen waved his hand and led everyone back to Jialing Pass. Master Yat, His Holiness, we are willing to surrender. When the surviving soldiers of the Heaven Dou Empire saw Liang Chen take care of Tang San, they immediately raised their hands and surrendered as if they had seen a savior. You should have done so long ago. Nana, you guys go and deal with it. Bibi Dong quickly signaled Hulina, Xiaoyu, Yan, Qingming and Qiangu brothers to recruit these soldiers. Everyone listens to the order, look forward, and march in unison. Tap tap tap. Hulina, Xiaoyu and others walked over, gathered the remaining soldiers of the Heaven Dou Empire, and brought them into Jialing Pass. Ning Rongrong, Tang San is only one breath left now, you kill him. Liang Chen released the space ball and threw Tang San to Ning Rongrong. Tang San, you have come to this day too.
Kikikika. Ning Rongrong looked at Tang San, who was like a dead dog, and took out a long knife from her soul guide, chopping down frantically until she chopped Tang San to pieces. Ning Rongrong, you lead the 7 treasures glazed tile sect to submit to the spirit hall. Yeliang Chen was too lazy to manage too many soul masters, so he directly merged the soul masters of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect into the spirit hall. Anyway, the entire spirit hall was equivalent to his own power. Ning Rongrong, let me tell you the truth. My little Chen's godmother, Bone Douluo, and your father have targeted Xiao Chen 3 times. I let them live until now, which is already kind. Of course, if you want to avenge your grandfather Bone, you can come, but I will not be soft-hearted. Bibi Dong directly expressed her attitude to Ning Rongrong. If this little girl dared to have any small thoughts, she would be killed directly. Please rest assured, Pope. I will definitely be loyal to the spirit hall. After hearing Bibi Dong's words, Ning Rongrong immediately understood why this woman cared so much about Yeliang Chen, the monster. It seemed that her father and Grandpa Bone had been on the verge of death. Ning Rongrong, it's just words, who knows whether what you said is true or false. Yes. You are a god now. Although the 9-colored goddess is a 2nd-level auxiliary god, she is still a god after all. Who knows if you will betray the spirit hall in the future? Qian Rongxiu, Hu Lina, Shui Yuer and Jin Linger stared at Ning Rongrong and pressed her with a strong aura. I won't betray you. If you don't believe me, I am willing to explode my godhood and stop being a god. Ning Rongrong was suffocated by the powerful aura of Qian Rongxiu and the others, and immediately realized that she would not be able to succeed if she did not show some sincerity. OM. Ning Rongrong then mobilized her divine power and prepared to self-destruct her divine nature. Ning Rongrong, you don't have to self-destruct your divine nature. I left a divine mark on your forehead. If this mark disappears, it means that you have betrayed the spirit hall. Yeliang Chen stretched out his hand, suppressed Ning Rongrong's impulse, and then tapped her forehead, leaving a backup plan. That's about right. Seeing Yeliang Chen take action, Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu and other girls nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 497 Unifying the Continent. Yeliang Chen, are you going to use this divine mark to monitor me? Ning Rongrong checked her soul sea and found a golden light floating on her head. Ning Rongrong, I tell you, everything in your life will not escape Brother Yi's eyes from now on, including sleeping, bathing, etc. Jin Linger came to Ning Rongrong, showing a quirky smile, deliberately teasing the little girl. Xiao Chen, are you going to watch? Or are you going to watch? Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu, Shui Yuer and other girls turned their heads and looked at Yeliang Chen with meaningful smiles. Ah! When Ning Rongrong heard that Yeliang Chen was monitoring her sleeping and bathing, her face flushed instantly, but she did not feel terrible, but felt very exciting. Thinking of this, she was a little looking forward to it. Ning Rongrong, don't listen to their nonsense. This spiritual mark is just a small trick I left behind. There is no such mess. Yeliang Chen reminded Ning Rongrong not to think too much. Puff. Bibi Dong and others looked at Ning Rongrong's shy posture and couldn't help laughing. At this moment, the girls knew that Ning Rongrong must be fantasizing about those things in her heart. Ah! You! Ning Rongrong looked at the girls laughing wildly and felt extremely embarrassed. At the same time, she felt a little disappointed. She thought, am I really that bad? I can't attract Yeliang Chen? Looking at Qian Rongxiu, Shui Yuer and Jin Linger surrounding Yeliang Chen, Ning Rongrong felt a sour feeling in her heart. She was already in her 30s and didn't even have a boyfriend. Her life was such a failure. Ning Rongrong, you take the people of the 7 treasures glazed sect back to Kaibao City first, and then integrate the power of your section. Tang San went to the Abyss Plane 10 years ago now that Demon Plane is about to descend on the Douluo Plane. At that time, trillions of demon creatures will invade Douluo Star. The demon creatures of the Abyss Plane naturally like to devour and kill. Wherever they pass, no grass will grow. I want to gather the power of all soul masters in the continent to fight a plane war. I need the assistance of the 7 treasures glazed tower soul masters. Yeliang Chen explained the plane war to Ning Rongrong to let the girl understand the importance of this matter. Yeliang Chen, the 7 treasures glazed sect will all obey your arrangements. After listening to those evil creatures in the abyss, Ning Rongrong also understood that this plane war would be a real life and death battle for the entire Douluo Star. The war launched by the Heaven Do Empire before was child's play. Swish! Master Yet, Your Majesty the Pope, what arrangements are to be made next? At this time, Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo flew out of Jialing Pass and asked Yeliang Chen for the next move. Let the army take over the Tiandu Empire. After entering the major cities, quickly recruit the remaining aristocratic forces. If they don't obey, just destroy them. At the same time, announce the new policy to the civilians and tell them that a new era has arrived. Everyone no longer has to be oppressed by the greedy nobles of the empire. In addition, let Saras lead the elite Soul Master Corps to manage all matters in the Wuhan Hall of Tiandu City. After all, he has worked there for many years and has experience. 2 elders, you have full supervision on this matter. If anyone dares to commit crimes, just destroy them. Only by doing this can we win the hearts of the people. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu immediately asked Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo to arrange the next work. Now it is no small matter to manage such a large Tiandu empire. Subordinates obey. Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo received the order respectfully, understanding the importance of this matter. Your Excellency the Pope, I will take the people of the sect back to Kaibao City first. Shua. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong immediately flew away, gathered the people of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, and left Jialing Pass. Master, do we really want to join the Spirit Hall? Several elders of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect came to Ning Rongrong, revealing a trace of unwillingness. Uncle Bao, now the entire continent belongs to Yeliang Chen. We have to expand our vision and join the Spirit Hall to allow the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower Soul Master to pass on. Yeliang Chen said that the Abyss Plane will come soon. We have to fight a bigger plane war. The glory of the sect is not worth mentioning in front of this level of war. Ning Rongrong described the plane war to everyone, so that everyone could gain more knowledge. Ah! This is too incredible. I finally understand that Master Ye and the Spirit Hall have trained so many strong people, not targeting the Heaven Do Empire at all. Think about it, it's right. The power of our 3 major sects and the Heaven Do Empire is not enough for Master Ye and his men to fill their teeth. When the elders heard about the plane war, they were shocked and their minds opened up instantly. If Dad knew about the plane war, he might not have cooperated with Tang San, and finally lost his life. Ning Rongrong felt very uncomfortable when she thought of Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo who died tragically at the hands of Tang San. Master, this is probably fate. Fortunately, you are alive and the sect can continue. Several elders' side advised Ning Rongrong to be more open-minded. In fact, everyone knows that Ning Fengzi and Bong Douluo's suicidal behavior will only make them die. At the same time, the war on Shui Binger's side has ended. Emperor Shuibeng and Prince Xuexing were captured and became prisoners. Let me go, you traitors. Shuibeng was taken to the prisoner car at this moment, feeling extremely humiliated. He was still the high and mighty Emperor Tiando the last moment, and became a prisoner the next moment. This sense of difference made him unable to accept it for a while. Shuibeng, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Accept your fate. Xuexing reminded Shuibeng that it was ridiculous for him to dream of becoming an emperor even though he had already become a prisoner. Shua Shua. At this time, Yeliang Chen, Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu, Shui Yuer, and Jin Linger flew from the sky and landed on the battlefield. Where is Tang San? Is he dead? Shui Binger, Shui Langzhen and others saw Yeliang Chen coming and immediately came over to ask about Tang San. Tang San was killed by Xiao Chen in one move. Let me tell you, Xiao Chen used his mental power to control Yu Xiaogang before, letting that guy perform his fart spirit skill, directly disintegrating the million-strong army of the Heaven Do Empire. After that, Tang San went crazy again and killed Jian Douluo, Dai Mubai, Yu Xiaogang, and others. Ning Rongrong is the only god-level strongman left. If we hadn't acted quickly, I'm afraid that girl would have died tragically at the hands of Tang San. Now the entire 7 Treasures Glazed sect has surrendered to the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong, Jian Rongxiu and other women talked about what Tang San did after he went crazy, and they felt it was too funny. Wow! This is too exciting. I didn't expect Tang San to kill Yu Xiaogang. Shui Binger and others heard that Tang San went crazy and directly wiped out all the high-end combat forces of the Heaven Do Empire. It was really cruel. Master, how do we deal with these 2 guys? At this time, Niu Gao brought Shuibeng and Xuexing over and asked Yeliang Chen for instructions. Just kill them directly. Yeliang Chen looked at Shuibeng and Xuexing in the prison car and felt that they were like 2 stray dogs. No. Don't kill us, we are willing to surrender. Shuibeng didn't expect Yeliang Chen to be so cruel, and was immediately scared to death. Xuexing was also scared and pale. Your uncle and nephew should have died long ago. We don't accept your surrender. Hoo. For Xuexing and Shuibeng, the uncle and nephew, Yeliang Chen felt that it was a waste of food to keep them, so he shot out 2 flames and killed the 2 guys directly. No in an instant, Shuibeng and his nephew were burned by the raging fire, screaming like pigs being slaughtered, and then turned into ashes. Too easy for them. Bibi Dong thought that Shuibeng and Xuexing should be thrown into the Wuhan Hall's tube building, so that the uncle and nephew could experience Yu Xiaogang's prison life. Then Yeliang Chen integrated the army and learned that the Soul Master Corps of Kaibao Liulai sect, Haoshan sect, and Tiandu Imperial family had lost nearly 80%. These Soul Master Corps were quite active in the battle, so the casualties were a bit heavy. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, after the battle started, all the members slipped into the deep mountains and old forests and did not participate directly, so there was no loss at all. 20 days later, the Wuhan Hall and Tenglong cities' two armies met in Tiandu city. Seeing that the situation was over, Princess Shuike directly ordered the army left in the imperial city to open the city and surrender. Yeliang Chen, are my uncle and brother still alive? Now Princess Shuike is the only one left in the royal family of Tiandu Empire. Now she has no relatives and is very sad. They have turned to ashes. Yeliang Chen said calmly. What? With your power, you can force them to surrender. Why do you have to kill them? Hearing that Shuebeng and Shuexing were killed, Shuike's tears immediately flowed down, very sad. Although the uncle and nephew did not have a good reputation in the eyes of the people, they were still her relatives. Shuike, as a former princess of the empire, you should know what kind of people Shuexing and Shuebeng are. They relied on their status and power to kill countless good women. Such behavior is simply a heinous crime, and everyone can kill them. Do you think we will let them continue to live? Bibi Dong stared at Shuike quietly. If it weren't for the fact that this girl was just a girl, she would have killed her long ago to prevent future troubles. Alas! Bibi Dong's words made Shuike lower her head in shame. She didn't have the courage to refute the other party, because Shuebeng and his nephew were that kind of people. A few days later, the entire Tiandu Empire had been fully taken over by Yeliang Chen and his party. All the stubborn aristocratic forces were eliminated one after another. Wherever the army went, the people welcomed it wholeheartedly. The scene of everything competing showed the common people's expectations for the new era. On this day, Yeliang Chen summoned all the powerful people above the title Douluo in the continent and held a meeting in the palace. He directly established a country with Tenglong as the name. Zhu Zuqing also immediately issued a notice to the mainland to merge Xingluo Kingdom into Tenglong Empire. Yu Luomian also surrendered with the entire Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. As for the remaining disciples of Haoshan sect, they also surrendered to Yeliang Chen. Yeliang Chen revoked the names of the major principalities and kingdoms and directly changed them to provinces. For example, the kingdom of Barak was changed to Barak province to avoid the situation of separatist rule by princes. Who will be the emperor? Yeliang Chen looked at everyone present. Of course you are here. Everyone didn't think twice and directly nominated Yeliang Chen as Emperor Tenglong. I still have a lot of things to do and I don't have time to manage state affairs, I think one of you should take the throne. Yeliang Chen was not interested in the position of emperor at all. You don't have to worry about managing the country, we will help you, just focus on improving your strength. Everyone is waiting for you to become stronger and take us to explore the heavens and the worlds. Bibi Dong, Shui Langzhen sisters, Ye Kailan, Jian Rongxiu, Jian Daoliu, Shui Binger and others asked Yeliang Chen not to worry about other things and just practice with peace of mind. In fact, everyone also hoped that Yeliang Chen would take the position of emperor and collect enough faith power to improve his strength. From today on, soul masters who want to absorb 10,000-year soul rings must register at Tenglong Pavilion, and then Duobao Tower will issue 10,000-year soul rings uniformly, but there will be a fee. As for how to charge, it depends on the age of the soul ring. Yeliang Chen can now make God-given soul rings of different ages, so he directly issued a notice to soul masters across the continent. If you want to get a good soul ring, you can directly spend money to buy it, without having to take the risk of hunting high-level soul beasts. The reason why Yeliang Chen did this was to ease the conflict between soul masters and soul beasts to the greatest extent, and at the same time he could make money. Soul masters are a wealthy group with plenty of money. This method is good. Soul masters only need to spend a little money to buy a 10,000-year soul ring. It's so cool. When everyone heard that Yeliang Chen was going to sell soul rings over 10,000 years old, they all applauded. Buzz. The Abyss Plane will soon meet the Douluo Plane. You must be prepared. At this time, Yeliang Chen received a message from the Douluo Plane consciousness in his mind. Kaka. Immediately afterwards, a space crack suddenly appeared in the center of the palace hall, and then Guyuina was seen walking out of it. So beautiful. Except for those who have seen Guyuina before, everyone else was amazed by her stunning figure. Even old guys like Jian Daoliu and Golden Crocodile Douluo couldn't help but take a few more glances. Sister Na. Welcome. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is the Beast God Silver Dragon King Guyuina. She is the one who silently supports us behind the scenes for all of us to achieve what we have today. Seeing this, Shui Binger and Jin Linger immediately stepped forward, took Guyuina's hand, and excitedly introduced the identity of the Silver Dragon King to everyone. Sister Na, is the Abyss Plane about to descend? Yeliang Chen saw Guyuina appear, and it must be for the plane war. Yes. The Abyss Plane is about to descend, and everyone should be prepared. Guyuina looked at the powerful people in the palace and felt that it should be easy to win this plane war. Sister Na, you chat with everyone here for a while, and I'll go to the starry sky first. Shua. Liang Chen walked out of the palace and flew directly out of Douluo star into the depths of the starry sky. Buzz. At this moment, Liang Chen stood on a dead star, his consciousness spread out, and he found that there were weak spatial fluctuations in the distant starry sky. It should be caused by the movement of the abyss plane. Today. Liang Chen used the time prophecy ability in the power of the time law. Half an hour later, he vaguely felt that the abyss plane would meet the Douluo plane in about 3 months. Shua. After speculating the approximate time of the abyss plane's arrival, Liang Chen returned to Tiandu city. How is it? How is the situation? How long will it take for the abyss plane to arrive? When everyone saw Liang Chen coming back, they immediately showed a nervous and curious expression. I used the time prophecy technique to look at it. It is estimated that in 3 months, the abyss plane will meet the Douluo plane. From today on, everyone should be prepared to fully cope with the arrival of the plane war. Liang Chen introduced the estimated time to everyone. 3 months? So urgent. Bibi Dong and others heard that the plane war was coming so quickly, and they felt that time was a bit urgent. Don't be so nervous, our strength is enough to deal with this plane war, and our Soul Beast clan will also participate. Kaka. Guyuina smiled calmly, and then waved her jade hand gently, and in an instant, another space crack appeared in the palace. Shua Shua. Immediately afterwards, Ditian, Xiang Jun, Bai Ji, Zig, Wang Yao Wang, Qi Wang and several other guys jumped out of the space crack. Chapter 498 The Abyss Plane Arrives. My name is Ditian, the direct person in charge of Xingda Forest, and my body is a golden-eyed black dragon with a cultivation of 800,000 years. Emperor Tian saluted and introduced himself to everyone. At this moment, Silver Dragon King Guyuina was also present, so Emperor Tian did not dare to be too proud. I am Xiang Jun, and my body is a 400,000-year-old dark gold fear claw bear. Seeing this, Xiang Jun also introduced himself to everyone in a serious manner. I am Baiji. Ziji. Wang Yao Wang. Qi Wang. I am the most loyal guard of the master and lord yet. Then Baiji, Ziji, Qi Wang and Wang Yao Wang also introduced their identities one after another, and also made it clear to everyone that they were also Liang Chen's people. Everyone, nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Please take a seat quickly. Bibi Dong, Qian Daoliu, Dugubo, Shui Lan Xin and others stood up and greeted Ditian and others. Now these fierce beasts are all Liang Chen's subordinates, and everyone must give face. Liang Chen can now mass-produce 10,000-year soul rings. Soul masters can buy 10,000-year soul rings as long as they pay a little money, which greatly eases the conflict between soul beasts and humans. This move makes Ditian and others very happy, and they have no hatred for humans. Shua. At this time, Shui Yuer and Poseidon brought Yelai, Sea Witch, Sea Horse, Sea Spear, Seal, Demon King, Demon Queen and several titled Douluo to the palace, ready to participate in this plane war. Hello everyone. Teacher, you haven't come to Sea God Island to see me for several years. Have you forgotten that you have a most lovely apprentice? The Sea Witch smiled sweetly and greeted everyone, then ran happily to Liang Chen with a pitiful look. So cute. It seems that she grew up eating cuteness. Yes. Yes. Qian Rongxiu, Shui Langzhen sisters, Ling Yuan, Solin, Lu Erlong and others were all melted by the cute smile of the Sea Witch, and wanted to hug the girl in their arms. Ning Rongrong stared at the sweet face of the Sea Witch, and couldn't help complaining in her heart, I thought I was very cute, but I didn't expect that there was a beauty in the world who was cuter than me, and the key was that the other person's figure was taller than me, which was too enviable. My dear disciple, don't act cute. Liang Chen rubbed the head of the Sea Witch. Although he hadn't seen her for several years, the girl was still so cute. Teacher, I'm not acting cute. I'm just born beautiful and cute. The Sea Witch smiled brightly. If there were no other outsiders present, she would have wanted to throw herself into Liang Chen's arms and act coquettishly. Puff. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they saw this scene. Don't be surprised, the Sea Witch is from the mermaid tribe. Although she has lived for hundreds of years, the lifespan of the mermaid tribe is long. 100 years old is only equivalent to our 20s. And this girl is cheerful, lively, and cute, and she will always be a little girl who never grows up. Poseidon and Shui Yuer introduced the identity of the Sea Witch to everyone, so that everyone can understand the girl's personality. Meet the master. At this time, the Demon King and the Demon Queen stepped forward and saluted Liang Chen respectfully. Get up. Liang Chen hurriedly used his divine power to help the Deep Sea Demon Whale King and his wife up, and let them sit down next to him. Sea God Douluo, I haven't seen you for so many years. I didn't expect you to have become a god-level strongman. Ditian, Xiang Jun, Baiji and others felt the god-level aura on Poseidon, and a trace of envy appeared in their eyes. I was able to break through the 100th level with the help of Yuer and Xiao Chen. Otherwise,
I would be stuck in the demigod realm forever until I die of old age. Poseidon smiled modestly. Nowadays, 100 level masters are everywhere, and his strength is nothing. Xiao Chen, everyone is here, tell me your plan. Gu Yuina signaled Liang Chen to quickly arrange tactics. After all, this little guy has a flexible mind and can always come up with some wonderful ideas. 10 years ago, Tang San dug a hole in the mountains deep in the far north, which led all the way to the other side of Douluo Star. After the Abyss Plane collides with the Douluo Plane, those demon creatures will drill out through that passage and devour all the creatures on Douluo Star. Wherever they pass, no grass will grow. Therefore, we must block those demon creatures in the far north and destroy them on the spot. There are hundreds of millions of demon creatures in the Abyss Plane. It is estimated that they will kill everyone. This war may take a long time, so everyone should be mentally prepared for a long-term battle. Emperor Tian, you will immediately assemble the Soul Beast Army. Group, rush to the far north, and form a defense line 100 miles outside the Abyss Passage. I will let the Human Soul Master Corps join you to prevent the demon creatures from rushing out of the far north. The god-level strongmen are distributed within a 10-mile range of the Abyss Passage. Once those demon creatures rush out of the passage, everyone will directly capture and injure them. I will refine the life energy in the bodies of those creatures in the Abyss Plane and turn it into the energy of Douluo Star. Liang Chen told everyone his plan. Since the Abyss Plane has come over, then turn those demon creatures into nutrients for Douluo Star. This method is good. Since they want to invade our Douluo Plane, then you are welcome. After listening to Liang Chen's plan, everyone applauded. Xiao Chen, I think after you refine the energy of those demon creatures, let the ancient tree of life absorb it first, and then the ancient tree of life will feed back to the entire Douluo Star. This move can not only make the ancient tree of life stronger, but the Douluo Plane consciousness can also absorb some energy through the ancient tree of life. After listening to Liang Chen's plan, Gu Yuina immediately felt that it was very good, so she proposed a better method. Sister Na, then we have to use the power of space to build a space channel from the extreme north to transmit those energies to the ancient tree of life and the Douluo Plane consciousness. Okay. Let's do it. Liang Chen and Gu Yuina looked at each other, then walked out of the palace directly and flew towards the extreme north. Let's all act quickly. Ditian, Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu, Shui Langzhen and others saw Liang Chen and Gu Yuina leave, and they also left the palace one after another, gathering strong people to deal with the plane war in a few months. Liang Chen and Gu Yuina came after arriving at the far north. They began to check the terrain around the Abyss Passage. ZZ. Xiao Chen, you have to remove this Tiangang Divine Thunder formation, otherwise we will all be struck by lightning if we get close, it's too dangerous. Gu Yuina felt the powerful thunder element law power flashing around the entrance of the Abyss Passage, and felt it was quite dangerous, so she asked Liang Chen to remove the formation. Okay. Liang Chen immediately activated the thunder element law power to remove the Tiangang Divine Thunder formation, so that the creatures of the Abyss demons would not be struck into ashes by the thunder tribulation as soon as they rushed out. Buzz. Seeing this, Gu Yuina immediately activated the space power and began to build a space passage leading to the Lake of Life. Shua. Liang Chen arranged a huge space barrier not far away. When the time came, everyone could directly throw those demons into the barrier after injuring them, and he could refine those creatures with peace of mind. A few days later, a space passage from the far north to the center of the Lake of Life was built. Ancient Tree of Life, Plane Consciousness, this time I plan to refine the Abyss demon creatures into pure energy, you must absorb it well. Liang Chen stood in the depths of the Lake of Life and communicated with the Ancient Tree of Life and the Douluo Plane Consciousness with his mental power. Thank you, we will definitely do our best. As long as there is enough energy, our Douluo Plane can be upgraded. The Ancient Tree of Life and Plane Consciousness were extremely excited when they heard that Liang Chen actually used this method to bring them energy. 20 days later, Ditian and Xiangjun gathered the Soul Beast army from the two Soul Beast forests of Xingdu and Lori, and rushed towards the far north. Wow! So many 10,000-year Soul Beasts! At this time, the Soul Master army led by Jin Linger, Shui Binger, Feng Xiaotian, Xiaoyu, Zhu Zuqing, Jin Yaoer and others met with Ditian and others in the northeast of Tiandu city. This time we have gathered a total of 100,000 Soul Beasts with cultivation of more than 30,000 years. Almost all the Soul Beasts with cultivation of more than 30,000 years have been called by us. Ditian, Xiangjun and others proudly introduced to everyone that in order to participate in this plane war, the Soul Beast clan has also risked everything. Hoo. Then, the dark demon evil god Tiger Shadow Charm carried Liang Chen and Gu Yuina from the sky and landed in front of everyone. Everyone is here, let's go. Buzz. Liang Chen and Gu Yuina used their divine power to create two huge space barriers, put the Soul Beast army and the Soul Master army in, and took them directly to the extreme north. This time, the Soul Master army has only a few thousand people. Except for dozens of titled Douluo and hundreds of Soul Douluo,
the others are soul saints and soul emperors. As for soul masters below the soul emperor, Liang Chen thinks that those people will die, so he does not intend to let them participate in the war, but only let thousands of soul king level soul masters be responsible for preparing daily necessities and food. Just send it to the ice and snow city in the far north. Shua. After a while, Liang Chen and Guyuina had arrived deep in the far north. Kaka. Then, the two broke the space barrier and released the Soul Beast Core and the Soul Master Core. Roar. At this time, the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor came from a distance with 10,000 soul beasts with cultivation of more than 30,000 years. The Soul Beast Core and the Soul Master Core immediately set up a defense line, divided into two lines of defense, and the titled Douluo strongmen are responsible for guarding 30 miles outside the Abyss Channel. Liang Chen saw that the high-end forces of soul beasts and humans had arrived, so he immediately arranged everyone to take their positions. Dong dong. Shua shua. After hearing Liang Chen's order, the Soul Beast Core and the Soul Master Core immediately began to act and formed three lines of defense. For a time, the area within a radius of 100 miles was extremely lively. Such a large channel? Douluo and others came to the top of the Abyss Passage, looking at the dark passage, and sighed that Tang San was quite good at digging at that time. What if those demon creatures descended on Douluo star from other places? What should we do then? At this time, everyone felt that it was a bit risky for Liang Chen to concentrate all the high-end forces here. If you want to land on Douluo star from the starry sky, unless you have the power of a god, it is impossible to do it, and those lords of the Abyss Plane do not have the power of a god. Liang Chen told everyone not to worry about anything. If there is no such passage, those ordinary creatures of the Abyss Plane can't come to Douluo star at all. Don't worry. Everything is under our control. Guyuina was not worried about anything. Anyway, with herself and Liang Chen, winning this plane war was like playing. In a blink of an eye, the time for the Abyss Plane to meet the Douluo Plane has come. On this day, Liang Chen, Bibi Dong, Guyuina, Qian Rongxiu, Shui Binger and other god-level strongmen stood at the exit below the Abyss Passage, and saw a huge energy sphere rising slowly from below. This energy sphere is the Abyss Plane. Under the quiet operation of the God of Destruction, it has now met the Douluo Plane. Boom! When the Abyss Plane collided with the Douluo Plane, a huge noise occurred, and the entire Douluo star was shaken. At the same time, on a throne at the deepest part of the Abyss Plane, the Abyss Emperor was giving a lecture to other lords. He. The Douluo Plane has arrived. As long as we occupy this plane, we will have a physical planet. Buzz. Then the Abyss Emperor drew his hands forward a few times, and soon, a space channel extended from the lowest area to the outermost layer, connecting with the channel below Douluo star. O Snake Emperor, Bull Emperor, you lead your men to be the vanguard. The Abyss Saint Lord asked the two outermost lords to take the lead and test the waters first. Eyes, Saint Lord. The Bull Emperor and the Snake Emperor took the order and immediately returned to their respective territories, gathered demons and creatures, and prepared to attack Douluo star. Error. Flatten Douluo star. The demons led by the Snake Emperor and the Bull Emperor totaled 3 million. Countless strange-looking monsters roared excitedly at this moment, imagining the scene of conquering Douluo star. Elite trademark S go back first. On the other side, Liang Chen and his party, standing at the exit below the Abyss Passage of Douluo star, saw a vortex appear above the abyss, and knew that the demon creatures had begun to move, so they immediately flew upwards. At the same time, in the center of the God realm, the four God Kings of life, destruction, kindness, and evil also learned about the situation of the Douluo Plane through the divine thoughts left by the Goddess of Life in Liang Chen's soul sea. In order to prevent the Abyss Saint from feeling the breath of the God realm, the God King of Destruction and others did not directly monitor Douluo star for a while, and could only learn about what happened on Douluo star through the divine thoughts left by the Goddess of Life in Liang Chen's soul sea. Xiaolu, are you saying that the little guy is going to use the creatures of the entire Abyss Plane as nutrients for Douluo star? The God King of Destruction looked at the Goddess of Life and sighed that Liang Chen's move was really bad. Not bad. The Goddess of Life smiled and nodded. During this period, her divine consciousness would quietly revive from time to time, quietly observing Liang Chen's growth. When she learned that the little guy had grown to the second level god, she felt very relieved. The Abyss Saint Lord devoured the life energy of many planes, and this time he finally fell. I have to say, this little guy is really good at playing. If the Abyss Saint Lord knew that invading the Douluo Plane was a trap, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. The two gods of kindness and evil were also very satisfied with Liang Chen's operation. After all, they also learned that the Abyss Plane was created by the will of the Creator God, and the purpose was to destroy the God realm, so they had no sympathy for the creatures in the Abyss Plane. Chapter 499 Massacre of the Abyss Demon Legion. Just now the whole earth was shaking. Did the Abyss Plane collide with the Douluo Plane? When Liang Chen and his party returned to the far north, Ditian, Douluo, Golden Crocodile Douluo and other titled Douluo immediately surrounded them and asked curiously. Yes. The Abyss Plane and the Douluo Plane have met, all cheer up. Liang Chen reminded everyone to prepare for the battle. Don't worry. I guarantee that those demon creatures will never come back. Everyone waved their fists excitedly, and then dispersed within a radius of 10 miles around the entrance of the abyss, quietly waiting for the enemy to rush out. At the same time, in the vortex of the abyss plane below Douluo Star, the Snake Emperor and the Bull Emperor came out with dense and strange creatures. Tang San opened this passage back then, which is quite convenient for us. The Snake Emperor transformed into a human body with a snake head, looking like a lizard man. At this moment, it looked at the passage below Douluo Star with excitement in its eyes, and its scarlet tongue swayed on its lips, looking a little disgusting. That's right. If we were to open such a passage ourselves, how long would it take? The Bull Emperor also transformed into a human body with a bull head at this moment, shaking his huge bull head, with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. Little ones, charge! Kill all the creatures on Douluo Star. Then the Snake Emperor and the Bull Emperor called on the demon army behind them and drilled into the passage leading to Douluo continent. Roar! When these abyss demon creatures thought that they could devour the creatures of Douluo Star immediately, they roared and excitedly crawled towards the top of the passage. Shua shua! A dozen days later, the huge figures of the Bull Emperor and the Snake Emperor were the first to rush out of the abyss passage. He he he! What a wonderful breath of life! The Snake Emperor opened his bloody mouth and greedily absorbed the life energy of Douluo Star. Moo! Little ones, speed up! The Bull Emperor thought his men were marching too slowly, so he shouted directly to the bottom of the abyss passage. Roar! Awoo! Squeak! Squeak! After a while, thousands of strange creatures rushed out of the abyss passage. Among these creatures, there were snakes, insects, mice, ants, tigers, leopards, jackals and other animals. Fuck! Is this the Bull Demon King and the Lizard Man? Liang Chen, who was on an iceberg in the distance, looked at the two monsters with a bull head and a snake head, and suddenly felt very strange. The overall strength of these demon creatures is very strong. The lowest is the Soul Emperor level. There are hundreds of Soul Douluo level creatures alone. The bull-headed man and the snake-headed man have reached the Super Douluo level. They should be their lords. I estimated that there are about 4,000 of these monsters. It will take us a while to capture these strange creatures. Bibi Dong, Jian Ren Shuet, Shui Binger and other strong men looked at these creatures in the abyss plane and found that their overall strength was quite good. Buzz! Liang Chen used his spiritual sense to sneak into the abyss channel and check the demon army behind him. He found that thousands of meters below the channel, there were densely packed monsters everywhere, extending all the way to the abyss plane channel below Douluo Star. I just checked with my spiritual sense. There are densely packed animals thousands of meters below the abyss channel. It is estimated that there are millions of them. Their strengths are high and low, and there are even strong men at the titled Douluo level. Liang Chen used his mental power to tell everyone what he had found out, so that everyone could be mentally prepared. Millions? This will be busy. When everyone heard so many demons, they were shocked. It would take several months to capture so many monsters. Just a million demons, they are all ants. Gu Yuina smiled, not taking the monsters in the abyss plane seriously. Yan. I remember you have a magic skill called Sand Wall, use it quickly to trap these vanguards. Liang Chen signaled Yan to work quickly. This guy has inherited the earth element god and is quite powerful. Understood. Magic skill, Sand Wall. After receiving Liang Chen's order, Yan flew directly into the sky and activated the power of the earth element. Shua shua in an instant, streams of sand emerged from the ground, forming a 100-meter high earth wall, covering the land within a few miles, and directly trapped some abyss creatures. What is this? The sudden change immediately made those abyss creatures in a mess. Dong dong. The Bull Emperor directly used his horns to hit the sand wall, making a huge impact sound. Do it. Move quickly and try to finish before the next wave of monsters rush out. Seeing this, Gu Yuina immediately called everyone to fly into the sand wall and start capturing those creatures. Frozen binding. Shui Binger took the lead in releasing a big move, turning into countless ice chains to tie up the Snake Emperor and the Bull Emperor, and a large number of abyss demons also suffered. Water chain. Voila! Seeing this, Shui Yu immediately used the water magic skill, and in an instant, streams of water vapor turned into transparent chains, which tied up hundreds of monsters at once. Dark Cage. Jinlinger was not to be outdone, and directly waved her hand to create a huge black space, trapping thousands of snakes, insects, rats, ants, tigers, leopards, wolves and wolves. Bang bang! Ah! Under the might of the gods, the demon army led by the Snake Emperor and the Bull Emperor had no resistance at all. In just 1 minute, more than 4,000 abyss demon creatures were captured by Liang Chen and his team and thrown into a space barrier. You are too fast. Leave some for us. The battle was over before Emperor Tian, Xiangjun, Douluo, Golden Crocodile Douluo and others had time to make a move. What's the hurry? There are still millions of demon armies behind, and it's time for you to make a move. Emperor Tian, quickly let the Soul Beast army be alert. After learning that there were millions of demon creatures in this wave, Gu Yuina hurriedly ordered Emperor Tian to let the Soul Beast army prepare to prevent the abyss from escaping the encirclement. Yes, my lord. Seeing this, Emperor Tian immediately communicated with the Soul Beast army with his mental power and prepared for battle. Roar. After receiving the order, the Soul Beast army moved towards the center. For a moment, the scene was extremely lively. Who are you? In the distant space barrier, the Bull Emperor and the Snake Emperor were pressed to the ground by Liangchen's divine power, unable to move, with a look of fear in their eyes. Of course, it's the person who wants your life. Don't wait for that Tang San. I have killed that guy. In addition, the dozen lords he brought were also wiped out. Liangchen looked down at the two monsters with a playful look on his face. What? When the two lords heard that Tang San had been killed, they were immediately disheartened. Buzz. Then Liangchen directly operated the Hunyuanju and began to refine the life energy in the bodies of the two lords. Shua. At this time, Gu Yuina also entered the space barrier and pressed the other demon creatures to the ground with divine power. Then she quietly guarded Liangchen and protected him. No. The Snake Emperor and the Bull Emperor were in despair when they saw their own vitality disappearing quickly. Shua. A few minutes later, the vitality of the bull-headed monster and the snake-headed monster was completely refined by Liangchen, and the bodies of the two monsters were reduced to ashes. Sister Na, how do you feel about this energy? Liangchen used the power of space to pack up the two balls of energy and handed them to Gu Yuina. Very good. I will send these two balls of energy into the space channel first, so that the ancient tree of life can absorb them. Xiao Chen, you continue. Shua. Gu Yuina took the two balls of energy and felt that the energy was very pure. Then she used her divine power to send them directly into the space channel and teleport them to the ancient tree of life. Half an hour later, all the demons in the space barrier were refined into pure energy by Liangchen. Roar. Shua Shua. At this moment, bursts of beast roars came from the entrance of the abyss channel. After a while, tens of thousands of faces appeared. Ferocious, bizarre creatures emerged from the entrance. Go. Seeing this, Bibi Dong and others launched another attack and began to capture these bizarre creatures. Because there were too many demons this time, Bibi Dong and others did not catch them completely, and many snakes, insects, rats, and ants rushed out. Ha! It's our turn. Seeing this, Douluo, Golden Crocodile Douluo and others immediately took action to intercept those abyss creatures. At this moment, Emperor Tian also ordered the Soul Beast army to attack. Roar! Bang bang! At this moment, more than 100,000 soul beasts roared and rushed towards those abyss creatures. The scene was extremely shocking. Buzz. In the space barrier on the other side, Liangchen used all his strength to operate the Hunyuanju to refine the energy in the abyss demon army. Gu Yuina continuously sent energy into the space channel, but when she saw the mountains of abyssal creatures in the space barrier, she felt that Liangchen could not handle it alone, so she took out her clone and placed it next to Liangchen, and then the original body began to help refine the life energy of these creatures. 2 months later, the Million Demon Corps led by the Bull Emperor and the Snake Emperor were all destroyed by everyone, and the first stage of the Plane War finally ended. We have destroyed 3 million abyssal creatures. I have been killing them for a while. Yes. I learned from the abyss creatures that this wave of Demon Corps is just a small army under the rule of the Bull Emperor and the Snake Emperor. There are still 106 layers behind, and it is estimated that there are hundreds of millions. What are you afraid of? No matter how many enemies there are, they are just a mob. We will kill as many as they come. That day, Bibi Dong and others drank fine wine and excitedly discussed this Plane War, which felt like a one-sided massacre. At the same time, deep in the center of the Lake of Life, Liangchen and Gu Yuina came here and saw that the ancient tree of life had become much taller. Rich life energy continued to emanate from the leaves, making the entire Lake of Life look like a fairyland. So comfortable. Gu Yuina closed her eyes, absorbed the rich life energy, and felt extremely comfortable. Thank you. At this time, the ancient tree of life and the Douluo plane consciousness used their souls to send a voice message to Liangchen and Gu Yuina to thank them. You're welcome. You've become stronger. For the entire Douluo star, that's a great thing. Liangchen felt that the soul of the ancient tree of life and the Douluo plane consciousness were very excited. Now the life energy emanating from the ancient tree of life is almost forming mist. It's really good. Xiao Chen, your idea is really good.
Let's go back to the Dragon Palace with me first. This king will reward you well. Gu Yuina was in a good mood, and then she took Yangchen into the Dragon Palace domineeringly, ready to practice well. Sister Na, will it take time? Seeing Gu Yuina's excited smile, Yangchen estimated that he would not be able to leave the Dragon Palace for 3 or 2 days. Don't worry, there are so many god-level strongmen guarding there, and the demon army in the Abyss Plain can't make any waves. It's hard enough for you to refine so much energy by yourself during this period. You need to relax. Gu Yuina smiled brightly, then domineeringly hugged Yangchen in her arms, walked into the bedroom deep in the Dragon Palace, and began to practice double cultivation. 3 days later, the two finished their practice, then left the Dragon Palace and flew towards the far north. Sister Na, brother Yet, you have been back to the Lake of Life for 3 days, why did it take so long? Jin Linger saw Yangchen and Gu Yuina coming back, and immediately came over excitedly, showing a curious look. Qianrongxiu, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Zhu Zuqing and others also turned their heads and looked at Yangchen and Gu Yuina with gossipy eyes. Let's go check out the changes in the ancient tree of life. Do you feel that the energy of the entire Douluo star has become much richer? Yangchen and Gu Yuina used the matter of the ancient tree of life to change the topic calmly, so as to prevent these people from gossiping too much. Buzz. It is indeed as you said, the soul energy contained in the air is much richer. In other words, the current Douluo plane has begun to upgrade, which is great. Yes. Yes. Bibi Dong, Qianrongxiu and others immediately sat down cross-legged, feeling the energy around them, and were immediately shocked. Roar. A month later, the demon army rushed out of the abyss passage again. This time, there were 10 lords, leading strange creatures to kill up. Damn, this is too much. There are probably millions of demons coming out. If all the demons in the abyss tunnel come out, there will be at least tens of millions. I saw thousands of soul Douluo level creatures, and at least tens of thousands of soul saint level creatures. They are really going to kill us. No matter how many enemies come, we will kill them. We must not let them rush out of the far north. Yangchen and his group stood 1,000 meters above the ground, watching the dense abyss creatures constantly coming out of the abyss entrance, feeling like ants. Buzz. At this time, Gu Yuina directly activated the Space God Force, creating a huge barrier covering a radius of 100 miles to prevent these abyss demon creatures from rushing out of the far north. Kill. Seeing this, Bibi Dong, Qianrongxiu and others immediately flew down, like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, and killed the abyss demon army. Roar. Ditian, Xiangjun, Shuedi and other fierce beasts led the soul beast army and also killed the abyss demon army. Ah! Ah! For a while, the screams of the abyss demon creatures rang everywhere within a radius of 100 miles, and the scene was extremely lively. Shua. Yangchen once again activated the Hunyuan Ju and began to refine the energy in the bodies of those demon creatures.